Volume 9 Part 1, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 493, We Land on Our Feet. Wang Zhong's return flight did not go to Yebao, but flew directly to Ababahan. The anti-heroes who went to the United States with him did not come back together. After all, helping the United States sell bonds is also a very important task, which is related to how much assistance anti can get. In the C-47 transport plane, in addition to Wang Zhong and Yakov, there was also the chef series with 10 helpers. Mr. Zhang is very trustworthy. This chef is big and strong, and looks like he is very good at cooking. The helpers look like gang 49ers. The translator who came with them also looked a little uneasy sitting on the plane. Wang Zhong comforted him, I'm already the commander of the front. Generally, there are few deaths in the headquarters of the front. The translator said awkwardly, Is that so? Thank you for your comfort. Wang Zhong, what's your name? Oh, my last name is Liu, and I have an anti-name, Nikolai Nikolaevich. Wang Zhong, Nikolai, if you have time in the future, I hope you can teach me Ceres, because I want to learn more about Ceres culture. Nikolai looked at Wang Zhong with an incredible expression, this. To be honest, I have only heard of my compatriots learning from foreign countries, your country, opening their eyes to see the world, and this is the first time I have seen someone like you. Wang Zhong thought to himself, don't worry, if you can live to 120 years old, you can see the scene of foreign scholars carrying Shanhaiguan and rushing to Ceres. Nikolai continued, of course, if you are willing to learn Ceres, I will definitely teach you everything I know. But the problem is that I am not a professional teacher, and I am afraid I can't teach it well. Wang Zhong patted his shoulder, don't worry about this. You only need to teach, I am only worried that I will scare you if I learn too fast later. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly felt the plane tilting. Because of the rapid decrease in altitude, Wang Zhong's ears felt strange. He immediately asked loudly, why are you descending so quickly? But because of the loud noise in the plane, the cockpit at the front of the plane did not hear Wang Zhong's words at all. So he stood up, walked quickly through the cabin, came to the door connecting the cockpit and the cabin, and lifted the back panel of the cockpit with force. Why are you descending? He asked loudly. The pilot looked back at him, still at a loss. Wang Zhong was about to shout, when he suddenly saw headphones and microphones hanging on the back panel, which seemed to be connected to the internal line. He picked up the headphones and put them on, holding the microphone with his hand and asked loudly, why are you descending suddenly? The captain heard it clearly this time and immediately replied, the radio said that we encountered enemy planes. We have to descend below the clouds, fly at a very low altitude close to the ground, and use the ground as cover. I suggest you also put on a parachute and a life jacket quickly, and you may land in the inland sea later. Although the captain specially selected a pilot familiar with the ant language for this mission, he was too nervous and still made him say several wrong words. Wang Zhong stretched his neck and looked through the glass of the cockpit at the inland sea on the left side of the fuselage. Damn it, he asked, how did the Proton plane get here? The captain said, we are heading south along the coastline of the inland sea and are very close to the front line. Wang Zhong, how far is it from the airport? The co-pilot looked at the map and said, it will take more than an hour. This is our fastest speed. Wang Zhong, thank you. He was about to turn back when he heard a bad sound. So he immediately cut out a bird's eye view and saw a Proton twin-engine fighter swooping down. Well, using a twin-engine heavy fighter to intercept a senior enemy general in the air, this scene looks so familiar. Wang Zhong just thought so. Amelia's plane flashed by like lightning, and the wings of the Proton heavy fighter were cut off in the middle, and the engine was separated from the fuselage. The fuselage without counterweight began to spin, and the pilot of the Proton desperately pressed the fire button, and the weapons on the nose began to spray tracer bullets around meaninglessly. At this moment, a Plauson heavy bomber rushed through the bottom of the cloud. 2 of the 6 engines of the bomber were on fire, but it was still flying for the time being, but its speed was getting slower and slower, and its altitude was constantly decreasing. Because the people on the bomber were highlighted by Wang Zhong, the distance between it and C-47 was less than 2.5 kilometers. The next moment, Wang Zhong clearly saw that all the self-defense firepower of the heavy bomber was aimed at C-47. It was quite shocking to see so many self-defense turrets turning in the same direction, just like an air battleship was about to concentrate its firepower. Then an overwhelming barrage of tracer bullets poured towards C-47. At such a long distance, it was still a moving-to-moving shooting. It should not have hit, but the enemy's firepower was too dense. All the turrets that could be aimed at the side turned around, and the barrage was as dense as the anti-aircraft firepower network of the United States battleship. And the enemy was still on the port side of C-47. The first bullet hit the C-47's cabin. Wang Zhong only had time to switch back to the cabin view before the bullet went out from the other side, leaving only a whoosh. One of the helpers touched his head and said, damn it, it almost killed me, Cantonese, dot. Before he finished speaking, a second bullet hole appeared on the port side of the cabin, and the worker in front of the helper was shot in the temple. The bullet had already flown a long way and had no penetrating power, so the bullet hole was not big, and the bullet stayed directly in the brain, not penetrating from the other side. The worker leaned to the right and leaned on the chef. The chef shouted, "Agi! Agi!" Although they were all speaking Cantonese, Wang Zhong understood everything. He was about to speak when he heard a fire explosion outside the left porthole. He quickly changed the view and saw that the engine of the enemy plane that had just sprayed bullets finally exploded, blowing off its wings. The huge plane broke at once and fell to the surface of the inland sea below. The crew members on board jumped out of the cabin one after another. Because it was already at low altitude, the burning wreckage of the plane soon touched the sea surface, splashing high waves. Amelia's plane came to the side of C-47, and Wang Zhong heard the girl's radio communication in his headset. "This is the bomber team and the long-range heavy fighter escorting them. They just ran into us. Just now I saw the MiG-3 fighting with the enemy at high altitude. We should be able to run away soon. Wang Zhong, please be alert, and why are you the only one left in the escort plane?" Amelia said unhappily, "Once the air battle begins, the fighting will be scattered. It's normal that we can't find each other. After all, this is not a game, and the aircrafts on board avionics are not advanced, so Wang Zhong can understand it." Wang Zhong stuck his head into the cockpit again and patted the captain on the shoulder. "Call the airport and tell them we are almost there, don't be shot down by our own anti-aircraft fire." "Okay." The co-pilot replied and began to call in the not-so-fluent anti-language, "Abawahan, Abawahan, this is Orient Express, number 1 is on my plane, be careful not to hit by mistake. Number 1 is on my plane, be careful not to hit by mistake." As soon as the call was made, the ground began to spit anti-aircraft fire into the air. Wang Zhong grabbed the co-pilot's microphone and shouted, "Asshole! You are hitting friendly forces. Asshole!" He just shouted once, and the fuselage shook violently. Amelia's voice came from the headset, "Orient Express. I saw smoke coming out of your left engine. Please cut off the left engine oil line." At this time, it may be discovered that it was a mistake, and the artillery fire on the ground stopped. Wang Zhong rushed to the porthole on the left and looked at the flames on the engine. At this time, he heard someone blowing next to him. He turned his head and saw Yakov blowing at the porthole glass, as if he could blow out the flames on the engine outside. When Wang Zhong turned his head again, he really saw that the flames were out. The engine was emitting black smoke, and the propeller had stopped, but it was indeed no longer on fire. Fortunately, the anti-aircraft gun just now only hit the engine and did not damage the oil control system. Damn, has the front line become so dangerous? Give me a blow right from the start. Wang Zhong was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the captain's voice came from the plane's internal line, "We are going to make an emergency landing. Everyone sit tight. It's best to wear a helmet. If you are afraid of pain, you can parachute first. It will be more painful to fall to death that way." Wang Zhong glanced outside the plane and saw that the altitude was such that parachuting would kill him faster. He could only take off his headphones, return to his seat, buckle up his seat belt, put on his helmet, and then curl up his body according to the forced landing posture he had seen when he took a plane before the time travel. Yakov's voice drilled into Wang Zhong's ears, "What are you doing? Are you uncomfortable?" Wang Zhong, "No, this is a protective posture that can help you survive a plane crash. It's best to follow it." Yakov, "Can you survive a plane crash?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, and we are making an emergency landing, so the chance of survival is very high." In fact, Wang Zhong had no idea. A part of him was wailing in his heart, is his journey over here? That would be too unacceptable. Reluctant, he switched to a bird's-eye view and watched the plane rushing towards the shallows on the seashore. Well, this forced landing position has water buffering, which can also prevent the plane from catching fire and exploding. It seems that the survival rate is much higher. In the bird's-eye view, the moment the plane touched the water, Wang Zhong felt an extremely violent shaking. The seatbelt around his waist almost squeezed out his overnight meal. The amplitude of the shaking became smaller and smaller, corresponding to the bird's-eye view. The plane gradually stopped. When all the vibrations stopped completely, Wang Zhong let out a long breath, loosened the seatbelt that strangled him, and shouted the classic line from the science fiction novel Starship Troopers, "We landed on our feet." "Sir." Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Only then did Wang Zhong remember that he was the damned officer. So he said, "Hurry up, get off the plane. The cabin door may be stuck due to deformation, and a few more people should open it." Just as he finished speaking, the burly series chef stood up and rushed out, knocking the cabin door away. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up, "Kung Fu. Good. Wait a minute, this chef's appearance, is his last name Chen Kuahan?" Was that a green rush just now? Yakov interrupted Wang Zhong's thinking, get off the plane quickly. General. I know, I know. Wang Zhong stood up, rushed out of the cabin door, and fell into the shallow water. The wind blew in his face, bringing the breath of war. Chapter 494 Military Regulations, Update 1781. Chapter 494 Military Regulations, updated 1781. October 15, Ababahan, Anti-Ababahan Front Headquarters, 1347 hours. When Pavlov heard the news, his face turned green, shot down. Where? Who did it? The communications staff shrank his neck, obviously intimidated by the anger of the chief of staff. This is on the seashore 30 kilometers north of us. It is our anti-aircraft artillery unit. The Royal Air Force escort reported that the general is fine. Pavlov grabbed the communications staff's arm. Are you sure? Are you sure the general is fine? Did the Royal Air Force fly low enough when they confirmed it? The communications staff, it seems that she is some kind of witch who can clearly sense that the general is still alive, so there is absolutely no problem, and asked us to send a car to pick him up. I don't know how she sensed the general. Pavlov breathed a sigh of relief. It was Her Excellency Amelia, so what she said should be credible. After all, in Paris, Pavlov indirectly witnessed Amelia using a machine gun to kill the falconer 3 kilometers away, and he was still very clear about the witch's ability. At this time, Brother Peter rushed into the headquarters wearing only one shoe, shouting, Pavlov. It's bad, I seem to hear that the general has made an emergency landing in the sea. Send a naval patrol boat to pick up the general. No, search and rescue. Search and rescue. Pavlov, the general is still alive and has landed on the seashore. Ms. Amelia of the Royal Air Force has confirmed that he is okay. Oh, Ms. Amelia has confirmed that he is okay, that's good. Brother Peter sighed, wait a minute, why does my foot hurt? He lowered his head and found that his bare feet seemed to have stepped on broken glass, so he howled. Medic. Pavlov turned his head and ordered, let the Navy send patrol boats to the north along the beach, and send troops on land. Brother Peter, wait a minute. I heard the neighing of horses. Pavlov frowned, he didn't hear anything. Then the groom of the headquarters ran in, report, the general's horse ran away from the stable. Pavlov, don't worry, is the stable okay? Was there no explosion or fire? Did it cause any damage to escape? Groom, no, we just let him relax and combed his hair, but he directly broke the rope tied to him and ran away, and the groom who was combing his hair fell on his butt and broke his bones. Pavlov, okay, treat the groom with a broken bone as if he was injured in battle, and don't worry about the horse. It will come back by itself later, and it will bring the commander with it. Popov, and chew the hair on the commander's head. Pavlov looked at his old friend, back from the local church? What do you mean? Popov, at least 20 religious protection battalions can be organized locally, but they are now working overtime in the factory to produce weapons and equipment, and it is impossible for them to stop production. Pavlov walked quickly coming to the city map. 20 battalions are a bit too few. The area we have to defend is too large. Relying on 20 battalions and the 8 temporary infantry divisions in our hands, we have to defend such a large city. I'm afraid it's not enough. Popov, what about letting the 51st Tank Army enter the city? They have also rested for a month. Let the tanks enter the city? But there is no place in the city that is suitable for armored ambushes and firepower like Luftwaffe. And although the 51st Tank Army has combat experience, it is combat experience with the Balas people. If they encounter the elite Prosan troops, they will be finished. Popov, but in the wilderness, if they encounter the elite Prosan troops, they will be finished faster. We have seen that the enemy's tank soldiers can hit our tanks with the first shot at more than 1 kilometer, and we may not find the enemy even if we rush to 300 meters. The tanks of the 51st Army are all T-34 basic models with 2-person turrets, which cannot be used as T-34W. Pavlov, then put them in the city. At least they can be used as barricades and firepower points. Popov said. The chief of staff shook his head, forget it, the general is still 30 kilometers away from here. Wait until he comes back and he will make the judgment. At this time, another communications staff came with a telegram. The headquarters telegraphed that the 1st Mobile Army will be ready to set off within 3 days and start loading vehicles. Pavlov, finally there is good news, so we have another 100,000 fresh troops. But it is still too few. When the general arrives, we should ask the headquarters for more troops. Popov shook his head and pointed to the war zone map. Look at this long snake formation, it's all made up by the Valdechur river front that was just disbanded. Those guys only wanted to rely on the river for defense, so they made the situation so bad. Pavlov, when the general arrives, he should shrink the long snake formation, use only a small number of troops in the easily defended areas, and concentrate the army in above Akin. Popov, I think we should give this order. Pavlov, no, we must first understand the defense situation along the river before giving orders. I have ordered my most trusted staff to investigate along the river. Wait for the general to arrive, take a rest, and the investigation results should be delivered tomorrow. Pavlov, indeed, is outstanding in doing things without any mistakes. The chief of staff, with his hands behind his back, turned to the window of the headquarters and looked at the blue sky outside. Just wait for the general to come back. Wang Zhong sat on the beach and looked at Yakov. Why are you so fidgety? If the co-pilot's navigation is correct, we are now more than 10 kilometers away from Ababahan. Amelia confirmed our situation and the people who picked us up will be here soon. Yakov sighed. General, are you always so calm? Wang Zhong smiled. Yes, after all, I have been to hell so many times. But you were burned by the meatballs that were not hot. By the way, the meatballs are really delicious, called lion heads. Are they made of lions? Wang Zhong, no, they are made of pork. Then why are they called lion heads? Wang Zhong, how do I know? Maybe the person who made the meatballs has a lion in his eyes. He really didn't know why lion heads were called lion heads. He didn't know after eating them for so many years. While chatting, the sound of the engine approached, and Wang Zhong saw Amelia's Clipper Wing Spitfire flying back again, passing over the heads of Wang Zhong's team. Then, a whistle sounded on the sea. Everyone turned their heads and saw an anti-gunboat coming at lightning speed. It looked like one of the several destroyers that provided fire support for the landing. Wang Zhong pointed at the destroyer and said to Yakov, Look, isn't it coming? General, you are right, I am too impatient. At this moment, Wang Zhong heard the neighing of a horse. He thought to himself that it couldn't be possible, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Sure enough, he saw Bucephala neighing and running wildly, followed by several Willis jeeps. Well, people on land are coming too. Wang Zhong waved to Bucephala, and the horse ran even faster, but there was no saddle behind it, so Wang Zhong couldn't ride it back to the headquarters. The horse came to Wang Zhong and stopped with a sudden break, looking at the steel helmet on his head panting heavily. Wang Zhong reluctantly took off his helmet, and the horse immediately licked his hair happily, leaving wet saliva. The Willis jeep arrived a little later than the horse, and stopped in front of Wang Zhong with a tail swing. Sergeant Gregory, who was driving, stood up and saluted, General, we are late. Wang Zhong, not too late, not too late. Gregory, so where is the spy again? It seems that Yebeo needs to be cleaned up again. Wang Zhong, whether to clean it up or not, leave it to His Majesty Belinsky and Cardinal Lofkut to consider. What I saw here was that the enemy's bomber unit just hit me. Believe me, if it was Proson's assassination plan, they would not use a heavy bomber as an air battleship to attack me. Heavy bomber. Gregory thought for a while, it doesn't seem like an assassination. That's right. And we have Miss Amelia of the Royal Air Force to escort us. She is the shoot-down king of the Royal Air Force. The pilots of the Royal Air Force are all monsters. While speaking, Amelia's clip-wing Spitfire flew over everyone's heads again. Wang Zhong, okay, stop talking nonsense. Since you are here, I trust your driving skills. At this time, the Navy's rubber boat also arrived at the shore. The Navy infantry jumped off the boat and saluted Wang Zhong, General. We are ordered to pick you up. Wang Zhong, no need, my convoy and my most trusted sergeant are here. You can go back. At this time, several Willis jeeps approached from the north. Hearing the engine sound, everyone looked for cover and held guns to be on guard. Wang Zhong had already determined from the bird's eye view that these were not enemies. He waved his hand and said, Don't be afraid. It was the anti-aircraft artillery unit that mistakenly attacked my unit just now and came to apologize. As he said, he strode towards the jeep that was coming. The captain in the co-pilot seat of the jeep stood up, took off his hat, and muttered from a distance, Oh my God. God. Buddha. Look at what a bastard I did. The car stopped, he jumped out directly, saluted Wang Zhong, report. General, please execute me. I almost hurt you. Please execute me. The others are innocent, I gave the order to fire. Wang Zhong waved his hand, No, your mistake was just not identifying the target seriously. You want to be punished for this, but the military regulations don't say that you will die if you don't identify the target seriously. According to the military regulations, I will punish you. Damn, where are your military chaplains? How much should the military regulations punish you? As the second to last, Wang Zhong really didn't know what the military regulations should punish him. A priest got out of the second jeep, General, according to military regulations, those who make mistakes in target identification will be caned 50 times and undergo enhanced target identification training. If they fail the assessment, they cannot return to their original units. Wang Zhong, then do it. Except for this captain, all others will undergo enhanced target identification training, and other air defense units will be mobilized to replace them. Yes. The captain saluted Wang Zhong. I will seriously reflect on my mistakes. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, turned to Gregory and said, okay, let's go. Chapter 495 Sorting out the situation. When Wang Zhong entered the headquarters, he first shouted, Nelly, give me a towel, and a change of pants and shoes. My shoes and trouser legs are all wet. Pavlov was originally directing the staff to do something in front of the map. When he heard Wang Zhong's words, he turned his head and looked at the door. After you went to the United States, she went to Yebeo to take care of your wife. Your orderly was busy. When you just set out, she ran to the laundry team to help wash clothes. Wang Zhong took off his hat and handed it to Yakov, looked down at his wet leather shoes, and shook his head, then change it later. Report the situation. Pavlov picked up the documents that had been sorted on the table, came to the map, and picked up the map stick. According to the investigation, Prasen's vanguard is 50 kilometers west of Ababakan, where we encountered Prasen's motorized reconnaissance battalion. The tongues we captured confessed the numbers of the 14th Armored Army and the 41st Armored Army, as well as the 48th Infantry Army. The army number is the 6th Army, and the commander is General Wilhelm von Frederick. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. His guess when he received the order came true. In the history of the Earth, the 41st Armored Corps was not in the organization of the 6th set. The Earth Santasy 6th set only had a 14th Armored Corps. This guy's armored strength was doubled. This guy is not bad. That is to say, he is facing the 6th Army, which is much stronger than in history. But on the bright side, the enemy's advance distance is farther, which means that the logistics is worse than the Earth 6th set. Wang Zhong, weather forecast. Pavlov immediately made a gesture, and a staff officer delivered the report to Wang Zhong. While Wang Zhong lowered his head, the chief of staff explained concisely, the mud should start this week. Good. Wang Zhong immediately raised his head and stopped looking at the forecast, and returned the report to the staff officer. 1 month of mud, what about our supply situation? Pavlov immediately pointed at the Valdai River with a map stick. The Prasens controlled some areas on the west bank of the Valdai River and deployed artillery. The gunboats of the inland navy tried to fight them several times, but failed to destroy these artillery, so the transportation on the river can only be limited to the channel on our side. The Valdai River is very wide. The direct firepower of the Prasens cannot cover the channel on the east side. The indirect firepower depends on correction fire, but the naval infantry and the inland fleet have been removing the Prasens observation posts on the shore. So we still guarantee half of the transportation capacity of the Valdai River, well, less than half, because of the losses caused by airstrikes, 1/3. The good news is that our railway lines are all on the east coast. This was deliberately done when it was planned, so that the railways could be protected by the Valdai River when invaded from the west. Wang Zhong, so there is no railway in Prasen? Yes, they don't. Pavlov paused, and after a brief silence, he added, I have never been so grateful to the imperial chancellor who designed these. It is said that he is a secularist. Wang Zhong, so the logistics of the Prasen people mainly rely on roads, right? Yes, we outlined their approximate supply routes based on aerial reconnaissance, confessions of prisoners, and descriptions of escaped stragglers. Pavlov snapped his fingers, and the staff immediately hung a map on a separate blackboard. There was a long blue line drawn on it that was very obvious. After carefully observing the blue line, Wang Zhong asked, why aren't there military stations and transfer stations marked? Because we don't know. Pavlov looked very helpless. The Prosan people are different from last year. They have also started to camouflage. These places are not shown in aerial photos. Last year, the Prosan people didn't bother to camouflage at all. The supply stations and transfer stations were all clearly placed there. Aerial photography can directly show them, and there is no need to identify them. Pavlov continued, this is probably related to my Air Force's continuous bombing of the Prosan logistics system. Under Wang Zhong's interference, the combat focus of the anti-air force is completely different from that of the Russian Air Force on Earth. The Russians on Earth emphasize close air support, and the key model they value is the IL-2. The focus of post-war propaganda is also the IL-2 and the later IL-10. Under Wang Zhong's artificial interference, the anti-air force's main combat method is currently bombing Prosan's logistics, bombing train stations, transfer stations, etc., and the number of close air support has dropped sharply. In general, the current results of the anti-air force are higher than those of the Earth's space-time isotopes, because the train station target is much larger than a tank, and under the premise that pilots are generally lacking in training, the train station is obviously a better target. It seems that the successful air strikes of the anti-air force forced Prosan to disguise his logistics nodes. Wang Zhong was shocked, because the air strikes are too effective, the reconnaissance efficiency is reduced. It's really contradictory. Well, I have a general understanding of the situation, so how many divisions do I have? Pavlov, in addition to the troops returning from Balas, there are 8 new divisions. Wang Zhong was shocked, only 8? Are these all new divisions made according to my new organization? Pavlov, no, those new divisions are all popular. After the formation is completed, they will be snatched away by various fronts. The situation here is urgent, and we can't even give us new divisions for a while. Wang Zhong, okay, these 8 new divisions have 8,000 people. Yes, according to the standards of temporary infantry divisions, these 8 divisions are fully equipped and fully staffed. Wang Zhong, when will my first mobile army arrive? The group army is mobilizing, and the vanguard will arrive in 3 days. Pavlov paused, then changed the subject. In fact, the High Command assigned the original Valdechur River front to us, but these are not new forces, they are already in. There was a certain amount of attrition in the battle with Prosan, and the current distribution of these divisions is as shown on the map. Wang Zhong then turned his attention to the large lumps of things on both sides of the Valdechur River. What a snake! Wang Zhong, what bastard arranged the troops like this? Commander of the Valdechur River front Yemenko. Wang Zhong raised his head and asked, where has he gone now? Pavlov shrugged, I don't know. Wang Zhong changed the question, how is our position constructed? How many days did it take to dig the fortification zone? Pavlov immediately turned to the Ababahan city defense plan. Currently, we have mobilized women and elderly people in the city to form a labor camp, and urgently built 2 anti-tank obstacle belts outside the city. The bunkers are being built by the City Construction Workers Association, and the cement factory workers worked overtime to catch up on production. Unlike all previous defensive battles, this time we have abundant weapons and equipment, including anti-tank guns, submachine guns, and machine guns. In addition, because the Inland Sea Fleet headquarters is in Abawahan, we still have quite a lot of naval infantry, but they are not under our command. Wang Zhong frowned, am I not the commander of the front army? In theory, all these should be under my command, right? Pavlov, yes, but the front army was formed in a hurry, and the command did not have time to come to us. Or the people in the headquarters were so busy that they forgot. Wang Zhong, didn't you send a telegram to ask? I asked, but I haven't received a reply so far. Wang Zhong, I'm going to call the headquarters later. No, call His Majesty the Tsar. In addition, take a look at where the troops in this long snake formation can be mobilized, and concentrate them for use. I have sent staff to investigate where so many troops are not needed. Pavlov immediately replied, there will be a report tomorrow. Wang Zhong nodded and continued to order, we need to determine where the enemy's supply nodes are. I persuaded the Allies to send a commanded team to help me. They are experts in covert destruction. After last year, the Prosens should being prepared for the mud, we need to add fuel to their fire. Pavlov spread his hands, it's good to be sure, but you have also seen the state of the aerial photos. Intelligence experts have been identifying them for a long time, and I really can't tell which is the military depot and which is the transfer center. Wang Zhong held his chin and began to think. At this moment, Emilia, who had just escorted him, entered the headquarters. He suddenly snapped his fingers, yes. Pavlov, you want to personally investigate the enemy? There's nothing you can do this time, right? How about letting the Navy's gunboats take you along the Valdechur River to see with your own eyes where the troops can be mobilized? Wang Zhong, no, 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 this time I will go from the air and fly across the earth myself. I object. Pavlov's voice rose. You have been shot down once. No, I cannot allow you to go. The Prosan Air Force is now focusing on this direction, the Western Front and the Fort St. Andrew Front. It's been a long time since we've been hit by a large-scale air attack, and Prosan's Air Force on the Eastern Front is all here. I won't allow you to risk your life. Wang Zhong, don't be nervous. The C-47 is too easy to be shot down, and it was shot down by our own anti-aircraft guns. I just need to fly on a plane that can't be shot down. Pavlov shook his head vigorously, with ripples on his plump cheeks, no, 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 no. I don't agree. And I don't think Dovorich of the Air Force will agree either. They know how dangerous it is in the air now. No, Chief of Staff, please look here. Wang Zhong made a gesture of invitation to Emilia with both hands, the ace of the United Kingdom, Miss Witch who will never be shot down. Emilia frowned, whether I can shoot it down has something to do with the fact that the plane I fly is a special type. If you let me fly a 2-seat reconnaissance plane, my combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Wang Zhong, I'll take your plane, let's squeeze in. Can you see clearly? Amelia asked doubtfully. I can't see clearly, but I have a plug-in. Wang Zhong, you know I can see clearly. Because we are the new human race Davarish. Quickly feel what I mean. Amelia hesitated, but soon she shook her head. No, I thought about it, you are so tall and heavy, you can't fit into my clipped wings. In order to install a larger engine on my plane, the cockpit was originally it's crowded. I'm a girl and I'm slim, so I can barely move. If you come in, you might be so crowded that I can't even pull up the joystick. Wang Zhong thought for a moment, why not just put me in the auxiliary fuel tank, and I wouldn't have to look out with my eyes anyway. At this time, Amelia suddenly said, I remember that the Pei-3 reconnaissance plane you used to modify the Pei-2 was very good. Pavlov, these aerial photos are basically taken by Pei-3 type. At present, this kind of fast reconnaissance aircraft is rarely intercepted by the Prasen Air Force. Amelia, then it's not enough to drive this one. It's just a two-seater. If I really encounter an enemy plane, I can use my ability to fight it. Wang Zhong immediately agreed, okay. Just use this. Chapter 496 Aerial Reconnaissance. Because the enemy was in an urgent situation, Wang Zhong did what he said. Of course, another reason is that he is afraid that Pavlov will change his mind and object. Although it is not impossible for Wang Zhong, as the commander of the front army, to have his own way, he has cooperated with the old Pavlov for so long and is a truly close comrade in arms, so he still needs to be given face. Half an hour later, Wang Zhong, who had changed into new pants and leather shoes, appeared at Abawahan Airport. As soon as they reached the tarmac, a jeep with the Air Force logo came speeding from a distance and braked suddenly in front of Wang Zhong. Gregory protected Wang Zhong in time, blocking the jeep with his body and holding the thread-cutting machine ready to fire. The commander of the aviation force attached to the front army jumped out of the jeep, tidied up his military appearance, and then stood at attention and saluted, General. You can't go to the sky. Now that the Prasen Air Force is frequently dispatched, we can't bear the risk of losing you. Wang Zhong introduced Amelia beside him to the commander of the aviation force. This is Miss Amelia, the ace pilot of the United Kingdom. She has been fighting with the Prosenians for 3 years. 4 years. Amelia corrected, I have been fighting Prasen since Melania was invaded. At that time, I was in the Expeditionary Force Air Force. Although the ground was fighting quietly, the air was still fighting. Fiery. Wang Zhong, look, she has been fighting with the Prosens for 4 years, and she has not been hit by the Prosens fire once. She will definitely be able to bring me back unscathed. The Air Force commander had a sullen face and looked very embarrassed. At this time, Colonel Koryanin of the 11th Destroyer Regiment ran over, followed by 2 major pilots wearing gold stars. He first saluted Wang Zhong, and then said eagerly, General, the air is really chaotic now. The enemy we all know about the attempt to assassinate you. Wang Zhong, if it were you, would you send a 6-engine heavy bomber to assassinate the enemy's senior general? Colonel Koryanin was stunned. Huh? 6 rounds? I remember that Prosen's heavy bombardment was not too fast, right? It shouldn't be able to catch up with the C-47. This is not reasonable. Wang Zhong, right? We just ran into enemy bombers, and in the end we were shot down by friendly fire. Koryanin was shocked. Who is so bold? They must be the remnants of the Quick Victory faction and the remnants of the Surrender faction. They should all be killed. Wang Zhong, I believe it was an accidental attack. Anyway, I need to conduct aerial reconnaissance myself and drag the Pei-3 in the best condition out of the hangar immediately. Colonel Koryanin waved his hand. We sent the 2nd Squadron with the highest results to escort. Wang Zhong pressed down the hand he had just waved out. Don't be like this. 1 Pei-3 followed by 12 MiG-3 escorts, this is too ostentatious. One of the 2 young men behind Colonel Koryanin took a step forward. Okay, let's pretend to perform an air superiority patrol mission and set up 8 loose 2-plane formations above the reconnaissance aircraft. In this way, no matter where the enemy attacks from, they can quickly rush down to cover. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that there was no harm in being a little safer. He really didn't want to imitate some admiral who had a good life. So he nodded in agreement. Koryanin was overjoyed and turned around and ordered, 2nd Squadron, prepare for attack immediately and take off with the general. At this time, the commander of the aviation force said loudly, General. You haven't convinced me yet. Just let ordinary pilots do things like taking photos. Why do you take such risks? Wang Zhong, you will know when I come back, Air Force Commander de Walishi. Amelia said from the side, he is different, he and I both have the ability to sense. I am too clear, I can feel where the enemy is. Well, with the witch by your side, many things will be easier to explain. The commander of the aviation force hesitated for a few seconds, finally got out of the way, and ordered, drive out the Pei-3 that is in the best condition. However, Miss Amelia, you have not received training in driving the Pei-3, can you really drive it? Wang Zhong thought to himself, Commander, You don't understand this. It's the first time a new human enters the cockpit of a Gundam and he can drive that thing to beat up professional soldiers with dozens of times his experience. This is the gold content of the new human. Amelia said proudly, don't worry, I can learn all aircrafts at a glance. The commander of the aviation force seemed to be completely convinced at last, and took a few steps back with a worried look. Koryanin reassured him, with our second squadron, the Prosenians will not succeed, and the general will be safe. Come back, and then use the detected intelligence to count the Prosen people. While talking, a group of ground staff pushed a P-3 in front of Wang Zhong. The logo on the tail of the plane indicates that it belongs to the 3rd Air Reconnaissance Group, and there is also a line of Ant language written on the fuselage, for my brother Pietro. It seems that the younger brother of the crew member died under the iron heel of Prosen. Wang Zhong, where is the original pilot of the plane? I want to meet him and tell him that I asked Amelia to fly, not because I don't trust his ability. The commander of the aviation force looked embarrassed. He was shot through the shoulder by an enemy bullet. He used his last willpower to drive the plane back. He is in the hospital. The reason why the plane is in good condition is because there is no pilot. It has been thrown on the ground, and the ground staff have taken care of it. It is used as a training aircraft for new people. Wang Zhong, that's it? Then give him a bouquet of flowers for me in the hospital. Amelia had already walked to the plane first, and Wang Zhong hurriedly followed. The girl actually gasped when she climbed up the boarding ladder and saw the dashboard in the cabin. But that didn't stop her from getting into the cockpit. Wang Zhong also climbed up the ladder and sat in the observer's cabin. To be honest, the cabin was a bit crowded for Wang Zhong, probably because the design of the P-3 adhered to the consistent ergonomic principle of Ant, sacrificing space for performance. Amelia in the front seat cried out, "What's wrong with your seatbelt? I can't buckle it. It seems that the front armor is too thick." With a click, Amelia let out a long breath, and then began to read the words on the instrument panel, airspeed indicator, barometer. She read it like a menu. About 15 minutes later, Amelia said, I roughly understand how to fly this plane, let's go. Without waiting for Wang Zhong to reply, she raised her arm and issued a start command. So the ground crew holding the propeller began to push the propeller hard. After pushing it several times in a row, the propeller speed began to increase, and the engine exhaust pipe also spewed out thick smoke, and there were a few sparks flying. The roar of the engine hit Wang Zhong's eardrum. The ground crew removed the boarding ladder, gathered at the tail end of the wing, and pushed the plane to the takeoff runway. The 12 MiG-3s of the 2nd Squadron of the 11th Fighter Regiment also started their engines, and the propellers began to rotate. However, these MiG-3s were capable of taxiing on their own. They followed the PE-3 pushed by everyone and entered the takeoff runway one by one. Wang Zhong glanced at the back and thought that he would just take off like an elephant walking. At this time, Amelia looked back at Wang Zhong, wear headphones, I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Wang Zhong then took the headphones and put them on his head. The tower's Angsa language communication just drilled into his ears, but unfortunately he couldn't understand it. Amelia replied in Ant language, understood, I'm going to take off now. The roar of the PE-3 engine immediately intensified, and Wang Zhong was also pressed on the chair by an invisible big hand. From a bird's eye view, you can see that the PE-3 that Wang Zhong was riding was accelerating rapidly and then soaring into the sky. Wang Zhong was pressed tightly on the seat. Amelia's voice came from the headset, you are responsible for guiding me on how to fly. You hold the map board, right? Wang Zhong raised the map board in his hand and shook it at her. Then you guide me, and we will do a good reconnaissance. Oh, by the way, remember to take pictures. Wang Zhong, don't worry. After saying this, he lowered his head to observe the map. In fact, he switched to a bird's eye view, and then he issued the first instruction for this flight, head northwest by north, full speed. Okay. Amelia shouted. 35 minutes after takeoff, Wang Zhong highlighted the first transfer station. The highlighted Prosan people were busy under the camouflage net. When he got closer, he could see the piled up supplies through the camouflage net, including canned beer and cigarettes, as well as low-temperature engine oil and winter clothes. So Wang Zhong compared the bird's eye view with the map in his hand, found the exact coordinates, and then marked a transfer station sign with a pencil. Damn, this is much simpler than I thought. The most interesting thing is that the Prosan people may think that the hidden transfer station does not need anti-aircraft artillery, and setting up anti-aircraft positions will increase the risk of exposure, so they really did not set up anti-aircraft positions. Without anti-aircraft positions, it means that the anti-air force can blow up these supply stations easily. Wang Zhong suppressed his joy and pressed the camera button several times, and then issued a new heading instruction. Amelia turned the plane while asking, why, did you find the enemy supply station? Wang Zhong, yes, I found it. Now follow the new heading, maybe we can light up all the important supply centers along the enemy's transportation lines. Amelia, is that so? It's good to be useful. I said you are a witch like me. Wang Zhong deliberately ignored Amelia's words, and at the same time neatly marked the maintenance station where the Proson people repaired the truck. After a few hours of flight, Wang Zhong just got off the plane and stuffed the map with the Plauson supply nodes in his hand into the hands of the Air Force commander. Look at this. The commander's eyes widened. What? Wang Zhong, I took photos of each mark point. After the development, I will mark the locations of these targets in detail. By the way, these targets are not protected by anti-aircraft guns. The Plauson people seem to think that camouflage is the best protection. Air Force Commander, I will immediately organize a meeting of pilots from all bomber units of our army to assign airstrike targets. Wang Zhong, don't worry. Wait for the reconnaissance planes of other units to take more photos, and then let the pilots of each unit familiarize themselves with the route, and then go out in one go and blow up all the targets before the enemy reacts. Amelia, you can also airdrop the commander first and let them be responsible for target guidance on the ground. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh. Okay. That's it? Chapter 497, Going to a Turbulent Place Far Away, Update 1881. Chapter 497, Going to a Turbulent Distance, Updated 1881. October 17, 915, St. Catherine Castle, the capital of Ant, 1100 hours. While Wang Zhong was preparing to launch a large-scale airstrike on the supply system of the 6th Army of Prasen, Ludmila was packing her luggage. Mikhail, the housekeeper, advised, Madam, you have been giving birth for less than 3 months, you should rest. Winter is coming soon, and this winter may be as cold as last year, which is not good for you. Ludmila stopped and looked at Mikhail. Do you know that he has brushed shoulders with death twice? Mikhail, didn't the general brush shoulders with death more times last year? I was by his side last year, do you understand? Ludmila's voice was very serious. If the god of death wants to take him away, I hope I will be by his side to watch it all happen. I hope I can bring his body back personally. Mikhail, Madam, I can understand your idea, but I order you not to stop me. Ludmila was about to lower her head to pack her things, but found that Nelly had taken over her work. The little maid folded the clothes neatly and stuffed them into the box. After closing the box and locking the combination lock, Nelly looked up. The luggage has been packed. Ludmila looked at Mikhail again. Nelly will also return to him. Unlike me, his daily life will be taken care of by Nelly. If he is not in good condition and the command is wrong, Mikhail, you will become ant sinner. Mikhail looked helpless. I don't think the Duke will make a wrong decision because he is not taken care of. Ludmila, can you guarantee that there will be no such thing? Instead of persuading me here, you might as well consider how to take care of my son. Mikhail, don't worry about this. Our nanny has raised many young masters. Then I'm relieved. Nelly, you heard the sound of the car. Did you hear the sound? Nelly nodded. I heard it. It should be the car of the reserve army that came to pick us up. Mikhail seemed to be planning to make a final effort. I heard that the first mobile army is mobilizing. Madam, if you go with them, you will have someone to take care of you on the way, and it can also boost morale. Mikhail, Ludmila smiled slightly, I am also a soldier. When I told the church that I was going to the front, the transfer order for me came. Do you want me to take the lead in violating orders? Mikhail shook his head and finally gave up. No, I don't mean that. Just at this time, the sound of car brakes came from outside, followed by the sound of the horn, which made the cat in the room stand up suddenly and prick up its ears to be alert to the surroundings. Mikhail, let me carry your luggage for you. Thank you. Ludmila smiled, then put on her boat hat, put on the cloak issued by the church, and walked out. Nelly also put on her own boat hat, carried a large suitcase, and followed Ludmila. Mikhail picked up the bag on the ground and walked at the back. He was the last to leave the room and closed the door. The wind blew in from the window that was forgotten to be closed, passing over the empty dressing table and the empty crib. The baby had been given to the nanny to take care of. In the whole room, only the toy turntable for shaking babies was still turning gently, making a creaking sound. To go to the departure station of the military train, you need to pass the square in front of the Yeberg railway station. Before the war, this was one of the most crowded squares in Yeberg, and now it is even more crowded. The car that Ludmila was riding in had to slow down and pass through the crowd. Ludmila took the opportunity to look out the window and observe those who were seeing her off. Look, the girls are crying so sadly. She said softly, obviously, the boys are just going to the boot camp. These are the recruit trains that depart from the civilian railway station, so although the boys are wearing military uniforms, they have no military rank, not even privates. But this did not prevent the girls from crying. Ludmila suddenly saw a couple who were in reverse order. The girl was in a military uniform and had already held a military rank. She also had a red cross of a field nurse on her arm. The young man, who was a head shorter than her, was crying. The nurse girl grabbed the young man's cheeks with both hands, wiped his tears with her thumbs, and said something gently. Ludmila kept staring at the couple. At this time, someone in the square began to sing. It was not the song of the youth league members that had been sung many times, but an old song from the Civil War period. Countless young people sang the song with their ideals and rushed to the turbulent distance. The car passed through the square and entered the road on the side of the square. This road was full of large trucks. The jeep could only run in the gap between the large trucks and the shoulder of the road, overtaking one after another. The military vehicles were full of serious-looking anti-soldiers. They all had war medals on their bodies. These veterans who had recovered from their injuries returned to the team. Everyone had a serious expression. A few who were slightly relaxed also leaned against the guardrail of the truck and looked at the sky and smoked. Someone noticed Ludmila and whispered to his companion, "Look, isn't that General Rokosov's wife? She's going to the front right after giving birth." Ludmila just smiled at the soldiers. Finally, the jeep drove into the military transfer station that was converted from a freight station, passed the sentry post, drove onto the wide overpass, and flew over the busy station. Under the overpass are platforms lined up, some loading and unloading tanks, others loading and transporting ammunition and supplies. The leftmost platform is obviously a special personnel platform, crowded with recruits who have just finished training and veterans who have returned from injuries. The jeep drove down the overpass and stopped in front of a large group of nurses. The major driving the car said to Ludmila, "According to your request, no special carriage has been arranged. You will go to the front line with these nurses." As soon as the major finished speaking, the nurses who had noticed Ludmila for a long time asked in unison, "Are you General Rokosov's wife?" Ludmila got off the car and nodded to the nurses, "I am Captain Praying Hand Ludmila Vasilievna Rokosovna. I am very happy to be in the same car with you." The girls screamed, and at this time a nanny with a scar on her face shouted, "Stop making noise. Be steady. Shouting on the battlefield will attract artillery fire." The girls all quieted down and looked at the nanny timidly. The nanny came to Ludmila, "Captain, please don't cause the girls to scream casually, okay?" "Okay, I'll try my best," Ludmila said. The nanny glared at the girls again and turned to do her own things. As a result, Ludmila was immediately surrounded by the girls. "I heard that you and the general fell in love on the battlefield?" asked the freckled girl. "Well, the general and I are childhood sweethearts. We have known each other for a long time. If nothing unexpected happened, I would have been engaged to him. But he was not as outstanding as he is now." Ludmila originally planned to introduce herself and Rokosov in detail, but the girl got excited and chattered. "It seems that this version is the real one. Then Miss Ludmila must have also been favored by the former crown prince. The general and the crown prince have been competing for the lady." Ludmila, "Well, this." She raised one hand and wanted to interrupt the girls who were discussing themselves, but finally gave up and just stood by and looked at the young faces. After 26 hours, there was still 110 kilometers to above Akin. Ludmila just stood by and looked at the young faces. They lay side by side beside the railway embankment, and the youth on their faces had not even faded away. The surviving girls huddled together and cried. Ludmila began to fulfill her clergy duties, reading eulogies and sending the brave young men off for the last time. Not far away, the male soldiers were shouting slogans and trying to push the sealed cars destroyed by the Stuka off the railway. There were already many destroyed carriages lying in the deep pits beside the roadbed. Obviously, the enemy planes had too frequent air raids, and the people who were repairing the railway had no time to bury these carriages. Ludmila finished her last prayer and drew the symbol of the Eastern Holy Church on her body. She turned around and said to the girls who were still crying, "Come on, bury them. It's pitiful to expose their bodies in the wilderness." Although the girls' faces were full of tears, they still nodded. Just as they picked up the shovel, someone shouted in the distance, "They caught a Procon pilot." The anger and hatred of the crowd were immediately ignited, and many people were about to abandon their work and rush up to see what kind of bastard killed their friends. The officers shouted, "Keep working. Only by continuing to work can we better strike the Procon people. Find out the importance of the matter." Ludmila did not shout like the officers, but gently said to the girls, "Come on, dig." At this time, Neely came back and said to Ludmila, "The conductor said that the train can be opened tomorrow morning, and we will arrange our carriages at that time. Let's make a fire here to spend the night." Ludmila asked in surprise, "Make a fire? Is it okay?" "Well, it is said that the Procon Air Force never raids at night. I will make a fire, otherwise it will be cold at night." "Madam, you just gave birth to a child." Neely turned around and went to work, while Ludmila personally picked up a shovel and buried those young faces in the fertile yellow soil by the Valdai River with the surviving nurses. Late that night, Ludmila was suddenly awakened by singing. She sat up, pulled the church's cloak, and looked for the source of the singing. Then he saw a corporal playing the traditional anti-instrument, the balalaika, and another sergeant playing the bayan, an accordion-like instrument, by the fire nearby. They were playing a sad song. Tanks roared in the vast plain / soldiers fought the last battle / they carried the young commander / the bullet shot through his head. The raging fire engulfed the tank / the explosion shook the grassland / the young man wanted to live in the world / but he was no longer able to open his eyes. Ludmila stood up and listened to the sad melody. At this time, crying sounded. She turned her head and saw the nurses who had just buried their friends sobbing. Ludmila waited quietly for the song to finish. Then she planned to sing a song to change the atmosphere a little. After all, she was Rokosov's wife. Unexpectedly, a major put away the photos of his wife and daughter and blew a whistle. It was that song. The bayan and the balalaika players looked at each other and immediately followed the whistle. Ludmila counted the beats silently, and when the time came, she said, "It is an ordinary wish to always be in our hearts. May my dear hometown be beautiful, and may the motherland last forever. Listen to the roar of the wind and snow, and watch the shooting stars flying. My heart is calling me, to the distant place." In the soft singing, the crying gradually stopped, and the fighting spirit burned again in everyone's heart. Chapter 498 Raid. While Ludmila played her role as a clergyman and sang loudly to boost morale, in the area controlled by Prasen, the Commando Konov landed with both feet on the ground. Then he fell on his butt. Konov stood up cursing, "Why do I have to squat on my butt every time I skydive?" Casino, who landed first before him, walked over while retracting his parachute. "It's because you have been trying to be lazy during parachute training, so that's why you are like this. Stop talking nonsense, we are in enemy-occupied territory, maybe someone has seen the parachute, and will come search us." Upon hearing this, Konov quickly stood up and began to collect the parachute quickly. Casino first folded the parachute into squares and stuffed it into the camouflage bag. He found a nearby tree and stuffed it under the roots, and covered it with some fallen leaves and soil. Then he checked the weapons he carried. At this time, Ganav folded his parachute and found a tree. While hiding, he asked, "Have you seen where our weapons packs were thrown?" "I saw it. It's less than 100 meters to the north. Check the weapons and let's go get them." For the safety of parachute jumps, paratroopers cannot carry too heavy equipment, so in addition to sidearms and a few magazines, all heavy equipment and additional ammunition must be placed in special airdrop tubes and dropped. The commanda is different from the paratroopers. They need explosives, detonators, and other things to carry out special sabotage missions. Carrying airdrops with them is not only dangerous, but also easy to break, referring to the detonator, during the landing process. So generally each commandar group has a weapons box that lands together. Soon Casino and Ganav found the weapons box assigned to them and took out the timing device, explosives, and additional weapons. While arming himself, Ganav asked, "Do you want me to steal some of Prasen's military uniforms? It just so happens that you can speak Prasen, so you can tell the truth if something goes wrong." Casino, "Come on, if we wear what we are wearing now, we are soldiers and enjoy the protection of the Geneva Convention. If we put on the Prasen uniform, we are all spies, and there is no convention to protect us." Ganav, "Do you think Prasen will abide by the convention? We have all been captured. We can only take a gamble. It is best not to be captured. Fortunately, this mission is very simple. We only need to instruct the Ant Air Force. We don't have to bomb it ourselves, so we can sneak in and stay. Time bomb, then quietly come out and go to the next target." Ganav asked doubtfully, "Then you still bring so many explosives? I'm afraid of what will happen if the Ant Air Force fails to explode. Rokosov needs time to assemble his troops, and it's up to us to buy time. You're quite interested? You're not from Ant?" Ganav said. Casino sighed, "I fell in love with the doctors in the hospital. They actually have female doctors, can you believe it?" "What? A female doctor?" Ganav was shocked, "Can a girl go to medical school? It's not just a nurse trying to catch up, right?" No, I talked to her. She really graduated from medical school. I have never seen anything like this. I am really moved. Fuck you, you Castilian, when did you stop being tempted?" As he spoke, Ganav stuffed all the equipment on his body. "I'm ready, let us set up the bomb for your love. You should also find one." Casino said, "Auntie's girls are all very good, and they have a unique sense of beauty." "I don't know aunties, you bastard." Ganav cursed, stood up and wanted to leave, but suddenly squatted down. Casino was shocked, "What's wrong?" "Shh, listen. Casino lay down next to Ganef and soon heard the sound of the engine. It's like a Proson bucket truck. Casino was more familiar with engines and the like and recognized it right away. Sure enough, a barrel truck stopped not far away, and 4 Plosin people got out and kept saying something loudly in Plosin. Casino, they just noticed a plane flying over. They didn't see the parachute. They just came to confirm the situation. Fortunately, we can leave. Hey, wait a minute. Ganef pulled Casino, there are only 4 of us, we are in the whole car. It is very tiring to walk so far, and we have 2 goals, and there are still 10 kilometers between them. Woolen cloth. Casino thought for a moment and nodded, you're right, the whole car. So the 2 of them took off the explosives and stuff on their bodies at the same time and put them on the ground, pulled out their tactical knives, then split into 2 groups and tiptoed toward the 4 enemies, disappearing into the night. The enemies were spread out widely. Although they were in search mode, the safety of the 98K in their hands was not even turned on. After all, they were troops on the Eastern Front and had never encountered an attack from Comanda. The first unlucky ones were the enemies on the left and right wings. As if they were pulled into the darkness by invisible hands, the 2 people disappeared in an instant without even making a sound. The remaining 2 people were still talking loudly, not realizing that 2 of their companions had already died. After more than 10 seconds, one of the 2 finally felt something was wrong, turned around and asked, Hans? Hans, stop playing, I know you are scaring us both. Soon enough, Casino stood up in front of him and shouted, haha. The Prosin man was startled and was about to raise his gun, but his throat was cut with a knife. The last person was attracted by Casino, turned around suddenly, raised his gun and pulled the trigger, and then found that the safety was not on. Like a fish suddenly bursting out of the water, Ganef grabbed the Prosin man's chin with one hand, and gracefully slit his throat with a knife with the other hand. The last enemy fell suddenly, and Ganef raised his hand and threw the shiny object towards Casino, keys. I don't know which one is the car key. Casino took the key, you actually remember which enemy drove the car. Of course, it's not difficult. Casino ran towards the barrel truck, while Ganef quickly ran back to the place where they were hiding, picked up their equipment, and ran back again. In this way, the 2 set off in the car. At the same time, multiple Comanda groups landed in an area more than 100 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, rushing towards their assigned goals. They would plant time bombs in daytime bombing targets, and the fire and smoke caused by these bombs would indicate the targets for the Ant Air Force bombers. The reason for this is that many pilots in the Ant Air Force have less than 200 flying hours, and it is really difficult for them to directly identify targets. Moreover, Comanda is an experienced veteran and can choose the most critical targets to set up bombs, so that even if all air strikes miss, it can still cause certain damage. In addition, Comanda is also particularly good at puncturing car tires. The Plozans were completely unaware of all this. On the morning of October 19, at 0830 hours, the 6th Army headquarters of Prasen. Army Commander General Wilhelm von Friedrich entered the headquarters on time. The staff officers did not stop what they were doing to salute, but just raised their heads to say hello to Friedrich, good morning, General. Friedrich kept nodding in response until he reached the map table and then asked the Army Chief of Staff, is there anything I need to know last night? Many troops heard the sound of Ant aircraft, not night witches, but large transport aircraft. Many troops sent out search teams to prevent the Ant from airborne. The Chief of Staff reported, no enemies have been found so far. Admiral Friedrich nodded, and at this time the orderly brought coffee and breakfast to him and placed them on the table. The Admiral picked up the coffee cup, thank you, Hank. The old orderly nodded and turned to leave. At this time, the messenger broke into the headquarters, General. The Air Defense Observation Post discovered that the large fleet of Ant Army aircraft was flying towards our rear. Admiral Friedrich looked at the messenger, how many aircraft groups are there? Give me an accurate number. Messenger, there are many. Some observation posts said they saw hundreds of them. Chief of Staff, this should be the first thing the new front commander will do, but it's a little different from what I imagined. What? Admiral Friedrich looked at the Chief of Staff, you should have studied Rokosov carefully. Doesn't his action match your prediction? The Chief of Staff nodded, Rokosov should take immediate measures to quickly improve the situation faced by the Ant Army. He did this before in Yeysk. But, air strikes. The Ant Air Force attacked our army supply line before. The intensity of the air strikes is not low, but because of your excellent camouflage strategy, General, all the targets you bombed were false. I also learned my camouflage strategy from Rokosov. Admiral Friedrich smiled. I am not like the arrogance of the High Command, who naively thought that the Ant people were useless. In the end, Rokosov was SOV is having a great time. Chief of Staff, only by recognizing the enemy's strengths and learning from them can you become a famous general. General Friedrich smiled and asked, by the way, are our air defense forces ready? Once the disguise is seen through, we must quickly establish an air defense firepower network at key nodes. Of course, all anti-aircraft artillery units have been prepared. In just 1 hour, they can enter the preset air defense positions and provide anti-aircraft firepower. Very good, very good. Frederick squinted his eyes with satisfaction, looked at the map, and started drinking coffee. Then the phone rang. The Chief of Staff picked up the phone. Army Headquarters. Where was it bombed? What? Okay, got it. He put down the phone and looked at General Frederick with a serious face. General, our largest supply depot has been. The phone rang again. Sorry. The Chief of Staff picked up the receiver and said, Headquarters. What? Was it bombed again? At this time, more phone rings rang, and for a moment the entire headquarters was filled with the tinkling sound of phone bells, as if the 2 phone calls just now had awakened a cluster of monsters named telephones. Admiral Frederick maintained his posture of drinking coffee and looked at everyone in the room with a gloomy face. The Chief of Staff put down the phone, looked at the others, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then reported to Frederick, General, almost all key supply nodes of our army have been attacked by enemy air attacks. Admiral Frederick took a deep breath and put down his coffee cup. Let the air defense troops enter and prevent subsequent air strikes first. Then tell me, how did the enemy discover these supply nodes? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 499 Blood Debt. Prasen 6th Army Headquarters, an hour after the attack. A military police lieutenant colonel led 3 military policemen into the headquarters and came to General Frederick. General, we found this at the site of the air raid. The lieutenant colonel snapped his fingers, and a military policeman immediately came forward with the box in hand, opened it in front of General Frederick, and showed the completely charred remains in the box. Admiral Frederick, what is this? Lieutenant Colonel, our demolition experts believe that this is the timing device of the bomb. This is not a simple air strike. Before the enemy plane arrived, the time bomb exploded and created fire and smoke, indicating the target to the enemy plane. Admiral Frederick let out a sigh of relief. The military police lieutenant colonel looked puzzled. General? Why do you look so relieved? General Frederick, there are many legends about Rokosov, including one, he can determine the position of our army through special induction. Actually, there are records of some people possessing such abilities in Ant, Carolingian and the United Kingdom, but they are all ambiguous. I originally thought I had encountered the real thing. Now these time bombs show that there are guerrillas guiding the enemy's air force. The guerrillas got the intelligence, and then last night a large aircraft flew over our occupied area at night. It should have dropped explosives and timers on the guerrillas. In this way, this matter suddenly changed from the category of strange power and chaos to a scientific and logical category. As soon as the admiral finished speaking, the chief of staff said with an ugly expression, but now Rokosov's affairs have become ambiguous, closer to those rumors. Frederick, don't scare yourself. Now that you know it was done by the guerrillas, the rest is very simple. Fellow military police, your task is to clean up the guerrillas. Find a way to get those Ant employees in the logistics system to confess, who behaved abnormally last night. It would be better if they could directly confess who is the guerrilla. The military police lieutenant colonel saluted General Frederick. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the mission. After the military police left, Frederick turned to the chief of staff. In order to avoid the situation, we asked each unit to stock up on ammunition. Are these ammunition and fuel okay? It's okay. The chief of staff lowered his head and looked at the report in his hand. Strange to say, all the sites that were attacked this time were all on the same line. It was as if someone was flying through these sites and found them all. Same. Frederick, really? This is indeed a bit strange. If it is a guerrilla report, it cannot be reported only on this line. Yes, the same is true for the trader's report. He can't only report the location of the station on this line. The chief of staff touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. It's too weird, really weird. I should ask the Air Force, have any of Ant's planes flown this route in recent days? General Frederick nodded. You really should ask. Even if you worry too much, it's still good to confirm. Where is the Air Force liaison officer? I'm here, General. The Air Force colonel seemed to appear out of nowhere and stood beside the two of them. Admiral Frederick, I need the activity records of Ant Air Force these days. It's best to get them all and we can send staff to sort them out ourselves. Air Force colonel, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. We will sort it out and give you the results. No, no need, we can just sort it out ourselves. Well, I'll try to convince the Air Force commander. General Frederick suddenly changed his mind and raised a hand to stop the colonel who was about to make a call. No. No need, I'll call the commander of Army Group B, and he will talk to the commander of the aviation force. Chief of Staff, it makes no sense. We are not allowed to directly command the Air Force. Instead, we adopt the liaison officer system. This is His Majesty's way of checking and balancing us. Even looking for the Army Group headquarters will not change this. I heard that the commander of the anti-front can directly command the Air Force under his command. This is so enviable. Frederick nodded in agreement, and then brought the topic back to the original direction. Since the ammunition and fuel we hoarded are fine, let's use these to launch an attack. Rokosov's attack on our logistics is just to make us stop. It shows that he is weak now. We must seize the time and go all out to attack. Chief of Staff, it makes sense. But the artillery shells we reserve are only enough to maintain heavy artillery firepower for about 2 days. After all, we have just advanced here and don't have much time to accumulate heavy artillery shells. Frederick waved his hand. 2 days will be enough. Maybe in 2 days we can pierce through it and see the beach of the inland sea. The person opposite is Rokosov. I watched him the whole time when he was guarding Yeysk. How did we get reinforcements? There was a steady stream of troops. It is said that he is the god-brother of the Tsar and is very favored by the Tsar. Any troops he wants will be given by the Ant Command. The railway on the east bank of the river must have been crowded with trains transporting troops. There's no telling how many troops we will face in 2 days. The Chief of Staff hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed with General Frederick. You are right, no one knows what we will face in 2 days. I will now order the troops to launch an attack with the ammunition and fuel accumulated in their hands. Our original attack plan also included feints in secondary directions. Now we can concentrate the fuel and ammunition used in the feints. The original feints, the mobile troops only carry basic ammunition and are stationed in place. Admiral Frederick, yes, that's it. We must use a swift attack to accomplish our goal, and at least expose Rokosov's flaws, so that when our logistics recovers, we can give him a fatal blow. On October 19, at 19:30 hours in the evening, the Plosin Integrated Supply Station Odin, radio call sign. Under the bloody sunset, 1,000 Ant employees who were employed by Prosen and worked here lined up in 5 rows and looked silently at the fat military police colonel on the lectern. The lecture platform was actually a Panzer IV tank. Because it only had a short-barreled gun, it was handed over to the rear security forces and military police, and then became the fat colonel's vehicle. When the Desert Fox became famous, some young officers in Prosen began to use tanks as their own vehicles. After Ants Rokosov became famous, the trend of using tanks as vehicles really became popular. And the more senior officers with poor military standards and the less popular they are with the troops, the more they like to do this, as if they are qualified officers as long as they sit on a tank. The fat military police colonel was one of them. He stood on the tank and shouted in broken Antese, I want to know who installed the explosives in the supply depot. We have found the remains of the detonator and know that it was one of you who did it. If you take responsibility for your actions and stand up straight away, I can let other innocent people go. If you don't stand up, I will use the 11-to-1 killing method, and kill one of every 11 people. Now, the first one. The military police immediately pulled out the 11th person in the first row. He was a child who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. When he was caught by the military police, the child shouted, Don't come out. Uncle of the guerrillas, don't come out. My brother is also in the guerrillas. Tell him for me. Gunfire rang out. The fat military police colonel blew the muzzle of the Luger pistol with satisfaction and said to the military police, Throw the body into the pig pen, the pigs are eating meat today. 2 gendarmes dragged the child's body away, leaving a scarlet trail of blood. Colonel, the courage is commendable. But such a brave boy died in vain and became pig food just because you guerrillas were greedy for life. He died because of you, because of you. 1,999 Ant employees were silent, looking at the domineering military police colonel with cold eyes. Colonel, humph, your greed for life and fear of death are surprising. Then the next one. Immediately, a middle-aged man with half-white hair was pulled out. Do you have anything to say? Old man? You must be more sensible than a hot-blooded child. The old man looked at the colonel. Yes, I'm sensible. My grandson had a fever, so that's why I didn't retreat. In such a cold weather, I was afraid that he would die on the road. I joined your mercenary team just to support him. I have betrayed my neighbors, and the whole city. Do you think the guerrillas will stand up for me? No, Colonel, they won't. They'll just watch me die. As soon as he finished speaking, the colonel pulled the trigger. Keep it going, he said irritably, everyone is always like this. Why don't you cry and beg for mercy? Which of you will cry and beg for mercy? The 998 Ant people were silent, but the silence was thunderous. Then let me ask another question, the colonel gritted his teeth and said, let me ask you, who saw someone acting abnormally last night? As long as you speak out, the Prosen Empire will not treat you badly. No one answered. The colonel paced back and forth and continued to question, who saw it? Even if it was just to catch a glimpse of something. Suddenly, someone said, give up. After today's bombing, we can all see that you are about to fail. It's going to rain soon, and then winter is coming. You will fail in the winter. Who said that? The fat colonel was overjoyed. Catch him. Soon, a man in his late 30s was brought to the tank. Fat colonel, your mobilization method is very good. You are the gorilla. The male laughed loudly. How I wish I was. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have been working hard these days, and I used clothes hanging to dry in the dormitory to write words. Today they finally saw my words. Ha 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 ha. It's you. The fat colonel raised his hand and pulled the trigger, but the gun jammed. Damn it. He was furious and pulled the slide of the Ruger pistol wildly, finally pulling out the unfired bullet and loading it again. He raised the gun a second time and pulled the trigger. But the gun still didn't go off. The fat colonel pulled the slide frantically for the third time. After troubleshooting, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. However, the hammer clicked and the bullet did not go off. This time it seemed that the primer had failed. Damn it! The colonel cleared the obstacle for the fourth time. The men were still laughing. Gorillas. Are you watching? Let's laugh at the enemy's incompetence together. Ah, gorillas. Take me away quickly. Chapter 500 Gorillas in Action. Ganef suddenly turned around and looked at the supply depot behind the team where the fire had been put out but black smoke was still rising. Hey, Casino, stop. Why do I feel like someone is calling us? Casino had already walked far away, and he stopped helplessly and looked back. Let me remind you that we are in enemy-occupied territory and may encounter Prasen's patrol team at any time, or simply regular troops on the march. We have to hurry up, join the team and head to the evacuation point. Ganef stared at the black smoke in the distance for a few seconds, sighed, and turned to follow Casino. After walking a few steps, he suddenly said, do you still remember the mission of Navarone? We were chased by the Prasens and fled into a village, and happened to encounter a wedding being held in the village. Casino sighed, how could I forget? The locals helped us, Ganef continued to recall. They changed our clothes and let us sit among the guests. The bride even danced with me. Casino's hurried pace gradually slowed down, and he recalled with Ganef, at that time, the bride's sister pulled me to dance together. Although I don't know their traditional dance, I am a Castilian. Yes, Officer Prasen and their Ministry of Internal Affairs agents led people around the wedding, and in the end they didn't find a few of us dancing in the most conspicuous place in front of them. These Prasen people are just too rigid. Can't cope with this situation, Ganef recalled and laughed at the same time. But his smile quickly faded. Later, he said, after we escaped, we were walking in the mountains and saw a convoy of Prasen soldiers entering the village. The sound of submachine gunfire could not be heard. The house where the wedding was being held was on fire. The thick smoke could be seen from miles away. Gotta see. Casino's pace quickened again, as if he was trying to escape from this memory. Ganef, the local guerrillas who cooperated with our action sang a very cheerful song, which seemed to go like this. One morning, I woke up from my dream and the invaders broke into my hometown. Goodbye, my friend, goodbye, 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 guerrillas, take me away quickly. Casino was carrying unused explosives and 2 MP40s, and was whistling to the rhythm of Ganef as he walked. Ahead are the ruins of a farm, which looks like it has been destroyed for a long time. New vines have appeared on the charred walls, and small flowers have even bloomed. The two walked toward the ruins. As soon as they got within 100 meters, someone asked in broken Antese, Uncle Ivan. No, it's Aunt Ivanka. Casino replied in Antese with the same heavy accent. Then the ivy vines fell down, revealing the Comanda sniper hiding behind. Damn it, you two are just walking in the field without any cover, and the Prosens can see you 3,000 meters away. Ganef shrugged, the Prasen people are in chaos. At this time, Jonard, the leader of the team, emerged from the rubble. It's just you two. If you don't show up in 10 minutes, we will retreat. We show up, let's go, Casino said. Jonard nodded, let's go, the tunnel is in this ruins, this is Semyon Zakhaev of the guerrillas. Guerrilla member Semyon, the enemy now suspects that our guerrillas led the bombing and are searching everywhere, so you can only cross the line of fire by yourself. In addition, we have a better way. You can go directly by water. As long as you cross the middle the axis, which is the patrol area of the Antene River Fleet, is safe. Jonard, the general has notified the troops to meet us. It is faster to go forward. The enemy has just arrived. There should be gaps in the front line. The guerrillas nodded, yes, we can even obtain ammunition from the regular army. Now it is very simple to cross the front line. As long as the enemy does not attack, it is very easy. Ganef was delighted, Now that the enemy's supplies have been given to us, what are they going to use to attack? It will be at least a week before they recover. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of cannons was heard in the distance. Jonard, the only person who has ever been on a frontal battlefield, frowned. The enemy is preparing artillery fire. Are they going to attack? Downife's smile froze on his face. Can't you? Casino pushed him. Call you crow mouth. Speak louder. Pavlov shouted into the receiver. Didn't you eat? Louder. Wang Zhong looked at the furious Pavlov and couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder before turning to look at the others. The entire headquarters was filled with shouts of please speak louder. Wang Zhong had seen the scene many times and knew that the enemy must be attacking. The person who called over was rumbling with artillery fire, even if he raised his voice. The effect is limited to the maximum. Popov stood next to Wang Zhong with his hands on his hips. It looks like the Prosins have attacked forcefully. Wang Zhong, yes, looking at the scope of this shelling, it is estimated that the shells will not last for a few days. They want to penetrate us before we can organize a defense. Popov, how do they know that we now have only 8 divisions with 64,000 new combatants? Maybe people don't know. They just think that if we work so hard on logistics, the front-line troops will definitely not be able to do it. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Pavlov hung up the phone. The front line was severely bombarded, and the Provisional Infantry Division, which lacked training, was unable to withstand it. Well, Wang Zhong stood up and came to the map. The staff were constantly pasting signs of shelling on the signs of the front-line troops. The enemy's response to our actions was to attack. They actually bet on it. Correct. At present, the Ababahan front is mainly composed of the Balas Expeditionary Force who returned home and the 8 newly added divisions. The divisions of the Expeditionary Force had combat experience, but they only had combat experience with the Baras Puppet Army. They had just returned from such a far-away place and had only rested for less than a week, so they were quite exhausted. The 8 additional divisions at the grassroots level do not even have many experienced non-commissioned officers, and their morale is not particularly high. Maybe they were very ambitious when they first joined the army, but high morale is not easy to obtain. Only those who have been tempered on the front line through hundreds of battles. Only the Steel Division that came out had truly high morale. The earth is such a mess. Even during the Kurdish War in 1943, a large number of troops lost morale and ran away when faced with the Sandoku tanks. No, these 8 divisions had just faced the enemy's artillery fire, and they began to be unable to withstand it. Pavlov, get ready to fill in the troops. It just so happened that an infantryman from the 56th Army with combat experience got off the bus today. Let them fill in first. Wang Zhong, the 56th Infantry Army? Was it reorganized after being broken up, or has it been fighting all the way from last year to now? Generally speaking, the troops that have been defeated since last year should be guarded, right? Ant's losses in the war that started in June last year were too heavy. A less mobile unit such as the Infantry Corps would most likely have the title of guards as long as it was not wiped out. That's why Wang Zhong had this question. Pavlov, it was reorganized in February this year, and then participated in General Gorky's spring offensive. When we retreated from the ferry, we lost more than half of them, and went to the rear to rest and recuperate. Several regiments under the 56th Army have the title of guards, but the army no. Wang Zhong, immediately arrange for them to go to the front line, and keep the division with the most guards titles as the front army reserve. Yes. Pavlov immediately began to arrange. Popov suggested, we still have a reserve force in our hands. We have a division of naval infantry in our hands. There are 3 brigades in total. They are masters. Naval infantry divisions are larger than ordinary infantry divisions. A naval infantry brigade generally has more than 5,000 combatants. 3 brigades in a division have 15,000 combatants, which is about the same size as the divisions under Wang Zhong's 1st Mobile Army. Popov continued, in addition to the 393rd Brigade, which originally belongs to us, the naval infantry of these 4 brigades can join the defense of the fortified area when necessary. Wang Zhong, no, the naval infantry will do what the naval infantry does. I will take off today to scout the banks of the Valdechu River and find a place where the enemy's defense is weak to launch a landing operation. Pavlov, who was assigning tasks, was shocked. He raised his head and asked, you want to fly? When the enemy is attacking? Wang Zhong, of course. I am useless at the headquarters. You can just keep pushing the troops to the front line. I can't push them faster when I am here. But I have found the enemy's defense weaknesses through reconnaissance, and I can use the naval infantry to launch a landing operation. After setting up the pontoon bridge, send the 51st Tank Corps in from here and flank the enemy's waist. Pavlov came to the map. Instead of putting the 51st Army into the city, why not attack from the side? But if the enemy's tank troops counterattack, it will turn into a tank battle between the two sides, and we cannot defeat it. Wang Zhong, Being able to hold back the enemy's tank troops is a victory. Moreover, the Pulasans are very rigid in the use of troops. While they invest tank troops in counterattack, they will mobilize infantry to defend. There are more infantry outside the city, and fewer infantry entering the city. It's a simple mathematical problem, isn't it? Pavlov, indeed. But the tank troops will pay a heavy price. Those are the original T-34, with two-man turrets, facing the Prasen tank troops. Wang Zhong, I know the casualties will be huge, but now we have to save Abawahan. Start preparing according to this immediately. I will go to the airport to take a flight now. Report. Shouted a fresh-looking tank major. Wang Zhong glanced at him, but before he spoke, he introduced himself. I am Romanov, the commander of the 21st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment. We have 21 kV tanks ready to fight. Our tanks are strengthened for urban combat. After armored defense, let's go to the front line, Commander Devarisai. Wang Zhong came to the major who was much older than him and squeezed his shoulder hard. You guys arrived just in time, the enemy just launched a full-scale attack. I will send a support team to each of your tank platoons to ensure that you can reach front. Major Romanov smiled, that's great, General. We're just worried that we won't be able to reach the front line. Wang Zhong, this is my Chief of Staff. He will introduce you to the situation on the front line. Once you understand it clearly, let's go. Chapter 501 Commander Davarish occasionally abuses his power for personal gain. Dozens of minutes later, Major Romanov of the 21st Heavy Tank Regiment, who had received complete instructions, saluted Wang Zhong. General, I greet you for the last time. Wang Zhong, don't do it for the last time, come back alive. The major smiled, it depends on whether the Prosens are happy or not. They are equipped with new anti-tank guns. The KV's armor is not as reliable as last year. Wang Zhong could only say, cooperate fully with the infantry and make more use of the rugged terrain. The enemy's anti-tank guns will not be pushed in front of you so easily. I got it. The major saluted Wang Zhong again, I'm leaving. Wang Zhong returned the gift solemnly, and then watched the major leave. Pavlov, KV, last year a KV could stop the enemy for a day and a night. Now the KV is a target in the face of the enemy's rapidly increasing anti-tank firepower. So when will the heavy tank you propose to design be produced? Wang Zhong shook his head, how do I know? I'm just the one who made the request. How and when it will be implemented depends on the designers below. After all, Wang Zhong's plug-in has nothing to do with military production. Although he studied science, he did not have the ability to make various military equipment. If we are not lucky, the design requirements proposed by Wang Zhong in August may not be completed for 2 years, and the final time spent in combat will not be as long as that of Earth's IS-2 and T-34-85. Wang Zhong waved his hand, I'm going to investigate. I'll leave the headquarters to you, old man. Pavlov, don't worry, if you just keep adding troops to the front line, I'm better than you. When Wang Zhong arrived at the Air Force Reconnaissance Group station, the pilots were all shocked. They all stood up, General. Why are you here? Wang Zhong, come and borrow a plane to set off. You will know it when you see Amelia behind you. The pilots looked at each other, and finally the regiment leader asked, didn't you say that the enemy is attacking? You actually left the headquarters at this time. Wang Zhong, my chief of staff and I have a clear division of labor. When the enemy attacks, he is responsible for sending follow-up troops to the front line in a steady stream. He does this better than me, and there is no need for me to interrupt. So I came here to investigate. Find the enemy's weaknesses and change the entire situation. Oh, that's right. The pilots nodded. Amelia, which reconnaissance aircraft has completed its maintenance? It's all done, but you see, the airport is busy sending out bombers to support the front line. There is no time to refuel our reconnaissance planes. The planes are not loaded with ammunition, and there are no shells for the machine guns and cannons. Wang Zhong, just tell me my order, refuel and add ammunition to the aircraft in the best condition. Also, I want the 4th Strike Fighter Regiment to send out a P-47 squadron to escort. Each aircraft in the squadron will carry 2 1,000 pounders. You are the commander of the front army, you have the final say. At this time, the jeep with the Air Force logo drove over. It swerved in front of Wang Zhong. The Air Force commander got out of the car as if he was thrown out of the car. He stood at attention in front of Wang Zhong and saluted, General. Headquarters is calling. The phone said you were coming, so I came over from the Air Force headquarters bunker. Wang Zhong, call me Commander Decisively, call me General, you and I are both generals, no one can tell the difference. Yes, Commander Devarisai. What are your instructions? Wang Zhong, refuel the reconnaissance plane, load ammunition, and choose the 4th Strike Group as the escort this time. I will find a way to indicate the target to them and let them explode. Air Force Commander, then I can hang a smoke bomb for you. It won't add much weight. If you throw it, it will produce colored smoke. It is suitable for indicating the target of the air fleet. Wang Zhong, wouldn't it affect the dive bombers aiming? No, it's not the kind of very dense smoke, it's more like a colorful strip. It was made by us to prevent the Prozen's target indicator bomb. Their ground troops use this to indicate the Stuka's target. Commander of the aviation force, he said excitedly, but his excitement immediately cooled down visibly. He sighed and continued, we have issued some of these to the frontline troops, but they have not used them at all, or they have used them without communicating with the bombers in the air. Wang Zhong knew without thinking that they distributed smoke bombs to temporary infantry divisions with no combat experience. Wang Zhong, next time, try to assign this thing to the naval infantry. They are all educated, have subjective initiative, and can use advanced equipment. Air Force Commander, okay, I'll give it a try. Also, the plane can be ready in half an hour. Please go to the Air Force headquarters during this time, so that we can let you know as soon as possible if there is any news from the front army. Wang Zhong, no, I have a walkie-talkie with me. Chief of Staff Pavlov will call me if something goes wrong. I prefer to stay with the soldiers. I mean, with the pilots. We are also your soldiers. The leader of the reconnaissance aircraft group said proudly, you are already a role model for us. You brought back so much information in one reconnaissance and took clear photos of the target. Our military commander has launched activities to learn from you. The leader looked at the man dressed as a priest next to him. The bishop immediately said, General, please take a look. This is the points table we made. Whoever takes a photo of a valuable target will have the photo posted here, and the entire crew will get points. When the points reach a certain level, you can apply for a medal. Wang Zhong listened to the explanation with great interest. When he heard this, he suddenly interrupted, you can't just reward medals, but also reward vodka and cigarettes. We have now passed the most difficult period last year, and we still have enough alcohol and cigarettes. Yes. The priest was embarrassed, we are pilots, and our treatment is much better than that of the infantry. We would have been rationed cigarettes and vodka. Wang Zhong smiled, you guys. Your treatment sounds better than mine. That can't be done. You have chef series. It's been spread all over the world recently. The pilot who spoke gave it a try and stared at the people around him before saying, that cook can do anything with a piece of tofu or an eggplant. It's so hot that you can smell it from a street away. Wang Zhong thought that was not the case. The braised tofu and braised eggplant were both cooked over high fire, so they had a strong smell. Once the oil was hot, the smell was all over the street. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, well, whoever has enough points, I will ask my chef series to treat you all to a meal. I will eat with you and let my orderly pour you wine. The pilots who were still noisy all fell silent and looked at Wang Zhong. The flight leader asked on behalf of everyone, really? Before Wang Zhong could answer, a pilot shouted, can I dance with your orderly? Wang Zhong, that won't work. That's my orderly. Although I'm not running a harem, I just can't dance. But Wang Zhong immediately said, but, I can let you dance with the nurses in the field hospital. The pilots cheered, but some were not satisfied, where is the girl from the laundry team? Wang Zhong, dance too. Hurrah! The pilots cheered in unison. At this time, a ground crew major ran over and saluted, report to the general. The plane is ready. The fuel and bombs are full. Here is the maintenance note. Please sign it. Amelia took the maintenance note, that is, the maintenance list, I have to actually see it. But please come with me, General. Okay. Wang Zhong nodded decisively, and before leaving, he said to the military bishop, the situation of your competition is very good. We need to promote it. In addition, I think we can let the 4th attack group and the 5th attack group compete. Let's see who can blow up more trains. We can also do something about fighter jets. Yes. The military bishop saluted Wang Zhong as if he had received some vital mission. 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong was flying over the west bank of the Valdecho River. In order not to be hit by the small-caliber anti-aircraft guns of the Prozen's, Amelia flew at an altitude of 3,000 meters this time. The P-47 fighter jet is ready to dive down and drop bombs at any time at an altitude of 5,000 meters. In addition, listening to the conversation on the radio, there should be a squadron of Jacques nearby, but they were fighting the enemy and probably didn't notice Wang Zhong's landline and the P-47 in the air. Wang Zhong could hear the pilot's urgent shouting in his earphones, Sergei. Circle right. Circle right. The enemy is behind you. Where did he go? I lost my target. Misha, don't follow. If the enemy pulls him up, let him go. I can't go back, Ivan, I can't go back. Although Wang Zhong had been investigating the ground, he still felt uncomfortable hearing these conversations. The Air Force Fighter Force is still flying a variant of the Yak-1. When the new engine he negotiated with the United States this year arrives, the engine can be upgraded and pilots can fly the Yak-3, known as the Low-Altitude Perpetual Motion Machine. He softly wished the pilots good luck, while drawing the location of enemy riverbank observation posts on an aviation map and taking a photo. At this time, Amelia said through the internal communication, "Your reconnaissance last time was frighteningly accurate, so you are indeed my kind, right?" Wang Zhong, "No, I just felt that there was a problem there based on my feeling. I also know that there are enemies 3 kilometers away based on my feeling." Amelia replied, and smiled, "There is no need to play tricks on me. Maybe, I am the only person in the world who can fully understand you." Woolen cloth. Wang Zhong just laughed. Suddenly, Amelia said, "Wait a minute. I feel something. I want to leave the current route first." Wang Zhong, "What's wrong? Do you sense the enemy's high-value target?" "No, I sense a target of very high value to you." As she said this, without waiting for Wang Zhong's permission, she circled right and flew to the east bank of the Valdechu River. Wang Zhong looked confused, and a question from the 4th Attack Group came over the radio, "What's going on?" "You're off course, General." Wang Zhong, "Follow me, don't get lost." Amelia said, "There is a target of very high value to me. Look down." The plane turned sideways, allowing Wang Zhong to easily see the ground below through the cockpit glass. He looked down and saw the blonde girl spreading her arms as if she wanted to embrace the sky. Even without switching the bird's eye view, Wang Zhong knew who he saw. Ludmila, the love of my life. When Ludmila saw the bomber, she didn't pay much attention, but suddenly, she felt something. She raised her head and stared at the growing plane. Then he started running. Due to the reduction in transportation capacity caused by enemy bombing, non-key personnel like them were asked to get off the bus and walk the last 50 kilometers. Of course, as the wife of the commander of the front, Ludmila could get special treatment, but she chose to walk the last distance with the young nurses. Now, she ran up the mound on the side of the road, opened her arms, and shouted to the sky, "Hey! I'm here." The plane passed over her head, and the wind from the engine made Ludmila's long hair dance wildly. This moment lasted less than a second, and then the sound of the plane's engine quickly faded away. But Ludmila stood on the mound and laughed. Nelly climbed up the mound in confusion, "Who is on the plane?" "Yes." At this time, the plane flew back and danced in the air like a fairy. Ludmila covered her mouth, but still laughed out loud. Wang Zhong looked at the ground and whispered, "Okay, don't delay the reconnaissance mission." "Amelia, damn it, I actually helped a man to please another woman." Wang Zhong, "Thank you for your fairy dance. Thank you so much." As he said this, he looked down at Ludmila on the ground and whispered in his heart, "This is the most romantic thing I can do for you on this cold and cruel battlefield." Chapter 502, Heading to Hell, updated 1981. Chapter 502, Heading to Hell, updated 1981. Although he went to have a romantic time with his wife in the middle, Wang Zhong still returned to the Abawahan Air Force Base on time. On the way back, he also used smoke bombs to guide the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment to attack an artillery position in Prosan. After landing, the Air Force commander personally pushed the boarding ladder over. "How is it, General, what did you find?" Wang Zhong, "We found a good landing point, and asked the Navy commander to go to the front command for a meeting. Also, has there been any news from the front command during the time I was in the sky?" "No." The Air Force commander shook his head, "We only know that we have lost 7 or 8 front-line positions, and the enemy is advancing deep into our territory." Wang Zhong, "How many troops have gone to the front line?" "There are military vehicles driving out of the train station all the time, and the bridge across the Valdai River is also full of military vehicles. Troops are continuously heading to the front line." Wang Zhong nodded and was about to move forward. Suddenly, he remembered something and said to the Air Force commander, "Develop the photos. Then send them to the front command as soon as possible. I will personally mark the important targets in the photos." "Yes." The Air Force commander was obviously almost 20 years older than Wang Zhong, but he still stood at attention and saluted Wang Zhong like an ordinary private. In fact, it was normal. As Wang Zhong personally went to the sky, the Air Force pilot's favorability towards Wang Zhong soared at an astonishing rate. Maybe it was because Wang Zhong was just a legendary figure before, but now he became a comrade in arms who sacrificed his life with the pilots, and the distance between them was shortened. Wang Zhong was about to get on Gregory's car when a ground crew member called him, "General. How about preparing a reconnaissance plane for you with a special paint job?" Amelia immediately said, "This is not good. The enemy will also sum up their experience. They will focus on the general's special plane to intercept. Although my flying skills are first class, bullets are ruthless, and the general may be injured. Wang Zhong, your suggestion is very good. You can paint a reconnaissance plane all red. Red is my representative color. Elisha. Emilia actually called Wang Zhong by his nickname. This won't work. Wang Zhong, listen to me. When the enemy notices it, we can use this red plane as bait and let the most experienced pilot fly it. In this way, we can secretly conduct reconnaissance. When we are not flying, we can also use this red plane to disrupt the line of sight. For example, when we want to counterattack, we can use the red plane to fly a feint attack direction first. Wang Zhong gestured and looked at Emilia after he finished speaking. Do you understand what I mean? Emilia stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. You are so cunning, you are actually a villain, right? No, Ceres has a classical wisdom that says that bad guys will do anything, so good guys can never beat bad guys. In order to punish evil and promote good, good guys must be more cunning than bad guys. In fact, Wang Zhong did not see this truth from some profound book, he saw it from Stephen Chow's movie Justice, My Foot. If you think about it carefully, that story is quite incorrect. In the end, the good guys won the victory by relying on their relationship with the emperor, tricks, and the purest foul mouth. It's quite black humor. After Wang Zhong finished talking about the truth he got from the movie, everyone nodded. It makes sense. In order to defeat the bad guys, you have to be more cunning than them. Emilia, you convinced me, cunning admiral. Wang Zhong, you're welcome. After saying that, he got on the jeep. Emilia jumped onto the seat next to him like a swallow. Gregory immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep rushed towards the gate of the airport. At the same time, the 21st Tank Regiment command vehicle broke through. Captain Romanov leaned his upper body out of the turret, took off the tank soldier's soft hat, and let the wind blow his wet hair. The infantry major who hitchhiked asked, I heard that the Proson tankers don't need to wear the soft hat, is that true? Yes, I've seen their tanks, they are very spacious, and they are more stable when driving, so there is no need to worry about hitting your head. Captain Romanov patted the top cover of the turret. Look at our stuff, this is still a heavy tank, you sit in the T-34, it can shake you and vomit all the overnight meals. The major laughed, I've sat in the T-34, it's really uncomfortable. It's okay on the road, but it's a physical job to avoid falling off when off-road. Romanov and the major laughed together, and then he changed the subject. Are you going to the new unit to be the regiment commander? Yes, I was shot in the shoulder before. By the way, my shoulder is the same shoulder as General Rokosov. But the general was just grazed, and my bullet hit the shoulder blade, and it seemed to be stuck in the cartilage. It took surgery to remove it. The major gestured. Major Romanov was amazed. I really envy you, our tankers are either unscathed or burned to ashes with the tank. The infantry major hummed, a young commander, the head has been pierced by a bullet. Major Romanov also sang along, the armor-piercing bullet hit the tank, goodbye dear comrade. 4 crew members. No, we are a 5-person crew. The infantry major laughed. At this time, in Romanov's headphones, all the members of the KV tank laughed. It was obviously a sad song, but the two majors sang it with great courage, not inferior to Proson's war song. Yes, it was the song Only Loyal Tanks Can Give Us a Steel Grave. At this time, the sound of artillery shells exploding came from the direction of advance. Although it was daytime, the light of the explosion still lit up the dark clouds covering the earth again and again. The flash was like lightning, and the rumbling sound of artillery was like thunder before a storm. Romanov looked ahead, opened his voice, and sang loudly, the young commander, his head has been pierced by bullets, his eyes will never open again. All the tankers sang together, the armor-piercing shell hit the tank, goodbye dear comrade. Even the infantry on the tank sang together. On both sides of the road, there were also infantry troops advancing towards the thunder and lightning in the distance, and they all looked at the tanks that were constantly overtaking. Suddenly, an infantryman shouted, Davarish. Beat up the Prosons for us. We'll be there soon. Don't kill all the enemies. I know how powerful you are. Yeah, leave some for us infantrymen. We have to walk up, so we always have to drink soup. Don't sing such sad songs. Sing something more inspiring. Then the infantryman began to sing the last courage, damn it, I still have the last grenade. Romanov slapped the top of the tank's turret, can you lose to the mud-legged people? Come on, speak louder. The young commander has his head pierced. The chaos lasted for a while, and when the tank troops finally surpassed the infantry, the mess stopped. At this time, the infantry major said, my position is in front, and there are people waiting to pick me up on the side of the road. Okay, stop the car in front. Romanov said loudly. The tank stopped perfectly in front of the people who came to pick up the infantry major. The major jumped out of the car and turned to salute Romanov, go ahead, Davarishi. Romanov saluted in return, see you in Prosenya, Dabar Ishi. Chapter 503, On the Nameless Heights. At 1030 on October 20, 1915, the outer position of Ababahan was 5 kilometers deep, at the Nameless Highland. The regiment's military chaplain Ilyich Ivanovich found the regiment commander. He gently closed the regiment commander's eyes, pulled out the pistol from his waist, turned his head and shouted, "Enter the position. Quick! The enemy is coming." He rushed into the communication trench and ran towards the position that had been bombed to pieces. The surviving soldiers followed him and rushed into the position along the communication trench, but everyone looked confused, and obviously had not been freed from the fierce bombardment just now. Ilyich shouted, "Wake up! It's okay to be unconscious, just give your body to the usual training. The body knows what it should do. Push the machine gun to the machine gun position. There is also a 45mm gun. Quick!" The position of the Nameless Highland was built according to the latest defense manual. This latest manual is said to take into account the lack of training and low morale of the front-line troops, and try to make the mobilized soldiers play a sufficient role as much as possible. Now it was time to test whether the experience in this manual was useful. Ilyich came to the machine gun and patted the gunner on the shoulder. "The distance has been measured, the scale is set, you can hit people without aiming, don't be nervous." The gunner took a deep breath and looked even more nervous. At this time, the roar of the engine came from the bottom of the mountain. After a while, the sandbags next to the machine gun vibrated, and the fine sand and stones on the surface jumped like water drops in a wok. Ilyich took a deep breath. As a military chaplain and the highest-ranking officer on the battlefield, he could not panic at all. If he revealed a flaw at this time, the result might be the rout of the entire battlefield. After several deep breaths, Ilyich patted the machine gunner on the shoulder again. "I will walk around the position, keep calm, and open fire when the enemy passes the target." The machine gunner nodded repeatedly. Ilyich began to patrol along the position. Because the artillery fire destroyed some trenches, he had to squeeze through the collapsed areas from time to time. He encouraged morale as he walked. "The enemy is also human. If they are hit by bullets, they will die. If the machine guns sound, they will be scared. Make good use of your weapons." At this point, Ilyich happened to walk to the anti-tank gun group and said, "Aim at the enemy's observation port." "Observation port, understand." The man operating the anti-tank gun was a man who looked to be in his 50s, wearing a shabby military cap, and the cap badge was almost worn out. He said to Ilyich, "Father, don't worry. Don't call me father, the civil war is over, and the saint worshippers have been defeated." Ilyich said, "Well, Father Davarich, I have never hit the observation hole in training, never." Ilyich, "Don't worry, other people will not be able to hit it when they are nervous. You just need to shoot the bullet at the tank, create sparks, and scare the infantry around the tank, and you will complete the task. Also, the enemy's armored forces will be accompanied by half-track vehicles. This thing is quite effective against half-track vehicles." The uncle took a deep breath. "Okay, I will shoot when I see a half-track vehicle." Ilyich left the anti-tank gunner and continued to move forward, and then saw Stepan, one of the few veterans in the army, placing a row of grenades on the edge of the trench. "Stepan," Ilyich said sincerely, "it's up to you." The veteran just nodded and didn't answer. Ilyich continued to move forward, encouraging every recruit who looked like a wilted eggplant. Someone shouted, "Enemy tanks! There are still 800 meters." Ilyich immediately lay down on the edge of the trench and looked out. As expected, he saw an assault formation consisting of about 10 tanks, and the same number of half-track vehicles behind the tanks. The infantry could not be seen for the time being, probably because they were hiding behind the tanks. Ilyich drew back, waving his pistol and shouting, "Remember, use crossfire to clear the infantry following the tanks. After cutting off the infantry, throwing incendiary bombs at close range can destroy the tanks." In fact, Ilyich had never fought the enemy with real swords and guns. He used to be a parish priest in the district church. The most familiar job was to distribute sausages to the old men and women in the community, and while distributing them, he spoke well of the secularists and told them that these sausages were made by the secularist factories, not the gift of the Tsar. Ilyich's promotion speech showed that he was still very effective in this work. But now, he can only wave a small pistol that he was not very skilled in using, and recite the knowledge he learned from the manual. Suddenly, the battle line rang cannon fire. Ilyich stopped and looked at the anti-tank artillery position. His regiment was only equipped with outdated 45mm anti-tank guns, which had no effect on the Type 3 and Type 4 tanks with reinforced frontal armor. Even if the enemy was placed in front of them, they could not penetrate them. Therefore, the artillery position could only hide on the side of the entire position and wait for the enemy tanks to rush to the main position before firing, hitting the side of the tank, especially the area slightly above the suspension mechanism. If the artillery fired now, it meant that someone was panicking and hysterical. Ilyich shouted, "Don't fire! Damn it! Don't fire!" He shouted while running along the trench, approaching the artillery position on the side. But the artillery position was still firing, and the shells kept sparking on the Proton tanks, but it had no effect at all. Ilyich finally ran to the end of the main position, leaned out half of his body and shouted to the anti-tank artillery position, "Don't fire, bastard! See if it works." "I don't know." The second lieutenant commanding the artillery position looked at Ilyich, "The captain is dead, the captain is dead. I don't know what to do." "Stop first, wait." Suddenly, Ilyich felt something, and turned to look at the formation of the Prosens, just in time to see the moment when the number 4 tank equipped with a short-barreled gun opened fire. The sound pierced Ilyich's eardrums, and before he could lie down, the explosion occurred. The hysterical artillery lieutenant just now was gone, and Ilyich only saw the helmet flying high. The light mount of the 45mm gun was blown to the ground, followed by a chain explosion of unfired 45mm shells. The enemy continued to fire, and at least one platoon of short-barreled gun number 4 opened fire, and the anti-tank gun position was quickly engulfed in smoke and fire. "Sukabu!" Ilyich couldn't help but yelled. In theory, as a clergyman, he shouldn't have sukabu, but at this time, he couldn't care less. "Priest!" He heard someone shout, "Alexander has escaped." "What?" Ilyich turned around and saw Alexander holding Babisha and running backwards. He didn't even have time to pick up his helmet when it fell. Ilyich raised his hand and fired a shot, but it missed, but Peter, who had just left the position and was about to escape, hesitated. "Ilyich, Peter. Think of your sister. How sad she would be if she knew you were a deserter." Peter returned to the trench and lay down next to his comrades again. "Ilyich, I'm scared to death now. But we can't retreat. If we retreat, wouldn't those dead comrades die in vain?" As soon as he finished speaking, the observer shouted, "Enemy tank, 500 meters. Ilyich, machine gunners at the ready." At this point, the half-track accompanying the tank opened fire, machine gun rounds ricocheting across the trench. "Don't panic. The enemy is shooting intimidation, they didn't really notice where we are," Ilyich said. Observer, 400 meters. "Calm down and remember, after blocking the infantry, the bombardment team is ready." Observer, 300 meters. Ilyich felt that he should continue to talk about some precautions. No matter what, it would be able to stabilize the morale of the army to some extent. At this time, the vibrations caused by the enemy tanks had already caused dirt to fall off the walls of the trenches. The grenades placed by the soldiers on the edge of the trenches began to vibrate, and the tabs jingled. Suddenly, the machine guns started firing. Along with the chug, the observer shouted, 200 meters. "Ilyich, fire. Fire quickly. No need to aim, just shoot. There are enough bullets." The sound of machine guns and the firing of Babisha resounded throughout the entire position. Ilyich passed the anti-tank gun position again and saw the 50-year-old man firing a shot. The bullet arced and hit the half-track vehicle in the distance, creating a dazzling flame. The half-track stopped, and the people on board jumped out one by one, quickly lying on the ground to hide. "Ilyich, well done. Keep fighting." The uncle pulled the bolt of the gun, and the bullet casing was caught by the bullet hook and fell into the trench. The deputy shooter immediately inserted a new bullet into the chamber. Ilyich looked at the collaboration between the two with satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the number 4 turret turning around not far away. "Conceal!" Ilyich shouted, and at the same time, a flash of light erupted from the muzzle. The next moment, his consciousness was interrupted. I don't know how long it took, but Ilyich's vision recovered. His brain seemed to be filled with water and was about to explode like a water balloon. His ears could hear nothing except a buzzing buzz. He sat up and looked at the dull eyes of the old shooter in front of him. He was stunned for a second before reaching out and helping to close his eyelids. He looked around blankly and saw the deputy shooter holding his broken arm and wailing, and saw the anti-tank gun lying crookedly next to him. Ilyich remembered that he should fight and continue to fire the anti-tank gun, so he picked up the gun, set it up by the trench, found a random target and pulled the trigger. But the gun didn't go off. Ilyich wanted to pull the bolt to remove the obstacle, but found that the charging handle seemed to be welded and could not be pulled open. This gun is probably useless. He dropped the gun, picked up the cluster grenade placed on the edge of the trench, roared out of the trench, pulled the fuse, and threw it at the tank in the face. However, this time it was thrown closer, and the grenade fell on the ground in front of the tank, exploding a mud pillar 7 or 8 meters high. Immediately afterwards, the tank's tracer barge passed through the still falling mud and swept toward Ilyich. At this moment, he was grabbed by someone and dragged back to the trench. Tracer bullets crackled on both sides of the trench, and flying stones scratched Ilyich's cheek. The pain caused his brain, which had been blinded by the bombing, to quickly regain its composure. The tinnitus also subsided at this time. "You're crazy," said the veteran Stepan. "No matter how strong you are, you can't throw it over this distance. You have to wait until the enemy gets closer." Chapter 504 Minced Meat. Ilyich got up. "Thank you, you saved me. I saved you because if you fell down, this position would collapse. No one would be able to survive by then." Stepan picked up Ilyich's pistol and handed it to him. "You should go to the machine guns and see why they misfired. I'll organize the bombardiers to blow up the tanks." "Okay." Ilyich did not refute, but passed Stepan directly and ran along the trench towards the silent machine gun fire point. Stepan leaned against the trench wall and looked at the approaching Prasen tank. At this time, a nurse walked along the trench, checking the breathing of the people who fell in the trench. "There's no one alive here," Stepan shouted. "Go back to the aid station quickly, this place will be full of dead people soon, nurse." The nurse glanced at Stepan, directly pulled the soldier's arm on the ground, put it on her shoulders, then took a deep breath, and put the soldier on her back with one force. Stepan recognized that this was a technique taught by field ambulance teams. Even one person could carry a person who was much heavier than himself. Stepan watched as the nurse disappeared at the end of the trench carrying the man, who was slightly larger than him. "Be good," he muttered. At this moment, the fire PowerPoint that had just been silenced opened fire again, and Stepan also remembered that he was still on the battlefield and had important things to do. He took out the issued incendiary bombs and lay down on the edge of the trench, waiting for Prosan's tank to approach. As an experienced veteran, Stepan knows that the closer you are to a tank, the larger the blind area of the tank's field of vision. Therefore, the closer you are to the tank, the safer it is. If you are farther away, you may be hit by the hull machine gun and coaxial machine gun. Go and see the King of Hell. Of course, approaching an enemy tank requires tremendous courage, something that most recruits cannot do. The trenches exist for this purpose. As long as you lie down in the trench and lower your head, the tank will come to you on its own. Stepan listened to the sound of the tank's engine and counted 1, 2, 3 silently. Then he stood up suddenly and saw the tank just a few meters away from him, with the turret facing the other side of the body. The perfect angle for a sneak attack. Stepan pulled the match rope of the incendiary bomb, let the rope spit out red sparks like fireworks, and then threw it with all his strength. The incendiary bomb drew a perfect arc in the air and landed accurately on the tank engine radiator cover. Flames immediately covered the entire engine radiator. The commander first opened the hatch and leaned out, holding a submachine gun to look for the person who threw the incendiary bomb. As a result, Stepan opened fire first, and the bullet hit the turret and made a biu-biu sound. The commander maintained the posture of holding the submachine gun, fell backward, and stopped moving. Then the hatches of the tank were opened, and the tank crew got out and ran back. Stepan held his submachine gun and shot them all down with smooth and precise short bursts. At this time, the bombardier in a nearby trench threw an incendiary bomb, but it was thrown crookedly and only ignited half of the track of the tank. Upon seeing this, the bombardier immediately rushed onto the tank, preparing to lift the turret cover and throw the grenade into the vehicle. Stepan shouted, "Don't. The enemies will cover each other." As soon as he finished speaking, the following half-track opened fire, with machine guns hitting around the turret. Ant's bombardier fell backwards, clutching his chest. Stepan cursed, picked up a new incendiary bomb, and ran along the trench in that direction. By the time he arrived at his position, Prasen's tank had already crossed the trench. The body of the Ant bombardier who had just been killed was still hanging on the tank. Stepan immediately pulled the fuse, and with a hook, the incendiary bomb landed on the tank's engine radiator cover like a basketball shooting through the basket. Flames immediately covered the radiator grill. However, the tank was not immediately set on fire. The tank driver did not even know that the grill was set on fire and continued to drive the tank forward. Stepan cursed, picked up the cluster grenade on the ground, pulled the tab, and threw it onto the burning engine radiator grill. A puff of black smoke exploded behind the tank, and the advancing tank stopped. Stepan was ready with his submachine gun. As soon as the hatch cover opened, he opened fire and killed the commander who had just poked his head out. But this did not stop other tank crews from escaping from the tank. Stepan opened fire while shouting, "Aren't you singing military songs? There are only loyal tanks. Will you be given a steel grave? Where are the tanks now? What can you do? Keep escaping from the grave." As soon as he finished speaking, his babisha got stuck. He didn't care about clearing the obstacle, threw away the babisha, picked up a handful of babisha and continued to fire. On Ilyich's side, he ran to the machine gun position and found that all the machine gunners had been killed. "Sukabu!" Ilyich broke his command for the second time today. He pushed the machine gunner's body away while scolding him, and then tried hard to recall the content of the machine gun operation training. As the chaplain of the regiment, he is the person with the highest level of education in the regiment. According to the new military regulations, people with high levels of education in the army should master the skills necessary for all combat positions in order to quickly replace the fallen soldiers. That's why Ilyich can operate an anti-tank gun. But in the final analysis, an anti-tank gun is a rifle, which is relatively simple, and the machine gun Ilyich needs to recall. It should be like this. He began to check the gun according to his memory. It should be fine. Then put the ammunition belt and load it. Ilyich grabbed the handle of the machine gun, completely forgetting to check the scale, and just opened fire. The machine gun sprayed out flames and swept across the newly emboldened Prosan soldiers. Although it did not hit anyone, because the scale was not adjusted, it still scared everyone to the ground. Ilyich instinctively realized that the shot was too high, but he still did not adjust the scale and just lowered the muzzle of the gun. He did not hold the ammunition belt with one hand, but grasped the handle of the machine gun with both hands and fired, letting the ammunition belt twitch freely. It can only be said that fortunately, the Maxims distributed to the Provisional Infantry Division are all old things. The old design means that they are highly reliable, so there is no jamming. After firing a cartridge belt, Ilyich shouted while changing the cartridge, "Bullet belt! Someone bring the bullet belt! Priest! The enemy turret is turning towards you!" The observer shouted. Only then did Ilyich realize that a number 3 was turning its turret towards him. He stopped reloading and ran away dragging the machine gun. Maxim's machines all come with their own wheels and protective plates. The high explosive bombs arrived on the back foot. Fortunately, the Panzer III tank only had a 50 mm gun, and the explosive power of the high explosive bombs was about the same as a grenade. Ilyich just felt a push from behind, staggered a few times, and regained his balance. The observer ran over and said, "Go to the second position. You should go to the second position in the first place." "Okay, where is the second position?" Ilyich said as he took off his helmet and poured out the sand inside. "Follow me." Corporal Maria of the field medical team had already brought back 4 male soldiers who were much stronger than him. She placed the 5th male soldier at the door of the medical bunker and shouted to the doctor, "This one should have been shot in the abdomen. I gave emergency treatment." The doctor who was sorting the wounded came over and touched the wounded man's nose. "He is dead." Corporal Maria looked surprised. "He was still alive when I carried him on my back." The doctor pulled the dead man up, glanced behind him, and then said to Maria, "When you carried him over, he was hit by a shrapnel in his back. It's not your fault, it's his bad luck." Maria's loss was visible to the naked eye. At this time, the wounded man next to her said, "This is Karlov. If he knew that he blocked shrapnel for you before he died, he would be happy." Maria didn't speak. The doctor was checking other wounded people. At this time, a whole team of female nurses were carrying the wounded to the bunker. The bunker was filled with wounded people waiting to be sorted, and the air was full of blood and stench. The flies seemed to have found a cellar where carrion accumulated, buzzing happily and flying around in the bunker like an annoying swarm of stukas. Maria looked at the dead wounded, suddenly raised her hand and wiped her eyes hard, put on her boat hat, turned around and rushed out of the bunker. She moved along the trench, constantly checking on the wounded who had fallen to the ground. At this time, she heard the sound of the tank's engine. When he turned around, Prosan's tank had just crossed the trench, and its tracks were turning not far from Maria's head, like the chain of a chainsaw. Maria squatted down and took a deep breath. "I should find a Molotov cocktail. I can destroy this tank too." With this in mind, she lowered her head to look for incendiary bombs, but found that the tank had no intention of crossing the trench. The next moment, mud was sprinkled on Maria's head. She looked up in surprise, and more dirt fell down and rushed into her nose and mouth. She hurriedly backed away with her hands and feet, and finally left the range of the crumbling soil. She wiped her face with her sleeve several times before opening her eyes again. Then she saw the enemy tanks constantly twitching their butts in the trenches. The enemy plans to use the weight of the tracks and the tank itself to smooth the trenches. In this way, the ant soldiers in the trenches will be buried and suffocated to death. Maria lowered her head to look for incendiary bombs or grenades, but found nothing. She could only pick up rocks and desperately throw them at the Prosan tank that was wiping the trench. The moment the stone hit the tank turret, the tank exploded. Maria was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a green tank with a completely different painting from the Prosan tank appeared. Maria didn't recognize the model of the tank, but she knew that Prosan's tank was either grey or camouflage, and would not have such a green paint. She heard the other warriors cheering. "Ha ha ha! Our tanks are coming! KB, you are well on your way." The green tanks opened fire, mowing down all the Prosan troops who followed the tanks. Suddenly someone tapped Maria on the shoulder. "Nurse, are you okay?" Maria turned her head and saw a rough and steady face, but she couldn't remember the man's name. "If nothing happens, move quickly. Come with me and pull out the buried people. There should be still people alive. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 505. We will be found under the ruins. Romanov's tank was assigned to a place called Unknown Hill. When the tank arrived, Proshin's tank was rushing up the hill. Romanov put down the telescope and shouted in surprise, "I didn't see the long-barreled number 4. They are all short-barreled number 4 and number 3 tanks with short 50 guns. We can kill them all." The gunner had the experience of participating in the war last year, so he said, "Be careful, Proshin's tank soldiers are very elite, they may break our tracks and then jam our turrets. Before that, let's kill them all first." Romanov said confidently, "Turn the turret left 5 degrees, the driver shifts gears, and moves forward slowly. Tanks like KV can slow down and shoot while moving, which is more accurate than emergency stop shooting and has a faster reaction speed, because the KV emergency stop barrel will shake up and down, but it has to wait until it stabilizes before firing." The Prussian tank was still busy fighting with the infantry on the position and did not notice the approaching KV at all. "Armor-piercing shells, good," the loader shouted. The gunner opened fire without saying a word. The shell hit the side of the number 3 tank turret in the blink of an eye, and the explosion engulfed most of the body of the car. "Good." Romanov couldn't help but pound the turret cover. "Keep going, turn the turret 10 degrees to the left." As the turret began to turn, the loader's voice rang out in the inner line, "Armor-piercing shells, good." At the same time, the KV body machine gun began to fire, and the tracer bullet barrage crossed the trench and fell into the skirmish line of Prosen, forcing the skirmish line that had just stood up to lie down again. "Good. Good fight." Romanov praised while picking up the anti-aircraft machine gun on the roof, adjusted the scale, and fired at the Prosen people. Amid the sound of machine gun fire, the main gun fired for the second time. The entire turret of the Prosen tank that was hit flew into the sky, flew more than 10 meters, and then fell heavily. At this time, the Prosens finally found the KV, and the 50mm gun of the number 3 tank immediately fired. Because there was no time to switch ammunition, the first round that hit the KV was a high-explosive shell, which cut Romanov's tank cap in half and broke the crossbar of the earphone. Romanov was quick-wit and grabbed the earphone that was about to slide down with one hand, and continued to fire with the machine gun with the other hand. The KVs of the 21st Heavy Tank Regiment were all improved. In addition to welding additional steel plates to enhance protection, they were also equipped with the latest DSHK machine guns. The machine guns also used the latest self-balancing gun mounts, which only required a small amount of force to control the machine guns to fire. "Romanov, the turret continues to turn left, the target is aiming at our No 3. Gunner, I see it. Commander, come in quickly. It's too dangerous to stick your body out." Just as Romanov was about to answer, the high-explosive shell fired by the short-barreled number 4 hit the tank's track, as if trying to use the explosion to break the track. The shockwave of the explosion scratched Romanov's eyes and he could only shrink into the tank. Then, because he was in the tank and had no headphones, the roar inside the tank immediately made him frown. "Gunner, the target has been destroyed. Please instruct the next one." "Romanov, what? The next target?" Romanov still couldn't hear, but he guessed what the gunner said and hurriedly looked for the target through the observation port of the commander's tower. "Turn left." "What?" Romanov put the microphone next to his mouth. "Turn left 7 degrees. Number 4 is firing high-explosive bombs at us." The next moment, the smoke bomb fired by number 4 hit KV. A large amount of white smoke was about to cover the entire field of vision. Romanov cursed, "Another smoke bomb. Sakabuli. Prosan people, just hold on to your smoke bombs and die. Go forward. Get out of the range of the smoke bomb. Turn the turret right, there is still vision on the right. Turn right 40 degrees, not 50 degrees. The turret began to turn right, but the second smoke bomb was fired. "Romanov, keep maneuvering, fire the moment you rush out of the smoke. The gunner depends on you. Got it?" The tank engine roared, and Romanov lay on the observation window, his eyes almost embedded in the narrow opening. Finally, the smoke dispersed. No, it was the tank that rushed out of the smoke. "Romanov, quick. Fire. While the enemy doesn't fire new smoke bombs. Gunner, fire." The gunpowder gas ejected from the main gun temporarily obscured the view, but the gas was immediately left behind by the speeding tank. Romanov clearly saw that the hit number 4 tank was smoking. Although there was no open fire, the Prosan tankmen were jumping out of the tank one after another. Then a submachine gunner suddenly emerged from the trench and fired at the fleeing Prosan tankmen. The gunner shouted, "The Prosan tanks are reversing. They are running away." "Romanov, good. Great. Chase them and kill them all." As he spoke, the KV drove to the highest point of the nameless hill. The front suddenly became clear. The second echelon of Proson waiting in the distance suddenly entered Romanov's field of vision. Sakabuli. Romanov muttered. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen of the 1st Armored Battalion of the 9th Armored Division of the 14th Proson Armored Corps observed the nameless hill from his command tank and clearly saw the second Type 4 being destroyed. He picked up the microphone, adjusted the radio, and asked, "First Company, what happened? What destroyed your tanks one after another?" The radio immediately responded, "Battalion Commander, it's a KV. It looks like it has additional armor plates welded on it. We can deal with it. If you can't deal with it, retreat. We can deal with it." The commander of the 1st Company was very tough. "Lieutenant Colonel Hansen, I understand. I'll leave it to you. But with your weapons and equipment, it's not shameful to retreat in the face of KV. The reason why the 1st Company was sent to attack was that the 1st Company was equipped with old vehicles, and they would not feel sorry even if they were lost in the meat grinder. The number 3 and number 4 of the 2nd echelon were all new vehicles with long-barreled guns. That's right, the number 3 Company also replaced the new vehicle with a 50mm gun. These vehicles all have the ability to directly penetrate the KV tank from the front. Of course, the commander of the 1st Company just reported that the KV had new welded armor, and the 50mm gun might not be able to penetrate its front. But Lieutenant Colonel Hansen was very confident in the long-barreled gun on the number 4. At this time, another Plausen tank was destroyed on the top of the nameless hill. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen picked up the microphone, but after thinking about it, he put it down. He decided to trust his company commander. Another number 3 was destroyed, and Lieutenant Colonel Hansen just watched with a telescope. He saw the members of number 3 jump out of the car and run backwards, but they were all knocked down by the ant submachine gunners who rushed out of the trench. Even so, he was unmoved, just counting the time for the KV to reload in his heart. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen faced the KV tank when he was the commander of the armored company last year, and he knew the performance of this behemoth very well. He counted quickly, but no new tanks were destroyed. It seems that the company commander chose to release smoke and block the KV's line of sight. Correct determination. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen thought so. If the KV wants to rush out of the smoke, it must get close to the tanks of the 1st Company, so that it can surround it, break the tracks, and jam the turret seat ring. Just as he thought so, another friendly tank was hit. He picked up the microphone again. However, the tanks of the 1st Company began to retreat, which means that the company commander also judged that if they continued to deal with this KV with their own strength, the losses would be too great. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen looked at the long-barreled number 4 with tactical number 210 next to him. "William, your car shoots, and try to kill the KV with one shot." The commander of number 210 gave a thumbs up, and he pressed the microphone on his neck and said something, and the tank's turret began to turn, and the elevation machine began to rise. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen continued to look at the top of the hill with the telescope. Because the engine noise of the friendly forces was too loud, he could not hear the engine noise of the KV. Finally, the green tank appeared. There was no red flag. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen was vaguely disappointed, but thinking carefully, that Rokosov was already the commander of the front, and he should not drive the tank to the front in person. He raised his right hand and signaled to number 210. The long barrel of number 210 aimed at the KV. "Fire!" Lieutenant Colonel Hansen's hand cut down like a gate knife. Vehicle number 210 opened fire. The armor-piercing shells hit the front armor of the KV like lightning, leaving a flaming circle on the armor. The next moment, the engine compartment at the rear of the KV exploded, and an orange-red fireball rose up. Then the open flames came out from the tank turret ring and surrounded the turret. No tanker jumped out, at least not now. Lieutenant Colonel Hansen turned his head and nodded to the commander of vehicle number 210, who took out a canteen and drank a sip of water. When Romanov woke up, his first reaction was that he was very hot. He looked to the side and the entire tank was already red. The gunner and loader fell in the turret, motionless, and their blood had stained their uniforms red. After understanding the situation, Romanov picked up the only submachine gun in the tank and climbed out of the turret through the hatch that he had not had time to close. He saw a Prasen soldier approaching the tank at first sight, so he picked up his submachine gun and wanted to shoot, but when he pulled the trigger, he found that the gun was not loaded. He pulled the bolt handle and fired at the Prasen soldiers on the turret. The next moment, a rifle bullet hit his forehead. Romanov leaned back, using his last will to fight against the tendency to fall. At this moment, he and his tank were like a statue. His hand lost strength first, and the submachine gun slid onto the tank body with a muffled sound. Romanov wanted to shout, wanted to curse the Prasen devils, and wanted to say goodbye to his wife far behind, but the sinful bullets hit him one after another. He finally rolled off the turret and fell on the burning engine radiator cover. The fire made his muscles spasm and rolled passively. He rolled to the position like this, his face buried in the mud. The half of his eyes exposed were wide open, looking at the burning position. Chapter 506, a small, nameless place, blood-stained sunset. Ilyich Ivanovich looked at the burning KV, and he immediately realized that he had to stabilize his morale at this time. The best way to stabilize morale at this time is to charge. When the charge begins, the soldiers will no longer think blindly, but will be dominated by impulse. The best thing is that everyone saw the last performance of the KV commander just now. It is perfect to launch a charge at this time. By the time the soldiers had recovered from the shock of a friendly act of heroism, morale would have collapsed. So Ilyich dropped the machine gun and waved his pistol, "Fight them. Ula." After that, he was the first to rush out of the trench, raised his hand and shot a corporal prasen. All the ants who could still move in the trench shouted to Ula and stood up, waving whatever weapons they could get their hands on. The prosens who were lying not far in front of the trench stood up and tried to resist the rushing ant soldiers. In the end, in just a few seconds, they were almost all knocked to the ground. The remaining prosens began to turn and flee. Because the enemy and ourselves were mixed together, it was difficult for prosens tanks to fire, so they could only retreat with the infantry. Ilyich led his troops in pursuit for a while, all the way to the trench at the front of the entire position, which was unknowingly lost in the battle just now. Ilyich rushed into the trench and shouted to the people around him, "Okay. We are at the forefront of the position. We have recaptured the entire position. Stop chasing, just shoot at the enemy in the trench together." As he spoke, he fired continuously with his pistol. Seeing this, others also got into the trenches and shot at the retreating enemies with their weapons. At this time, because the two sides had distanced themselves, the enemy tanks could fire again, and high explosive bombs continued to explode on the position. Ilyich shrank his neck, but did not stop shouting, "We repelled the enemy's attack. As a temporary infantry division, we repelled the enemy's armored division's attack. If we can repulse the first time, we can repulse the second." At this time, the enemy tank shelling also stopped. After all, the infantry has been defeated. Without infantry cooperation, only using tanks to rush into the trenches is a bit like beating a dog. Ant's commander may do this, but the prosens will not. The Plosens drill states that infantry cooperation is required when tanks attack preset positions. The Plosens have always done a good job of observing the code of conduct. After the sound of enemy tanks faded away, Ilyich stood up and walked along the trench, comforting the soldiers as he walked, just like he had done just before the enemy attack. There was much less visible to the naked eye than before, and everyone had a look of exhaustion on their faces. Ilyich patted them on the shoulders one by one, "Well done. You, well done. Elisha, you also did well, I saw you personally destroyed a tank." He walked along in this way until he patted Stepan on the shoulder. Ilyich stopped and grinned at Stepan, "Survived again." "Yeah." Stepan also smiled, "Isn't it the same for you? I thought you would either die on the battlefield, or you would be so scared that your butt would urinate and you would be unable to function. The result is not bad." Ilyich leaned against the wall of the trench opposite Stepan and took out a cigarette with a smile, "I was surprised too. After all, before joining the army, I was just a priest in charge of Ham. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that today I was the only commander left on the battlefield, and then all the soldiers ran away. I followed them, waving my pistol and shouting, come back quickly." Stepan laughed loudly, and the soldiers nearby who heard Ilyich's words also laughed. After laughing, Stepan said, "It's fine now. These recruits are already men. According to my experience, those who didn't run away in the first wave will not run away later." The private who had been listening next to him was overjoyed, "Really? So when the enemy comes up again later, I won't wet my pants." "Stepan, don't laugh, do you think this is a good thing?" "No, this is a bad thing, it means you are no longer human. Even if you can survive this war, you are no longer human." The private's eyes widened, "What do you mean?" "I have 3 heads and 6 arms." "Stepan, ask the priest, he will understand. I am a bigot and don't understand. I just feel. Anyway, when I went home on a family vacation, I felt that my small village where dogs didn't even like barking made me feel uncomfortable everywhere. Not even comfortable. The clean bed, my mother-in-law's smile, and my son's crying all made me uncomfortable. I even had insomnia. Is it called insomnia? That word. Come on." The private laughed out loud, "You can still have insomnia? You slept the most soundly in the stuffy tanker. Your snoring was so loud that we couldn't even sleep." "Stepan, really? It was only after I returned to the front line and got on the tank truck that I fell asleep again. The clanking sound of the tank truck was like my mother's lullaby. As soon as I closed my eyes, I didn't know anything." "Yes, mother's lullaby. That's a good metaphor, right?" Ilyich smiled and said, "This is called war syndrome. It's the same as shell shock. There are specialized doctors studying this. I only know a rough idea. Anyway, it's psychological trauma or something like that. This is a word transliterated from Ansa. It was not in our Ent language before. In short, people who fight will have shadows, nightmares, etc., but they will be restless in a safe environment. Stepan, look, the priest is still the best. I don't understand these words. In short, you are also suffering from this kind of trauma disorder now. After the war is over, you will have insomnia all day long like me. The private shook his head. I don't believe it. You must be teasing me with the priest. I graduated from the 10th grade after all, and I have never heard of this word. At this time, a messenger ran over. Who is the leader of this position? Ilyich raised his hand. I am. The messenger immediately ran over and looked him over. Priest? I'm looking for the military commander. Ilyich took a puff of cigarette. I am the military chief. Of course, you can also find a non-commissioned officer next to you. There is no one in the entire position who is better at fighting than him. The messenger looked at Stepan, hesitated for a moment, and then said to Ilyich, the division headquarters asked me to inform you that the division reserve has set off and will arrive in half an hour. Before that, you must block the enemy's offensive. Ilyich smiled. The division headquarters can still have reserves. It's not easy. We guarantee to block the enemy's offensive. The messenger nodded and asked, also, where is the phone? Ilyich pointed to the ruined command post. It was blown up, together with the regimental commander. The messenger glanced at the ruins and nodded. Then I'll go back to the division headquarters and get you a phone. I wish you good luck. Before Ilyich could answer, the sound of shells breaking through the air came from the air. Hidden. He shouted. Chapter 507 Rokosov and #039, S right hook. When I returned to the headquarters, the first thing I saw was a map full of red. Wang Zhong, how many positions have been lost? Pavlov rolled his eyes at him. Although it is the truth, don't say it so directly. The impact is too bad. At present, the first line of defense has almost all the positions without reinforced concrete buildings. Several support points that rest on the original reinforced concrete building are still resisting and can even be used for phone calls. Pavlov said as he picked up the map stick and quickly clicked on the map a few times. Here, here, and here, a total of 3 support points. We dismantled most of the KV of the 21st Tank Regiment and put them here. In the lane around 3 support points. Wang Zhong pretended to look at the map, but in fact he had seen the entire terrain clearly from the bird's eye view. Of course, when he had not established contact with the frontline troops, he could only look at the terrain. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or friend, it was the unit's logo, which was stuck to the terrain like a plaster. Don't tell me, it's quite like a game. Wang Zhong liked to play games like SGS before traveling through time. This was the same feeling before zooming in. Because he couldn't see exactly where the tank was placed, Wang Zhong shouted, contact these 3 support points by phone. Pavlov, it's still in contention. I'm afraid you won't be able to adjust even if I call. Wang Zhong could only give up and change the topic. Besides the support point, is there no other position to defend? Yes, the unnamed high ground defended by the 510th Division is still in our hands. This highland overlooks our 2nd and 3rd lines of defense, so the 510th Division has invested all its reserves, as well as cooks and division guards. According to them. Pavlov stopped and adjusted his expression. The only ones who can go up are the divisional authority and the division commander himself. Wang Zhong, where are their reinforcements? Pavlov's map stick poked the arrow pointing to the unknown highland. A division of the 56th Infantry Army is on the road, but the equipment of the 56th Army is not very good and the degree of motorization is very low, so it cannot catch up for the time being. Wang Zhong stared at the map and cut his perspective to look at the actual terrain of the highlands. In this highland, our vortex can come in handy and send out the vortex troops of the 225th Division. What infantry do we have on hand now that can sit on the vortex and march together? Pavlov, the 393rd Naval Infantry Brigade has called for battle for the 4th time. Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment, but said firmly, let the 393rd Brigade get on the vortex and drive over. With the mobility of the vortex, they can be faster than the 56th Army on foot. Yes. Pavlov immediately turned around and went to call. At this time, another phone rang. After picking up the phone, the staff officer immediately shouted, no, you have to resist. It will get dark in 3 hours. The Prosans are not that strong in night fighting capabilities. We will wait until night. Prosan relies heavily on long-range firepower, especially the firepower of the machine guns equipped by the squad. It is common knowledge among Ant troops that Prosan's combat effectiveness will decrease at night. Wang Zhong looked at the staff officer and heard him yelling into the microphone, no. We don't have any troops that can be sent out now. Do you want the troops from the second and third lines of defense to come forward? That would be penetrated by the enemy. Don't you wear it completely? No. No, we can't retreat. Too many casualties? There are huge casualties everywhere. Wang Zhong walked over and stretched out his hand. The staff officer glanced at Wang Zhong and immediately said into the receiver, General Rokosov, commander of the front army, wants to talk to you. After saying that, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong and added, the phone number of the train maintenance plant at the peripheral support point. Wang Zhong nodded and took the receiver, I am Rokosov. General. The other side of the receiver shouted quickly, the voice even overpowering the sound of machine gun fire. The casualties are too great. There are only a few people left in some companies. If we continue to fight, we will kill them all. Wang Zhong, I don't want your casualty figures, I just want support. You want reinforcements, and I'm the only one left. I'll go there myself. The receiver suddenly became silent, and only the sound of fierce machine gun fire could be heard. Wang Zhong, hello. A dreamy voice came from the other side of the receiver, I understand, Commander Dovorich, as long as there is one of us left, the position will be there. When all of us are sacrificed, we can only rely on you to defend. Wang Zhong, I wish you good luck, Commander Dovorich. See you in Prosonia, Comrade Commander. He hung up the phone resolutely. Wang Zhong, who opened the window? The wind is a bit strong. The staff all looked towards the closed windows, which were rattled by the howling wind. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, I order you, even if you dig it out, you must dig out the troops and send them to the front line. Pavlov, the current transportation capacity of the railway line can transport 3 divisions every day. The losses caused by the bombing of the Prasen Air Force are too great. If we want to have enough troops, we need to eliminate the artillery positions and artillery positions of the Prasen on the west bank. The artillery observation post makes the Valdecho River navigable throughout its basin. As he spoke, Pavlov drew a line on the map with a mapstick, crossing the entire Valdecho River. Wang Zhong, very good, this is what we are going to do. The investigation results are here. He took out the map board from his arms, the photos are being developed and should be ready in the middle of the night. I found 3 places on the entire west bank where landings can be made, and one of them is very suitable for setting up a pontoon bridge. The naval infantry can use the pontoon bridge after landing. Send the 51st Tank Corps over and use the tank troops to maneuver quickly to clear the enemy artillery positions on the river bank. Wang Zhong gestured on the map. These are the locations of the artillery positions and observation posts I discovered. He used a pen to draw several more circles on the locations marked on the map. Pavlov, you are so good at reconnaissance. I suddenly have absolute confidence in defeating the enemy, even though we don't have enough troops now. As soon as he finished speaking, a staff officer muttered, obviously our military strength is almost the same as that of the enemy, but why do we still feel that our military strength is insufficient? Wang Zhong, the enemy is of higher quality than us. Don't worry, veterans are non-renewable resources. Once we wipe out a large number of the enemy's veterans and force Proson to start general mobilization, we can use the same number of troops to beat them. Staff officer, how long will it take? Wang Zhong, you can see it next year, I mean, in some places. The staff officer said with a look of reverence, have you seen the entire context of the war? Wang Zhong poked the staff officer on the shoulder with the mapboard in his hand, you are not serious about reading. As long as you have read the pamphlet I wrote, you will understand. I have read it? Yakov suddenly interrupted, indeed, after reading it, my whole mind brightened up and I was suddenly full of confidence in the future. Yakov has almost become a professional salesman of the pamphlets written by Wang Zhong. He always carries 3 sets of pamphlets with him, one to read himself, one to give away, and a spare set. Wang Zhong was a little embarrassed by the praise and could only force himself to turn to the map, anyway, let's start the right hook fight quickly. Let's call the commander of the river fleet and the commander of the naval infantry division. The pontoon troops are also ready. Prepare. Pavlov, the pontoon bridge troops have been preparing to build bridges. We have also imported large-scale bridge building equipment from the United States. Now they practice bridge building on tributaries every day without any chance of practical operation. In addition, there are actually car ferries. We have tested them before. As long as one ferry only carries 2 tanks, it can be transported there. Wang Zhong shook his head, we still need a floating bridge. The ferry is too slow and is easily attacked by enemy bombers. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the river fleet and the commander of the naval infantry division came in. Why did you come so fast? Wang Zhong was surprised. We heard that you came back from reconnaissance and came directly here. We also brought a staff officer who is good at organizing landing plans. The commander of the river fleet pointed to the staff officer behind him, If the sailing distance is not far, we can land tomorrow. Of course. If we want to land more than 100 kilometers upstream, it will be more complicated. We need to organize transport ships. In short, we can launch a landing within 3 days. Wang Zhong, can 3 days be enough? Yes, after all, it is just an inland river landing. The tides and other things are relatively simple. We are also familiar with the conditions on both sides of the river. The commander of the inland river fleet said, but the Prosans have fortified themselves in places suitable for landing. Prosan did not spread out his troops in a long line, but focused on fortifying places where it was easy to land, and set up artillery positions to block the river. Wang Zhong, come and take a look, the landing point is here. At this time, the staff officers had marked all the locations marked by Wang Zhong on the big map. Wang Zhong pointed to these points. After my personal reconnaissance, I selected a landing point where the enemy's strength is weak and where it is easy to attack the artillery positions on the shore. Here. The commander of the river fleet shook his head. There are sunken ships here. The water flow is relatively fast and it is difficult to land. It may be because of this that the enemy did not set up defenses here. The commander of the Marine Infantry Division immediately said, I think we can give it a try and take it by surprise. If the landing craft runs aground, we will wade ashore. Anyway, we all know how to swim. We can even swim armedly in the wave conditions of the inland river without the need for a landing craft. Wang Zhong, we still need a landing craft. The enemy will have heavy firepower after landing. We can seize the enemy's heavy firepower. The division commander said very confidently, we can all operate the enemy's artillery tanks and armored vehicles. Wang Zhong was so envious that everyone in the division could drive tanks, half-tracks, and artillery. What kind of infantry are you supposed to do? Why don't you become a technical soldier for me? How many tanks can a 15,000 skilled tanker drive? But then he thought about it. Really reliable tanks have not yet been built, and elite tankers are now using T-34 and KV just to deliver food, so he immediately calmed down. Wang Zhong, anyway, I have done the reconnaissance and can get the photos in the middle of the night. You should complete the plan as soon as possible and try to launch the landing operation before the 25th. The muddy period will begin at that time, and it will be more difficult for the enemy to counterattack the landing. Yes. The two senior Navy generals saluted together. Chapter 508, Rush to the Rescue. On the unnamed high ground. A third charge of the Prosens was repulsed. Ilyich walked along the trench, picking at the bandage on his left shoulder as he walked. He felt as if there was a beetle crawling under the bandage, so it was unbearably itchy. His fingernails were filled with burnt dirt and blood from picking at the bandage. On the position, whether it was the soldiers who were guarding here from the beginning or the reinforcements who came up from behind, almost all of them were injured. Ilyich passed Nurse Maria and saw that she was bandaging Stepan. The bandage was dirty and the original white color could not be seen at all. Ilyich, Stepan, finally lost. Stepan shook his head, it's a small injury, it doesn't matter. I told the nurse that if you use this bandage to bandage me, it may cause the wound to become infected, and in the end you have to cut off the entire arm. It's better to just leave it like this and do it. Order some wine and sprinkle it on so I can keep one arm. Ilyich smiled and said, you are already thinking about saving your arm. We don't know whether we can survive this damn battle. The Prosens attacked 3 times, and we are the only ones left on the position, the old and the weak. I'm so disabled, if I do it again. At this time, someone in the distance shouted, some people in strange clothes are here. The military uniforms don't look like the Prosenians, nor do they look like us. Ilyich hurriedly leaned against the trench wall, craned his neck and looked outside. He saw a small group of men wearing berets and camouflage uniforms climbing up from the traffic ditch on the side of the position. The leader looked like an ant civilian, wearing a felt hat that was popular in the factory, and his clothes looked like guerrillas. Almost all the workers have become guerrillas. Even those who work as hired workers under the Prosens, most of them are underground resistors. While earning bread for their families, they are preparing to cause sabotage and help the regular army regain their hometown. Ilyich raised his hand, don't fire, it seems to be one of our own. I'll ask them. So he rushed out of the trench and shouted to the people in the traffic ditch, who is it? If you don't tell us your name, we will open fire. The guerrillas leading the team shouted, it's the Allied death squads. They led air strikes before and destroyed the enemy's supply system. I led them across the front line, and the troops originally accompanying us encountered the tanks of the Prosens. They were wiped out, so I can only move forward with them. Ilyich glanced at the kamikaze, and he could tell from their appearance that they were capable of fighting. The most important thing was that these 20 or so people, after guiding the bombing behind enemy lines, ran out and passed through most of the fighting area. No one loses. This is a new force. Ilyich was overjoyed and asked, are you here to join us? This position can no longer be defended. Look at us old, weak, sick, and disabled people. If there are more fresh troops in your platoon, the enemy will definitely attack in the next wave. Can keep it? The leading guerrilla laughed, and so did the platoon of allied suicide fighters behind him. Ilyich, why are you laughing? Guerrillas, on our way here, we blew up the ammunition depots of the artillery and the fuel depots of the tanks that were responsible for supporting you. Look over there, there is still smoke. It's just that you were fighting just now and didn't hear the explosion. Ilyich turned his head in confusion, and sure enough he saw a dark column of smoke on the horizon connecting the sky and the earth. Sukabuletin lay. He cursed, you guys blew up all these things so lightly. And then came back with all their tails intact. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer leading the team shook his head and took out 2 military status cards. The guerrilla explained, 2 people were sacrificed. Ilyich's thick eyebrows twisted into knots, sacrifice 2 people to blow up such an important target. The guerrillas nodded, they are very capable. Before the bomb detonated, the Prasen people didn't even realize they had sneaked in. I could only watch from the side, not knowing how they did it. At this time, someone in the death squad said in Antese with a heavy accent, don't praise us too much. We succeeded mainly because the Prosens were attacking, so we neglected the rear defense. Ilyich turned his head and looked at the horizon, then at the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the trenches, and finally at the death squads, and then scratched his cheeks with his blood-stained hands. Damn it, the Prosens killed us. It's so easy for you to beat me down on the ground, it's damning. The kamikaze who just spoke translated Ilyich's words, and the kamikaze all laughed. At this time, the guerrillas said, did you see, Priest Dovorich, they will play a greater role when they return to the rear and accept the general's orders. I have to take them back. I came to your position just to borrow a car, and here, there is a car. Bar. Ilyich shook his head, no, everything was damaged by the bombing. If you go in the direction of my finger, you may encounter a vehicle transporting the wounded. You can discuss it with the driver. And be careful of Stukas. Today, the Plosen Air Force very diligent in dispatching. After all, the stock of ground artillery shells is insufficient, so the Stuka has become a very important means of throwing firepower. The guerrillas waved their hands and led the death squads towards the direction pointed out by Ilyich. Ilyich stood there and watched them go away. The light of the setting sun came from behind, coating everyone with blood. Stepan also came out of the trench, leaning on the Mosin Nagant he picked up from nowhere, and looked at the commandos walking further and further away. It must be exciting to fight side by side with these people. Ilyich, they will go on a particularly dangerous mission, Stepan. What does it matter? I think it's still very dangerous on the battlefield. Stepan shrugged, and then grimaced because of the pain of the arm that had just been bandaged. Seeing him like this, Ilyich also remembered the bandage on his shoulder. It's strange to say that when he was talking to the suicide squad just now, he didn't feel that there was a beetle under the bandage, twitching its legs. Now the beetle is active again, and it itches Ilyich's face. When Ilyich tried to pick the bandage, someone shouted, look. There's a lot of smoke and dust. Maybe our people are coming. Stepan stared at the distance for a few seconds, then picked up the telescope on his neck and looked far away. Ilyich followed suit. In the billowing smoke and dust in the telescope, a vehicle that looked like a self-propelled artillery was rushing towards the side, with infantry behind it. Ilyich got excited and shouted, reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements are coming. And armored forces. We finally have armored forces. Stepan did not shout, but just leaned on the Mosin Nagant and breathed a sigh of relief. The old, weak, sick, and disabled on the battlefield cheered, Ura. General Rokosov has not forgotten us. Ura. Chapter 509. It's time to show the real operation. The former battalion commander of the 225th Division Tank Destroyer Battalion had been promoted to study at the Suvorov Military Academy due to his outstanding performance in Yeysk and Balas. The new battalion commander Sergei held Ilyich's hand. I hope we are not late. Of course you didn't. Ilyich turned and pointed at the position. Look, the position is still completely under our control. Sergei looked at the position and silently took off his hat. The entire position was filled with the corpses of ants and Prosens. Some of the corpses were so charred that they could not be separated at all. At least 3,000 ant soldiers died in the battle on the small unknown highland, and I don't know how many more people will be filled into this bottomless pit. Ilyich also looked at the soldiers on the position. He did not take off his hat, but said to Sergei, it's better not to pay tribute, we might also join them. Sergei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and put on his hat. Yes, you are right. Let's talk about how to deploy the vortex. In Yeysk, we found that the Plozans would tend to use a large number of smoke bombs when facing direct firepower like vortex to crush their armored units, just like they did against our country's divine arrows. So we need to find a way to conduct an ambush to obtain sufficient results when the enemy reacts to use smoke bombs. Ilyich turned to look in the direction of Prosan. You have already driven up with such a big fanfare. They must have discovered it? I don't think it is worse than this. The enemy tanks are lined up right there. You just go out into the range and kill them. Wait until they use smoke bombs to block it, then move back. Sergei pursed his lips, thought for a while and shook his head. No, we have to survey the terrain first to ensure that the destroyer will not sink into the ground. Your position has dug trenches, built bunkers with sandbags, and is still under enemy fire. After plowing again, another fierce battle has come to this point. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a broken steel helmet and shook it at Ilyich. Look at this helmet, a single track can crush it, but there are a bunch of these helmets on your position, and they are scattered everywhere. Weapons. If we want to attack the enemy from our position, we must actually survey the terrain, otherwise there will be destroyers paralyzed on the way forward or backward. Ilyich was speechless. That's what it is. You can explore the terrain at night. Then the phone rang. Everyone stopped talking and looked in the direction where the ringing sound came from. The phone ring stopped suddenly, and was replaced by the voice of the person who answered the phone. This is the unknown Highland. General. Yes. Transfer the call to the commander immediately. A corporal with a bandage on his head ran over with a telephone in one hand and a receiver in the other. Priest. The general's call. He ran a few steps and the telephone line got hung up. Immediately, 3 or 4 wounded people started to move around and smoothed out the telephone line. The corporal came all the way to Ilyich. The general's call. In the Abawihan front, speaking of general can only refer to one person in particular. Ilyich took the call respectfully. Your Excellency General. I am Ilyich, the Supreme Commander of the Nameless Highlands, and next to me is the commander of the Destroyer Car Battalion who has just arrived. Rokosov, don't call me Your Excellency, Ilikate Varisai. First of all, your resistance has been very successful. I have seen your situation. It is not easy to defend. Ilyich was flattered. Did you see it? But we fought fiercely for a day and no inspection team from the front army headquarters came down. Just think of it as what St. Andrew showed me. Now I have an order for you, and you should tell it to the battalion commander of the 225th Division's Annihilation Battalion. Tonight, you can start the vortex engine at night, and gradually change the sound of the engine through the sound of the engine. In small ways, the camouflage vortex has left. At the same time, let the naval infantry who went up with the vortex dig bunkers for the vortex and hide the vortex as much as possible. Remember, you must leave a path for maneuver. Also, for the enemy's smoke bombs, you can consider using explosives to blow away the smoke. There should be a lot of explosives left in your position, right? Ilyich nodded. Yes, there are a lot of explosives left, but there are not many people who can throw them. Rokosov continued on the phone. Use explosives to disperse the smoke and clear the vortex's firing range. You may also consider lighting tires, using fire to heat the air, and creating convection on the position to reduce the impact of smoke bombs. Understood. Ilyich put his legs together and saluted the general who was not here. Rokosov, don't be too busy saluting. Ilyich turned around and looked around, and then found that the general was not looking at him. Then he felt something in his heart and looked at the sky. Rokosov, tell battalion commander Sergei my plan. Also, the machine gun on the far left side of your position is not in a good position. I think it is more appropriate to move it 5 meters to the left. After saying that, the phone hung up. Ilyich looked at the sky and muttered, on the left is. He looked to the south. Is it the south? If the general really looks over, he should be looking from the east. Sergei asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Nothing. Ilyich waved his hand and ordered the soldiers, move the southern machine gun position 5 meters further south. Also, Battalion Commander Sergei, the general's instructions to you are as follows. At 2230 hours on October 20th, Major General Schneider, commander of the 9th Armored Division of the 14th Armored Corps of Prasen, was inspecting his troops in a jeep. He came to the unknown high ground that was not captured even after a day of fierce fighting. Hansen, commander of the 1st Armored Battalion, who was responsible for commanding the offensive, was already waiting for him here. Hansen, Major General Schneider got out of the car. Do you have anything to say? In the entire 14th Armored Corps, we are the only ones blocked by the enemy's field positions. Hansen looked helpless. The artillery ammunition depot that cooperated with us was blown up, otherwise we would definitely be able to capture this high ground. Major General Schneider did not answer. He strode into the artillery observation post and used the artillery scope to observe the enemy positions in the night. After watching for more than 10 seconds, he left the eyepiece of the artillery scope and looked at Hansen. I originally thought you will see reinforced concrete fortifications, but nothing will happen. It's unbelievable that you would be blocked by such crude fortifications. Hansen, the Ant people showed amazing fighting will. We went up to fight several times, but were beaten back. The 2 companies that went into the attack suffered heavy losses. I lost 30 tanks on the position today, General. Major General Schneider shook his head and asked, are the enemy's elites on the position? Marine infantry or guards infantry? Huh. The intelligence I got at the headquarters, how can I say it is just a group of mobilization soldiers? Just as Hansen was about to answer, the deafening sound of an engine suddenly came from the night. Schneider quickly turned to the gunner's scope, his eyes pressed against the eyepiece. He saw what seemed to be smoke and dust on the position. Major General Schneider, all troops on alert. Hansen immediately relayed the order and waited for the messenger to leave before saying to Major General Schneider, the enemy will not launch an armored offensive at night. There are indeed cases of using naval infantry to carry out night attacks, but... Hush. Major General Schneider raised his finger, and then whispered softly, the sound of the engine is leaving the position. Did you report the observation of enemy tank destroyers before dark? Hansen also lowered his voice, yes. This is a trap. Major General Schneider waved his finger, I have studied the tactics of Rokhassov. He likes to attack in the east and west. If it seems on the surface that the destroyer has left, then you will encounter the destroyer on the position tomorrow. Vehicle. It just so happens that the artillery regiment has no normal artillery shells. Tomorrow we will use smoke bombs to cover the entire position so that the enemy's destroyer vehicles will have no vision. Hansen, General, our tanks will not be able to take advantage of their firepower. If we rush directly to close combat range, the enemy infantry will cause us heavy losses. Major General Schneider, then bring more infantry. The enemy is just a group of makeshift infantry, and they have survived until now with their pure fighting will, and a steady stream of reinforcements. I bet the enemy, as the defender, suffered more casualties than our attacker today. Much bigger. It is true that there are many more corpses of ants in the nameless highlands today than there are Prosans. Major General Schneider continued, tonight, the 9th Panzer Grenadier Division will join the attack. This is our brother unit. You will be supported by an entire Panzer Grenadier regiment. Use a pure infantry attack to destroy the enemy. By the way, break that the myth of an assault gun called the Vortex. After the Battle of Yeysk, Ant's propaganda machine has been promoting the Vortex, rendering the Vortex into a magical weapon that can change the situation of the battle. Hansen was encouraged, understood. Tomorrow we will definitely produce results that satisfy you, General. Very good. Major General Schneider patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. 3 minutes ago. At the Ababahan Front Army headquarters, Pavlov was looking at his watch, this familiar feeling seems like I haven't had it for a long time. Wang Zhong laughed loudly, we can't supply supplies in Yeysk, so we don't have such regular bombardment. The Ababahan Front lacks troops, but there is no shortage of artillery shells, because this place is the end of the Allied aid route. Artillery shells produced by the United Kingdom in places like India, as well as artillery shells transferred by the United States from Australia, will all be sent here. Come. So naturally, Wang Zhong's specialty, timed bombardment, was about to begin. The main one is to prevent the other from sleeping well. If you are not careful, your bed and pot will be lifted up. On Earth, this is a tactic used only by the US military. After the war, a general from Sandoka wrote a book to mock the US, saying that the US military's purposeless bombardment had no effect except wasting shells and consumed a large amount of the shells affected normal shelling. However, after Wang Zhong actually tried it himself, he felt that General Sandeza was probably being tough. How could it be completely useless if he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night? If I have to say it, Lao America's own logistics was cheated by the stupid logistics chief, resulting in a large number of artillery shells being unable to be transported, and the subsequent normal offensive artillery bombardment was affected. If the old Americans were not tricked by their own logistics chief, they would definitely have enough artillery shells, and all 3 of their sons might have been killed. Pavlov waited for the second hand of his watch to reach 0, then picked up the receiver and said, fire. Wang Zhong changed his perspective. At this time, he happened to have a view of each artillery regiment, so he could overlook the scene of thousands of artillery fire from the air. Chapter 510 This is Rokhassov and #039, S way of fighting. Major General Schneider felt that he might be assigned to the front line. He had only heard that Rokhassov liked to use artillery, but he never expected that he would use it like this. He suspected that 1,000 heavy artillery pieces were now firing at him, and the shells were about to turn the entire camp upside down. According to statistics from the Prosen command, Rokhassov commanded the artillery units to directly or indirectly kill 4 major generals. Now Major General Schneider suspects that he will become the 5th. Amidst the tremors of the earth, He took out his notebook and tremblingly began to write a suicide note with a pencil. Dear Erica, Jean Shinjia. Damn it, I am writing a damn Jean Shinjia. As if in response to his words, the roof of the artillery observation post where they were located suddenly collapsed. It was a simple roof made of wood and rope, which basically only had a psychological comfort effect in the face of shelling. Major General Schneider was knocked unconscious. While in coma, he saw his grandparents who had been dead for many years smiling. Major General Schneider was 51 years old. He also saw parents who had been dead for many years holding their infant children, and saw the children learning to talk and grow up. When the child joined the youth league, all this suddenly disappeared, replaced by Schneider's adjutant shouting to him, General! General, wake up! Schneider opened his eyes. Have you come to heaven too? The adjutant shook his head. No, General, we are in hell. Only then did Schneider hear someone shouting something next to him. He turned around and saw the tank crews holding fire extinguishers and fireproof canvas, working hard to put out the fire on the tank. Beside the swaying truck, mechanics looked for something they could use. The stretcher bearers were running wildly carrying the stretcher, and the wounded on the stretcher howled, showing no sign of the honor and pride of the soldiers of the Prasen Empire. Major General Schneider, am I still alive? Adjutant, yes, but the entire command team you brought is dead, the radio is also dead, and we have now lost contact with the division headquarters. The most important thing is that if we want to send messengers now, we can't find any motorcycles that can still be used. So I asked the messenger to ride on horseback to report the news. Major General Schneider stared at this chicken feathers all over the place scene. He was stunned for a long time before he remembered and asked loudly, where is Lieutenant Colonel Hansen? Adjutant, the Lieutenant Colonel and the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 9th Panzer Grenadier Regiment that just arrived were killed, and the entire command team of the 1st Regiment of the 9th Panzer Grenadier Regiment was also wiped out. As he spoke, the adjutant pointed to a burning armored command vehicle in the distance. It is said that at that time, the 9-person regiment was gathering all the battalion and company chief officers for a meeting. Major General Schneider raised his forehead. I should have expected that Rokosov would bombard our assembly area and departure point. I should have let the troops leave the assembly area and rest. The battlefield is very vast. As long as a shelling like this is staggered a little distance, it will basically be a waste of shells. But the problem is that Major General Schneider did not order to change places before resting. All units of the 9th Armored Division are in the same position at the end of today's attack. It is estimated that the entire division was smashed to pieces by Rokosov's shelling. Schneider silently remembered this experience and lesson, turned around and ordered, promote new commanders immediately and tell them the battle plan for tomorrow. The attack plan for tomorrow morning will remain unchanged. I will go back to the division headquarters first. Adjutant, General, the only horse with good legs and feet was ridden by the messenger. Now we have no means of commuting back to the headquarters. What? Major General Schneider was shocked. Use the radio to call the division headquarters quickly and ask them to send a car to pick me up. Adjutant, the tank unit has just been shelled. The radio is the equipment on the tank that is most easily damaged by shelling. There should be no radio power in the tank now. Then the tanker on the tank next to him yelled, we just fixed the radio. Each armored company in Prasen is equipped with 1 or 2 electrical engineers, and their machine gunners sitting next to the driver are often really electromechanical personnel and have some skills in repairing radios. Major General Schneider was overjoyed. Quickly, call the division headquarters. Ask them to send me a car. And bring new guards. All my attaches, except List, Adjutant, have died. The men repairing the radio immediately started calling. Major General Schneider sighed and turned to look at the damaged armored battalion and Panzer Grenadier Regiment. Wang Zhong tried hard to use the overlooking system to see clearly the effect of the bombardment. It's a pity that the overlooking map completely covered up the situation below. Wang Zhong could only know where the village was and where the farm was through the icon. As for how many Prosan troops were stationed inside, what was the composition of the troops, and the troops were intact under the bombardment just now. What the rate is, etc., we don't know. He could only pace back and forth in the headquarters. After walking for a long time, his mouth suddenly became dry and he shouted, Nelly. Bring me some yogurt. Suddenly, he realized that Neely hadn't come up yet. When he saw Ludmila in the air during the last reconnaissance, Neely was right next to her. The two of them seem to be stuck on the road now, so they can only let the troop transport use the railway first, while the two of them hitchhike with a group of nurses to Abawahan little by little. Pavlov originally wanted to issue an order to give the two people special treatment, but Wang Zhong refused. Wang Zhong hoped that they would come to the front line later, so that if the situation in Abawahan was more dangerous, they could be allowed to stop on the other side. The other side must be safe, and neither the Ant Inland Sea Fleet nor the Inland River Fleet would allow Prosan people rush across the river. The worst case scenario would be to split the port at the mouth of the river in two. However, It is hard to say whether the Cuba Front Army can stop the Plasan army that is advancing straight into Cuba. After passing Ababahan, there are no rivers, no strong cities, and even no complex terrain on the road to Cuba. It is completely flat. The anti-army cannot resist the Plasan army on such terrain at present. Even if the Cuba Front Army relies on General Dong to block it, the transportation line will be blocked, and the oil transported from the oil field to the inland will be greatly reduced. Anti is now heavily dependent on Cuba's oil. Once the transportation line is blocked, there may not be enough fuel oil for wintering tonight. Millions of people may freeze to death, which will greatly shake the entire Anti's resistance will. Now all aspects of the situation show that Ababahan is the steel grad of this time and space, and a very tragic meat-mincing battle will take place in the city. Wang Zhong doesn't want his wife and little maid to be with him at this time. Because he will definitely live and die with the city, just like Quickhoff in another time and space. When the enemy approached and the artillery could reach Ababahan, Wang Zhong would move to a more solid underground command post. By then, I am afraid that even in the command post, a large number of people would be killed every day by artillery fire and heavy bombs. Wang Zhong did not want his important women to come here. So he played a little trick and let them be trapped on the railway, so that they could only walk and stop every day. Pavlov did not understand at first, but now he understands, so he is doing his best to cooperate with Wang Zhong. Since Nelly is not here, Wang Zhong can only ask someone else for yogurt. Yakov. Sour, huh? Wang Zhong looked at the yogurt stuffed in his hand in confusion. Yakov smiled, yogurt, right? I just saw that the time is almost up, so I prepared it. I can take good care of you without Miss Nelly. Wang Zhong smiled, drank a mouthful of yogurt, and exclaimed with satisfaction. Chapter 511 Battle Interval. Major General Schneider did not return to the headquarters of the 9th Armored Division of the 14th Panzer Corps in Plassen until 2 a.m. Major General Hopp, the commander of the 9th Panzer Grenadier Division, was already waiting at the division headquarters. Major General Hopp was Schneider's classmate. Seeing him come in so dusty, his eyes widened. Did you encounter a night attack? I survived the bombardment. Rokosov may have used 1,000 cannons to shoot at me. My armored battalion commander and the command team of your 1st regiment were all killed because they were in a meeting when the bombardment came. Schneider paused and continued, you leave my division headquarters quickly. We can't let Rokosov take over the headquarters of both of our divisions. Major General Hope frowned, he doesn't know where the division headquarters is, and your division headquarters is 15 kilometers away from the front line. The enemy should not be able to bomb our artillery positions. Remember our instructor Elvin in the military academy? He always emphasized that the distance between the division command post and the front line should not exceed 10 kilometers. If it exceeds this distance, the division commander will not be able to figure out the situation on the front line. We have violated the instructor's teachings. Major General Schneider shook his head repeatedly, no, 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 Instructor Irwin is on the front line every day in the African Corps. He will definitely go to Rokosov's trophy rack as soon as possible. Major General Hope frowned, trophy rack. Yes, the anti-nobles will make specimens of the bears or deer they hunted and hang them on the trophy racks on their walls. And Rokosov is the highest level anti-noble. He might melt the medals and ranks of General Prosan, who he killed, into one piece, engrave his name and rank on it, and display it on the trophy rack. Major General Schneider said maybe, which is a speculation, but because what he said was too shocking, Major General Hope was shocked and didn't notice that it was a speculation. Will he actually do this? Schneider then realized that his friend had misunderstood, and hurriedly corrected, I mean, it's possible. This Rokosov is a bit weird. He definitely has a way to know the location of senior generals who are within the artillery range. Remember how the major general of a division of the Asgard Knights died? He got on a tank to the front line to see what was going on, but was covered by Rokosov's heavy artillery. Major General Hope shook his head, turned his head and said to his orderly, bring my collection of whiskey, I think my old friend wants a drink. Orderly, is it the bottle of whiskey that Carolingian brought over? Yes, that bottle, and bring the carved cup I brought from Florence. You should really see the Florentine craftsmanship. These Sardinians are not good at fighting, but they are really good at art. Major General Hope said the second half of his sentence to Major General Schneider, and he wanted to pat his shoulder while speaking. But Major General Schneider waved his old friend's hand away, I am not crazy, nor am I hysterical because of shell shock. It's just a coincidence. I just arrived at the front line and the bombardment came. Major General Hope, in fact, just now, all our army's offensive starting points and assembly points were bombarded. Rokosov guessed the location of the assembly point from the daytime attack, got a round of blindness, and then you just happened to be there. Can it be so coincidental? Major General Schneider asked suspiciously. Major General Hope, of course, there are not enough coincidences on the battlefield. I can get a basket of stories about amulets by just taking a walk around the troops. Someone's amulet disappeared one day, and then he was shot in the head. Are all those true? No, it's probability and survivor bias. Only those that happen to come true will be recorded. There are also countless people who went to the battlefield with amulets and were killed. The amulets did not play any role. The same thing happened to you. Rokosov happened to bombard the front line. This is his routine operation. In fact, many troops who moved and camped after nightfall were not bombed by him. You just neglected it and let the troops rest at the assembly point, and then it was a big disaster. Major General Schneider touched his beard and stared at his friend. Major General Hope, that's it, old friend. At this time, Major General Hope's orderly came over with wine and carved wine glasses. Come on, you should drink a little to calm down. You are just scared after escaping death, and then you start to have wild thoughts. Major General Hope took the wine and the wine glass, filled a glass and handed it to Schneider. Schneider grabbed the wine glass and gulped it down. After drinking, he seemed to calm down a little. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "Think about it carefully. You are right. I just happened to be bombarded. I shouldn't be so scared. It's embarrassing for the Imperial Military Academy." Major General Hope nodded, "Yes, if you were seen by people who are dissatisfied with our Junker nobles, they would say that we only learned to eat with knives and forks when we went to the military academy. Go to hell with them." Schneider seemed to have regained his confidence and courage through alcohol. "Let's plan tomorrow's attack. My 1st battalion was bombarded like that. If we don't inspect the tanks tomorrow, we can't attack. When I was there, I saw that many tanks' tracks were blown off. And many radios were also blown up. In fact, Schneider didn't say something important, the tank sighting system. After being bombarded like this, almost all tank sighting systems need to be readjusted, but this problem can be solved by the tankers themselves when dawn comes. Most sighting systems do not need to be repaired, only recalibrated. As a professional tank officer, Schneider subconsciously thought that there was no need to worry about this matter and ignored it. In other words, the Plossen armored troops were indeed elite, so there was no need to worry about this matter. When the training level of the armored troops was lowered by the reinforcements, Schneider might pay the price for his carelessness. Now, Schneider gave orders on his own. Tomorrow, the 2nd Battalion will take over the attack from the 1st Battalion. All the tanks of the 1st Battalion will be towed to the Maintenance Battalion for preliminary inspection. Those that need major repairs will be transferred to the Armored Military Repair Factory. Yes. The Division Chief of Staff quickly wrote down Schneider's order. "Hope, my old friend." Schneider turned to his friend, "Your 1st Armored Grenadier Regiment should also be replaced. There are only a few lucky guys left as battalion and company commanders. Don't worry, my troops can do it well. Even if they are the 2nd echelon in the command sequence, they are experienced officers. There is no problem." Major General Hope said confidently. Schneider nodded, "That's good. My forward reconnaissance this time was effective. I saw through Rokosov's trick. Tomorrow I will use all the artillery assigned to us to fire smoke bombs to cover the entire nameless highland, and then conduct close-range combat. Hop, then it all depends on my grenadiers." Schneider waved his hand, "Don't worry, we attacked for a day today. The positions are all mobilized soldiers. The unit numbers have the word temporary in front of them. The ant troops with this suffix are very rubbish. You were resisted by temporary troops for a day." Major General Hope widened his eyes, "How is this possible? When I came here, I thought this highland was ants' guards. For example, Rokosov's elite, the 1st Red Banner Infantry Division of the Guards." Schneider shook his head. "When the attack was frustrated at noon, I specifically asked, and the troops resisting the army did not raise red flags, and the tanks that came to support did not raise red flags. We were blocked by ants' ordinary troops. No, it was ants' temporary infantry troops for a day." Hop pursed his lips, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "It seems that after more than a year of fighting, the quality gap between our troops and ants' troops is not that big. Schneider, don't be so worried, we just advanced such a long distance in 3 months, so long." He pointed to the huge map on the wall of the division headquarters and repeated it again, "Look. So long, so far." Major General Hope looked at the map and nodded slightly, "Yes, it's farther than last year, and more land has been occupied. Except that the number of troops annihilated is not as many as last year, it can be said that we have achieved a brilliant victory in the summer offensive. When it comes to annihilating less troops than last year, everyone is silent." Schneider took the bottle from Hope's orderly, filled it for himself, and then drank it all. After drinking, he poked the cup on the table and said loudly, "No matter what, this attack will end the war anyway. Then we can return home in triumph and concentrate on preparing to attack the United Kingdom." Major General Hope nodded, "Yes. Tomorrow we will take down this unnamed hill in front of us, and then push all the way to the city of Abawahan. The mission of the 14th Armored Corps is to push the front line from the open areas on both sides of the city to the densely built areas. After taking down the unnamed hill, the 14th Armored Corps will enter an area similar to the urban-rural junction. Although there are more masonry buildings, it is still an open area. According to the offensive plan, the 14th Armored Corps should arrive in the city of Abawahan on the 23rd. And this offensive plan now has a small problem. Major General Schneider is determined to correct this small problem tomorrow. He whispered as if to comfort himself, "It's just some temporary infantry, there will be no problem. The enemy certainly didn't expect that we replaced the brother troops." Brigadier General Aromayev of the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade said, "According to the intelligence obtained by catching the tongue, an armored grenadier division has just come up, and we just happened to collide with these elite troops. They have always been known as the strongest light infantry. Let's see how strong they are." Brigadier General Aromayev patted his chest, and the strong muscles under the sailor shirt made a popping sound. The officers and soldiers of the 393rd Brigade gathered in the small bunker smiled knowingly. "Let them see. Brigadier General Aromayev, General Rokosov has always valued us. Everyone can feel this. We have also fought side by side with the elite 225th Division Tank Destroyer Battalion. Tomorrow, the enemy will definitely not return." Chapter 512 Dawn on the 21st, Rain. Major General Schneider opened his eyes and was stunned for 5 minutes before he remembered who he was, where he was, and what he was doing. He stood up, and at this time he heard 2 guards outside the house gossiping in a low voice. "Did you know? Auntie Rokosov would melt the medals and ranks of our generals who he captured or killed into a metal plate with their names and ranks written on it, and put it on his own display cabinet." Major General Schneider frowned, always feeling that the statement was a bit familiar. Suddenly he slapped his thigh and remembered that this was not what he said when he was hysterical yesterday. How come it was taken as true after a night? He opened the door and was about to scold the 2 guards for deserting their duty while on duty, but suddenly remembered that he was not wearing military pants. Major General Schneider was the type who liked to take off everything except his vest and shorts before going to bed in winter. So he closed the door awkwardly, leaving the 2 frightened privates outside. A moment later, the fully armed Major General Schneider opened the door and asked the 2 soldiers seriously, "Where did you hear the rumors about Rokosov?" "The whole guard company said so. It seems that it came from the communication company." One of the guards replied. Major General Schneider, "Communication company, damn it, they don't work properly, just gossip here. Call the commander of the communication company to me." The 2 guards looked at each other, and then the corporal with the battle wound badge pursed his lips, and the private immediately turned around and ran to find the commander of the communication company. Major General Schneider stood there, shivering in the cold wind. Why is it so cold at this time? Damn. He looked up at the sky, and then raindrops fell on his face. Very fine raindrops, with the breath of wind blowing from the inland sea. Major General Schneider's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. All the memories of last year's muddy mess came flooding back to him. Damn Rokosov, he's relying on this again. Wang Zhong stood on the steps in front of the commander's office, looking up at the sky with drizzling rain. Pavlov put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. It's just the right time. The enemy's logistical capacity will be reduced by at least 50%. Even if they restore the supply line and deploy anti-aircraft guns to cover key nodes, the supplies sent to the front line will be greatly reduced. Popov, and we have railways, and Allied supplies are continuously delivered from the Baharabaris transport line. Wang Zhong nodded. Yes, from a strategic level, the necessary puzzle pieces for victory have been put together. Now it depends on whether we can stop the Prasen people tactically. Pavlov, but the freezing time of the lower reaches of the Valdai River is approaching. Maybe the Prasen army will take the opportunity to attack our railway line on the opposite bank. Wang Zhong, at that time, we will see who is better at winter warfare. I can't wait to see our cavalry cross the ice and attack the Prasen people's logistics lines. After he finished speaking, Pavlov and Popov both laughed. Yakov looked at the 3 suspiciously and wrote in his battlefield diary, "It rained early this morning." The 3 giants of the front laughed together like villains. They were facing a powerful enemy, but they were acting like winners. At the Western Front headquarters, General Gorky stretched out his hand and looked at the raindrops falling on his hand. It's finally here. He sighed. His new chief of staff, the old chief of staff was promoted to the commander of the front, frowned. It feels a bit unfair to defeat the enemy with the climate. You are wrong. If you say so, defeating the enemy with the terrain is also unfair. Only face-to-face fighting, like the gladiators in the arena, is fair and honorable. But the art of war originally includes the art of using climate and terrain. General Gorky rubbed his rain-soaked hands on his coat, put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. After a short pause, he added, Rokosov is a master in this area. He foresaw this moment last year. At this time, 2 staff officers came over with a thick stack of documents and saluted the Chief of Staff. The plan for the winter offensive is ready. Chief of Staff, okay, I'll take a look at it right away. Give it to me. General Gorky took the battle plan directly, opened the first outline and glanced at it, and immediately closed it and returned it to the Chief of Staff. Very good, execute it according to this. Don't you want to take a closer look? The Chief of Staff was shocked. General Gorky, because the value of the offensive plan lies in the fact that we launched the offensive. As long as the Prasen army in front of us feels the pressure, they will definitely feel the pressure. We have much more troops than them, and we have stored ammunition for so long. The key to the plan is to fire 400,000 shells on the first day, 400,000 rounds, understand? The 2 staff officers who made the specific plan looked at each other and replied, report to the general, more than 400,000 rounds. We will follow your tactical thinking and launch an indiscriminate attack on the entire front, then deploy reserve forces in places where breakthroughs are achieved, and adopt a policy of encircling but not attacking the support points that are difficult to break through. In order to ensure the implementation of the plan, we have concentrated 2,000 cannons on the entire front line, with 20 cannons per kilometer. For each cannon, we have prepared 5 bases of ammunition. This has been stockpiled for 4 months. General Gorky nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's it? Rokosov is good at precise breakthroughs and encirclements. His style of play is actually very similar to that of the Plosians opposite, full of beauty. I am different from him. This fighting method is the real fighting method of Ant. And the time I choose to attack is also different from Rokosov. He will not attack during the mud season. I specifically choose the mud season so that I can catch the Prosenians off guard. General Gorky clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the heavier rain. The most important victory this winter must be Rokosov's. This is the huge victory he told me last year. And my offensive on the Central Front will help him win. Future war history researchers will remember my contribution, do you understand? The Chief of Staff was a little confused. Aren't you a general of the Rokosov faction? I am, of course I am. Gorky nodded repeatedly, but we are also members of the Rokosov faction, so we have to rank ourselves, right? He has the Chief of Staff, the Bishop, and the division commanders below who have been fighting with him. Plus Kazuk and Kyrenenko will join him soon. But history will remember that my offense is also very important. General Gorky held his head high. Although my tactics were born from Rokosov's chats, they are indeed my tactics. There will be a place in the military academy's books in the future. After a pause, he said in a voice that only he could hear, I might be able to get the rank of marshal before Rokosov, if the attack goes well. The Chief of Staff didn't know whether he heard this or not. Anyway, he was going to pretend not to hear it. At this time, one of the 2 staff officers timidly asked, then, when is the attack time scheduled? General Gorky thought for a while and replied, in 4 days, it will probably take that long to issue the combat plan and mobilize all the troops. The shelling will start at 5 o'clock in the morning on the 25th. Yes. Wang Zhong sighed. A motorcycle drove all the way to the trio in the heavy rain. A bandaged priest got out of the car and saluted Wang Zhong with his left hand, Commander Devarisai. Wang Zhong, you are the Bishop Ilik Devarishi who stayed on the unknown highland for a day, right? Yes. The priest was deeply moved. Do you know my name? Wang Zhong stared at Ilyich for a few seconds. Your eyebrows are so thick. Ah. The priest was shocked by this sudden topic. Should I shave it? Wang Zhong, no need. He looks honest with thick eyebrows. I saw all the battle yesterday. Ilyich was greatly moved. Sure enough? I can feel you watching us from the sky. Wang Zhong, well, it's better not to say such things in heaven. I haven't been killed yet. I'm sorry. Ilyich saluted immediately. Wang Zhong, don't worry, I'm just joking. You go and eat. My chef Series cooks delicious food. I specially asked him to cook a big meal today. Thank you very much. Ilyich replied loudly. Wang Zhong, okay, stop saluting and go eat. Ilyich turned to leave, suddenly remembered something, and turned back. General, today at the most dangerous time, a KV tank saved the situation. But the tank was destroyed by the enemy, and I handed over the position to the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade. At that time, some things were recovered from the wreckage. As a chaplain with the army, I have the responsibility to apply for honor for them. After saying that, Ilyich returned to the motorcycle, took out a backpack from the side of the motorcycle, carried the backpack to Wang Zhong, and took out the contents one by one. The military ranks burned black, the photo half burned, the cap badge completely blackened. Wang Zhong picked up the military rank. He was sure that he had seen this military rank on the shoulders of Major Romanov, the leader of the 21st Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment. Is the tank's tactical number 2101? He asked. Yes. Ilyich was surprised. Do you know this major? Wang Zhong, I know, I just saw him yesterday before he went to the battlefield. Are there any survivors in their crew? Ilyich, no more. Major Romanov was the last survivor. He left the tank and continued to fight until the bullet penetrated his head. Because he was outside the vehicle, so many of these things remained. The inside of the car was so burned that even the hood badge melted. Wang Zhong held his military rank in one hand and a half-drawn photo in the other. The girl in the photo was not sure whether it was Romanov's daughter or his girlfriend, probably his daughter. The rain was pouring heavily, and the wind carried heavy raindrops that stuck to Wang Zhong's face. Pavlov raised his head. Damn it, why did it rain so hard all of a sudden? Wang Zhong, because Aunt's mother is crying. Yakov silently wrote the sentence down in his notebook. Wang Zhong put away the relics and said to Ilyich, leave them to me. I will personally deliver them to the family members. Ilyich saluted silently, got on the motorcycle, turned the accelerator and left. Chapter 513, Vortex in the Heavy Rain. As Ilyich left at lightning speed on his motorcycle, a Steipunk truck drove in. A major general jumped out of the truck, glanced at Wang Zhong, then arranged his clothes in the rain and put his hat straight. Pavlov, this should be Lieutenant General Korodov, the commander of the 71st Infantry Corps, who has just arrived. His vanguard has just arrived. I have already arranged to transport it to the front. Wang Zhong, I know. Yakov, go and inform Chef Chen to prepare the lion's head. Let the army commander finish his meal before going to the front line. Yakov responded, wrapped the relics he just took from Wang Zhong in oil paper, put them into his backpack, and then turned around and left. Korodov walked up the steps and saluted Wang Zhong, General. I have long admired my name. I am very happy to fight under your command. Wang Zhong returned the gift and said seriously, welcome to hell. Korodov smiled, that's great. We will definitely get the title of guards. It is said that the guards' infantry has begun to issue those silent submachine guns. Wang Zhong, it's called an assault rifle. Currently, only the infantry guards under my command will issue it. We are now under your command, all we need is the title of guard. After speaking, Korodov saluted again, then I'm going, General. Wang Zhong, wait a minute. Let's go after eating. But the military situation is urgent. We saw a lot of wounded soldiers on the way here, more than I saw last year. I should rush to the front line as soon as possible. Korodov argued with reason. Wang Zhong interrupted him, eat before leaving. The battlefield is right there, and it won't run away. Let your troops stop for a meal, and have some hot food and hot soup. Korodov still wanted to argue, but he suddenly understood something from Wang Zhong's expression. He saluted Wang Zhong for the third time, thank you, Comrade Commander. Wang Zhong nodded, you're welcome. A few seconds later, he murmured again, you're welcome. October 21st, 915, early morning. In heavy rain. Joint headquarters of the 9th Panzer Division and the 9th Panzer Grenadier Division of the 14th Panzer Corps in Plassen. The 9th Armored Division and the 9th Armored Grenadier Division were originally expanded from the same training base. In the Prasen Army, it is very common for the same base to expand into two different divisions with the same designation. For example, the 16th Armored Division and the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division have the same origin. Of course, both divisions will later recruit recruits from various places, so the originality feature is weakened. Major General Schmidt paced back and forth in the Joint Command headquarters, why hasn't it started yet? Major General Hope replied, obviously it's raining and smoke bombs can't be deployed. In this rainy day, smoke bombs won't have much effect at all. At this time, Schmidt's adjutant said, General, the heavy rain will obscure the view. Maybe we can try to launch an infantry attack. Major General Schmidt, are you asking me to conduct an infantry attack without artillery preparation and smoke cover? Major General Hope, our division's ammunition reserves are still intact, and we also have a large number of mortars, infantry artillery, and a battalion of assault guns assigned to infantry battalions. I think we can attack. Our division's artillery fire cover, you guys bring out tank support. Schmidt stared outside for a few seconds and nodded, okay. Give it a try. Once you find strong anti-tank fire on the enemy's position, retreat, wait for the rain to stop, and then attack according to the original plan. Major General Hope immediately waved his hand, and his staff immediately got busy. Seeing the attack orders being issued step by step, Major General Hope patted his old friend on the shoulder, don't worry, even if there is an assault gun called a Vortex created by Rokosov, the infantry can handle the assault. After all, guns have no turrets, so they are very limited in defense. Infantry is much more vulnerable than tanks when they get close. You said before that the only people guarding the unknown highlands are ants mobilized soldiers. Schmidt nodded. Yes, we briefly occupied part of the position, seized some documents and materials, and arrested a few wounded soldiers. The Anders on the position had only been in the army for more than 3 months. The bullets fired before entering the position, the number didn't exceed 50 rounds. Major General Hope said confidently, that's the end of it. The unknown heights will definitely be captured today. Then I will name it the 9th Armored Division Highlands to commemorate the fallen soldiers. At this time, a staff officer reported to Major General Hope, the bombardment preparations are complete, General. Very good. Fire. At 0821 hours on the 21st, in the unknown highlands, it rained heavily after the shelling. Brigadier General Aromiev raised his head and looked around. He could hear the Marine Infantry Battalion and company commanders loudly confirming the situation. The heavy rain made the visibility very poor, and the whole world was grey. Aromiev estimated the current sight range and felt that the Vortex destroyer ambushing on the top of the position could attack targets at a distance of 300 meters at most. Nothing could be seen further away. Even at a distance of 300 meters, you can only aim roughly and cannot attack accurately. After all, the enemy tank may be a black lump at this distance. This time the scariest aspect of the Vortex was offset by the weather. In Balas, Aromiev had seen the scene of Vortex long-distance precise sniping. These elites under Rokosov could accurately hit enemy tanks at 1,800 meters. If you only look at it with the naked eye, the tank at a distance of 1,800 meters is just a tiny bit in size. The tankers of the Vortex destroyer can hit accurately and penetrate the weak points. Aromiev didn't know the design standards of the Vortex and thought it was a weak point. Damn the weather! The Brigadier General cursed. At this time, the Brigade Chief of Staff said, maybe the Proson people knew that the Vortex was here, so they fired smoke bombs. Now it's raining heavily, smoke bombs don't work, and the Vortex still has a 300-meter range. You are right. Aromiev nodded. At this time, the observer shouted, listen. Aromiev and the Chief of Staff closed their mouths at the same time, and soon they heard the sound of the engine. Aromiev, prepare for battle. His orders were passed down continuously, as if they were constantly echoing, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Aromiev had confidence in his soldiers, because they were well-tested naval infantry, the Black Death that the Proson people feared. If they couldn't stop the Proson people, then no one could stop Anti, and the nameless highland would be lost today. As for casualties, after arriving at the position yesterday and seeing the tragic scene, Aromiev had long since driven the word casualties out of his mind. Even if the 393rd Brigade fought to the last man, he would stay on the position to cover the transfer of the precious Vortex tank destroyer. The ground began to tremble, and dense ripples appeared in the small puddle outside the trench, like fish scales. Black shadows appeared in the distance, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Vortex had not opened fire. Was it because the rain was too heavy to see the weakness? Aromiev pursed his lips and began to wonder how many enemy tanks the naval infantry could replace. According to the calculation that 3 people had to be sacrificed to hit a tank. Suddenly, Vortex opened fire. The shell hit a black shadow accurately, and then the black shadow exploded. The flames from the turret cover were 2 meters high, like bright torches in the heavy rain. Then all the vortices started firing, and the entire position was filled with smoke and dust created by the muzzle flames of 100 mm guns. Then the smoke and dust were quickly washed away by the heavy rain, and the vision immediately became clear. The second wave of shooting began. In a blink of an eye, the front of the position was full of burning torches, the rain curtain was illuminated, and the Proson skirmish line that was originally covered in the rain was also illuminated. The heavy machine guns took the opportunity to fire, and the interweaving fire net of tracer bullets pierced the rain curtain. The third wave of Vortex salvos. The enemy tanks were already retreating to a distance of 500 to 600 meters, but they were still hit and caught fire. Aromiev finally realized that the Vortex thing, facing Proson's main tanks, would penetrate and destroy them if they were penetrated, and there was no need to aim at any weaknesses. Just now, the Vortex waited until the enemy was 300 meters away before firing, probably to prevent the enemy from running away. Look now, the enemy has retreated to 700 to 800 meters away, and the Vortex is still firing. From time to time, you can see Proson's tanks being hit and turned into torches. Aromiev waited for about 5 minutes, and the Vortex finally fell silent. There were no moving objects in his field of vision. About 30 Proson tanks were burning. Generally, if a tank was hit, even with Proson's maintenance capabilities, it would not be repaired and could only be completely scrapped. As for those black shadows that were parked in place, the Proson people might repair them after occupying the nameless high ground. Brigadier General Aromiev breathed a sigh of relief. The first wave of offensives was repelled today. Tell everyone to return to the artillery caves and prepare to avoid artillery. According to the nature of the Proson people in fighting, The artillery bombardment is coming. Chief of Staff, do they still have shells? Didn't they say that the Air Force had raised all the shells before? Brigadier General Audiowave shrugged, and at this time there was a whistling sound in the sky. It seems they still have some, said the Brigadier General, while he lay forward on the muddy trench wall. How much did you say we lost? Major General Schmidt's voice rose 8 degrees. 31 Type 3s and 11 Type 4s did not return, and the 2nd Armored Battalion lost more than one-third of its troops. The adjutant looked embarrassed. Your prediction was correct. Those assault guns did not leave yesterday, and they were all ambushed on the high ground. Major General Schmidt snorted, although I predicted correctly, I am not happy at all. At this time, Major General Hope suggested, you can let my armored grenadiers crawl forward and sneak up, take advantage of the cover of heavy rain to launch a sneak attack, and take down the position in close combat. We should have done this long ago. Major General Schmidt said, in just one attack, in more than 10 minutes, my armored battalion lost more than yesterday. Plausson's armored battalions are all large battalions. It is normal for a battalion to have more than 100 tanks. The 2nd Armored Battalion lost one-third of its troops in one charge. Any armored division commander would feel painful. Major General Hope comforted his friend, leave it to us next. Anyway, prepare the artillery fire first, and let my troops quietly approach the position while the artillery fire is covering the area. July Summary. It is customary to post pictures when the monthly summary comes up. Actually, I didn't do too badly in July. I had something to do in the last few days, so I could only update less. And my goal remains unchanged, which is to complete 81 chapters before the release of Black Myth. We have to update every day for the next 20 days, otherwise Monkey Brother will think we are not pious. So the usual leave on the first day is not available. It happens to be the Army Day, so we will update more to celebrate. The Barras Expeditionary Force volume is mainly to satisfy my addiction to writing special operations, and to throw pumpkins. By the way, new readers may not know that I throw pumpkins in every book, because I especially like The Great Escape. It can be said that this French movie enlightened my sense of humor. In addition to throwing pumpkins, there are many classic jokes in The Great Escape, which can be played as the plot unfolds. For example, in the book, the Allies are about to start a large-scale bombing of Prosun, and the joke of the Mandarin ductee can be played. When retaking Ixukov, the joke of the conductor can be played, etc. In short, I throw pumpkins in every book, and I have even arranged how to throw the next book. Without further ado, I will continue writing and try to release the next chapter to you all as soon as possible. Chapter 514 Armored Grenadiers vs. Black Death, Update 2081. Chapter 514 Armored Grenadiers vs. Black Death, Update 2081. The heavy rain and the bombardment made Brigadier General Audiowave basically unable to hear or see anything. After the bombardment ended, he immediately shouted, "The enemy is bombarding like this, maybe the infantry has already touched us? Prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots were heard from the positions to the west. It was the sound of the PPSH firing, and someone was shouting something. Then came the sound of a grenade exploding. Brigadier General Audiowave immediately understood, the enemy is coming. The enemy has advanced to the front of the position at the risk of being bombarded by their own artillery fire. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat and do everything we can to protect the vortex. At this time, gunshots were heard from all directions. It was obvious that the Prosons had deployed a lot of troops and had already touched the front of every position on the nameless highland. Brigadier General Audiowave picked up the PPSH placed next to the bunker, checked the barrel, and reinserted the drum after confirming that there was not too much sand in the gun. He loaded the gun. Everyone, get ready. We Marines have never been afraid of hand-to-hand combat, never. Sergeant Hans crawled on the ground with a submachine gun. Shells from friendly forces kept flying overhead and landed on the hill more than 100 meters ahead. He heard the second-class soldier beside him complaining, "What if it misses and falls on our heads?" The sergeant said, "If you want to survive on the battlefield, don't worry about this kind of thing. The more you worry about it, the more likely it will happen. Lower your head, crawl forward, throw grenades to clear the trench when you get close to the position, and then the next one." The second-class soldier closed his mouth and crawled silently. The group quickly approached the trench. Finally, the lieutenant leading the team at the front gave an order, signaling the whole team to stop moving forward. The front is the real artillery coverage area. If you move forward, you will really be blown to pieces by friendly artillery fire. Soon, the order to rest in place came down. Sergeant Hans breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the private. Although he couldn't see the face of the recruit, he instinctively felt his nervousness, so he said again, "Don't worry, the anti-soldiers on the position are recruits like you, and you have trained for 6 months, fired thousands of bullets, and worked in the labor camp for half a year. Anti's recruits have only trained for 3 months and fired about 50 bullets. Private, I heard that, and said that Anti's casualties as a defender are much greater than our attackers. Sergeant Hans nodded. That's what happened. These recruits probably panicked when they saw the grenade, and they were all killed in an instant. Then we took advantage of the chaos and rushed up. Remember to shout when you meet anti-people. The recruits will panic when they hear the shouting. This is the conclusion I concluded after killing countless anti-recruits. Shout. I remember it. The private took a deep breath. At this time, the shells that had been whistling over everyone's head suddenly disappeared. The explosion in front also dissipated, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of rain still making noise. The silence lasted less than 3 seconds, and a new order was passed down: crawl quickly, the enemy is 50 meters ahead. Here they come. Sergeant Hans took out a grenade, bit it in his mouth, and began to crawl quickly. He could hear the second-class soldiers panting. Obviously, the recruits did not complete the fast-crawling subject very well. After crawling for a while, their breathing became disordered. Suddenly, a gunshot was fired from the position in the west. The sergeant just glanced to the west and continued to move forward. The second-class soldier behind him stopped and stared at the west in a daze. When the sergeant heard that the recruit's panting did not follow his own, he immediately turned back, then kicked the recruit's arm and made a squeaking sound with his mouth. He couldn't speak because he was biting the grenade. Fortunately, the second-class soldier woke up, looked at Sergeant Hans, and continued to crawl. As soon as Hans turned his head to the front, he saw someone in front of him supporting his upper body and throwing a grenade into the trench with a hook. Then he saw a pair of hands in the trench in the heavy rain catch the grenade and throw it back. The mud raised by the explosion was like a fountain in the air, and the helmet that was blown away could be seen. Hans was shocked. Then more grenades were thrown out of the trench, and a fence made of mud suddenly rose in front. But the heavy rain immediately slapped the mud raised by the explosion back to the ground. The machine gun sounded, and the long machine gun flames left a bright spot in Sergeant Hans' eyes. Because the heavy rain caused the vision to be too poor, the machine gunner obviously did not aim carefully, but just fired randomly according to the parameters determined in advance. The barrage swept over Sergeant Hans's head, making him instinctively lie down, his face close to the ground, lowering his head as much as possible, and praying that the helmet would be reliable once. He heard the sound of bullets hitting rotten flesh nearby. This sound was obviously different from the cheese sound made by bullets hitting the mud. So Sergeant Hans turned his head and saw the corporal on his left lying on the ground, his head tilted to the side, and his helmet had rolled off his head. The red on the corporal's back was spreading, and it was obvious that the random bullets hit him. Sergeant Hans cursed, took the grenade out of his mouth, pulled the string and threw it out. The grenade exploded next to the machine gun fire point. Although it was not thrown into the fire point smoothly, it still stopped the machine gun shooting temporarily. Sergeant Hans hurriedly continued to crawl forward. While crawling, he encouraged the second-class soldier, "Hurry. In this situation, even if the enemy is a novice, it can easily kill us. We have a chance of winning if we rush into the trenches and fight hand to hand." "Private, I know. Hoo ha ha ha." It was obvious that the recruit was so nervous that his breathing became several times heavier, and he looked like a bull. The machine gun fired again, but it was shooting at the ground behind Sergeant Hans and the private. At this time, many Prosan soldiers had jumped up and rushed into the trench, but these people obviously did not control the trench as quickly as Sergeant Hans expected. The firing point that should have been dealt with first was still firing. Sergeant Hans touched another grenade, unscrewed the lid and pulled down the pull ring, held it in his hand for a second before throwing it out with a hook. This time the grenade fell accurately into the firing point, and the next moment the mud point raised by the explosion collapsed. Sergeant Hans stood up, holding the submachine gun, and leaped to the side of the trench, roared at the inside, and opened fire again. The submachine gun bullets directly hit the two machine gunners who were knocked down by the grenade. The third machine gunner just turned the corner of the trench, probably wanting to take over the shooting, and saw Sergeant Hans. He immediately raised the submachine gun in his hand, but was shot before he pulled the trigger. Sergeant Hans poured all 30 bullets into the trench in one breath, and then wanted to lie down to change the magazine. At this time, he heard the sound of PPS. He turned his head to look in the direction of the gunshot, but only saw the shooter's sailor shirt. "Hey, that's not right." When he fell, Sergeant Hans was thinking, weren't they all new recruits? Why didn't they wear the khaki uniform of Ant? This black uniform with a large lapel, this sailor shirt with the collar exposed, and the streamer on the hat, this is obviously Ant's elite naval infantry. It's the Black Death. Sergeant Hans' last thought was, I actually killed 3 Black Deaths with 1 round, I can be proud. He fell to the ground, looking at the sky, and the rain kept falling, washing the blood into the soil. The private behind him saw this and trembled on the ground, not even bothering to throw a grenade. With a short burst of fire, Alomev knocked down the armored grenadiers who were rushing along the trench, and then shouted, "Drive the enemy out of the trench. We have more automatic firepower, we have the advantage." The Plassen infantry squad invested all its resources in the squad machine guns. The soldiers had 98K bolt-action guns. Even for the armored grenadiers, submachine guns were not popularized to everyone, and usually only non-commissioned officers had one. Almost all the naval infantrymen were submachine guns. In terms of automatic firepower, Ant's side was indeed more advantageous. With Alomev's order, the naval infantrymen launched a counter-attack against the Plassens who rushed into the trenches. Alomev stood up directly, pulled up the St. Andrew's cross flag of the Navy that was inserted next to the command post, held the flag in one hand, and fired with a submachine gun in the other hand. "Charge! Let's show the Prasen people what the Black Death is today." Hurrah! A deafening hurrah sounded throughout the battlefield. Major General Hope frowned and looked at the staff officer who came to report. "What did you say?" "Our attack was repelled," said the staff officer. "By a group of mobilized soldiers." Hope stood up and slapped the table. "Where can we armored grenadiers put our faces?" "Staff officer, the front line report said that the people in the trenches were wearing black uniforms with large lapels, and the flag was not the army's flag, but the blue and white St. Andrew's cross flag." Major General Hope was stunned. "Navy infantry? Black Death?" He looked at his old friend Major General Schneider from the same period of the military academy. Schneider waved his arms hurriedly. "No, no, no, yesterday they were all mobilized soldiers. We didn't know the Black Death was coming, we didn't know at all." Major General Hope cursed. "You have done me a disservice. The Black Deaths all had submachine guns, high morale, and skilled tactical movements, and even had a sturdier body than ordinary ant soldiers. You have done me a disservice." He turned to the staff officer. "Is the loss large?" "We are still counting," the staff officer replied. Major General Hope shook his head. "It seems that we can only wait for the rain to stop, and then try to use smoke bombs and twice the number of troops to push forward. Your tanks must also go up, and suppress the Black Death with machine gun fire and artillery." Major General Schneider patted his chest. "No problem, as long as we can cover the firing range of that assault gun, my tanks can rush up with your grenadiers." Major General Hope, "We can only wait for the weather to clear up, but, will the weather clear up?" Weather forecast, moderate to heavy rain will continue until this weekend. Pavlov put the report in front of Wang Zhong. "Logistics will suffer, both sides. We also have railways and ships, and the enemy will suffer." Wang Zhong, "It's a pity that we can't send out planes to straf the Prosan convoy stuck on the road in this rainy day." Popov, "We can only send out planes after the ice freezes over. I hope the Prosan people have prepared enough winter clothes this time." At this time, a communications staff ran over and said loudly, "Report, the train maintenance plant has been lost." Wang Zhong, "It's finally lost. Not bad, we resisted for a day and a half." Pavlov was confirming the details. "How did you know it was lost? Did the 561st Division report it?" Communications staff, "When we called the division headquarters, we heard the Prosan language, and then the call was disconnected." Popov sighed. "It seems that the Prosan people took down the division headquarters together with the division headquarters." It was Wang Zhong who stood up, walked to the Abawahan city defense map, personally erased the icon of the train maintenance plant, and then pointed to the red Duanzi on the unknown highland and said, "In this way, the only thing left in the defense line is this nameless high ground. If we continue to defend it, it will become a salient." Pavlov, "But if the nameless heights are lost, the enemy will have a good artillery observation post, and the subsequent battle will become difficult. How about waiting a little longer? It happens that the nameless heights are very close to the second line of defense. Waiting for the enemy, it's not too late to form a pincer offensive near the unknown heights and then retreat." Wang Zhong looked at the map and thought for a while, then asked Pavlov, "How much ammunition do you think the enemy has left? With their current consumption, are they almost running out of their previous reserves?" Pavlov thought for a while and said, "There shouldn't be many, I just don't know how much they have added in the past 2 days. The Air Force's reconnaissance before the rain showed that the enemy's transportation lines were restored very quickly, and they were also equipped with anti-aircraft guns. The Air Force cannot attack easily." Wang Zhong nodded. "Then let Wyoming Highland hold on for a while and try. Maybe the enemy will stop tomorrow to wait for supplies." Pavlov nodded, picked up the receiver and began to give orders. Popov said to Wang Zhong, "The real pressure will come after the muddy period is over, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, the ground has just frozen and it is not too cold yet. The Prosans should still be able to charge." Popov, "I hope that by then our troop shortage problem will be properly resolved." Wang Zhong, "Don't worry, it will be solved. Everything will be fine when the first mobile group army arrives." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 515 October 22nd, Light Rain. At 0830 hours on October 22nd, the headquarters of the Antibaba Han Front. Wang Zhong stared at the second hand on his watch. After the second hand passed the number 12, he raised his head and asked, "Did the enemy attack?" "Pavlov, at least no troops are reporting being shelled now." Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, "Okay. The enemy really has no artillery shells. Take the time to adjust the defense line today, replace as many wounded as possible, and send them to the rear to recuperate. When they return from their injuries, they will be the backbone of the battle. We are most in need of fighting backbones." "Pavlov, don't worry, we have summarized last year's experience and also referred to the Allied forces' practices. The number of first aid stations and field hospitals has increased much more than before, and the configuration is more reasonable. Although it cannot reach the rescue rate of the United States Army, it is still much better than last year. Popov, the church has also organized a large number of stretcher teams, composed of uncles aged 40 to 50 and women who want to contribute. We have also organized an ox convoy to transport the wounded." After a brief pause, the bishop accompanying the front army added, "And the corpses. Because all the big bags were used to fill the sand to build the barricades, and there are not enough body bags now, the church tried its best to ensure that every corpse truck was filled with corpses. I can get a piece of canvas to cover it?" "Wang Zhong, don't worry. Even if the new warriors who come here can't see the corpse, they will know that this is purgatory through other means." "Popov, it's true. The tank trucks that transport new soldiers have to transport the wounded on their way back. I went to the train station yesterday and walked around. All the tank trucks were full of blood and all kinds of vomit. The soldiers were in Yebeo. When we got on the bus, we knew what kind of hell it was." At this time, Yakov changed the subject. "The enemy has no ammunition today. Can we fight back?" "Wang Zhong, if we have the strength, we can definitely try it, but the troops we have not yet committed to battle are preparing for the upcoming landing. That is the highlight. If successful, the ship can be launched before the Valdechu River freezes." A lot of troops and supplies were brought down. Yakov nodded, "That's it, I learned it again. Popov, study more. Your predecessor, Vasily, has already completed his studies. Now he is studying in the military academy and will become a regiment commander. When the war is over, he may be able to become a general." Yakov smiled, "It's okay for me to be a staff officer, but forget about it as a commander." At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew from the direction of the door, blowing a lot of documents on the table. A group of staff members were picking up documents while shouting. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw a sturdy figure standing at the door. "Igorov!" he shouted in surprise, "You're finally here. Where is my guard?" Yegorov wiped the rain off his body and walked towards Wang Zhong. Come, they said the front line is in urgent need of infantry, so they sent the infantry regiment over first. Let me tell you, they insist on dismantling your regiment. It is a waste to concentrate so many combat backbones in one unit. Several more regiments should be dismantled." I said yes, but the new regiments that were separated must be commanded by Rokosov, otherwise I would write to the palace and let the general's sister comment. In the end, they separated 4 regiments and formed a new 230. The division is also under the name of the 1st Mobile Army of the Guards. "Wang Zhong, I have another division." Pavlov shook his head, "Yes, the 230th Division has no temporary field, but the artillery and various auxiliary units are not fully equipped. Only the infantry regiment is fully staffed. According to the plan, this division should continue to train until all kinds of chaos are fully equipped. The troops will be turned into synthetic divisions that meet your standards and then transferred to the front line. But this is the situation now, right? I asked the 230th Division to rush to the front line." "Wang Zhong, who is the teacher? Do I know him?" "Yegorov, you don't know him, maybe. He's an old guy who drinks a lot. He came here on his own before the mobilization reached his age. He should be on the next few trains." The bear-like Yegorov stopped, looked around, and asked, "Is there any water?" Yakov immediately came over with a cup. "Here." Yegorov took the cup but did not drink it immediately. He looked at Yakov and said, "Yes, Vasily's spiked head looks like a real adjutant. Our general finally has a decent adjutant. Wang Zhong, we were talking about him just now, saying that if he learns more from me, he can go back to study and become a regiment commander." "Okay, you must be right to learn from the general." Yegorov patted Yakov on the shoulder and drank all the water in the glass. "Back to business, where should I go? There is a regiment of infantry now. Here we are, the Vortex and the tank are on the way. Oh, by the way, I brought your car no 422. Pavlov, this is unnecessary. Now our commander has a new vehicle, the PE-3 reconnaissance aircraft with tactical number 422. Take a plane instead." Yegorov looked confused. Isn't that thing very fragile? What if it is shot down? You don't have to worry about that. Amelia's voice came from behind Yegorov. Yegorov turned his head and immediately gasped, Tisk, this is not good. Vasilievna, Ludmila's father's name, is on the way and may arrive at any time. I heard that she is here for give way to the military vehicle. Are you on your way here now? Wang Zhong, yes, this is my order. I hope she will come to this purgatory later, and it is best to stay on the other side of the river. Yegorov glanced at Amelia, really? Amelia sighed, of course it's true. My relationship with Admiral Rokosov is very innocent, and everyone knows it. In order to avoid rumors, I even moved my residence to the airport. When he is not investigating, I just fly my Spitfire. Wang Zhong, she shot down 4 Prasen fighter jets and 1 bomber in the past 2 days. 2, Amelia corrected, 2 bombers. Yegorov's eyes widened, so powerful? Shooting down 6 enemy planes in 2 days? Much more powerful than the White Lily Lilia who was in the newspaper. Wang Zhong, she is a witch. Have you forgotten that she killed the falconer who assassinated me at a distance of 3 kilometers? Yegorov touched his head, that's true. I thought she just shot accurately and was a talent like those female snipers. Wang Zhong, if my plane returning home had not been escorted by her, it would have been sent to the bottom of the inland sea by Proson's twin-engine heavy fighter. Yegorov immediately stood in awe of Amelia, that's amazing. On behalf of the entire army, I thank you, Pilot Dovorich. I should do it? Amelia smiled. At this time, Pavlov came over with an order and handed it to Yegorov, this is your mission. There is a protrusion on our front line. It is currently surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. We call it the Unnamed Heights. Navy The Annihilation Battalions of the 393rd Infantry Brigade and the 225th Division took over the defense the night before yesterday and have been fighting fiercely with the enemy for a day. Go and replace them. In addition, the enemy should be running out of ammunition now. See if you can launch a small-scale counterattack to slightly alleviate the situation around the unknown highlands. Yegorov flipped through the order, stopped at the map page attached to the order, stared at it for a few seconds and said, okay, I will go to the place to investigate in person, and I will launch a counterattack when I have an idea. I will ask the front army for it at that time. Artillery support. Wang Zhong, as much as you want, there are enough artillery tubes. We can't use up the artillery shells sent by the Allies here. I need you to hold on to the unknown heights for at least 2 days. Yegorov stood at attention and saluted, promised to complete the task. After saying that, he suddenly smiled, it seems like last year has returned. When the war just started, the time to hold on has become longer this time. Wang Zhong also smiled, yes, last year we defended under my command, well, we were able to defend mainly by the KV tanks that arrived in time. Now you have to hold on longer, and there are no KVs. I have a vortex. Yegorov was very confident. This thing is much more reliable than the KV heavy tank. It is a good thing you made, General. Then I'm leaving. Wait a minute. Wang Zhong called to him, eat before leaving. I'll go eat with you. He stood up, patted Yegorov on the shoulder, and walked out. Pavlov, if something goes wrong, I'll have someone call you in the dining hall. Yegorov followed Wang Zhong and walked out. As he walked, he said, is this a decapitation meal? Wang Zhong, don't be so talkative. But you're right, this time is different from before. Maybe this will be the last hot meal you eat? Yegorov, why are you so sentimental all of a sudden? Are you still the same Rokosov who returned from hell? Wang Zhong, I'm just treating you to a meal, where did you get so many distractions? Yegorov laughed loudly and changed the subject, I heard that your cooking skills at Ceres are excellent. Wang Zhong, yes, everyone who has eaten it says it is delicious. At this time, the two of them walked to the canteen next to the headquarters. Chef Ceres, who was tall and round, was busy. He raised his head when he heard the sound, and when he saw Wang Zhong, he laughed honestly, morning. Wang Zhong also answered in the Cantonese he had just learned, morning, what do you want to eat today? The cook replied, I made something a little different today. But it will definitely suit the taste of ant people. Wang Zhong could understand it directly, but still pretended not to understand and looked at the translator. The translator said the answer directly, today I am eating a dish from the north of Ceres, pork stewed with vermicelli. The cook uses a large spoon to scoop a spoonful directly from the pot, from the bucket. Wang Zhong swallowed. And Yegorov had already started to rub his hands, oh, this looks so good and smells delicious. It reminds me of the stew in my hometown. What's that transparent one? Wang Zhong, vermicelli, a kind of, Ceres pasta, it should be considered pasta. Yegorov directly picked up the empty bowl on the table, help me fill it up. Such a fragrant thing must not be unpalatable. Come on, fill it up. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov's excitement and asked the cook, how much have you made? Is it enough for the whole group to eat? The cook looked at the translator, and after the translator finished speaking, he immediately looked embarrassed. This is too difficult. Mainly because there are not so many seasonings. The pork is enough, oh yes, and the vermicelli is not enough. While Wang Zhong pretended to wait for the translation, Yegorov was already snoring and eating, just like a bear eating honey. Yakov also came over. This looks delicious. Can I have a bowl too? Come here. Yegorov pointed at the bucket. It's such a big bucket, I can't finish it. Do you still want to finish eating? Wang Zhong suppressed his desire to complain and watched the two enters, one fat and one thin, enjoying their food. Chapter 516 Yegorov Strikes Back. Yegorov had enough to eat and drink, and he took the Willis jeep and led the troops straight to the unknown highlands. When he got to the high ground, he jumped out of the car and his first words were, "Huo, there are so many destroyed Prasen tanks. It's almost as fast as last year's Shostka blockade." The guard driving the car was shocked, with so many tank wrecks, can't they catch up with Shostka? Yegorov nodded, yes, and we didn't have Vortex at that time. We used ZIS-3 and ZIS-30 anti-tank guns. The 57mm gun can penetrate enough, but its power is poor. It often kills one person only after it penetrates. Both men and the rest of the Prasen tankers ran away. At this time, two men dressed as Navy emerged from the trench. The leader had the rank of brigadier general and his right hand was wrapped in a bandage and hung on his chest. He came to Yegorov and saluted with his left hand. Aromiv of the 393rd Naval Infantry Brigade, the front army headquarters called and said that you are here to change defenses. Yegorov responded, First Mobile Army Guards, First Mobile Yegorov, thank you for your hard work. Leave it to us next. Is the loss big? Your question is really unreasonable. The Marine Infantry Brigadier smiled bitterly, I can only tell you that it's okay. Our brigade was not completely wiped out on the position, and there are only a dozen or so moving vehicles left in the vortex. Yegorov, the eddy current loss is so big. Most of them were blown up by enemy artillery fire. Only 4 were blown up by enemy infantry who touched the side with grenades. The Prozans have a new type of grenade that can be sucked into the outer armor of armored vehicles. Bring it over. After Aromiv shouted, an infantryman came over with a funnel-like thing and handed it to Yegorov. Yegorov looked at it for a moment and waved it like a mallet. What is this? A melee weapon? I did hear that Prasen's combat engineers will be equipped with hammers. Aromiv pointed to the wide opening of the funnel and said, this end can be attracted to the armor of the tank. We all think this thing is like a magnet because it has no attraction for people. Yegorov changed his left hand to hold the thing, and gently touched the bottom of the thing with the fingers of his right hand. There was indeed no feeling of being stuck or anything like that. Then Yegorov turned around and slapped the thing on the guard's babasa. Sure enough, the iron part was sucked in, making a clanging sound. Then Yegorov pointed at the tail of the thing and said, is this thing the same as Prasen's wooden handle grenade? You have to twist the cover to take out the tab and cable. Yes, after you twist it away, you will see a very long rope. As long as you run forward with your fingers on the rope, the bomb will be activated. Aromiv explained. Yegorov put his finger through the ring and was about to pull back. The guard was so frightened that he shouted, General! It won't work. Yegorov smiled, I won't test my guards. So have you tried it? No, how can we test it on the battlefield? We gathered the captured things together, took them down after preparing to change defenses, and handed them over to professionals for analysis and research, such as the Inquisition. Aromiv said. Yegorov was very surprised. He pulled this thing off the guard's babisha with force, held it in his hand while weighing it and said, you don't want to keep this new weapon of the Prasen people to defend the position. Aromiv, because we saw that the Prozans used this thing and found it difficult to use it. This thing is too heavy and difficult to throw. Because of the high momentum when thrown, it often cannot be firmly attached to the tank. The Prasens rushed to the tank and carefully put their heads on the tank's armor. After observing their operations, we felt that when they were already at that distance, it was better to throw Molotov cocktails, incendiary bombs, can destroy tanks. Cocktails don't need to be put on the face, they can be thrown in the trench. But if we use Prosan's funnel, we have to get out of the trench and lie down next to the tank. Yegorov looked down at the big funnel in his hand again, Plozan, got a useless piece of equipment. Aromiv, it can't be said that it was useless. 4 vortexes were destroyed. But it was mainly because our soldiers were stunned when they found out that the Prozans were holding this thing. They didn't expect it to be an anti-tank weapon. The naval infantryman who brought the things interjected, we don't know what this is. We really don't know. When they saw them putting it on the destroyer truck, Someone reacted and shot Proson's demolitioner. As a result, the weight of the body pulled the ring apart. Then someone who knew what it was yelled, "Keep the person with the funnel away from the destroyer." Yegorov looked at the thing in his hand, and the scene in his mind came to mind when someone shouted, "Don't let the person with the funnel get close to the destroyer" during the battle. Aromiv, no one knew at that time why we should prevent the person holding the funnel from approaching the destroyer, but since the enemy wanted to do this, we should stop it. So after the first 4 results, the Prosons did not gain any more. As a result, we seized a bunch of these things that didn't explode. Yegorov looked confused. Is this the Prosen army that beat us to the point of losing our armor? At this time, the naval infantry sergeant behind Aromiv said, "Maybe it is the same as the Prosen grenade. I captured that grenade. It is very complicated. It took me a long time to study it before I knew how to use it. It was so troublesome. It's fatal, but if you follow the instructions exactly, you can accurately hit the grenade into the bunker's firing port." Yegorov's eyes widened. Plozans still have such equipment. At this time, the commander of the 225th Division's destroyer battalion also came over. He knew Yegorov, so he did not introduce himself. After saluting, "You are here. My battalion only has half of the vortex left, and the shells are almost finished. We have to withdraw to rest. There are several vortex crawlers or their engines are broken, and they are left on the position to serve as fixed turrets for you." Yegorov nodded. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Our own vortex should arrive tomorrow, and the anti-tank gun should be unloading. It will arrive in the afternoon. Then good luck to you." "Wait a minute," Yegorov raised the funnel in his hand. "What do you think of this thing? How can I see it? Just like the staggered road wheels of the new Prosen tank we destroyed, I can't understand it." I was shocked. The commander of the Annihilation Battalion spread his hands. "What I don't understand is that they all rushed it on the tank's face. Wouldn't it be better to throw a Molotov cocktail? As far as I know, there is no tank that can avoid using Molotov cocktails. Just throw it on the engine radiator cover." Yegorov took one last look at the thing in his hand and handed it back to the naval infantryman who had just sent it. "Take it away. I have seen enough. Let's see what the scientists in the equipment department have to say." The naval infantry took the things over and said, "Actually, we should be happy. The Prosenians used their resources to make such useless things. If they made useful weapons, the losses from the vortex would be even greater." Yegorov nodded. "You are right. Aromiv from the 393rd Brigade, then I'll leave first." "No, wait a minute, you are familiar with the situation of the position. Let me ask you, if I want to counterattack, which place can best improve the situation on the highlands by capturing it?" Yegorov asked in the most sincere tone, even though he had a higher military rank. Aromiv pointed to the factory building in the rain in the distance. "Do you see there? That's an agricultural machinery station and a factory for repairing tractors. It's a reinforced concrete building. When we arrived, it had already been occupied by the Prosen army. If you can take it back, put the Deshka heavy machine gun on the window of the factory building, and you can form a crossfire with us." Aromiv gestured. Yegorov nodded. "Indeed, the factory and the high ground are only 1,000 meters away. The 14.5 mm Deshka can hit it and just hit the side of the enemy's light armor. If I deploy another Crusader anti-aircraft gun there, the 40 mm Bofors machine gun of the Crusader self-propelled anti-aircraft gun will definitely make the Plozans who attack the highlands suffer." Yegorov: "Okay, that's our counter-attack target. The reconnaissance camp." Soon the commander of the reconnaissance battalion ran to Yegorov. "Report. Organize an investigation, just at the agricultural machinery station and the maintenance shop next to it. Find out the enemy's defense situation as soon as possible. It's best to catch his tongue." "Yes." The reconnaissance battalion commander saluted, turned around and trotted away. Yegorov looked at Aromiv. "Thank you for the information you provided, leave it to us." Instead of saluting, he held out his hand. "Aromiv, my right hand is injured." "Sorry." Yegorov quickly changed his hand to the other hand. Aromiv took his hand and squeezed his palm very hard. "I wish you good luck." At noon on October 22, the joint headquarters of the 9th Armored Division and the 9th Panzer Grenadier Division of the 14th Armored Corps in Plassen. Major General Schneider suddenly frowned and looked up outside. "What's going on? The sound of artillery? Will Rokosov also shell and harass during the day?" Schneider's adjutant shouted. "Quiet." All the staff in the entire headquarters stopped, and the noisy headquarters fell completely silent. Then, the sound that sounded like muffled thunder in the distance became clear. Major General Schneider cursed. "There are heavy artillery." "No, it's the explosion of the heavy artillery that can travel so far." Major General Hope turned around and shouted, "Quickly confirm where the bombardment is." Soon a staff officer reported, the artillery attack was on the area occupied by the 20th Grenadier Division next to it. It seems to be an agricultural machinery station they occupied yesterday. Major General Schneider came to the map. Where? Here. He pointed to a sign on the map. That should be it, the staff officer replied. The nameless highland is on the outskirts of the city, and there is only this all-concrete building within sight. Major General Schneider frowned. I personally went to the front line to see the terrain. If this agricultural machinery station is captured, it will form a crossfire with the artillery fire on the unknown highland. At least it will be very difficult to attack on this side of the highland. He picked up a pencil and quickly drew a triangle on the map, embedded between the agricultural machinery station and the unknown highland. I'm going to call 20 Pretender. Hurry. Chapter 517 We and hashtag 039, Re not going anywhere. At the agricultural machinery station, Hansen, commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division, raised his head. This action caused the layer of dust on his head to fall down the brim of his hat like a waterfall. Hurrah! He shouted loudly, the bombardment is over, the enemy will definitely come up. It's impossible to only bombard without attacking in broad daylight. The Preußen Panzer Grenadiers immediately took action and rushed from their sheltered positions to the fighting position. There was a machine gun fire point next to the battalion command post. 2 machine gunners rushed into the bunker. One turned back the tripod that had been blown over by the artillery fire, and the other quickly pushed the sandbag that had been deflected by the artillery shell back to the correct position. Finally, they took out the machine gun from the wooden box buried in the ground. In this way, they did not have to carry the heavy machine gun from the anti-gun position, and they did not have to worry about the precision parts on the machine gun being damaged by shelling. The 2 machine gunners had just worked together to set up the machine guns when they were hit by something. Battalion Commander Hansen stared at the fallen machine gunner with wide eyes. He only heard the biu-biu sound of bullets hitting the sandbags. After a brief hesitation, he thought of the most terrifying possibility and shouted, "Silent weapon!" Rokossov's troops are equipped with new silent weapons. From the first time this weapon was confirmed in July this year to now, only the guards of Prince Rokossov will use this weapon on a large scale. Battalion Commander Hansen continued to shout, "We are being attacked. The enemy is using silent weapons." It is mentioned in the document issued by the commander that if you listen carefully, there will be a very subtle sound, like a horsewhip being spanked. After the battalion commander finished shouting, he heard the sound of gunfire, but it was not the sound of gunfire like a riding crop as mentioned in the headquarters document, but the sound of a Preußen machine gun tearing apart canvas. This was followed by the explosion of a grenade. Battalion Commander Hansen shrank his neck and looked around in horror. Because there was no enemy gunfire, he felt that his troops were fighting the air, no, fighting ghosts. Then he heard ant language, not far from him. Every hair on Commander Hansen's hair stood on end, and the whole back of his head felt numb. Ant's elite infantry is nearby. If you can hear voices, it means it is no more than 50 meters away. The next moment, a red flag appeared. The flag of Ant's army has continued from the war with the conqueror until now. It is blue and white. This blood-like red flag can only be used by Rokossov's guards. 1st Guards Red Flag Mechanized Infantry Division. There are many legends about this red flag spread among the Preußen army. Some say that Rokossov dyed it red with the blood of sacrificed soldiers, while others say that he dyed it red with the blood of his enemies. No matter which one it is, the blood-red flag is flying in front of Camp Commander Hansen, making a sound in the wind. Immediately afterwards, soldiers carrying submachine guns with thick barrels appeared. Battalion Commander Hansen was gripped by fear at this time, so he always felt that Soldier Ant's eyes were on fire. He always felt that he was being burned by the blazing gaze, gradually rotting and turning into soil. At this moment, for the first time, this proud officer Preußen, an old Junker nobleman, and a tough guy who had never doubted the legitimacy of the reason for war ensuring living space felt that this war might be wrong. This was the last time he thought so. The Ant raised his hand, and the weapon with the thick barrel fired. The sound was exactly as described in the instructions issued by the commander, like a riding crop lashing the horse's butt. It's just that the frequency of the spankings is so intensive that I'm afraid it might take all the hair off the horse's butt. Battalion Commander Hansen felt like he had been hit by countless heavy punches. He could even feel his bones shattering under the impact and his flesh and blood being crushed. After Filipov opened fire, he realized that he seemed to have killed a high-ranking official. "Sukabu!" He cursed. The recruit who rushed up after him asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Filipov, I feel like I killed a high-ranking official." "It's over. Ask less for more information." As he said that, he jumped into the hiding place where the senior officials were, and met a man dressed as a staff officer. As a result, he subconsciously pulled the trigger. "It's broken." This shout happened at the same time as the bullet hit Staff Preußen. The bullets from the thread-cutting machine were so powerful that the staff's chest was dented by the punch. He knew that he would definitely not survive without confirmation. Filipov released the trigger and shouted to other people in the command post, "Stop resisting. I don't want to kill anymore. If you kill me again, I will write a review." After shouting, he remembered that these people probably didn't understand ant language, so he shouted in Prasen language, "Hands up. Hands down and don't kill." There are 3 people left in the command post, one of whom should be a guard with only the rank of first-class private. All of them raised their hands and were very obedient. "Filipov, now face the wall, raise your hands above your head and place them on the wall." The Prasens all did so. Filipov tilted his head slightly and said to the recruit, "Go and collect the documents, lest they take the opportunity to destroy them." The recruit immediately stepped forward and quickly took all the documents. Map. And map. Map is the most important. Filipov is conducting. At this time, the new recruits actually blocked most of Filipov's shots. If the Prosen people wanted to cause trouble, they would probably succeed in doing so now. However, the 2 Prosan officers pressed their hands on the wall in a polite manner, with no intention of doing anything. The first-class private had the idea of moving, but after looking at the 2 officers, he finally chose not to move. Perhaps according to Officer Prasen's code of conduct, he must actively escape when he arrives at a prisoner of war camp. That means he is in a prisoner of war camp. Now he obviously has not reached a prisoner of war camp. After the recruits collected their things, Filipov ordered again, "Tie them up with ropes and arrest them and bring them back for interrogation. If we don't catch this high-ranking officer and this person who looks like an adjutant, we can catch them both." "Where do I have a rope?" The recruit looked embarrassed. "Filipov, don't you know how to take off their belts? You can also remove the pistol by the way." "That's right." At this time, there was a noise nearby. Filipov turned around and saw his comrade Mikhail coming over with a red flag raised. "Filipov. Everything is almost solved. There is still a room where the enemy is still resisting. We are waiting for them." "Machine gun barrel." Filipov immediately looked in the direction where the machine gun fire came from. "Is it that direction?" "Yes, it seems to be the office of the chief engineer of the agricultural machinery station. There is a machine gun blocking the stairs leading up." "Filipov, let Alexei throw the explosive package up." "Alexei has died," Mikhail said, "and Sergei has also died. All of our good bomb droppers are dead. Now no one can throw the explosive package up, and there are no grenades in that place. It's not easy to throw it through the window, so we have to wait for them to change the barrel." Filipov muttered silently, "If it were Vasily, he would now." "Mikhail, give me an order to get a cabinet or something to set up under the room, with explosive packs to raise the ground under the machine gunner's feet." The floor was lifted. Mikhail was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, "Yes, it can still be like this, I will explode it right now." After saying that, he turned around and ran away carrying the red flag. When Filipov turned around, he saw that 2 of the 3 prisoners were already naked, and their pants had fallen to the ground. The third one was obviously very shy, and the move of asking the recruit to unbuckle his belt did not go well. Filipov looked at the underwear of the 2 Prasen officers and couldn't help but said, "Why do soldiers wear pink heart underwear? If soldiers see this, their morale will be ruined." The 2 Prosan officers didn't understand, so they didn't respond. The recruits burst out laughing. At this time, the explosion of explosive packs was heard in the distance, and the continuous sound of machine gun fire suddenly stopped. The entire position fell silent. Filipov turned his head and looked outside, listened carefully, and confirmed that there was no gunfire in the entire position. Then he put down the thread-cutting machine, took out the flare gun, and started loading the flares. At this time, Mikhail ran back, "Solved. The entire agricultural machinery station and the repair shop next to it belong to us. Send the signal quickly." Filipov loaded the flare, raised the gun high, and pulled the trigger. The projectile dragged a trail of smoke into the sky, exploded in the air, and turned into red stars slowly falling down. After firing the flare, Filipov put away the flare gun and asked Mikhail, "Did you see the priest?" "No." Mikhail's expression dropped. "Maybe he was sacrificed. I'll let everyone look for it." Filipov nodded. The recruit shouted, "Report, all 3 are tied up. They are absolutely strong." Filipov, "Okay. I'll give you a new mission. Run immediately to evacuate the documents just seized. They must be sent directly to the regiment leader." "Yes." The recruit carried the thread-cutting machine behind his back, hung the captured briefcase in front of him, rushed out of the headquarters bunker, and got into the rain. Filipov loudly ordered, "Prepare the defense line immediately. The enemy's counterattack may arrive soon. Also, see what the enemy's equipment can be used for." A sergeant ran over and shouted to Filipov, "We captured a mortar. There are still 20 rounds of artillery shells." "Well, I remember Pietro would use the mortar, let him take charge." he is injured and has been sent down by the stretcher team. The sergeant replied, no one of us knows how to use mortars, so I came to ask you, Commander Davarich. Filipov took a deep breath. As long as the primer is struck hard, the mortar shells will be activated and can be thrown directly to be used as bombs. You bring 20 rounds and I will throw them. Okay. The sergeant ran away, and the battalion priest stumbled out of the rain and rushed into the battalion headquarters bunker. Damn, I almost thought I wouldn't survive. As he said that, he took out a Luger pistol. Look, it was seized from the Prasen people. I smashed his head with a steel helmet. Damn it, I feel like this time is different from our previous battles. Filipov snorted, what's the difference? Can it be worse than Luchtov? We defeated Luchtov until there were only a few hundred people left. We will stay here until the general launches a counterattack and kills Pulo. Sento is defeated. We are not going anywhere. Monthly ticket lottery results. In July, we held a monthly ticket giveaway activity. Throughout July, we received a total of 42,600 monthly tickets, not counting double bonuses. Thank you for your support. Now, the list of winning book friends is announced. See the top post in the book review area for the lottery process. A non-serious natural history. Monthly ticket commemorative album numbers, 1152, 2882, 6936, 10391, 13631, 16064, 18347, 20156, 20767, 21231, 22451, 22876, 24716, 25022, 27023, 27810, 33753, 38470, 38512, 38822. Cultural lessons on the table. Monthly ticket album numbers. 4281, 5407, 9550, 13252, 16856, 17290, 18026, 18219, 21912, 25737, 26709, 31378, 31667, 32151, 35816, 36065, 36340, 37192, 38076, 41125. The monthly ticket album can be viewed on the personal homepage, in the monthly ticket records section, as shown in the figure. Winners of this event, please contact the Operation Officer Bio Yeoang to claim the prize. If you do not contact the Operation Officer before the 10th of this month, the reward will be voided. If you have any questions, you can also contact the Operation Officer Bio Yeoang. For specific contact information, see the homepage of Bio Yeoang Kidian. Chapter 518 Red Pendant 3. After we land, we will be firmly nailed there and will not go anywhere. Nikolai Gerasimovich, commander of the 1st Marine Infantry Division, said firmly. Wang Zhong nodded, very good, the armored forces will complete the raid, and your task is to defend the beach. In the Iron Grad on Earth, Sandazi also failed to capture the 2 landing sites opened by the Marine Infantry from beginning to end, and the Mazi troops continued to land from the landing sites. Wang Zhong patted Nikolai Gerasimovich's shoulder hard, I approve the landing plan, and it's up to you tomorrow. Nikolai Gerasimovich smiled, saluted, and was about to leave. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, eat first. Nikolai shook his head, no, forget it, I heard that the commander who has eaten can't come back. This is superstition. Wang Zhong said, then he remembered that Popov was still beside him, and looked at him carefully. Popov, it is indeed superstition. Don't be so neurotic. We secularists believe in science. A bishop said that his religion is scientific. Wang Zhong didn't know where to start complaining. Nicholas Gerasimovich hesitated for a moment, but still replied, forget it. There is still a lot of preparation for the landing operation to be done. Then I'll take my leave. When the rear admiral left, Amelia happened to come in. When she took off her raincoat, she could see that her front armor was wet. It was estimated that the rain entered through the collar of the raincoat. It's impossible to conduct reconnaissance today because of the rain. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong, of course, if you go there in person, you should be able to find out a lot of information, so do you want to fly? I can guarantee the safety of flying in the rain. Wang Zhong, why do I feel that you are looking forward to flying with me? I look forward to hitting the Prasen people hard and ending the war as soon as possible. Every time you come back from a reconnaissance flight, you will deploy airstrikes and cause heavy casualties to the enemy. Emilia came to Wang Zhong and looked at him sincerely. We are comrades in arms. Before Wang Zhong expressed his opinion, Yakov stepped forward and handed the coffee cup to Emilia. Emilia took a sip and smiled. Thank you, you even remembered the amount of sugar and milk I like. Yakov, your wife is so lucky. Yakov smiled shyly. It would be great if she thought so, but she scolds me all day long. Wang Zhong, you have been away from home for so long this time. She will definitely be happy for 3 days and 3 nights when you go back. Pavlov seemed to remember something painful. Don't mention it. The last time I went home, my wife almost made me exhausted. Damn it. Wang Zhong, didn't you give birth to a son? Pavlov, fighting. My wife said that she couldn't go to work to resist the invaders because she was pregnant. She is now the workshop manager of the factory and is producing cars with a group of female workers. Amelia's eyes widened. Female workers? Cars? I can't imagine it. We are also short of workers in the United Kingdom, but they still let women do women's work and send men who used to do those jobs to factories. There is not a single car or plane produced by women in the United Kingdom. Wang Zhong, so do you want to join the secular faction? Come, Popov, introduce our Saint Andrew to Ms. Emilia. Popov stood up and cleared his throat. Before he could speak, a clerk came over and handed a thick document to Pavlov, list of officers above the rank of lieutenant who died yesterday. Both Popov and Wang Zhong fell silent. Pavlov, it looks very thick, but it actually contains the information of every officer. So many troops have been killed and all have been dispersed. Damn, didn't the Prasen people run out of ammunition yesterday? How come so many were killed? A staff officer immediately replied, there was still fierce fighting in some areas yesterday. In addition, some of our commanders, like General Yegorov, planned to take advantage of the Prasen people's cessation of the offensive to launch a limited counterattack to change the position situation. Okay, thank you for your explanation. Pavlov said as he put the document in his hand on the table, signed it quickly, and gave it back to the clerk. Give it to the pension department. 4 officers who fought particularly bravely, arrange for someone to write a letter of condolence by hand, and sign it with Duke Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Yes. After the clerk left, Pavlov glanced at Wang Zhong. You can continue to pick up girls, we won't mind. Wang Zhong, first, I didn't pick up girls. Second, I'd better go investigate. Maybe I can find the location of General Prosan's headquarters and send out Commanda to deal him a favor. He stood up and waved to Emilia. Emilia drank the coffee in one gulp. She drank it too quickly and a few drops fell on the front armor, which quickly merged with the rain. Wang Zhong personally drove Emilia to the airport and saw a red Peli 3 reconnaissance plane parked in the hangar. When the ground staff saw the jeep coming, they all gathered together and waited for Wang Zhong. Didn't you say there wasn't enough paint before? Wang Zhong asked curiously after getting off the car, pointing at the red Peli 3. Now we have it. The ground crew leader on duty today said, the paint arrived yesterday, and the quantity is even enough for us to paint another one, so we can play with the real and fake Rokosov. Wang Zhong put his hands on his waist and circled around the Peli 3, not bad, but it's a pity that it's all painted red. It would be better if some parts were distinguished with pink. Several ground staff frowned. Pink? Wouldn't that be a bit too sissy? Emilia also said, isn't pink used by the sultry men in the bombers to paint hearts on them? They like to draw very cartoon-style women on airplanes, and Marilyn Monroe and the like, posing and posing. Blow a kiss and give a heart. It seems you understand very well. Wang Zhong said. It's okay. My eyes are very good. I can see something painted on the escort bombers from a distance. Emilia smoothed her bangs proudly. Wang Zhong, then let's fly this red Pei 3 today. Where's the ground handling list? Today's team leader immediately took out the writing board and handed it to Emilia. Here it is. Emilia took the clipboard and walked around the plane, checking each item one by one, and then ticked the boxes on the board. The pilots who received the news also rushed to the hangar despite the rain. The captain leading the team said to Wang Zhong, General, are you still going out on a rainy day? Even if it's taking off and landing in this kind of weather, it's fine, but it's possible for the engine to malfunction in the air. This thing isn't completely waterproof. Wang Zhong, don't worry, the Pulasans won't send fighter jets to hunt me down on rainy days. Maybe it will be safer. He spoke so leisurely and contentedly mainly because Emilia ensured flight safety, and as long as there was no mechanical failure, there would be no big problem. Captain Pilot, but with this weather, we can't guarantee the safety of takeoff and landing. Let us escort dash. You don't need to set off. Wang Zhong patted the pilot on the shoulder. If you crashed in the rain to escort me, I would feel guilty. Wang Zhong took advantage of the situation and touched the Venus on the pilot's chest. I won't be able to face your wife and children, he added. The captain nodded. Amelia, the inspection is over. The plane is full of fuel and ammunition. Let's set off. Wang Zhong, let's go. At 1530 hours on October 23, the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards was at the division headquarters on the reverse slope of the unknown highland. Yegorov raised his head and looked at the wooden roof of the division headquarters. Is there the sound of an airplane? His new chief of staff also raised his head. Is this the weather? Could it be that I heard wrong? Yegorov shook his head. No, it must be right, it's the sound of an airplane engine. Although I don't have Brother Peter's ears, my hearing is not bad either. He strode out of the division headquarters, stood at the entrance of the bunker and looked up at the sky. The soldier nearby who was carrying sandbags to the top of the division headquarters asked, Commander, what are you looking at? The plane is coming from our direction. The soldiers carrying the sandbags stopped and looked up. This action made all the people carrying the sandbags stop and look at the sky. The officer who directed the sandbag delivery also looked up at the sky. Then everyone heard the sound of the plane's engine. A veteran said, double-shot ones, maybe P2? But it doesn't sound like there are many. What is this for? Yegorov turned his head. Who heard it just now? Transfer to the air defense surveillance post immediately. Your ears are useless for air defense. The others all looked at an old sergeant in his early 40s. Don't. The old sergeant cried sadly, I want to kill more pro-sense to avenge my son and brother. The old sergeant's words immediately resonated, who doesn't? All the veterans of our division came from Ko's area. We are still waiting to fight back with the general. Yegorov looked at the soldiers with a smile. Yes, we all have revenge to take, so we should do our jobs well. Air defense is also very important. That old non-commissioned officer, please go to the air defense post. You can save the lives of more soldiers. Old sergeant, since the teacher said so. Just then, someone shouted, the plane. There it is. Yegorov turned his head, just in time to see the red P-3 reconnaissance plane piercing the rain curtain. He always felt like someone was watching him on the plane. Some soldiers praised, this plane flies so fast. It seems to be 3 times as fast as the ordinary P-2, the infantry did not recognize it as the P-3. Yegorov, what do you know? It's a specialized reconnaissance type. Of course it's faster. The engine is better and the plane is lighter. That's it? As he spoke, the red Pisan flew across the unknown high ground and rushed towards the enemy. Wang Zhong, a major, well, it's not worth much. Amelia in the front seat asked doubtfully, what? It's nothing. Focus on finding the enemy's division headquarters. At least it is a division headquarters that is valuable. Amelia, I can't feel any of this. So, can you really feel the enemy officers? I don't know, do you know what you feel? Wang Zhong was still pulling. No. But when I fire, the enemy always happens to be there. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh. What kind of exchange between idiots was this? At this moment, Wang Zhong's forward anti-aircraft artillery position was suddenly highlighted. Hurdle right. He yelled. Chapter 519. This is the passionate combination of the two of us. Amelia's voice was full of doubt. What's going on? Didn't you feel it? As they spoke, the plane flew over the Plassen air defense position. Wang Zhong only saw at this time that the enemies on the position were drinking coffee. Drink. Coffee. Coffee. They also looked up at the red PE-3, as if they were commenting on something. Amelia, oh my god, there seems to be an anti-aircraft artillery position below. Oh my god. Fortunately, they are not on alert, otherwise we would have been shot down. Wang Zhong, is your perception limited to hostility? You can't feel it if the enemy is not hostile, right? I don't know. Amelia's voice was helpless. I reported to the higher UPS, saying that I should test my perception and let the Royal Science Committee form an expert group or something. But it has been 3 years since I submitted my report, and no one has come to test me. Instead, many people want to date me. Wang Zhong asked seriously, did you agree? What? Test. No one came to test me, it's not that I don't agree. I said date. No, I hate fake officers. Is this the time to talk about this? You have a wife, right? Wang Zhong, just curious. At this time, he noticed a large building on the bird's-eye view map, which might be a noble manor. There are 4 buildings in total, and the main building is a 3-story house. Because of the distance, the entire building was in the fog of war, and it was unclear whether there were Prosan people stationed inside, nor whether the Prosan flag was hung. Moreover, this building deviated greatly from the route of P3, and Amelia would definitely not pass by it if she flew straight. She would not even put the building into Wang Zhong's 2.5 kilometer highlight range. Wang Zhong, correct the course 30 degrees to the right. Another anti-aircraft gun. Amelia's hand was already moving while asking the question, so the plane tilted to the right. No, I saw a landlord's courtyard, which feels like at least a headquarters. Let's go and have a look. When Wang Zhong spoke, the tilt of the plane had been restored, and Amelia completed the 30-degree adjustment. Now the route of Pei 3 is pointing directly to the Noble Manor. The plane, flying at a high speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour, arrived above the courtyard in a blink of an eye. From Wang Zhong's bird's eye view, a large number of red names were swiped out below. If this were an online game, so many red names would be refreshed in an instant, which would scare people to death. Wang Zhong was dazzled, and for a while he couldn't find which official was more senior. He keenly discovered the weakness of his highlight system, it doesn't mark military ranks. He has to judge who is a senior officer based on their demeanor. Damn, it's all open, and it's killing me to put a military rank on everyone's head. Before Wang Zhong finished complaining, the plane had already passed over the house and went directly out of the highlight range. Flying fast doesn't seem to be a good thing. But flying slowly will be caught by enemy fighters, or even shot down, what a contradiction. Amelia, it's really a headquarters. Judging from the number of cars, it might be a military headquarters, actually it's the headquarters of 2 divisions combined, resulting in a lot of cars and a lot of people. Amelia didn't know this. Wang Zhong marked the location on the map, let Commander raid here tonight. Amelia, this weather is not good for airborne landing, right? Wang Zhong looked up at the sky, and the raindrops outside kept falling on the glass cockpit cover of the plane, and then were blown to the back by the wind, becoming like the speed line in the comics. Amelia, besides, this place should be deep in the enemy's line, and the artillery can't reach it? No, Wang Zhong gestured on the map. As an old bird who has traveled through time for a year and a half, he can already skillfully use various tools for map operations. He quickly measured the distance with the help of the plug-in. This place is 15 kilometers away from our line. We can still fight if we want. Push the artillery to the front line and fire at this place. Withdraw after the fire. Amelia, the artillery has changed its position. Can it really be accurate without calibration? If it is a night bombardment, it is impossible to calibrate. Wang Zhong, pure map operation shooting also has a certain hit rate. The important thing is not to kill someone, but to deter the enemy. I think we can plan it. After all, this may be a military headquarters. That's right, Wang Zhong didn't see clearly that there were 2 major generals and division commanders in the big group of red names. He also thought there was a lieutenant general commander. Amelia, it may not be the military headquarters. I feel that the military headquarters is not likely to be only a dozen kilometers away from the front line. Otherwise, I will go back to see more clearly. Wang Zhong, no, the enemy should be alarmed. It is a bit dangerous to go back. Let's continue the reconnaissance flight. 3 minutes ago, the Joint Division headquarters of the 9th Armored Division and the 9th Armored Grenadier Division of the 14th Armored Army of Plassen. Major General Schmidt raised his head, the sound of the aircraft engine? In such a rainy day. At this time, everyone heard the engine sound. In just a short moment, the sound faded away. Major General Hope, flying very low, Anti's reconnaissance plane. Major General Schmidt, damn, the anti-aircraft firepower of the headquarters did not respond at all. Let the anti-aircraft battalion commander come over. Also, find out what plane just flew over our heads. Soon the anti-aircraft battalion commander came and stood at attention in front of the 2 major generals. Schmidt, the sound of your heels cannot cover up your dereliction of duty just now, so what plane just flew over our heads? Battalion commander, an aircraft painted red on both sides. It may be Pei 2 or 2-2. Schmidt, then why didn't it drop the bomb? Maybe it's a reconnaissance type. The battalion commander said, the passing time was too short. It only took a few seconds from hearing the sound of the engine to seeing the aircraft, and it was still flying close to the ground. Major General Hope interrupted the battalion commander, does Ant's Air Force paint have a tradition of being all red? Yes. The Air Force colonel in charge of liaison finally got the chance to speak. Usually he would just send a weather forecast and then finish his work. One of Ant's Jacques likes to use all red paint, which is very conspicuous. Is said to be modeled after our ace, Red Baron. Schmidt frowned, feeling that the situation was not simple. The reconnaissance plane also detected the ace. Why does it feel wrong? Major General Hope nodded, it's really strange. The special paint for our army's ace is mainly for fighter jets and attack aircraft. The reconnaissance aircraft is painted red. Red. Schmidt slapped his thigh, General Rokosov likes to use the red flag. His ace division is also called the Red Flag Mechanized Infantry Division. How is it possible? Major General Hope waved his hand repeatedly. The commander of the front army flew a plane to conduct reconnaissance in person, and even painted the plane a cool red. How is this possible? Even if he conducts reconnaissance, there should be an escort. Was there an escort just now? Major General Hope turned to the Air Defense Battalion commander and repeated the question, is there an escort? No, or we didn't see it. The Air Defense Battalion commander reported truthfully. Then it's definitely not. However, you still have to report the observation of the red reconnaissance plane to the superiors. Maybe there are other intelligence channels above that know the origin of this aircraft. Major General Hope said. 2 hours later, Wang Zhong returned to the front army headquarters and handed the map in his hand directly to Pavlov. I found a place that may be the army headquarters. Pavlov, really? Too close to the front line. Amelia helped. I took a look at the yard. The vehicles and security forces are stronger than the average division headquarters. It really looks like a military headquarters. Pavlov, very good. Are you going to bombard it? None of our current artillery positions can reach here. Wang Zhong, don't we have Su-76? Move the self-propelled artillery regiment to this position. He found a protrusion on the second line of defense and poked it with a map stick. Fire from here. Pavlov, the Su-76 can't hit this far. We have to push the 152 of the artillery regiment here to ensure coverage. Wang Zhong, how long will it take for the 152 artillery regiment to deploy here, open fire and then retreat? You mean how long it will take to complete the full set of deployment plus retreat actions? 1 hour, at least 1 hour. It would be faster if it were an artillery regiment pulled by all vehicles, but the artillery regiments we have now are all pulled by mules and horses. Wang Zhong pursed his lips and stared at the map, lost in thought. He suddenly felt an urgent need for truck guns. However, the truck cannon first requires a powerful load-carrying truck. The 3-ton trucks currently produced by Antoning will definitely not be able to be modified into truck cannons. Wang Zhong thought for a moment, then turned to look at the night that had fallen, and slapped the table. No matter what, just mules and horses, mobilize a heavy artillery regiment, take advantage of the rain and night to advance here and deploy. When it fires, we used other artillery to bombard the nearby Prosan troops to protect the artillery regiment from bombarding the military headquarters. Pavlov, it's this kind of random plan again, but I'm used to it. Someone comes and makes a battle plan according to the commander's intention. 3 people should be able to complete this kind of plan. Yakov raised his hand, let me try. As an adjutant, I can't always write the general's quotations. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, come here and take a look at the level of top students in the staff major. Late at night on October 23, Prosan's 9th and 9th equipment combined with the division headquarters. Major General Schmidt returned to his room, took off his hat and threw it on the bedside table, yawned and began to unbutton his collar. Throughout the whole day today, the 9 armed and homologous brother troops did not have many combat operations. They were all waiting for supplies, so Major General Schmidt had a rare day of leisure. This made him feel that Rokosov was nothing more than that and not worth the fuss. Recalling the red reconnaissance plane flying over him in the afternoon, Major General Schmidt couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the sound of shells piercing the sky came from the sky. Major General Schmidt suddenly got under the cot. The shockwave of the heavy artillery explosion shook the entire house, and dust fell on the cot. The shells continued to fall, and Schmidt felt the entire ground shaking. Because of the negative pressure from the shell explosion, he felt that his eardrums were about to burst due to the internal pressure. He could only open his mouth and shout, "Ah!" The shouting indeed balanced the internal and external pressure, and Schmidt's ears gradually became relaxed. He had just relaxed a little when a large piece of lime from the ceiling crashed onto his cot, causing him to be stimulated again and shout, "Fuck! I've had enough! Damn it, blow me up! Rokoso husband, blow me up! Blow me up!" As if in response to him, the chandelier on the ceiling fell down, the decorative crystal on it shattered, and the glass shards scratched Schmidt's cheek. Then the tremors finally came to an end. Schmidt waited for a few seconds, and only got out of the camp bed after making sure it was over, strode out of the room, and ran into the headquarters. The artillery of the ants must be within the range of our troops. If they want to bomb me, I must put the artillery on the front line. Ask where the bomb came from. Chief of Staff, report, our troops have been bombarded, and no one has reported the discovery of the ant artillery. It must be where our infantry can see it. It must be there. Schmidt shouted. At this time, his good friend Hope rushed in with his belt in hand. The enemy artillery must be on the front line, and some troops should have discovered that the artillery is nearby. Schmidt, just now, all the troops were bombarded, and now they are communicating. The key is, how did the enemy know? Suddenly, Schmidt slapped his thigh, that red reconnaissance plane. The reconnaissance plane discovered us, and then Rokosov risked losing an artillery regiment and pushed the artillery to the front line. Damn it, he must pay the price. Even if it's a night battle, this artillery regiment must be eaten up. Chapter 520 Yakov and hashtag 039, S little trick. I played a little trick. Yakov gestured on the map. According to our intelligence, the dividing line of several enemy divisions is here, and here. We are likely to bombard the headquarters of the 9th Armored Division, or the headquarters of the 14th Armored Corps. So I put the artillery positions forward in front of the combat area of the 20th Armored Grenadier Division of the 41st Armored Corps. Wang Zhong smiled, so if the enemy wants to confirm where the artillery came from, they have to find the army level first? No, the 14th Armored Corps and the 41st Armored Corps, this requires finding the army level command agency to coordinate. Yakov clapped his hands, yes. In this way, our artillery will have enough time to retreat. The enemy will coordinate back and forth like this, and it will probably take more than an hour or two to attack our artillery positions, and by then the enemy will have been deserted. Wang Zhong clapped his hands repeatedly, good. Your handling is like Vasily. Really? Yakov was a little happy. It would be great if you can catch up with Vasily by 1/3. Popov smiled, 1/3. No, just because you are not rude, Vasily is 1/3 of you. He is just a little smart, but he is really good at writing songs. At this time, the phone rang. It was the red phone. Pavlov picked up the receiver. Front command, okay, wait a moment. After speaking, he covered the microphone of the receiver and looked at Wang Zhong. The landing troops are going to set off now, so that they can arrive near the landing point tomorrow morning. Wang Zhong looked up at the time. It's already this time, I should rest, and the landing operation will just begin after a nap. Although I don't know what I can do for the landing troops sitting in the headquarters more than 100 kilometers away, I think it's better for me to be awake at that time. Amelia, you can take a plane to supervise the army. When it's really necessary, I will do so. Wang Zhong said, forget it now. Yakov, get a hot water bottle. Although it's not below zero now, it's not cold for Ant, but it rains every day and the air is very humid, so the body temperature is quite low. It takes a while for the quilt to warm up without a hot water bottle at night, and people may catch a cold before that. Yakov sighed, okay. I have to make plans and be an orderly. Ludmila and Miss Nelly, come quickly, otherwise I will become the commander's maid. Wang Zhong, no, you are far from Nelly. When Nelly was here, my clothes were warm and ironed every morning. You never do this. You should have said it earlier. Yakov complained, put down the documents in his hand, and went to the water room to get a hot water bottle for Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong stood up, then I will withdraw first. Call me if there is an emergency. The Prasen people will not attack at night, so don't worry. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong, it's hard to say. Maybe they have made some night vision equipment. Be careful. On Earth, Sandazi made night vision equipment in the later period, but they were already at the end of their strength at that time and could not mass produce it. And the performance of early infrared equipment was really not good enough. But in this time and space, even Fritz X was already there at the beginning of Barbarossa. Who knows what Prosan will come up with? After Wang Zhong gave his instructions, he yawned and left the headquarters. The next day. Antiobabakan front headquarters. Pavlov looked at the time. Well, someone said he would be awake when the landing in the morning, but they broke their promise. Popov, let the commander sleep more. Recently, he has been going to the front line for reconnaissance, making plans, and constantly talking to the commanders who are going to the front line and eating with them. He should take a break. Pavlov, seeing off someone who is about to die is a very energy-consuming job. I knew it a long time ago. That's why I hid and let the commander do it. I have a hunch that the first week of freezing will be the most difficult days. I hope the commander can be prepared. Popov, the trapped beast is still fighting, struggling to death. This is the most terrible. By the way, tell me honestly, did you deliberately delay the commander's wife and maid from arriving at the front line? How could I do such a thing? Pavlov said, you two know the general situation and know the priorities, so you don't want to take up precious transportation capacity. Really? I'll just take it as it is. At this time, a staff officer took the receiver and reported, the artillery group on the east coast asked whether to start fire preparation. Pavlov and Popov looked at each other, and the latter made a gesture of invitation, so Pavlov asked, did the Navy say they were ready? Yes. Then fire, don't wait for the commander to wake up. October 24, 0630, west bank of the Valdai River, landing site number 1. Of course, the Prosan troops stationed here did not know that this place was named landing site number 1 by the Ant Army, by Admiral Rokosov. Corporal Hans Roth was going to deliver coffee to the front-line artillery observation post as usual today. Although he was a corporal, Hans Roth had never fired the 98K on his back. When occupying Moravia, he was a corporal and delivered ammunition and bread to the troops every day. When invading Melania, he was still a corporal and delivered ammunition and bread to the troops every day. During the Carolingian campaign, he was finally promoted and began to deliver coffee to the troops. Then it has been sent to the present. Because of the rain, Corporal Hansroth's BMW motorcycle could not run in the mud, so he changed his vehicle to a donkey these days. He rode this beast early in the morning every day, carrying a bunch of coffee bottles and cans, and walked to the front line with a clanging sound. It is said that some younger and naughty recruits have begun to call Corporal Roth a junk collector because of the clanging sound. Today, Corporal Hans Roth also walked towards the shore with a clanging sound. The 98K that had never been used was polished to a bright shine and hung on his back. The butt of the gun kept hitting the saddle with the rhythm of the mule's footsteps. The donkey climbed up the hill on the shore, and the wide surface of the Valdai River opened in front of the corporal. The visibility was not good today, and the entire river was covered with a layer of fog. The drizzle kept falling on the corporal's face, bringing a hint of chill. The corporal sneezed several times. Perhaps to warm himself up, he took out the wine flask and took a sip of the strong liquor he got from the cellar near the supply station yesterday. The owner of the liquor was nowhere to be found, perhaps he was dead. The burning sensation brought by the strong liquor spread all the way from his throat. Ant's liquor was strong, and the chill just disappeared after one sip. The corporal took another sip and was about to sigh at this pleasant time when a whistling sound came from the sky. Although Corporal Hanslot had been delivering supplies and coffee, he was at least a veteran who had survived so many wars. He immediately realized that it was the whistling of artillery shells. Realizing is one thing, and being able to react correctly is another. Hanslot's first thought was not to get off the donkey and hide, but to get his rifle. So he missed the best time to get off the donkey, and the shell landed not far behind him. The loud noise and storm scared the mule, causing the beast to run wildly. Corporal Hanslot finally remembered what to do when the donkey was startled, so he lay on the saddle tightly, holding the reins tightly. The mule rushed all the way and miraculously avoided all the shells. Corporal Hanslot's boat cap was blown off by shrapnel, and his typical Aryan light golden short hair fluttered in the wind. The mule's divine dodge lasted for 2 minutes, and finally a shell landed right in front of it. The poor animal raised its front legs high and stood up briefly. Corporal Hanslot was thrown off the saddle and fell heavily to the ground. Then the scalding coffee spilled all over him. If he hadn't changed into winter clothes now, he would definitely have been burned. Corporal Hanslot didn't have time to rejoice, and the mule that had stopped struggling hit his waist, finally making him cry out in pain. The mule fell to the ground, making the last groan before dying, and its legs were still tossing, leaving scratches on the muddy ground. The bombardment continued, shells kept falling around the corporal, and splashing mud fell on his face one after another, almost turning him into a mudman. Wang Zhong vaguely heard the sound of the artillery. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling blankly for a few seconds, only to find that the sound of the artillery was just the gurgling sound of boiling water on the stove next to him. He got up, yawned loudly, then lifted the quilt and stood up, taking clothes to put on. Then he stopped. Because the clothes were warm, they were warm, and the edges were ironed very flat. Wang Zhong cursed, "Don't do these things that will make rotten girls scream decades later, Yakov." "You called me." Yakov opened the door and came in, and the cold wind mixed with rain blew in, making Wang Zhong sneeze. Yakov hurried into the room and closed the door. "Sorry. I warmed up the clothes and ironed the edges." "Wang Zhong, I didn't expect you to be so good at these things. Has anyone praised you as a good wife and mother?" "Not yet." Yakov smiled shyly. "Wang Zhong, well, now I have." "Okay, so what time is it now?" "You got up late. The landing started half an hour ago. Chief of Staff Pavlov and the Bishop of the Army didn't let me call you, saying that you should sleep a little longer." "Wang Zhong, fuck, you are disobeying their orders at this time. I am the commander." He hurriedly put on all the clothes, and without bothering to tidy them up carefully, he left the room and went straight to the headquarters. Arriving at the headquarters, Wang Zhong asked loudly, "How is the landing going?" "Pavlov, everything went well. The enemy troops on the shore were directly crushed by our artillery fire. The naval infantry reported that they did not encounter much resistance after landing. The engineers are building a bridge. The 51st Tank Army on the East Bank can't wait any longer." Wang Zhong clapped his hands fiercely, "Good. It's good to seize the initiative. Take a day off today and adjust the update time. The next update should be tomorrow, August 5th, at 7 a.m. I mainly want to adjust the update time and save the draft. After all, I think I will have fun playing Black Myth for several days after it is released, so I have to set up automatic updates." Chapter 521, Forward, Tanks. At noon on October 24, at the assembly area of the 51st Tank Army on the east bank of the Valdai River, Army Commander Korodov paced back and forth anxiously. The liaison officer of the Engineering Corps comforted him, "We will definitely build the pontoon bridge before the specified time, so please be patient. I know you can. But I hope to cross the bridge earlier. The anti-tank and tank troops of the Prosan people are very elite. If we go there earlier to launch an attack, we can catch them off guard. When they react and concentrate their tank troops to counterattack, we will. Korodov shook his hand vigorously. In any case, it must be earlier. He didn't finish his words after all. In fact, all the tank officers present knew what the next sentence would be: we will be eliminated by the Prosan tankers. The war has been going on for more than a year, and the anti-tankers have accepted that they will be beaten by a huge exchange ratio when they encounter the Prosan tank troops. They still chose to drive tanks that no longer have any armored advantages to the battlefield even though they knew this. Before the enemy's anti-tank and tank units react, the most important task of the anti-tank unit is to kill as many Prosan infantrymen who lack anti-tank means as possible. That's why Korodov is so anxious. He knows that the sooner he crosses the river, the more time he will have before the enemy's armored units react. He continued to pace back and forth in front of the command vehicle, and his boots were already covered with mud. Next to him was a large group marching towards Abavahan, mainly various auxiliary personnel, hired workers, nurses, etc., and the precious transportation capacity was all used to transport soldiers. Just as Korodov turned around and started to walk this short distance again for the umpteenth time, a group of nurses just passed by. Of course, they were not the experienced nurses who had trained countless young men in the hail of bullets. That kind of nurse should be in short supply on the front line, and they could be assigned a sealed car on the train. These nurses seemed to have just finished their nursing training, and their young faces were full of fatigue, as if they would lose the ability to walk instantly if they threw away the crutches they were leaning on. Korodov glanced at the nurses and suddenly sighed, "Aren't these all little girls? Even they are going to the battlefield." The tired girls raised their heads when they heard the voice, but no one answered Korodov. At this time, a question came from the back of the nurses' line, "Lieutenant General Davarish, your tank soldiers are also a group of young boys." Korodov looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired woman with a priest's cloak, who might be the nanny following the girls. But this nanny looked a little familiar. Combined with the gold star on her body, it was probably the photo of her receiving the medal in the newspaper. Korodov thought so. "My soldiers look young," Korodov said, "but they have been baptized by the fire of war." White-haired nanny, the girls have also been baptized by the fire of war. The day after we came out of Yebeo, they lost their best friends and sisters in the air raid. They were scared, but still decided to come to the front. Their courage is no less than your boy, Lieutenant General Davarich. Korodov touched his cheek. "You priests are good at this. I can't argue with you, but it is true that my speech just now was inappropriate." White-haired nanny nodded. "I think the girls will accept your apology, Lieutenant General Davarich." She looked at the engineering troops who were building the bridge and asked, "Are you going to cross the river here?" "Yes, the naval infantry controlled the beachhead on the other side. We will go over after the engineers' pontoon bridge is built. It is said that the engineers are using the pontoon bridge supported by the United States, which can withstand the weight of T-34. Korodov introduced. The white-haired nanny was silent for a few seconds before turning her head and saying to the nurses, "Girls, stand still." The nurses who were still moving slowly stopped and looked at the white-haired nanny in confusion. "Mammy, girls, take a break, just in time to watch these soldiers cross the river." A girl asked puzzledly, "Why? Just crossing the river?" The nanny interrupted the girl, "A considerable number of them can't come back." "A considerable number. So I want to watch them cross the river, and you can also take a break. Is that okay, nanny?" At this time, the real leader of the nurses, the wrinkled nanny appeared. "Of course, Ms. Vasilievna." Korodov suddenly gasped, "You are Ms. Ludmila Vasilievna Rokosov? You are the general's wife. To be precise, it's a fiancé. We are just engaged and have a child, but the formal wedding has not yet been held, but His Majesty Belinsky seems to think this is not a problem." Ludmila corrected with a smile. Korodov was about to say something, but suddenly he saw his tanker leaning against the tank turret in a careless manner, drinking from a flat wine flask. He turned his head and scolded, "What are you talking about? You are going to fight soon. Be serious." The tanker was startled and dropped the wine flask, which bounced on the tank body and the vodka spilled in an arc. Ludmila caught the wine flask and handed it to the tanker with her hand raised. "Take it, drink less to keep your mind clear, and don't drive the tank into the river." The tanker smiled, "I am the commander and gunner, not the driver." Ludmila was a little surprised. "Your tank is still a two-person turret?" Isn't it said that this kind of tank has low combat efficiency? Korodov looked embarrassed. We don't have many T-34Ws. Ludmila's expression became more complicated. At this time, the liaison officer of the engineering corps ran over to salute Korodov. General, the engineering corps has repaired the bridge and will conduct a traffic test soon. As long as the T-34 under test can pass, we can pass. Okay, I'll come right away. Korodov said, and asked Ludmila, will you come to watch the test together? Ludmila shook her head slightly. I'm here, just watch you drive in. Don't worry about me, Lieutenant General Dovorich. Korodov nodded and made a lead-the-way gesture to the engineering liaison officer. A moment later, Korodov arrived at the river, and the T-34 under test drove onto the pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge provided by the United States sank a lot at once, but it still bore the weight of the T-34. The tank was not driving fast and gradually drove to the other side. The Navy ships had already sailed downstream in advance, and the sailors gathered on the deck to watch the test. When the tank reached the other side, a flare was launched. Korodov clenched his fist and shouted, "Good." He turned back and said to the messenger, "The whole army crosses the river. Pay attention to reducing speed, keep the distance between vehicles, and ensure that there is only one tank on each section of the pontoon at the same time. Whoever makes a mistake and causes any trouble on the pontoon will be punished by military law." Yes. Soon, Korodov's order was executed. The 51st Tank Army was ready to cross the river, and the formation was specially arranged for crossing the river. The tankers also assigned the order of crossing the river. A few minutes after the order was issued, the first tank drove onto the pontoon. Korodov has been standing next to the pontoon, watching his soldiers rush to the battlefield. When the 1st T-34 regiment had completely left, he turned back to his command tank and saluted Mrs. Rokosov. "I'm leaving too, ma'am." Ludmila saluted back and said, "You are a lieutenant general, I should salute you. I really want to wish you a happy hunting, but I still wish you a victorious return." Return. Korodov smiled. Speaking of which, Ababahan has a tradition recently. The commander will invite officers who are going to the front to dinner. Unfortunately, as an old subordinate of the general, I don't have this benefit. Ludmila, I only have a little dry food here. But Nelly brought coffee, how about you drink some before you go? Korodov shook his head. No, maybe I'll have better luck if I don't eat. It takes a lot of luck to win against the Proson tank troops with a two-man turret T-34. After that, he climbed onto the tank, got into the turret, took off the general's big hat, put on a tank leather hat with anti-collision strips, and put on headphones. He looked at Ludmila for the last time and nodded gently. Then he pressed the microphone on his throat and shouted, "Tanks, move forward." He commanded the tank to rush forward, and then gradually accelerated. The click of the gearbox gears and the roar of the engine covered the sound of the rain. Ludmila stood there and watched Korodov go away. At this time, Nelly came over with a coffee can. "Madam? I brought the coffee. They don't need it?" Ludmila said softly, and continued to watch the young tankers drive the tank towards the pontoon bridge. Nelly also watched them go, and suddenly said, "Their hearts are calling them to go to the turbulent distance." Ludmila, yes. After that, she hummed softly, listened to the roar of the wind and snow, watched the meteors flying. At this time, one of the nurses said, "Shouldn't we sing Katyusha at this time?" Ludmila looked at her. "Katyusha." The freckle-faced young girl nodded. "Yes, you see, we are standing on the river bank." Ludmila widened her eyes, looked at the Valdai River, and then laughed. "Yes, we are standing on the river bank. Come, let's sing together." As she said, she started. Just when the pear blossoms are blooming all over the sky, the river is floating with soft gauze. The girls sang together. Katyusha stands on the steep bank, and her singing is like the bright spring light. The singing made the soldiers on the tanks turn their heads and look at these same young girls. "Hey!" A young man shouted, "Are we the ones you sing about your love? But we didn't write you love letters." A girl shouted, "I am Tanya from the 3rd Supplementary Nurse Group of the Field Hospital. Write to me." "Tanya. I remember." The young man who got the girl's name waved his hand excitedly. Ludmila just looked at him and her tenderly. Chapter 522 Raging Waves. In the early morning of October 25, on the west bank of the Valdecho River, the position of the 240th Artillery Regiment of Prasen. This is a new position. The old position of the 240th Artillery Regiment was discovered by the ants 2 days ago for some reason, so they launched a round of artillery bombardment from across the river. 6 of the artillery regiment's 12 150mm heavy guns were blown up. Then a lot of artillery shells were reimbursed. The good news is that most of the personnel were in anti-gun bunkers at the time, so there were no major casualties. The artillery regiment's trailer also went to transport artillery shells. On the day it was shelled, it happened to be restricted by the mud on the road, and it escaped partially. After the bombardment, the artillerymen used manpower to push the remaining cannons to new positions and camouflage them overnight. Lieutenant Colonel Hooker, the leader of the 240th Artillery Regiment, couldn't figure out how his position was suddenly found after it was well disguised and Ant's reconnaissance plane flew several times without finding it. What's even more bizarre is that all the artillery positions and observation posts deployed on the west bank of the Valdecho River that day were bombarded by artillery fire from the opposite bank, causing the Prasen artillery's control of the Valdecho River to be suspended for 2 days. The Ant people took advantage of this gap to build a landing site on the west bank, and it is said that they also built a pontoon bridge. In the middle of the night yesterday, a rear combat battalion came to the position of the 240th Regiment. It was said that they were infantry troops transferred from the 6th Army overnight to prevent the Ants from launching a ground attack on the artillery position. The rear division, or National Guard division, is very poorly equipped. One battalion may only be able to muster 10 submachine guns, and not every squad has machine guns. Lieutenant Colonel Hook took one look and knew that these infantry were no match for Ant's regular army. Maybe they could do just fine fighting the guerrillas. If they encounter those cloaked Ant guards, such troops will most likely collapse at the first touch. Lieutenant Colonel Hooker felt that what could save his troops now was the order to retreat. Ant's landing site was less than 15 kilometers away from his position, and even the infantry on foot should have arrived. What is the army headquarters doing? Because of anxiety, Lieutenant Colonel Hooker had insomnia yesterday. He barely managed to sleep for a while at dawn today. As soon as the light leaked through the clouds, he left the bunker and patrolled the position. The remaining 6 heavy artillery were arrayed on the position, covered with hastily erected camouflage nets. The artillerymen next to them were still digging anti-cannon pits. The dug-out soil had not had time to process, and it was piled up like a hill, soaked by the rain. Then it looked like a big pile of excrement. Lieutenant Colonel Hook stopped and asked the men digging the hole, "What time did the shift change this morning?" "Report to the regiment leader, there is no shift change." The leading sergeant stopped, and the engineer's shovel was planted on the ground with both hands. "Everyone is working. After all, the anti-bomb hole is used to protect our own lives. Who knows the Ant people? When did the bombardment start again? The commander of the other side is that Rokasov, who likes sudden bombardment." Lieutenant Colonel Hook was about to answer, but suddenly stopped and looked into the distance in confusion. "Captain?" the sergeant asked doubtfully. "Lieutenant Colonel Hooker, SHH, do you hear it? It's like the sound of a tank engine." The sergeant stopped, listened for a few seconds, turned to his men digging the hole and shouted, "Stop digging, be quiet." The sound of shovels digging and chatter immediately disappeared, and the sound of the tank's engine revealed its true appearance. "And it's getting bigger." Lieutenant Colonel Hooker immediately shouted, "The enemy tanks are approaching. Battle alert. The enemy tanks are approaching." The sergeants and artillerymen nearby also shouted together, and soon the entire position was shouting aloud. Because the Ants were right in front of them, Lieutenant Colonel Hooker and Officer Prasen took it for granted that there would be no more bombardment, so they asked all the troops to enter the position. Lieutenant Colonel Hook himself also ran to the forward observation post, wanting to see clearly where the enemy was coming from. He pushed away the observer in front of the gun scope and put his eyes on the eyepiece. He saw the enemy's tank formation, with 4 or 5 infantrymen sitting on each tank, making the outline of the tank appear larger out of thin air. As an artillery officer, Hook immediately judged the distance of the tank through the readings of the artillery mirror. There were still 3 kilometers. Hook stared at the approaching tank troops. At 2 kilometers, the Ant infantry jumped out of their vehicles and followed the tanks. Obviously the enemy has long known that the new position of the 240th Artillery Regiment is here. This made Hook very confused. How did they know? Obviously we have been disguising overnight. No, even if it was discovered yesterday, it would be too late to arrange an attack by troops. So strange. Just as he was wondering, there was a roar in the sky. "Hell, there's also shelling." Lieutenant Colonel Hooker yelled, "Conceal." Before he could finish his words, the shells fell and the ground began to shake. This artillery attack was very short. Based on the quality of the artillery officer, Hooker judged that only about 20 heavy artillery shells and several 76mm high explosive shells were dropped. He got up, patted the dirt on his body, and shouted, "Hold still. Report casualties." Then he heard someone shouting, "Commander. The people from the security division have run away." "What?" Hook rushed out of the observation post and saw a large number of garrison division soldiers rushing out of the trenches and running backwards without looking back. He even saw some artillerymen running among the guards. The lieutenant colonel rushed out of the trench, grabbed a guard, and threw him back into the trench. "Crazy. You are more likely to be hit by bullets when you run like this. You have a higher chance of survival if you hide in the trench." At this time, Ant's tank opened fire. Tracer bullets passed over the trench, and lower bullets hit the soil that had not been dealt with, making a sizzling sound. Lieutenant Colonel Hook suddenly stopped. Blood flowed from his hat, covering half of his eyes and nose, then his mouth, and finally dripped from his chin and hit the deserter's face. The deserter screamed, pushed away Lieutenant Colonel Hooker, rushed out of the trench, and ran backwards. He was overtaken by tracer bullets, and 7 or 8 blood flowers burst out on his back. He fell forward and fell to the ground, sliding forward. For a short while, Lieutenant Colonel Hooker leaned against the back wall of the trench, slipping little by little and finally lying on his side in the trench. The sound of the tank's engine became louder and louder. Finally, the T-34's wide tracks crossed the trench, and mud continued to fall, covering Lieutenant Colonel Hooker's face. The tanks that crossed the trenches rushed towards the heavy artillery on the position, smashed through the hastily built parapets, and hit the cannon body. Slowly but surely, the gun mount deformed, and the long barrel pointed towards the sky. After confirming that the cannon was damaged, the tank reversed 2 meters and then passed around. At this time, the Ant soldiers slipped into the trench and said in Ant language, "Damn it, why is this trench so shallow? Will the Plaisans treat their errands like this?" The officer who slipped in late shouted loudly, "The Plaisans are human beings too. Judging from the traces we saw, they just moved from the old position yesterday and didn't have time to dig deeper. See if there are any documents or what looks like he is a high-ranking official, and he may be able to find the enemy's deployment map. We need the enemy's deployment map." It turned out that the Ants followed the traces left by Prosan's troops when they moved their positions. Although Lieutenant Colonel Hooker fell next to him, he could no longer hear the answer. Headquarters of the 6th Army of the Prussian Army. The commander, Admiral Wilhelm von Friedrich, frowned and looked at the new red arrow that appeared on the map. The Chief of Staff said next to him, "This is Rokosov's response. He is determined to cut off our logistics." Admiral Friedrich shook his head, "Not necessarily, maybe he just wants to eliminate the threat on the West Bank and resume navigation. The Valdecho River still has 1 month of navigation, less than 1 month. He wanted to send as many reinforcements as possible to Ababahan by ship." Admiral Frederick's eyes turned to the large grey urban area on the far right side of the map. "We are less than 50 kilometers away from the coastline. We will soon be able to drink from the seaside of Manai like we drank from the Atlantic Ocean the year before last. Although the sea water is not drinkable." The surrounding staff members laughed in cooperation. "I'm not kidding." Admiral Frederick scolded, "This is our last trial and the Empire's last trial. Once we cross it, no one in Europa can stop the Empire. We will complete the great deeds that none of the conquerors of the past could complete." Frederick turned to look at everyone, "The final trial. Do you understand? Trial." At this time, a communication soldier ran into the headquarters with a serious expression and handed a writing board to the Chief of Staff of the group army. Just as the Chief of Staff lowered his head to look, Frederick strode over, took the writing board, and read out the content on it. Army Group Center was violently bombarded by the enemy, and the enemy launched attacks across the entire front. Frederick frowned, "Attack now." It is difficult not to suspect that it is a feint attack by the enemy's western front to reduce the pressure in the direction of Ababahan. Chief of Staff, will reduce the number of troops sent to us in the future. Impossible. His Majesty the Emperor knows his priorities clearly. So we just need to trust His Majesty. What we need to deal with now is Rokosov's counterattack. Frederick picked up the mapstick and patted the new red arrow. "Since the Ants used armored forces to counterattack, we will use armored forces to respond. There should be 1 armored division in the 41st Armored Corps that has not moved. Yes, the 5th Asgard Knights Armored Division under the 41st Armored Corps is currently serving as a group army reserve and has no combat operations." The Chief of Staff reported immediately. "Frederick, get them to fight back. Now, right away." The Chief of Staff looked embarrassed, "General, the mud is beneficial to Ants' wide tracks. Our number 3 and number 4 have difficulty moving in this mud. I suggest investing in anti-aircraft artillery units and setting up a blocking line here." "Frederick, the tank troops cannot move, so can the trucks of the anti-aircraft artillery regiment move?" "How is that possible?" "The trucks certainly cannot move. Let the tank troops counterattack. Destroy the armored spearheads of the Ants." Chapter 523, Elegy, Update 2181. Chapter 523 Elegy, Update 2181. Von List, commander of the 1st Armored Battalion of the 5th Armored Division of the Asgard Knights, was ordered to launch a counterattack. His armored battalion had 91 Panzer III and 31 Panzer IV tanks ready for combat in the early morning of the 25th. However, only 2 hours after setting off from the station, half of the tanks broke down on the road. It wasn't that the Prosan tank was in poor readiness, but that the muddy weather in Ant was too harsh. Before departure, von List ordered all tanks to be equipped with anti-skids on their tracks. This was a new piece of equipment specially developed to deal with the muddy season of 915. It took them more than an hour to install the new equipment, and then another 10 minutes to discover how gaudy it was. If you think about it carefully, you will understand that in order to adapt to the bad terrain in China, the Enters specifically adopted wider tracks. The tracks of the T-34 are 50 centimeters wide, and some models even reach 55 centimeters. As a result, a large number of tanks broke down when encountering mud. The early tracks of the Panzer III tank were only 36 centimeters wide, but now the tracks of the H model have increased to 40 centimeters, which is far smaller than the width of the T-34. Not to mention the Panzer IV, which is heavier, but the track only increases from 36 centimeters to 38 centimeters. Under such circumstances, it is indeed a bit fanciful to defeat the Mud Devil by relying solely on anti-skid equipment full of fancy ideas from the development department. After marching to the position where the enemy is expected to encounter the enemy, when the 1st Battalion began to deploy the attack formation, von List had only 19 long-barreled Panzer IV tanks available. The number of Panzer III tanks was larger, and the number of Panzer IV tanks was larger. Just formed the standard 3-to-1 ratio. But everyone knows that the long-barreled number 4 is now the main force in armored combat. Although some of the number 3 tanks have been replaced with the longer 50-gun, the foundation of the 50-gun is here. Even if it is lengthened, the barrel has a penetration similar to that of the long barrel number 4, but the damage after penetration is still far less than that of the 75-gun. So List split the Panzer IV tank into countless 2-vehicle squads and mixed them with the Panzer III tank. The only lone Panzer IV tank served as his vehicle and the battalion command post. The communication capability of the Changguan No. 4 with an improved radio system is not much worse than that of the command tank modified from the No. 3 tank. After taking about 20 minutes to complete the formation, von List climbed into his new command tank, and the commander who had been occupied climbed into List's command tank. After putting on the headphones, von List glanced around, took a deep breath, and ordered, "Tank, move forward." The roar of the engines on the grassland suddenly increased, and black smoke spewed out from the exhaust pipes of all the tanks. In accordance with the tactical maneuvers, von List waited until all the troops had advanced a certain distance before ordering his tanks and the battalion headquarters following him to command the tank platoon to advance, so that he could see the entire attack formation from the rear and grasp the overall situation at any time. Not long after von List started, an exclamation came over the radio, "There seems to be an enemy tank ahead." The light rain made the field of vision very unclear, so I can't see clearly. List immediately put the microphone close to his mouth. "We expect to encounter the enemy's tank troops and prepare to engage the enemy." Everyone stops and prepares to shoot. The Prasen tank force is more elite, the tank soldiers are well trained, and the tank sights are more advanced. Now the Changguan No. 4 has advantages in penetration and damage, so Lister chose to use long-range shots to consume the Ant armored force. Of course, even if a blind tank like the T-34 is caught in close combat, Lister still has confidence in his armored soldiers and believes that they will achieve a good exchange ratio. From last year to now, Prasen's armored forces have been full of confidence because they have won every battle with Ant tanks. After giving the order, Lister used the internal communication to shout to the driver, "Stop! Let's not go any further." Long tube No. 4 braked, causing List, who was probing the top of the turret, to swing back and forth, looking like ears of wheat in the wind, even though the harvest season had long passed. Von List stood up straight on the tank and adjusted the magnification of the telescope to its highest level. Maybe it was because the rain was getting lighter, and the outline of the enemy in the distance was gradually becoming clearer. Ant's tank, carrying infantry, was marching forward in the mud. They had no intention of stopping at all, and they might not have discovered Lister's camp at all. Lister recalled the time when the war just started last year. At that time, he was still in the infantry division and commanded the division's assault artillery battalion. The battalion was equipped with 71 No. 3 assault guns. Not long after the division entered Ant territory, it encountered a counterattack by Ant armored forces. As a result, List's assault gun battalion was regarded as a tank by the Ant tank crew, and it stopped advancing and fired at the assault gun on the spot. The result of that battle was that neither the assault gun nor the T-34 could penetrate the opponent's front. In the end, the T-34 ran out of ammunition and was picked up by the infantry troops. From then on, List looked down on Ant's armored forces, thinking that they were just a group of peasants stuffed into tanks. Compared with the conscripts, they only took a little longer to train. No, List was very suspicious of the training of Ant's tank crews. Did it take longer than Ant's mobilization of troops? Now, the contempt came to mind again. Look at these enemy tanks, they look like they are drunk and wandering around unsuspectingly. If you can't defeat such a guy, you will be ashamed of your years of military education. Lister recalled the width of the Ant T-34 and estimated the distance of the enemy tanks based on the density of the telescope. When the enemy approached 1,600 meters, Lister put the microphone to his mouth again. Fire. His armored battalion fired a volley. The armor-piercing shells were fired at the target that had been selected long ago. In the blink of an eye, several fireballs rose in the ants' offensive formation. They were the fireworks of the tank's self-detonation. The ant people didn't react at all. It seemed that they didn't realize that they were attacked at all. They just rushed forward at the same speed as before. Lister urged, "Quick, reload, fire. As long as we don't put the enemy in front of us, the situation will be our unilateral crushing. Fire." The second wave of shells passed through the rain curtain, and more ant tanks exploded and caught fire. At this time, the ant people finally realized that they were being attacked. Lister could see the turrets of the ant tanks turning. He thought that they had discovered their own tanks and would stop and shoot in the next moment. However, the T-34 did not stop and continued to move forward. Lister finally understood that the reason for turning the turret was that the two-man turret of the T-34 did not have a separate commander, and the commander who also served as the gunner had to observe the target through the gun mirror. It was too time-consuming and laborious to stand up and observe through the gap of the commander's turret. The third and fourth waves of shells passed through the rain curtain, and more than a dozen T-34s stopped. The T-34s hit by the 50mm gun of the Panzer III usually just stopped, and it was not known whether they were killed at all, so the tankers had to continue to replenish the wreckage until the wreckage began to burn, or the tankers who were still alive in the tank climbed out. The T-34s hit by the long 75mm gun of the Panzer IV basically turned into torches in the rain, and the light could be seen several kilometers away. The tank that caught fire at the beginning had burned out the fuel in the car, and the open fire gradually extinguished in the heavy rain. The anti-tankers were still charging, and it seemed that the heavy rain had a great impact on their sighting. Of course, it could also be that the sighting equipment equipped by these T-34s was too bad. In March this year, the Plausen armored and anti-tank units began to report that some of ANT's T-34s had shocking quality problems. At that time, the command judged that these quality problems were due to ANT's blind expansion of production. Now, Lister felt that he had witnessed the results of blindly expanding production and shoddy production. He was extremely grateful that Plausen's factory was famous for its precision workmanship. The enemy tanks were 700 meters away. The 1,000 meters that the ants had just run through were full of burning wreckage. The total number of remaining T-34s was less than that of Lister's battalion, but they still rushed over fearlessly, as if they had no idea that their troops had been severely damaged in just a few minutes. Lister saw a T-34 numbered 333 being hit, and flames came out of the turret ring. The infantry jumped off the tank first, and then the tankmen jumped out of the tank one after another, rolling out of the tank with the help of the infantry to put out the fire on their bodies. Lister was about to turn the telescope away when he suddenly saw an ant tankman climbing back onto the tank. The tank driver had medals on his body, he might be a combat hero, and he seemed to have a military rank on his shoulders. The man climbed into the driver's seat, and the next moment, the tank with the seat ring on fire began to move forward. Lister immediately realized what the brave ant tank commander was going to do. He was going to hit the Proton tank with his tank. He slowly put down the telescope, then slowly took off his headphones, and then took off his big hat. Even if it was an enemy, such a fighting spirit was admirable. Lister looked down on Ant's armored forces. But at this time, he suddenly felt that maybe Proton was going to lose the war. The reason why Alexei Podolskov returned to the tank was because he finally found the Proton tank formation that destroyed countless brother troops. So he planned to use this T-34 to at least achieve a victory. If he went to see St. Andrew, and the old man asked how much did you exchange with the enemy, it would be too sad if he could only answer 0 on his side. So at least get a victory. Alexei Podolskov stepped on the accelerator to the limit. He didn't pray, because he knew in his heart that this tank would run until the last moment. Because the engine and gearbox were maintained by the whole crew, they were in excellent condition when they set out today. Through the driver's periscope, he could see a Proton 4 tank. He saw the long barrel emitting flashes. The armor-piercing shell seemed to have hit, and the shockwave from behind hit Podolskov's back like a heavy hammer. It seemed that something hot and wet flowed down his spine. As he lost blood, Podolskov's consciousness floated up, and only the last bit of will was attached to his body. He held the joystick with all his strength and let out a final roar. The 4 fired again, and this time the shell went straight to the cockpit. At that moment, Podolskov seemed to see the moment when the Proton armor-piercing shell penetrated the armor. His consciousness stopped here. List did not use a telescope, because the T-34 was close enough to be seen by the naked eye. He was silent for a long time until the gunner patted his thigh. "What's wrong?" he asked with his head down. The gunner gestured to his ear, calling you, battalion commander. Lister hurriedly put on his headphones and just happened to hear the report from the company commander in charge of the front line command. All T-34s have been destroyed, And our army has no losses. Should we start chasing the remaining enemies? Lister hesitated for a moment and regained his spirit. Chase the remaining enemies. Eliminate all the escaped tankers. Chapter 524 The Star of Victory Will Shine Upon Us, Update 2281. Chapter 524 The Star of Victory Will Shine on Us, Update 2281. Provisional Headquarters of the 51st Ant Tank Corps. It was said to be a temporary headquarters, but it was actually just a few telecommunications trucks supported by the United States formed in a circle, and then a rain cloth was placed on the antenna to block the rain. Army Commander Korodov held the receiver of the Uzhong-made radio and listened to the report on the other end. General, my brigade is over, but we have determined where the enemy's counterattack arrow is. The coordinates, the enemy is here. General. Don't send any more troops over. Our accompanying infantry is trying to delay the enemy. Korodov immediately marked on the map the location of the enemy's counterattack. The Army Chief of Staff immediately said, I will send the 123rd Tank Brigade over. No. Korodov shook his head. No, the 123rd Brigade will continue its mission of clearing enemy artillery positions. Bring as much fuel and ammunition as possible, keep moving forward, and don't look back. After a brief pause, he said, with luck, I can return to Abawahan. As soon as these words came out, the entire temporary headquarters fell silent. The commander of the 124th Brigade who encountered the enemy on the radio said, we will delay the Plosin armored force to the last man. The mud will also help us. Korodov, good luck to you. Good luck to you, Davarish. Thank you. Goodbye, Commander Davarisai. Korodov held the radio. He knew that the communication there had ended, but he just wanted to listen to the static noise more, maybe there would be another sound coming through the noise. But the radio went completely silent, with nothing but rustling. Finally, Korodov put down the radio, looked at the people around him, and said loudly, when I set out, the commander of the front army Rokosov de Vasily invited me to dinner. I promised him that we would be nailed to the West Bank. Even if we only have one tank left, we must destroy the enemy's supply lines and destroy the enemy's artillery positions on the river bank. As for the enemy's armored forces, we really can't defeat them, so whoever encounters them, try our best to delay them until the last tank and the last man. Korodov paused, took a deep breath, and then continued, importantly pass on what I just said to every brigade, every regiment, every battalion, and every vehicle. Many good people and crews have already sacrificed their lives. We are not afraid of sacrifice, we are just afraid of not being able to complete the mission. The Chief of Staff wiped the corners of his eyes and raised his voice, give the order quickly. Make sure every car hears it. At this time, the communications staff officer got off the telegraph car. The front army headquarters sent a telegram to ask the enemy whether to invest armored forces in counterattack. Korodov, tell the front army headquarters that we have been counterattacked, but please rest assured, Commander, that we will not be obsessed with competing with the Prosen tank troops. We will complete the mission and strive for victory. We will complete the mission and strive for victory. Korodov, commander of the 51st Tank Army. Pavlov finished reading the telegram and looked up at Wang Zhong. This is a fatal electric shock. Wang Zhong sat in front of the map, with his back to Pavlov, staring at the arrow of the 51st Army on the map without speaking. Popov came over and patted Pavlov on the shoulder, give whatever orders you need. The commander has sent away many commanders these days. At this time Wang Zhong said, is it really okay for me to sit here? Let them die while I sit here. Pavlov, everyone has different responsibilities. You are a symbol of victory. Now that you have sacrificed, Ababahan may not be able to hold on. Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds and shouted, Yakov, go to the kitchen and see if there are any snacks that can keep my hands busy. I can't calm down and need some distraction. Yes. Yakov immediately left the headquarters. At the same time he left the headquarters, the communications staff brushed his shoulder and came in. General, the transport fleet on the river reported that the pontoon bridge was blocking the fleet. I hope the pontoon bridge can be removed. Wang Zhong turned his head. How many troops did they carry? Pavlov, it carries the 16th Army. Under this army are 3 infantry divisions with the title of guards. They have very strong combat effectiveness. After Wang Zhong thought briefly, he asked, can they land at the landing point nearby? It's impossible. The fastest way to get them into battle is to dock at the inland port of Abawahan. And the probe is already crowded with troops, including naval infantry divisions, anti-tank artillery units, and its air defense and combat engineers, and it's really too big for a group of troops to go up there. Popov reminded, the logistics can't keep up. After all, the pontoon bridge needs to be dismantled. It's too reluctant to only rely on small boat transportation to supply an army group. Wang Zhong thought for a few seconds, then straightened his face and said in a cold tone, demolish the pontoon bridge and let the fleet come over. Pavlov immediately began giving orders. At this time Yakov came back, holding a small bag. General, the chef seems to have said that I have brought you some soybeans and asked you to eat them like this. Wang Zhong took the bag and smelled the aroma of fried soybeans as soon as he opened it. He knelt silently. October 26th, Beachhead number 1, 0230 hours in the morning. The naval infantry were using their rest time to help the anti-tank artillery unit repair bunkers. Suddenly a private ran over and shouted, "Everyone, go and have a look, the engineers are going to demolish the bridge." All the naval infantry who were helping stopped. The old sergeant leading the team thrust the shovel into the ground and cursed, "You kid is talking nonsense again. This bridge is our supply line. Can we demolish it just as we say? I'm not talking nonsense. It seems that the transport convoy is blocked and the bridge is to be demolished to let the convoy pass." The private waved his hands, "Go and take a look, the engineers are discussing how to demolish it." The old sergeant waved his hand, "You continue to repair the fortifications, I'll go see what's going on." As he spoke, he picked up the sweat towel on his waist and wiped his sweat, then jumped out of the trench and walked towards the private. "This way. Quick." So the two quickly came to the beach. The engineers were indeed in a meeting, surrounded by a group of resting naval infantrymen. The priests accompanying the army also turned a blind eye to the current state of the enemy. They just didn't care as long as they did their job well. As soon as the old sergeant got through the crowd of onlookers, he heard an engineer sergeant major shouting, "We are all opposed to demolishing the bridge from here. Engineer battalion commander, but the order is to demolish the bridge. The 16th Army's ships are blocked by the pontoon bridge. The ship group is very large, and it is not enough to demolish just a little bit. Let them continue to block the river and wait for the weather to improve. The enemy just start the air raid and that's it. Engineer sergeant, we are not against demolishing the bridge. What we are against is demolishing it from here. Battalion commander, this way the bridge building equipment will stay on the other side and will not be easily damaged. But we are combat engineers." The sergeant major refused to give in. "We want to stay here and fight." The battalion commander looked at the young faces of the engineers in turn. "You all think so?" "Yes." A young corporal said with a smile, "We will go wherever we can beat the Prussians." The battalion commander was silent for several seconds before saying, "Those who volunteer to stay here and fight with the naval infantry, step forward." The combat engineers took a step forward in unison, their military boots even making a sound on the beach. The battalion commander looked at them and shook his head, "No one will demolish the bridge now. The first company, you guys demolish the bridge, and the rest of the regiment will stay here." After watching the scene, the old sergeant slapped the private on the head hard and scolded in a low voice, "Just say you are talking nonsense, making it seem like we have been abandoned here." "I don't know." The private was aggrieved, "I thought, anyway, it was." Before he could think of words, the engineer battalion commander shouted angrily, "First company. My order is to demolish the bridge. Get on the bridge immediately and start working. The demolition of the bridge must be completed before dawn to allow the convoy to pass." The commander of the first company asked on behalf of everyone, "Where are you, battalion commander?" "My troops are here," said the battalion commander. "I will fight here to the end. Carry out the order, Vasily Antonovich." The first company commander Vasily Antonovich pursed his lips, saluted, then turned around and ordered, "The first company is here, turn right." On the east bank, the field hospital of the troops crossing the river. Ludmila looked at the nurses returning to the camp. Yesterday, the nurses discussed with the grandma leading the team and decided that it would take some time to continue walking to Abawihan before it would be effective, so it would be better to lend a hand at the field hospital on the spot. So the local church took out a small house as a dormitory, and the girls started their first internship. Now, the girls who have just returned look like wilted eggplants. Ludmila smiled and asked, "How is the field hospital?" No one answered. A few seconds later, a girl with pigtails covered her face and cried bitterly, her tears mixing with the blood on her hands. The girl next to her comforted her and whispered, "I think I will keep dreaming about today in my nightmares throughout my life." At this time, someone outside the house shouted, "They are going to tear down the bridge." The girls all raised their heads, even the one crying bitterly raised his head and looked outside. Ludmila went out and called out to the person who had just shouted, "Are you demolishing the pontoon bridge?" "Yes, it seems that in order to let the ship group pass, the pontoon has to be demolished, and the connection with the other side will be cut off." "Ludmila, is this the order from General Rokosov?" "Yes." The person who answered suddenly narrowed his eyes, "Wait a minute, are you General Rokosov's wife?" "Yes." Ludmila seemed to have made up her mind. "Please go to the engineering troops who are demolishing the bridge and tell them that I want to cross the bridge." All the nurses in the room stood up, "You can't do this. Ludmila, the troops must not feel abandoned by him, I mean, abandoned by General Rokosov. I know he will not abandon any troops, it just has to be done. I will replace him, with the warriors. The nurses looked at each other. The one who just cried wiped his tears and said, "Sisters, we should go there too. The training we received is battlefield alcohol rescue training, which is to provide first aid in a hail of bullets and carry the wounded on our backs, not to hold the wounded's hands here. Watch them gradually die. We have to save them." The girls were stunned for a moment, and then they all became excited. "Yes. Let's go there too. Grandma will agree. Ludmila, if she doesn't agree, I will convince her." At this time, Grandma appeared in a military uniform. "Of course I will agree, but I will go together. You girls are unreliable, so I have to come. Now that you have decided, let's go." Ludmila smiled and said, "Let's go." At this time, the door of the dormitory courtyard opened, and a technical monk entered the courtyard. "Ludmila Vasilievna Dobrich, we received an order saying that you are the prayer hand. Our prayer hand was sacrificed in the enemy's artillery attack. Our aero team is responsible for covering the supply station that provides logistics to the other side." "Eh? I?" Ludmila pointed to the west and the other side. Nelly suddenly came out. "Madam, it's enough for me to go over there. Everyone knows that I am the general's orderly." Ludmila stretched out her hand, pinched Nelly's face, and gently stroked her bangs. "Nelly, my good Nelly. You are just an orderly. I am old enough for military service. According to the mobilization order, I should join the army," Nelly said softly. Ludmila silently adjusted her boat hat. "Okay, you can change into a military uniform." "No, I want to show that I am the general's orderly, so the maid's uniform is just right." Nelly smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, madam, the star of victory will shine on us." Ludmila freed one hand to wipe away her tears. "Yes, the star of victory will shine on us." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 525. West Bank, Landing Site Number 1. Navy Infantry Private Zaitsev suddenly patted the shoulder of the old petty officer Malov who had been accompanying him. "Look. A group of girls are coming on the pontoon, and one is wearing a maid uniform." "What, there are people wearing maid uniforms?" Malov obviously had never seen anyone wearing maid uniforms on the front line. He stopped digging and turned to take a closer look. "It's really a maid uniform. What's wrong with a girl who hasn't graduated from the 10th grade? Going to the front line? Ant's 10th grade school uniform, girls are maid uniforms. If you see a lot of maids taking a group photo on the street, it's not some master's servants doing team building, but the 10th grade students on a spring outing." While they were talking, the girl in the maid outfit had already arrived at the West Bank. The engineers and soldiers on the pontoon looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the officer leading the team. The officer shouted something to the girl in the maid outfit and kept waving. It seemed that she was want her back. "I don't know what the girl dressed as a maid replied, but the officer suddenly stood at attention and saluted her. Malov pushed up his military hat. "This is too strange. Let's go and take a look." After all, it was still rest time, and the naval infantry volunteered to help repair the fortifications. Malov said hello to the company commander and took Zaitsev to the beach. At this time, the naval infantrymen who learned that girls were crossing the river gathered together. The field nurses of the naval infantry unit were all male nurses. Because they had not suffered major losses, the gap in male nurses was not large and there was no replacement for a large number of female nurses. If you were in another army, you might have become accustomed to female nurses or even female snipers. Maloof heard a young man shouting, "Girls, you are in the wrong place, you can't dance here." Then an old nun with the rank of captain shouted, "You'd better keep your mouth shut, young man, otherwise if you get hurt, my girls will be the last to carry you." This statement immediately aroused a roar of cheers. "Did you hear that? I'll be the last one to carry you. After the fight starts, hide behind Elisha, because you will be the last one to carry him." The young man named Elisha retorted, "Humph, look at the size of these girls. I'm so heavy that they can't even carry it. It's better that Andre from our team carry me. How about I lie on a stretcher?" At this time, Malov finally arrived in front of the nurses and glanced at the marks on their bodies. "Well, they are all qualified field nurses, which is no problem. But mammy, what happened to the little girl at the back of your team? She's still wearing her 10th grade school uniform." Maloof really used the maid outfit as a school uniform. Just as Grandma was about to speak, the 10th grade girl stepped forward and looked at Maloof. "My name is Neely, I am General Rokosov's playmate since childhood, and I am also his current personal orderly. I am replacing the original Lady Ludmila Vasilievna Rokosovna came to cross the river. Ms. Rokosovna received a temporary appointment to join the Aero Squad as a prayer hand to cover the supply center across the river, so she can't come over and fight side by side with you guys. As her representative, My mission is to tell everyone that you have not been abandoned, and General Rokosov will not abandon anyone. Everyone looked at each other. Malov asked on behalf of everyone, are you really General Rokosov's playmate? Yes, my family has been serving the general's family before the Civil War. Of course, my whole family is now a worker hired by the general. As long as I can remember, I have been living with the general and his wife. Nelly said loudly. Maloof took a deep breath, turned around and shouted to the gathered naval infantry, okay, now the situation is clear. The general was originally going to send his wife here, but she has a more important military mission, to protect our supply depot. So Madam sent the general's playmate from the same year. She will fight with us. So those who gossip can shut up. The general has not abandoned us. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaplain from the naval infantry unit stood next to Malov and refuted, what you said is wrong. We are not fighting for the general. Of course, we must admit that General Rokosov is a very charming general, but we are here because Mother Aunt needs it, and we are here to win in the end. The priest's words were approved by everyone. Then he turned around and stretched out his hand to Nelly, please go back and tell the general and his wife that we do not feel abandoned. We are fighting for Aunt's mother. Nelly, I am also fighting for Aunt's mother. I am already 18 years old. You cannot deprive me of my rights. The priest looked at Nelly again, but what can you do? You are not as tall as Mosin Nagant. Nelly, I have also learned field rescue. I can also throw grenades and shoot machine guns. I can also use a rifle. When the general and the former crown prince hunted, I actually shot the rabbits and then secretly carried them back to the hounds. The whole place suddenly fell silent. The priest was so confused that he held back his words for a long time, but you are not as tall as a shotgun. That's not important. Nelly frowned, clearly showing her displeasure. Sergeant Malov patted the priest on the shoulder, then let's do this. Since the gun is so accurate, give her a Mosin Nagant and let her shoot the Prasen Japs. At the same time, the 9th Army headquarters of Prasen Army Group Center. Because of the offensive launched by the Western Front on the 25th, the atmosphere in the entire headquarters was very tense, with staff officers everywhere shouting I can't hear you into the microphone. In order to receive the telegram as soon as possible, the Army Communications Battalion simply opened the door to the telegram mail and reception room, and the rapid beeping sound poured into the headquarters from there. Commander General Walter Mendel asked sternly, so now do you know how many breakthroughs the enemy has made? Chief of Staff of the Group Army, 6 have been identified. The most deadly of them is the landing site north of Shostka. The Ant troops landing from here are outflanking the rear of Shostka and can cut off the railway line at any time. Walter Mendel asked, where are the armored units closest to this breach? In Muvka, the 8th Armored Division is resting here. Their number of tanks is only half of the normal establishment, because the other half of the tanks have been sent to the factory for long-term repairs. As of this morning, they reported that there are still 67 Panzer III and 31 Vehicle Number 4 is ready for combat. Mendel, Muvka. Mendel pushed up his monocle, found the village, and then slid his finger eastward along the road that passed through the village, finally stopping at Shostka. Mendel, let the 8th Armored Division move out immediately and advance toward Shostka along the road through Muvka, destroying all Ant troops they encounter. The Chief of Staff hesitated, is it really okay to give such a vague order? At least tell the 8th Armored Division what troops it may encounter, right? Do you know what troops came ashore from the north of Shostka? General Mendel asked. The Chief of Staff shut up. No one knows that due to the unreasonable full-line offensive of the Western Front and the fact that every enemy unit below is desperately exaggerating the attacks it has suffered, the 9th Army headquarters now does not even know how many Ant troops it is being attacked by. Let alone figuring out the numbers and organization of these troops. Admiral Mendel clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the map, this kind of attack is against the art of war. Military common sense is to concentrate troops in key areas to make a breakthrough, and then set up an auxiliary attack direction on the other side of the front to implement a pincer-shape offensive. It's so unartistic to launch an all-out attack like this and spread our troops meaninglessly across the entire front. Mendel was silent for a few seconds and cursed, the key is that it works. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff officer rushed over with a telegram from the telegraph mail room, report, anti-troops were found in the direction of Kalinka. What? Mendel exclaimed, isn't that our rear area? Why are there troops there? The Chief of Staff of the Group Army was very calm, it may have been a breakthrough from the 48th Army's defense line. The Ant people attacked across the entire line and were familiar with the terrain. They opened many small breakthroughs at the junctions of our different units. Mendel, where are our rear combat divisions? The telegram was sent by the rear combat division. The staff officer who brought the telegram said, they can't stop Ant's troops, and the railway line is in danger. Mendel, where is the nearest armored unit? There are no armored units nearby, the Chief of Staff said. Mendel, Are there any Panzer Grenadiers nearby? There must be some troops resting, right? The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division is resting. All troops from the 31st Armored Corps. Mendel frowned. Yes, the 31st Armored Corps entered a state of rest half a month ago. In addition, the 6th Armored Corps on the front line was also attacked, but they held the front line position and were one of the few areas that was not broken through by the enemy. Let me see, let the 6th Armored Corps also move. Mendel thought for a few seconds and said, let the 6th Armored Corps extend their defense lines to both wings and block the gaps next to them as much as possible. Let the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division end its rest and move toward Kalinka. Attack and drive away the ant troops that broke through there. Finally, is the phone line to the Eagle's Nest open? It works, General. Mendel, I want to speak to His Majesty. The Chief of Staff was shocked and looked at the time. Now. Your Majesty may be asleep. Don't worry about it, just hit him. The Chief of Staff could only pick up the receiver. Pick up the Eagle's Nest for me. He waited for a few seconds and then handed the receiver to Mendel. It's connected. Mendel took the receiver and happened to hear a familiar voice coming from the other side. Hello. This is Mendel from the 9th Army. Siegfried, I want to talk to His Majesty. Mendel was quite familiar with the red-haired kid. After all, when the kid attacked Shostka last year, he borrowed the 9th Army. Some units of the army group. His Majesty just took sleeping pills and has already fallen asleep. He has not been sleeping well recently because of the Allied forces' actions in Africa. Siegfried Giles said. Mendel, then I have good news. He won't be able to sleep well. I'm about to be broken through by the Western Front. Siegfried, you can discuss this with the Central Army Group headquarters first. The purpose of setting up a dedicated line at your headquarters is to show that His Majesty attaches great importance to your defense area. It is not for you to report casually. Mendel held it in for a few seconds and sighed, okay, I understand. I wish your Majesty a good sleep. I thank you on his behalf. Mendel hung up the phone and cursed, damn the Emperor's prostitutes. Sooner or later, the Empire will be destroyed by these traitors. Chapter 526 Fathers. October 26, 0300 hours, Army Group Center Headquarters. Do you think only your army is under attack? Marshal von Pogge, commander of Army Group Center, held the receiver and said to General Walter Mendel of the 9th Army on the other side of the phone, the entire front, it means that the entire front is under attack. All the armies told me that the ants have made a breakthrough. Mendel said loudly over there, but not all breakthroughs are fatal. They attack every area indiscriminately. As soon as they break through, they start to invest troops. A large number of troops that rush over cannot cause much damage at all. Marshal von Pogge shook his head. No, you think there is not much threat to you because you have nearly 300,000 people. You are the strongest in the entire Army Group Center. Look at those armies with only 100,000 people. The ant breakthrough troops appeared less than 5 kilometers away from the army headquarters. If you are calling me to ask for reinforcements, then let me tell you, I have already sent my last reserve force to those shaky armies. They have called me to complain a long time ago. You are the last one, understand, the last one. Walter Mendel, what if I get punched through? You have been penetrated. Army Group Center should have collapsed. Why are there any blue plans? Marshal von Pogge picked up the waffles on the table and dipped some cream in it, but did not rush to put it in his mouth. Rise. Mendel, so we have no reinforcements. At least not until the High Command gives us new troops. The High Command should still have several divisions of troops on the Eastern Front. If there is another emergency, they will have to mobilize them from the country or other fronts. At least they will be good. A few days. Marshal von Pogge paused, as if to let Admiral Mendel feel what these words meant. When the time was almost up, he continued, you have to find a way to deal with the ant attack by yourself. You have 2 armored corps, too. The 6th Army, which is the main offensive of the Blue Plan, only has 2 armored corps. Rush back. After speaking, Marshal von Pogge hung up the phone directly. When he put down the receiver, the Marshal let out a long sigh. I hope my momentum just now can fool General Mendel. Of course. The adjutant agreed from the side. I thought you were really angry. Von Pogge didn't answer. He finished the waffle he had just held, stood up and walked over to the map with his hands in his pockets, staring at the map for a long time. I'm suddenly a little worried. He turned to look at his adjutant and the Army Group's Chief of Staff. What if we are breached by too many points and the entire line collapses? This possibility exists, doesn't it? Adjutant, how is it possible? It has never happened before in military history that the whole line collapsed due to such a tactics. The ant people are just wasting their troops. Their only successful attack so far was to first deplete our supplies. Then he succeeded. And now we have sufficient supplies. Because it is expected that the mud may affect the supply, each army group has stocked up on supplies in advance. The Anders will definitely gain nothing. Marshal von Pog put his hands behind his back, stared at the map for a few seconds, and shook his head. It is better to prepare for the worst. Chief of Staff, organize the staff to estimate how many Ant troops we have been attacked by, and mark the evaluation. You can relax a little bit and exaggerate the criticality of the situation. The Chief of Staff shook his head. The report we have received must have been exaggerated. The command below must also be thinking of exaggerating the situation and getting a lot of reinforcements. Marshal von Pog waved his hand. I am the commander of Army Group Center. My responsibility is to ensure that my army group does not fall into danger and to ensure that the current front is controlled. So asking the headquarters for more troops is just to complete the task. It's my responsibility. Without troops, there's no way to secure the front, do you understand? The Chief of Staff nodded. Understood. Then I will make an assessment right away. Marshal von Berg, I'm going to take a nap first. When I wake up, I hope you have finished the evaluation and drafted the telegram to the headquarters. I want to see the first draft of the telegram, so gentlemen, thank you for your hard work, and good night. Von Borg looked at the time and changed his words. Good morning. Morning. General Gorky yawned as he entered the Western Front headquarters. How is the progress so far? Chief of Staff, they are all small-scale breakthroughs. There are only 5 breakthrough points of great value on the entire front. General Gorky, the second echelon is moving towards these 5 breakthrough points. It's already being done, but because we spread the second echelon evenly across the entire front, and now it's a muddy period, I think it will be difficult to quickly form a decisive advantage at the 5 breakthrough points. The Chief of Staff said while using the map, the stick gestures on the map. No one knows where a breakthrough will be made in General Gorky's offensive plan. In order to make a breakthrough anywhere, troops can quickly follow up. In the combat plan, the second echelon was evenly distributed across the entire front, and the third echelon troops it is concentrated in a few places where progress is expected to be made. The result is that the second echelon can invest immediately, but it can only invest a little bit, and cannot suddenly gain an overwhelming advantage like a flood breaking through the breach in a dam. General Gorky frowned. The mud has begun to block us. Chief of Staff, it has always affected everyone indiscriminately. It's just that we are used to the mud and the supply lines are shorter, which gives us an advantage. General Gorky did not answer. He stared at the map for dozens of seconds, then suddenly pointed at Shostka and said, Can tanks pass through the landing site north of Shostka? Chief of Staff, no, we don't have so many heavy ferries. Floating bridges, the heavy pontoon bridges supported by the United States are now available to the Fort St. Andrew front and the Ababahan front, but we do not. General Gorky, will you deliver anti-tank weapons to them? Some ZIS-3 anti-tank guns were sent over, but the 85 anti-aircraft guns were not sent over. General Gorky, immediately send anti-tank guns over there. If the Prozans want to counterattack, they will put in armored troops, at least armored grenadiers. They can't do it without anti-tank firepower. What about our air force? Can we airdrop some light anti-tank guns? The Chief of Staff looked outside. With this rain, it is estimated that the air force cannot be dispatched. Even if it is forced to dispatch, there is no way to see where to airdrop. General Gorky sighed. Then we can only let our soldiers face the enemy's tanks with their flesh and blood. October 26, 0700 hours, the headquarters of the 6th Army of Plosen. Army Commander Wilhelm von Frederick took the radio receiver and asked, What do you mean the enemy's tank army has disappeared? This is the case, General. According to the prisoners' confessions, one of the brigade we eliminated belonged to the 124th Brigade of the 51st Ant Tank Corps. There should be several tank brigades in this army, but now we can't find them. Who launched a counterattack? Josette, commander of the 5th Armored Division of the Scarred Knights, said. Just as General Frederick was about to speak, his chief of staff reminded, these tank brigades are destroying our artillery positions and supply lines. Several artillery regiments have lost contact, and they all said they were attacked by tanks before they lost contact. General Wilhelm von Frederick immediately shouted into the microphone, they are attacking our artillery positions. Find these brigades and destroy them. Division Commander Josette, General, I have a better suggestion. We launch an attack on the beachhead and cut off their supply lines, so that the tank troops have to go back for rescue. Admiral Frederick thought for a moment and smiled, okay, let's do it. Brigade Command Vehicle of the 123rd Tank Brigade of the 51st Tank Corps. The Brigade Chief of Staff climbed onto the command vehicle and said to the Brigade Commander, we have been unable to contact the military headquarters for 7 hours. The troops are now severely depleted of ammunition. Do you think we should return to the beach to resupply? Brigade Commander, no, The order we received is to attack, keep attacking, and return all the way to our army's position on the outskirts of Abawahan. When the rest is over, the whole brigade will continue to move forward. Chief of Staff, it's still so far away, and before reaching our position, we will encounter the enemy's attacking troops first, right? There is no ammunition. Brigadier, look at the river next to you. The Chief of Staff turned to look at the Valdecho River, where a large number of ships were moving down the river. Brigade Commander, if the pontoon bridge is still there, the ship can't get off, and there will be no supplies when we get back to the beach. Let's keep moving forward. Pour the last cannonballs on the heads of the Praseens. The Chief of Staff stood on the engine cover of the tank, looking at the Valdecho River and the ships on the river, biting his lip gently. He said, at the beginning of this year, when General Rokosov drove the enemy away from the Yebeo, my wife said she wanted to have a child with me. She said she didn't want children before because she didn't want him to be a slave. Calculating the estimated date of delivery, it's been a few days. The brigade commander also looked at the Valdecho River. I have 2 daughters, the younger one is only 3 years old this year. I hope my stepfather can take good care of them. Yes. The Chief of Staff agreed, I hope my stepfather can take good care of them. By the way, General Rokosov's wife seems to have given birth not long ago, and she seems to be on her way to the front line. I've heard that. Maybe it's because of this that the general didn't jump on the tank again and charge on the front line. It would be a bit outrageous for the commander of the front army to jump on the tank and charge in personally. The Chief of Staff laughed. Really? The two laughed for a while and then fell silent. A few seconds later, the Chief of Staff pointed to the telecommunications vehicle. I'm going back to guard the radio. Go ahead and let me know as soon as the military has news. Don't worry. The Chief of Staff waved his hand and got into the open door of the telecommunications vehicle. Chapter 527 Raid on the Military Station, Update 2381. Chapter 527 Raid on the Military Depot, Update 2381. The mission of the 120th Tank Brigade of the 51st Tank Corps is to disrupt enemy supply lines. Captain Ivan was calling the brigade headquarters on the radio. Brigade Commander, Brigade Commander. Each battalion and company is calling Brigade Commander. There was only rustling in the headphones. Sukabuletin lay. He threw down the microphone and looked up at the commanders standing on his tank. The brigade commander can't contact us. It's just our 4 vehicles that will continue to perform the mission. Do you still want to continue the mission? The commander of the number 2 car smiled bitterly. Didn't you notice? The enemy's main supply nodes all have anti-aircraft guns. How can we use 88mm anti-aircraft guns? There are no anti-aircraft guns at all. Wherever you go, the shells are flying. The commander of the number 3 vehicle immediately agreed. Yes, and the rate of fire of the 88 gun is too fast. The Prasen artillery is well trained. After destroying a tank, it can re-aiming immediately. An air defense battalion has 4 88 guns. It can wipe out an entire tank company. Everyone looked sullen. Captain Ivan also looked bitter. At this time, the commander of the number 2 car suggested, why don't we attack any supply depots or military depots? Let's intercept the enemy's trucks on the road and count everyone we intercept. Yes, the other captains immediately agreed, we can sweep all the way along the highway and smash all the Prasen trucks and carriages we encounter. Kill all the people. Captain Ivan nodded, that's a way. At this time, the tanker on guard shouted, Company Commander. Look, a fellow soldier is running over. Captain Ivan immediately looked up, and sure enough he saw enters dressed as railway workers running towards the side, shouting as they ran, hey! Tank crews! Don't shoot, I brought intelligence. Captain Ivan immediately put away the map, climbed out of the tank and jumped to the ground in 3 steps. He was just in time to step forward and hold the fellow man's hand. Hello, who are you? I am a hired hand of the Plosen people. I received news at the freight station that our tank troops were attacking the supply lines on the road. The Plosen anti-aircraft guns were all leveled. You will definitely be severely beaten by the anti-aircraft guns in the past. Lesson. Captain Ivan smiled bitterly, we have already learned the lesson. But several of our workers put it together and figured out a way. The fellow took a deep breath. The enemy's anti-aircraft guns are in fixed positions. We can use trucks to block their cannons. We can even drive trucks into the gun emplacements to prevent them from loading. Captain Ivan was stunned, and after a few seconds he asked, then what should you do? The fellow laughed, it's not a loss if one can be killed. No, 2 must be killed, because my wife may also be implicated. Captain Ivan took a deep breath and said, no, we can't let you die. These are the only tanks left in our company, but there are many tank crews who survived. Take us into the parking lot and let us drive to hit you. Immediately, a tank crew said, we also have babisha and grenades. Not only can we hit them with cars, we can also get in and kill the enemy severely. The enemy will not find out that the hired workers led the way. Captain Ivan was overjoyed. That's it? You control the 88mm gun, and 4 of our tanks will rush in and do a big job. Okay. The fellow villager was also very happy. Okay. Come with me. I ran here and it took me an hour and a half. It will probably take about the same time to go back. Captain Ivan, standing on our tanks, we can drive to a distance where the enemy can hear the sound of our engines and then stop. That's okay. I know exactly where the enemy checkpoints are along the way. I'll direct you to bypass the checkpoints. The fellow straightened his felt hat. Get in the car. Captain Ivan waved his hand, but then thought of something and asked, are you a secular believer? Of course, but I hid the secular sex emblem and holy book. Their palace guards came to search, but couldn't find any. I also passed the inspection of the transportation team. The fellow looked very proud. Actually, it is falling. Before, I wanted to follow the troops, but they collapsed too quickly and I was left behind. Captain Ivan, so have you wanted to trick them since then? The fellow's expression suddenly froze, and after a moment he said, no, let me tell you the truth, I just wanted to make a living from the beginning. After all, people have to eat, and I still have a wife and old father to support, even if I give the invaders are like cattle and horses, and it is always good to be alive. But a few days ago, the Plosin people claimed that we let the guerrillas in, causing their supplies to be bombed, and then they started to take out 1 out of every 10 people and shoot them. They neither investigated nor gave us a reason, they just killed us for fun. At that time, I understood that in the eyes of the Prosen people, we are not human beings, and we are not the same species as them. They didn't feel any guilt at all when they shot us, and they even felt happy. There may be some good people among the Prosens, but too many Prosens are demons in human skin, so I have to fight the demons and take back my home. My co-workers think so. Captain Ivan patted him on the shoulder, it's not too late yet. Have you read Admiral Rokosov's pamphlet? Victory will surely come. It's just the long night before dawn. Fellow, I haven't read it. These are probably banned books in occupied areas. Then take a good look at it. Captain Ivan took out a small notebook. Whenever I lose confidence in the future, I will take a look at this. Let your co-workers take a look at it too. This will make them full of confidence in victory. Confidence. The fellow held the crumpled booklet and read out the words on the cover, on Ant's victory and Prosen's failure. You can get in the car and watch again, let's go. After a while, the fellow on the tank suddenly shouted, stop. The enemy will hear the sound of the engine further ahead. Captain Ivan quickly shouted on the radio, stop. The 4 tanks stopped one after another. Fellow, from here, you can reach the military station in 20 minutes. I will take you along the route I sneaked out, and you can get in no time. Captain Ivan nodded, then we will launch the tanks in 30 minutes to attract the enemy's attention and provide you with cover. The temporary commando leader said, to be on the safe side, wait 40 minutes, just in case. Good. Captain Ivan saluted the commando, good luck, Dovarich. See you in Prosonia. Everyone in the commando team returned the greeting. Fellow, who is this Prosonia? The farewell method advocated by General Rokosov used to say see you at the Invalids. That's it? The fellow nodded thoughtfully, okay, let's go. 40 minutes later. Major Hans of the anti-aircraft battalion heard the sound of tank engines in the distance. He immediately raised his hand and signaled the 2 officers chatting with him to stop. After the small talk stopped, the sound of the engine became more obvious. Era! Major Hans shouted, get into position. Quick! Turn the cannon in the direction of the sound of the engine. The gunners rushed to the gun emplacement from all directions and took off the rain sheet covering the cannon. The barrel of the 88 gun closest to Major Hans has a silver and 2 white kill rings, and the gunner next to the gun who directs the gunners has an iron cross hanging on his collar. Major Hans himself also had the iron cross, which he got when he was a pilot, but he was soon hit in the eye and turned into a one-eyed dragon and could no longer fly the plane into the air. After that, Major Hans came to the anti-aircraft artillery unit. In fact, this is where many pilots in the Air Force who can no longer fly are sent. The senior officials seem to believe that their experience as pilots will be beneficial to commanding the anti-aircraft artillery. However, Ant's Plosin anti-aircraft artillery unit usually has to lie flat to attack tanks, just like now. Major Hans said loudly, get ready. Whichever artillery crew discovers the enemy tank first and gets the victory first will be rewarded with a box of beer today. Then it must be us. The gunner with the iron cross smiled. No one noticed that an ant-man holding a babisha appeared behind the gun emplacement. The ant took out the grenade first, pulled the string and threw it into the number 2 gun emplacement. At this moment, Major Hans turned around and met the ant-man's eyes. Guerrillas. he shouted. The ants opened fire, not very skillfully, so the first few bullets hit the floor at Major Han's feet. Major Hans was shot in the leg next, and then in the waist. He clutched his stomach in pain and knelt on the ground, still trying to pull out the pistol with his free hand. At this time, the grenade at the number 2 gun position exploded, and all the gunners who were watching here were blown to the ground. Only then did the gunner of the number 1 gun position remember to get the MP40 placed next to the gun position. This was the only self-defense weapon for the entire gun crew. However, the first time he pulled the trigger, it didn't fire. When he was hurriedly checking what happened, the ant turned his gun towards him. At this time, more anters rushed out and threw grenades at the artillery team. Explosions sounded one after another, as well as the sound of shooting from Babisha. In the distance, a group of military policemen ran towards us with submachine guns. As a result, the machine guns responsible for covering the anti-aircraft artillery position opened fire, and a fire net of green tracer bullets swept across the military police team. The ant who fired was still wearing a tanker's leather hat, and the 2 Prasen machine gunners next to him had been shot dead. At this time, a T-34 appeared outside the entrance of the military station. The tank's hull machine gun and turret machine gun opened fire together, knocking all the Plosen defenders who were preparing to siege the anti-aircraft gun position to the ground. The second T-34 knocked over the oil tanks piled up on the wall, opened fire while rushing into the military station, and fired a shot at the large oil pump in the military station. The oil pump immediately spurted out high tongues of flame, lighting up the originally gray sky like a torch. The third tank appeared, and as soon as it appeared, it fired a shot at the main building of the military station, which destroyed a quarter of the wooden house. The last tank arrived belatedly and opened fire on the cars in the parking lot of the military depot. The Prosens aimed all their firepower at the tanks, but without the 88 guns, these firepower could only polish the T-34's armor. A Plosen soldier took out a new funnel-shaped anti-tank weapon, but was knocked down by a machine gun before he even got close to the tank. The funnel fell to the ground and rolled out in a semicircle. The fire spread to every corner of the military station, and things continued to explode, producing orange-red fireballs. The Prasen employees seemed to have known this would happen for a long time, and they all hid in safe places and watched all this with cold eyes. Some people even took out their treasured wine and shared it with everyone. Chapter 528 Pulling the Bolt, Update 2481. Chapter 528, Pull the Big Bolt, Update 2481. Nelly actually received a Mosin Nagant rifle. Then she regretfully discovered that even though she was 18 years old, she was still not as tall as a rifle. After thinking for a moment, she removed the bayonet so that she was barely taller than the rifle. The chief of staff who issued the gun to her had a serious expression. "We naval infantry do not have optical sights here, you can only get used to mechanical sights." "I'm very used to it," Nelly said. "When I hunt rabbits, I use a mechanical sight." The old chief secretary looked at Nelly suspiciously. "When the general and the former crown prince hunted, were you really the one doing the hunting?" "Yeah." Nelly nodded. "Okay, here, take these clothes and this military uniform. This is the smallest military uniform we can find here. I'll be fine in my maid outfit." "No, it's too conspicuous." Nelly pointed to the mud spots on her skirt. "It won't take long for the white to turn into the color of mud, don't worry." The old secretary sighed. "Even a girl like you has to wallow in the mud. The war is really hateful, and the invaders are so hateful." Nelly didn't answer. She lowered her head to check the bullets issued to her. At this time, the Naval Infantry Brigade commander with the rank of Brigadier General came over. "Are you the general's orderly? Come to the brigade headquarters to help make coffee." "No, I want to fight the Prosens and be with the soldiers." Nelly said coldly. "I am just a hired worker and not under your command. Theoretically, even a rabbit in this position is under my command." The brigade commander stopped and watched Nelly skillfully inspect the barrel of Mosin Nagant's gun. The old division chief next to him said, "She may be a better fighter than most of our new recruits." "Don't worry, brigade commander. How can I rest assured?" When General Rokosov asked about it afterwards, I said you're orderly. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky. Nelly threw herself directly against the trench wall, reacting faster than the brigade commander and the old chief of staff. The brigade commander lay down and shouted, "Conceal. The bombardment is coming, take cover." The shells fell, but they didn't shake the mountains as much as expected. The brigade commander raised his head. "What's going on? There's no heavy artillery. It feels like the largest tube is only 105 millimeters. In fact, the 105 millimeters howitzer is powerful enough. Maybe the Navy infantry has a different understanding of the caliber of the cannon than the Army. After all, they are the Navy. The 105 millimeters gun can only be used as a fire stick on a warship. The main gun of a destroyer has it. 127 millimeters. The shelling lasted for 20 minutes, which was indeed a bit short in terms of firepower preparation. And the density of falling bullets is not too high. Nelly got up and looked down at the maid's uniform. Sure enough, the white color had almost disappeared. With another shelling, she would be able to blend into the position. The brigade commander seemed to want to persuade Nelly, but the observation post in the distance shouted, "Tank! The enemy tank is approaching." Then the roar of the engine penetrated everyone's ears. The brigade commander turned around and ran to the command post, shouting as he ran, "Enter the position! Enter the position! Anti-tank guns and anti-tank gunners are ready. Bombardiers check ammunition." After the brigade commander left, Nelly turned to the chief of staff and said, "I'm going to fight too, you." She stopped and looked at the old secretary who fell in the trench. After a brief silence, she reached out her hand and gently closed the old man's eyes, then took out the letter that was half stained with blood from his pocket and stuffed it into the pocket of her maid uniform. Then she straightened her boat hat, held a Mosin Nagant rifle that was taller than herself, and quickly moved along the trench. After a while, she came to the forefront of the shooting trench. The old sergeant named Malouf was encouraging the new recruits in the shooting trench. When he saw Nelly appearing, he exclaimed, "Why did you get to the shooting trench? Go to the back. You heard someone calling nurse and come to rescue us." Nelly patted the Mosin Nagant in her hand. "Malouf, nonsense. Look at how many waves we have here. Are you missing your Mosin Nagant? We know you represent the general here, but..." The grenade fired by the Prasen tank exploded behind Malouf. Zaitsev, who was lying next to Malouf, turned around and glanced. "What the hell did this explode? Our machine gun didn't fire." "No, we are here, there's no machine gun either." Malouf patted him on the head, "It's just to scare new recruits like you. The machine guns will shoot at you later." Before he finished speaking, Prosan's tank opened fire, and bullets passed over the heads of the soldiers like a storm. At this time, no matter the recruits or veterans, even Malouf himself shrank his neck. "See!" he shouted. "That's it? That's suppressive fire. Even for warriors who have been in battle for a long time, the body's instinct to avoid harm will not change. If a large number of bullets are fired around, most of them will still experience a surge of adrenaline and an accelerated heart rate. People who are afraid of death will simply shrink into a ball and not even be able to shoot. Zaitsev, what should we do in this situation? Wait until the enemy approaches within 100 meters, then Babisha will have a better hit. Before that, the machine gun will block the enemy's infantry." Malouf patted Zaitsev on the shoulder. Then he noticed Nelly lying on the specially opened shooting port of the shooting trench, with the gun already set up. "What are you doing? The anti-tank gun didn't fire, which means the enemy tank is still 500 meters away, and the enemy infantry is behind the tank. You know." Nelly ignored Malouf and carefully adjusted the scale to the position of 700 meters. "Yes, the mechanical sight scale of the Mosin Nagant can be set so far, and ordinary people don't need this mark at all." Then Nelly aimed the muzzle at the target. At this distance, it is impossible to tell which black dot is the infantry and which is the officer by naked eyes, so Nelly just randomly chose a target. She pulled the trigger. Malouf next to him commented, "The shooting posture is quite standard, and there is no phenomenon of the butt hitting the shoulder. But can you really shoot accurately at this distance, little girl?" Nelly didn't answer, but Zaitsev shouted, "Down." An infantryman fell. Seeing the enemy fall, Nelly breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled the bolt, letting the shell fly out of the ejection window, bounced in the trench, and finally rolled to Malouf's feet. Malouf stepped on the shell and squinted at Nelly. At this time, she fired again. The platoon leader ran over here and shouted, "Malouf, why is there someone firing on your side? Tell her not to shoot. We have a female sniper here." Malouf shouted, "We have already knocked down 2 people. Why didn't I hear that there were any female snipers joining?" The platoon leader walked closer and saw that it was Nelly, so he changed his words and said, "That's good, but it would be better if Miss Nelly could obey the trench discipline a little. When the enemy gets close, you can shoot the officers and the non-commissioned officers with submachine guns, and you can even shoot at the battle medals and iron crosses on them. Those with battle medals may be the backbones who have returned from injuries, not to mention those with iron crosses." Nelly nodded, "I know. Sorry. It's okay, just kill the Prosan people." The platoon leader nodded and turned and walked back the way he came. At this time, the anti-tank gun opened fire, indicating that the enemy tank had passed the target. Malouf lay on the edge of the trench, carefully poked his head out, and saw a Type 4 tank on fire. "Good!" he shouted with a fist. Of course, the Marine infantry also has anti-tank units equipped with 45mm small guns, but the anti-tank gun units on the beach are now equipped with ZIS 376mm anti-tank guns. It is quite easy to penetrate the weakness of the Type 4 tank at a distance of 500 meters. After all, the foundation of the Type 4 tank is there. After being equipped with a heavier long-barreled 75mm gun, there is little weight redundancy that can be used to strengthen the armor. The second ZIS-3 armor-piercing shell hit a Type 3 tank, but it only stopped the tank. The Plausen tanker ran out of the tank quickly and lay down on the spot to hide. Obviously they are also familiar with this set of operations. At the same time, several Type 4 tanks fired back, and explosions were immediately heard from the anti-tank gun position. Malov, look at how reliable the bunker we worked on last night is. We must block the grenades from the Panzer IV. Before he finished speaking, another Panzer IV was hit, but this time the armor-piercing shells did not hit the weak point, and the angle was not good, so it was directly bounced off the front armor of the turret. The Panzer IV continued to fire, and the anti-tank gun position was shrouded in smoke from the grenade explosion. The Panzer III approached the trench while firing dense barrages. When they passed the 200-meter target, the machine guns opened fire, and the crossfire suddenly made the infantry behind the tanks lie down, causing the entire assault formation to be out of touch. The naval infantry grenade thrower hidden in the cat ear hole in front of the main firing trench immediately poked his head out and threw the first wave of incendiary bombs at the Panzer III tanks that were close at hand. Several Panzer III tanks were immediately covered in flames. A Type 3 tank with tactical number 143 was thrown onto the engine radiator cover. The tank stopped immediately, the turret hatch opened, and the commander stuck his head out with an MP40 to shoot the grenadier. Nelly opened fire. She had already adjusted the scale back to the default distance, and she fired the shot completely based on her feeling. Captain Proson was shot in the head, and the bullet opened his head and broke the crossbeam of the earphone. Nelly had just pulled the bolt when the Type 3 tank turret opened from the side door. It should be the gunner who got out and jumped off the tank to run. So Nelly put the bullet into his back. While pulling the bolt, Nelly heard Zaitsev next to her say, "Malov, why do I feel that the Mosin Nagant is better than the PPSH? That's because they are accurate, you should just use the PPSH." Malov scolded. Nelly shot another Sergeant Proson to death, then took out a handful of bullets from her pocket and placed them on the edge of the trench, and started to fire one by one. Malov came over and said to her, "I'll help you load the magazine, you just focus on firing. Please." Nelly said softly, and knocked down another Sergeant Proson who was firing a submachine gun. "The MP40 magazine is loaded vertically, and you have to support your upper body when you shoot while lying on the ground." Malov loaded the magazine and stuffed it to Nelly. At this time, the Proson people released smoke and began to retreat. Zaitsev asked in surprise, "Is that all? This is a tentative attack. Didn't you notice that the enemy is small in number? There are not many accompanying infantry, and the firepower preparation is also very casual." Malov said while loading the bullet, "If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow will be the real test." Chapter 529 Dusk. At 1640 hours on November 26, Joset, the commander of the 5th Armored Division of the Asgard Knights of the Prasen Army, held the receiver. "We cannot win the beachhead just by relying on our current state. We need artillery and a sufficient number of infantry. We also need time to repair the tanks lying in the mud to ensure the number of tanks." On the other end of the phone, General Frederick of the 6th Army sighed, "Because of the damn mud, most of our artillery units now have less than a base of ammunition. The good news is that I am planning to mobilize the entire 41st Armored Corps and start with threatening the beachhead behind us to be blocked. The enemy's armored forces are like a group of pirate ships, scurrying along our supply lines. Damn it, raid warfare was originally the policy of the Imperial Navy. As a result, the Imperial Navy now has a fleet, while our enemies are using land cruiser-launched a raid. When the United Kingdom first developed tanks, they were developed as land cruisers. The current use of the Enders is actually perfectly in line with the original development intention." Joset could hear General Frederick sighing, so he said, "Although we can't take the beach, we are ready to intercept the enemy's tank troops and we will definitely hit them hard. No tanks will come back." General Frederick said solemnly, "These tank troops will not confront you head-on. They will bully our troops who lack anti-tank means until they die in battle or use up all their strength." A drop of oil. Joset was silent. He thought of the ant soldiers he met before arriving at the beach. Joset had to admit that although these ant soldiers were poorly trained and poorly equipped, their fighting will was not inferior to that of any Plusen soldiers. They are formidable enemies. The most terrible enemy. Captain Ivan climbed out of the turret, stood next to the engine radiator cover and asked the driver, "Is there still hope?" The driver looked at the engine and shook his head, "It's not working anymore. Even if we return to the workshop, it can't be repaired. The engine must be replaced. It can be pulled. It's raining and muddy. It's already working hard." Captain Ivan patted the roof of the turret and looked at the 3 kill rings on the barrel. "How many trucks did we destroy today?" How many more kill rings do we need to convert 10 trucks into one kill ring? The loader shook his head. I don't know. Just like people don't remember how much bread they have eaten since birth, I don't remember how many trucks I destroyed. Let's draw 5 first. As he spoke, he took out the paint and brush from the turret and began to draw circles on the barrel. Soon, 5 rings were drawn, and together with the original 3 killing rings, there were a total of 8 rings on the barrel, which looked very eye-catching. The tank crews waiting under the car complained, when our tank broke down, Captain, you didn't even let us draw a ring, and you urged us to leave quickly. Captain Ivan smiled, that's because we still have tanks that can fight, and we must seize the time to destroy more enemy facilities. Now we have no tanks. The commander of the number 2 car asked, then what should we do now? Find fellow soldiers to hide and wait for the general to counterattack. According to last year's script, when winter comes, the general should counterattack. It won't take long. Captain Ivan raised his head and looked to the west. No, our mission is to destroy the enemy's logistics and share the pressure for Ababa Han. According to last year's experience, when the mud is just over, the enemy will have a fierce wave of pig attacks. That's the most dangerous time. The captain's eyes swept across the soldiers' cheeks one by one, so we have to continue fighting. Even if we just destroy a truck, it is possible to improve the situation. Of course, as a tank driver and a technical branch, we choose to save our lives now and wait for future gains. New equipment is also a reasonable choice. So I ask you to decide where you want to go. If you decide to stay, you can go find your fellow villagers. If you decide to go with me, you can follow me. At this time, a sound suddenly came from the grass nearby. Who is it? The tank crews raised their submachine guns together and pointed them at the grass. A fellow villager emerged from the grass holding the certificate in his hand. Hi, I am a member of the guerrillas. After we were dispersed, we continued to fight behind enemy lines. There are fellow villagers helping us. I suggest you not to take risks, stay hidden first, and consider the long term. Our mission. Your task is to destroy logistics. I know that the guerrillas have been doing it. You can't do better than us without tanks. You are tankers, not infantry. Davarich, listen to me, you will use Bobo Shat, I can do it, but I can't drive a tank. Captain Ivan held a submachine gun, looked at his soldiers, and said, it would be great if the army priests were here, but it is a pity. May Saint Andrew bless him, and may the motherland bless him. Let's vote and agree to accept guerrilla warfare. Those who are waiting to return to the army and continue to drive tanks, raise your hands. Everyone looked at each other, but no one raised their hands. The guerrillas were very anxious. Devarisai. We really can't drive tanks. Think about the training you have received. If you die here, you will have to retrain so many tank crews. You still have combat experience. Captain Ivan gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. The guerrilla comrades convinced me. Everyone looked at each other and raised their hands one by one. Okay, unanimously approved. Hide it, wait until you get a new tank, and then compete with the Prosenjaps. Guerrillas, quick, come this way. The Prosens are hunting you, but their orders are to look for tanks. We can avoid them. Captain Ivan jumped off the tank, carrying the captured Prosen MP-40 submachine gun, and quickly caught up with the guerrillas. Other tank crews soon followed. The group of people walked a few dozen steps, and several guerrillas came out of the diagonal stab, all holding guns. I convinced them. The guerrillas leading the way shouted, don't shoot. The strong man leading the team put down the MP-40 and shook his head towards the side path. This way, hurry up. The Prosenians are pulling a net to search, they are very close to here. Captain Ivan nodded. A group of people mingled together and walked quickly along the trail. Suddenly, gunshots were heard in the distance. Captain Ivan was about to take the gun, but was stopped by the guerrilla captain. Don't worry, it's our people who are attracting the attention of the Prosenians, and they will lure the encircling enemies there. Captain Ivan nodded, belatedly realizing what this meant, and asked, what about the people who attract attention? The guerrilla captain said with a straight face, we were supposed to die in the Prosen attack 14 days ago, but now we have survived for 14 more days, so that's all. Captain Ivan hesitated to speak and just patted the guerrilla captain on the shoulder. The group continued walking in the rain. The sound of gunfire kept ringing in the distance, as if a bird in a fairy tale that could only live for one day was singing with all its strength. Suddenly, without warning, the sound of the bird ceased. Captain Ivan slowed down slightly and glanced at the direction where the sound last came from. At this time, the guerrilla leader began to whistle. It's a powerful song, but also sad. Captain Ivan asked curiously, what song is this? The song taught to us by the Allied commandos dropped by air a few days ago seems to have been sung by the local guerrillas when they were fighting in the Kingdom of Sardinia. A poet on our team who wrote poems for newspapers rewrote the lyrics. Goodbye, friend, bye, Friend, bye, friend, bye, bye, bye. All the guerrillas sang together. That morning, when I woke up from my dream, the invaders broke into my hometown. Guerrillas, take me away quickly, I can't bear it anymore. The rain suddenly fell harder, as if it was deliberately trying to cover up everyone's footsteps. So the light but firm chanting was completely covered. At 20:30 hours on October 26, the headquarters of the Abawahan front of the Ant Army. This is Penfilov, commander of the 16th Army. Pavlov introduced Wang Zhong. Penfilov saluted Wang Zhong, Commander Devarisai, our army is fully equipped. We have 80,000 young people from the grasslands near Ceres, all of whom are the backbone of the secularists in the pastoral areas. My boys well trained and well equipped. Unlike temporary infantry divisions, you can use us in the most dangerous areas. Wang Zhong nodded, you have finished unloading the ship. In order to let you come over, we dismantled the pontoon bridge and threw the naval infantry on the other side. Wang Zhong still didn't know that Nelly was also at landing point 1 on the west bank. Actually, we just lost a crucial support point the day before yesterday. Come and see. He came to the map and pointed directly at the train dispatching yard. Here is the largest reinforced concrete building complex on the first line of defense. The enemy stopped attacking because of lack of ammunition. Now we don't know the status of replenishment, but we must attack. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Pavlov immediately took over and continued, if you can capture the support point and the surrounding blocks, you must hold on there as much as possible. I can't tell you how long you will hold on, and we predict, when the ground freezes and the temperature is not too low, the Plozans will launch a resolute counterattack, and your troops will bear the impact together with the unknown highlands on the north side. Wang Zhong brought back the topic again, the unknown highlands are defended by my elite 1st Mobile Group Army. They should be able to compete with you. Penfilov saluted, I know, take back the train dispatching yard and hold on for as long as you can. Wang Zhong, you will receive artillery support from the entire front army. As soon as the follow-up troops come up, they will be sent to you. Of course, if you cannot capture the train dispatching yard, you can also work with the troops originally defending the second line of defense to consolidate the second line of defense. Second line of defense. Don't worry, we will take it. Penfilov saluted Wang Zhong, I'm leaving. Eat before leaving. The battlefield is right there and he won't run away. Wang Zhong said softly, but he exuded pressure that could not be denied. Penfilov could only nod, yes. Chapter 530 The Long Night. October 27, 0100 hours, Beachhead number 1. Nelly was sleeping in a trench with 2 field nurses when she was suddenly awakened by the sound of footsteps. Her first reaction was to check the enemy's situation, but the voice of the old Sergeant Malov came, don't be nervous, the company commander asked me to take a few soldiers to catch the tongue. The weather is right now, and the time is right. Zaitsev. You are not. Have you always wanted to touch your tongue? Now is your chance. Zaitsev appeared in high spirits, great. Can I get the medal after touching my tongue? During the Civil War, yes. But now, you first think about how to survive until you get the prize. Let's go. As he spoke, Malov climbed out of the trench and walked quickly with his waist bent, not like an elderly man. Zaitsev followed immediately and asked as he walked, is it okay for just the 2 of us? Shouldn't we bring a few more people? It's easier to be discovered when there are more people. And if the enemy is alerted later, it will be easier for the 2 of us to sneak back, shut up, and follow. Nelly lay on the edge of the trench and watched them disappear into the night. At this time, a nurse woke up and asked softly, what's wrong? Nelly, it's nothing. They went to grab tongues on the other side. Did they wake you up? No, I just had a nightmare. The nurse lowered her head and wiped away the tears with her hands. I thought what I saw in the hospital was a lifelong nightmare, but today. Nelly, the enemy's offensive is not fierce today. If you have nightmares today, you will never have peace in the future. The nurse looked at Nelly, you are so good at comforting people. I'm just telling you the truth. Even if we can leave this position alive, none of us can sleep peacefully again. Nelly said calmly. Have you ever experienced this? In Araki, it was my first time to go to the battlefield. Nelly raised her head and looked at the rainy night sky. The kind uncle who gave me a little more meat yesterday fell into a pool of blood today, with his intestines flowing all over the floor. It's all about a kind lady lying on the street with her unweaned grandson next to her. I've had enough of this scene. The nurse kept wiping her tears. Why do humans do such things? Why? After defeating the Plozans, you can question the people who started the war. Nairi said. That's what I want to ask. The nurse nodded, that's what I want to ask. She changed the subject, don't Miss Nelly have nightmares? So during that time I had insomnia every night. I could only force myself to work continuously and drink coffee to refresh myself. The general thought that I was awake when he woke up every day because I was a well-trained maid. The general sleeps soundly every night. He has obviously seen more bloody and cruel scenes. He never has nightmares and will fall asleep immediately. It seems like the whole family is like this. Nellie stopped and looked at the nurse, as if waiting for her to ask a question. But the nurse just sighed. The general is so powerful, that's why he is the general. Nellie nodded. Yes, he is the general. Nurse, all these deaths are just numbers to the general, right? Nellie, I don't know. I never asked him what he thought. Maybe Madame knows. No, Madame definitely knows, but Madame is not here. Wang Zhong yawned and stood up. I'm going to rest. Pavlov, have a good sleep. Wang Zhong, I will definitely be able to sleep well. I don't know if I still have a conscience. I sent so many people to the battlefield, but I can still sleep without any burden, and I don't even dream. It should be due to genetics. Some people can sleep peacefully without any burden. Popov said and stood up. I will be on duty at night. Pavlov, you can also go and rest. If you two fall down, just I, the bishop, am the only one left to command the troops, and I will definitely be finished. Pavlov thought for a while and nodded. Okay, I'm going to rest too. In fact, I haven't been able to sleep much recently. Whenever I close my eyes, I think about marching plans, troop arrangements, and supply arrangements. I've already been to the doctor. Yes, it was Yegorov's best friend who prescribed the medicine for me. Do you know that the female doctor Yegorov found? Yegorov's family members all died, so he and a female doctor supported each other and warmed each other. This was something that the group of people who ran away from Upper Penia knew. Wang Zhong, what about female doctors? I mean medical skills. Pavlov, I haven't eaten it yet. I'll try it tonight. I hope the report format I see this time is correct, so I won't be so angry. Let's go. Popov, slow down, gentlemen on the night shift, it's our home court now. I hope the prosons won't suddenly gain the ability to attack at night. Wang Zhong and Pavlov walked side by side towards the door. Yakov and Pavlov's adjutant stepped forward together and handed them their coats and military caps. It was still drizzling outside, because the Plozans did not have the habit of night raids. The hospital opposite was brightly lit, and the screams of the people undergoing surgery could be vaguely heard. Wang Zhong, why is it so miserable? Are we suffering from a shortage of anesthetics? How should I put it? We have so much morphine here that we can't use it up. The Allies give it as if it's free of charge, but anesthesia is used for serious surgeries. The main reason is that we have to do too many surgeries. You should go see the doctors. All of them were as tired as living corpses. And has a shortage of doctors due to insufficient education. He wishes all doctors could become trauma surgeons. It is said that even pediatricians are now on the front lines to treat gunshot wounds, and the mortality rate of children in remote areas is greatly increased after getting sick. Wang Zhong, by this time next year, the situation will be greatly reversed. I thought you were going to say that by this time next year we will have recovered Ixikov. Wang Zhong smiled and whispered, eat the rice one bite at a time, my Pavlov Davarich. At this time, a small piece of ice crystal stuck to Wang Zhong's forehead. He raised his hand and touched it doubtfully, but he only felt water with melted ice crystals. Just when he thought it was an illusion, the second one landed on his forehead. Pavlov felt it too. At this time, they were less than 5 meters away from their dormitory, but they stopped together and looked up at the sky. The drizzle was mixed with ice crystals, and a cold wind howled along the Valdecho River. Wang Zhong, what? The cold air is coming so soon? Didn't the weather forecast say there are still 10 days? Pavlov, perhaps General Dong saw that our situation was too urgent and couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, Yakov took his notebook and said, I have seen local climate records before. On average, winter comes earlier every 10 years, and the mud ends at the end of October. So this is probably not an abnormal climate. Wang Zhong opened his mouth and looked at the sky. Damn it. Something bad happened, the mud ended early, Prosen supplies will be restored. Congratulations, General. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Army of Plossen said to General von Frederick, the mud ended early and we can move again. This mud period only lasted less than a week. A gift from God. Admiral von Frederick scolded, is it time to be happy now? The mud ends early, the enemy's transportation will also become better, and their tank troops scattered in our rear will move more easily and quickly. In fact, the person responsible for this the tank force in the breaching battle has been lost, but Frederick's headquarters has not yet grasped this information. After scolding, Frederick changed his tone to a more conciliatory tone, ensure the smooth flow of supplies, eliminate the impact of the ants, and resume the attack as soon as possible. We still have a week, at most, before the weather is too cold to move. 2 weeks to capture Abavahan as quickly as possible. To ensure this is accomplished, the 41st Armored Corps should eliminate the ant beachhead within a few days. The staff officers who had just gathered together to congratulate the general hurriedly dispersed and returned to work. The admiral breathed a sigh of relief, unbuttoned his shirt, and waved to the adjutant, "Bring me something to drink." "Would vodka do it?" "No, no wine, I want to stay awake, let's have some coffee." Admiral Frederick said in a gentler tone than before, "Next we need to ensure the input of follow-up troops. Because of Rokosov's actions, I estimate that we need to increase the strength of at least 2 armies if we want to take Abawahan." "Chief of Staff, isn't that too conservative?" "It's better to be conservative. This can prevent those at the Army Group headquarters from talking nonsense in a safe headquarters more than 100 kilometers away." After a brief thought, General Frederick changed his mind and said, "The telegram only says 3 armies. We need 3 additional armies to conquer Abawahan." The Chief of Staff nodded, "Okay, I'll draft the telegram right now." After saying that, he left. Frederick looked at the map on the wall as if he were appreciating a work of art. A large newly added area on the right side of the map was all the results of the 6th Army. Of course, Frederick knew that there was a large piece of barren grassland with no hair between him and Army Group A, where both sides had only limited mobility to guard. The unit that Prasen is on guard here is the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division, which is part of Army Group B. The division's logo is a greyhound, so it is also called the Greyhound Division. This is a little-known unit whose reliable combat effectiveness has won the respect of Marshal Maximilian von Gren, commander of Army Group B. Frederick was looking at the map, recalling the appearance of the Greyhound Division commander, when the adjutant came in carrying coffee on a tray. Admiral Frederick took the coffee cup, took a sip, and frowned, "Damn it, this coffee is too delicate. Don't use finely ground coffee beans, use the instant coffee we allot." The adjutant was shocked, "Those taste like mud." "Yes, that's right," Admiral Frederick said. Chapter 531 The Regiment Counterattacks, Update 2581. Chapter 531 The Regiment Counterattacks, Update 2581. Although the cold winter arrived early and the impact of the mud subsided early, on October 27, the various units of Prasen's 6th Army were still short of ammunition. Early that morning, the 16th Army's counterattack began. Wang Zhong stood at the door of the headquarters, listening to the sound of artillery coming from the west. Because the artillery position was a bit far away from the headquarters, the sound of the artillery was very low, like a hammer wrapped in 5 quilts hitting the floor. The north wind poured into Wang Zhong's collar from the collar, making him shiver. Seeing this, Yakov took off his scarf and handed it to Wang Zhong. "Commander, please wrap it around me." Wang Zhong, No, I'm okay. I just need to button up the style button. The main reason is that it's not particularly cold now, so I didn't wear my coat." As he said this, he buttoned up Fengji, and he felt a lot warmer. But Yakov still did not take the scarf back. "If you fall ill, the problem will be big. My wife will not let me go. She will scold me for not taking good care of you." Wang Zhong thought for a moment, then took the scarf and put it on. "I'll return it to you later." "Did your wife knit this for you?" "Yes, we just fell in love at that time, and she knitted it bit by bit under the guidance of her mother." Wang Zhong touched the scarf, felt the fine stitches with his fingers, and smiled, "It's so good. I have never received such a handmade gift from Ludmila. When the war is over, you will definitely receive it." Yakov smiled. Wang Zhong nodded, looked to the west, and listened quietly to the sound of cannons. At 0831 hours on October 27, after 2 hours of artillery preparations, the outside of the train dispatching yard. With the intensive whistle blowing, all the soldiers of the 16th Army who had been lying on the ground to covertly meet the enemy stood up. Wearing clothes that were a little too thick for the weather, they strode forward. Ant's military flag was flying at the front of the team, and behind the military flag were the priests of each company. The church had issued an order not to allow priests accompanying the army to lead the charge, but this order was not implemented. The enemy's machine gun fired, which was like a signal for the soldiers of the 16th Army to let go and run. The deafening shouts of death drowned out the roar of the machine guns. But the wind of death fired by machine guns is still harvesting the lives of the soldiers. In just a few dozen seconds, the Ant warriors in the first attack wave suffered hundreds of casualties. Then the Plozan ceased fire and changed barrels. Ant soldiers rushed to the house and threw grenades into the house. After an explosion, the Ant men with bayonets rushed into the blown-open door and climbed over the blown-out window. At the headquarters of the 16th Group Army, Commander Panfilov held the receiver. "Speak louder. Half of the factory was taken down in one charge?" "Why only half? I don't want to listen to your reasons. Now drive out the Prozans completely. Get out of the train dispatch yard." The person on the other end of the phone shouted, "It can't be done. The enemy has blocked all roads with machine guns. It's impossible to rush through. Panfilov, then push the cannon in front of the enemy's bunker and blast the hell with the cannon. Bomb the hell. We have deployed the artillery to a place where it can block the enemy's tank troops. Do you want to move it away? No, Panfilov said anxiously, you idiot, you can just mobilize a gun and kill the enemy's firepower points one by one. Who asked you to mobilize the entire anti-tank gun battalion? Just one gun. Push and shoot directly at those fire points, kill them. Train dispatching yard, West Side factory building. The Prosen machine guns were firing continuously on the second floor of the factory. Judging from the sustained firepower, there may be 2 machine guns on the second floor, one firing and the other changing barrels. The ant infantrymen were beaten so hard by the 2 machine guns in the factory that they could only huddle behind the bunker. At this time, more than a dozen anti-tank gunners appeared pushing a ZIS 376mm anti-tank gun. The machine gunner immediately discovered this target that was extremely threatening to him, and the bullets immediately swept towards the cannon, killing 4 gunners immediately. The shooter hiding behind the cannon shield began to operate the cannon and aimed the muzzle at the second floor where the Prosen machine gun was located. When aiming accurately, the gunner directly opened the breech and looked out from inside the barrel, just in time to see the window on the second floor. This shot must be accurate. High explosive reload! Shouted the captain hiding behind the shield. The porter had already squatted behind the cannon holding a cannonball. After hearing this order, he excitedly loaded the cannonball into the barrel. The gunner held the rope for firing and shouted, "Ready!" The enemy fired another wave of machine guns, and the gunner was shot in the neck. Blood spurted out immediately, and a thin line of blood sprayed for 3 to 4 meters. As the gunner fell backwards, the deputy gunner held the firing rope. The deputy gunner yanked the rope, and the muzzle blast immediately swept through the factory building, blowing up all the dust within a 5-meter radius. The shell directly hit the second floor window and caused a large explosion. A machine gun rolled out with a tripod, and another machine gun could be vaguely seen in the hole filled with smoke and dust. The infantrymen burst out of their bunkers cheering and rushed along the tracks past the factory buildings. Prosen soldiers also emerged from behind the bunkers. The Prosen sergeants fired with MP-40s and were knocked down by the butts of their rifles. After entering the hand-to-hand combat, it was the area where the anti-people were good at. These men from the grassland usually enjoyed wrestling, and now they directly threw the Prosen devils to the ground with their guns, and then used bayonets to supplement them. Just after the panic of the Prosen people reached a certain threshold, the avalanche occurred. At first, only one person turned around and ran away, and then the entire position and finally the entire Prosen soldiers in the dispatching yard began to run. A Prosen officer pulled out his pistol and shot 2 deserters, and then he saw the anti-soldiers rushing towards him with bayonets. So the officer also turned around and ran, even faster than the soldiers. By 2 p.m. on the 27th, the 16th Army completely controlled the train dispatching yard and the surrounding concrete buildings. At 1741 on October 27th, the headquarters of the anti-Akin front. Wang Zhong took the microphone and said, "Panfilov, remember, don't pile up the troops together. It's enough to put 3 people in each block. If these 3 people die, 3 more will come out." In the steel grad on Earth, the Russians defending the city were divided into combat teams, with one team squatting in one block. Their task was not to stop Sandazi, but to launch a sneak attack on Sandazi's troops and cause as many casualties as possible. As long as the enemy's troops are exhausted, the enemy will not be able to attack, and the task of defending the city will be completed. As for the ending of these combat teams, it can only be said to be horrible. Basically, they exchanged their own lives for the lives of the enemy. At this time, Wang Zhong had to copy the successful experience of the Russians on Earth. It is better to sacrifice more than to have the city occupied by the enemy. Now it is time to use the troops like mud. Panfilov nodded on the other end of the phone and said, "I understand. Our army is just right for this. We are equipped with submachine guns at a high rate, almost catching up with the naval infantry. Wang Zhong, then I'll leave it to you. Remember, hold on as long as you can." "Yes." Wang Zhong put down the receiver and looked at Pavlov. "Are there any troops arriving today? What help can we provide to the 16th Army?" Because the navigation capacity of the Valdai River has returned to the level before the blockade, Pavlov picked up the map stick and gestured on the map. "Now a considerable number of troops are sent by ship every day." Wang Zhong, "Very good." Pavlov asked again, "Send them all to the front line? Then don't you keep the troops to fight back?" Wang Zhong, "Don't think about these for now. When the number of our front line troops reaches the point where the Prosen people can't attack, we will start to gather counter-attack forces." Pavlov, "Got it?" After the chief of staff finished speaking, he turned around and went to work, leaving Wang Zhong alone sitting on the chair, looking at the map and cracking edamame. Wang Zhong didn't know where the series chef got the edamame, but it tasted pretty good anyway. Plassen 6th Army Headquarters. The Army Chief of Staff looked at the offensive mark on the map and was furious. Didn't the information given by the headquarters say that Rokosov was an anti-general who specialized in defense? How did he start attacking? Look at how many attacks he launched this week. There were 2 large-scale attacks alone. General Frederick threw the pencil in his hand on the map. Nonsense. General Frederick patted the Chief of Staff on the shoulder. Okay, look carefully, Rokosov's offensives are actually for defense. He didn't really launch a large-scale attack against us, nor did he want to surround and annihilate us. He launched only local attacks. The admiral paused and continued, but Rokosov's ability to attack shows that he still has spare strength, so I think it is right for us to ask the High Command for 3 more armies. We need these fresh troops to enter the city. Chief of Staff, the telegram was sent today, but we haven't received a reply yet, right? Admiral Frederick, if you send 3 armies to us now, you can ensure the end of the war. I think the High Command will understand this. The Chief of Staff could only nod. In the territory of the Plassen Empire, the Eagle's Nest. Plassen Emperor Reinhard slammed the table. The Central Army Group has so many troops, and now they are asking me for help. Is the Army Reserve just for fun? The Imperial Chief of Staff William Selt said, you personally ordered to withdraw some troops from the Eastern Front to other fronts, so they did so. Now they have only a few divisions that can be used immediately. And some troops are receiving new tanks and need to be retrained. So the armored force in the hands of the Central Army Group is far lower than at the beginning of the year. You mean to blame me? Reinhard asked. No, of course not. I am just making feasible suggestions, Your Majesty. Marshal Celtic shrugged. This is the situation now. The Central Army Group is asking for reinforcements, and the 6th Army Group that is attacking Ababahan is also calling for reinforcements, and they want 3 armies at a time. The Marshal did not say anything else, but waited for the Emperor to taste it himself. Emperor, I need to think about it. Don't make a decision so hastily, I need to think about it. Chapter 532 Silence. Emperor Prasen did not think for long. Reinhard, the troops we can send to the front immediately are 2 armies, right? Yes, the current total reserve force on the Eastern Front is only 2 armies. Marshal Celtic confirmed immediately. How long will it take to mobilize troops from further away? In a week. Within a week we can dispatch the newly formed troops in the country and the troops who came back for training to the Eastern Front. The number is 2 armies. Reinhard interrupted Celt, then first send 1 corps to Army Group Center for emergency relief, and the other corps to Army Group B on the Southern Front, hand it over to Frederick, and then tell him to return it within a week. There are 2 armies. Field Marshal Selt glanced at Field Marshal Walter von Bryan, the commander-in-chief of the army who had been silent. Bryan finally said, if the Central Army Group is penetrated, the situation will become very dangerous. Ant's Western Front may rush to the border like a whirlwind, and all the progress we have made since June 22, 914 will be lost. Nothing left. We cannot take the risk, Your Majesty. That's why I sent an army over. Reinhard said angrily, you Junker officers like to exaggerate the difficulties you face in order to get more reinforcements. You don't consider what other fronts in the Empire are like. All I want is that I can't take the blame. I know you all too well. Reinhard stopped, looked at the map, collected his thoughts and continued, Frederick is probably in the same situation on the Southern Front. He needs troops, but not much. If he gives 1 army, he should be able to achieve huge gains. Breakthrough. 3 armies or something, it should be the number he exaggerated to highlight the urgency. And I am really prepared to give him 3 armies. At this time, Director of Armored Forces Feng Maltke raised his hand, My Majesty, in fact, on the Western Front, we have several fully equipped armored divisions in preparation for combat. These divisions combined have more than 1,000 tanks, and they have just been upgraded. Although the performance of the new tank is not as good as that of the Panther tank under development, it is still better than the old Type 3 and 4 that are now commonly equipped on the Eastern Front. It will take less than a week to transport these armored divisions to the Eastern Front through our country's developed railway system. In just a few days, these armored divisions will arrive at the easternmost railway hub under our control and begin to advance towards Abawahan. No. Reinhard interrupted Maltka, these armored divisions are to deal with the Allied landings. They are the most important counter-attack force of the entire Western Front Command, responsible for driving the Allied forces into the sea. Responsibility. Maltka, but the Allied forces should not carry out landing operations this year. Their main energy is in Africa. The headquarters predicts that the Allied forces may land in the Kingdom of Sardinia. Reinhard, the Kingdom of Sardinia is made up of mountains and is blocked by the Alps. Even if they land, they still have to cross the Alps to threaten the core area of the empire. The current army is not like the conqueror's army 100 years ago. Cross-mountain attacks are very difficult. Our mountain infantry can completely block all enemies. Reinhard came to the huge sand table in the Eagle's Nest war room, picked up a map stick that looked like a knight's spear, and poked his head on the sand table. The Carolingians are all plains, although there are rivers blocking them. However, these rivers flow slowly and are easy to build bridges, so they cannot serve as effective barriers. What's more, these rivers are all covered with bridges. The western part of Europa is so developed that there are towns everywhere, and there are bridges across the rivers wherever there are towns. Do you understand? My dear Director of Armored Forces. As long as the Allied forces land in the Carolingians, they will reconquer the Carolingians within a year, threatening the most important industrial region of the empire. No, you can't do this. No matter where you move the troops, you can't move the armored divisions of the Western Command. They have to stay there. Maltka, however, the enemy has already launched a landing operation in Africa. Does it really have the spare capacity to land in the Carolingians? At this time, the Emperor's intelligence chief, Duke Redwedge, the leader of the intelligence agency La Boéville, said, "We have two extremely reliable intelligence sources that prove that the United Kingdom and the United States are actively preparing for landing operations. One is at Castile Lea's ace spy, the other is the Krat Bureau directly led by His Majesty the Emperor." When he heard about the Krat Bureau, General Maltka could only sigh. The intelligence from the Krat Bureau also said that they were going to land, which really needs to be taken seriously. The intelligence they provided before perfectly fits my judgment on the front line and is worthy of trust. After all, the intelligence of the Krat Bureau was all made up by the legendary spy specifically to cater to Prussian senior executives. Reinhard looked very happy, so the armored forces on the Western Front cannot be moved. My Director of Armored Forces, can you see where else there are armored forces that can be mobilized? Maltka, how about demobilizing the armored units that were originally going to join the Afrika Korps? Now that the Afrika Korps is in an increasingly difficult situation, we should withdraw them as soon as possible so that we can have the 15th and 21st Armored Divisions and the 90th Light Armored Division in our hands. Division. These are experienced troops who have fought fiercely with the United Kingdom's armored forces. Reinhard, however, it is not good to give up Africa like this. After all, Erwin has promised me that as long as I give him a little more troops, I can cut off the canal and completely cut off the route between the United Kingdom and Paris. The United Kingdom now uses Paris soldiers in large numbers, which is an important source of manpower for them. It is said that the United Kingdom will not surrender until the blood of the last Paris is shed, maybe. Celtic Chief of Staff, but the Allied forces have already moved along the coastline to attack Erwin's African Corps, and his supply line is about to be cut off. And we are about to lose control of the Aegean Sea. The Franz bombs of the Imperial Academy of Sciences were not as effective as expected. Although some ships were sunk, the ships of the United Kingdom have begun to equip radio jamming devices. They also use smoke to block the view. Reinhard pursed his lips. The Imperial Academy of Sciences still has a weapon to test. If this weapon performs well, we can regain control of the sea. So it is not too late to wait for the actual results of the new weapon. No, the reinforcements for the African army cannot be moved. General Maltka, Director of the Armored Forces, Marshal Brian, Commander of the Army, and Marshal Kelt, Chief of Staff of the Headquarters, looked at each other. For the first time, these three people reached a common opinion. But they unanimously did not refute the Emperor. Where else can we send troops? Reinhard asked, knocking on the table. Celtic Marshal, there are still many Moravian troops that can be sent. Their training is very poor and their fighting will is not high, but the training of the Ant people on the opposite side is also very poor. As long as we guarantee to give them the best equipment, it can be used. Reinhard hesitated. How many Moravian troops can be sent? 2 armies, Marshal Celtic replied, and the training is very poor, but they are Moravia's standing army. They have been trained for a long time, and their number is 200,000. After hearing the 200,000, Reinhard waved his hand, send them all to General Frederick, and let the logistics department ensure that these 200,000 people get the best equipment. Yes. Marshal Celtic immediately picked up the receiver and began to issue orders. General Maltka exchanged glances with Marshal Brian. Finally, the Marshal said, not to mention how useful so many Moravian troops can be, they have to eat, which puts a lot of pressure on our logistics. As long as they can hold on until our domestically trained troops arrive at the front line, it will only take about a week, and then we can put them in secondary areas. Reinhard said, these Moravian troops, no matter how rubbish it is, it's great to throw it into the city to consume the Ant people. At the same time, at the headquarters of the 1st Red Banner Mechanized Infantry Division of the Anti-Guards, Yegorov looked at the leader of the reconnaissance team who had just returned. What did you say? The front-line Prussian armored forces are retreating. Yes, we killed a few skirmishers and found that they belonged to the 41st Armored Corps of the 6th Army. Replied the captain who led the reconnaissance team. Yegorov touched his chin. The 41 pack troops retreated, and the 14 pack troops in front of us did not move. It feels like they were deployed to attack the beachhead. The chief of staff asked, "Are we taking some action to prevent the enemy from moving?" Yegorov shook his head. "What action can we take? The enemy's 88-meter cannons have been deployed in the front, and we don't have that much armor to counterattack. We can only rely on the advantage of the vortex to shoot at the enemy. We can only report this news to the front army headquarters." At the Ababahan front army headquarters, Pavlov put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, "The enemy's 41st Armored Corps has retreated from the front line, and the infantry division is replacing it. It seems that they are going to use the 41st Armored Corps to attack the beachhead. And a certain amount of infantry troops may be invested. Wang Zhong, this is one of our landing goals. As long as the beachhead remains on the other side, the enemy will never be able to devote the attack force of 2 Armored Corps to deal with us. In this way, the battle on the outskirts of Abawahan will be easier. Although Abawahan is the largest city on the inland sea coast, it is much smaller than St. Catherine's Castle. There are still a lot of open spaces on the outskirts of the city, and the satellite towns are also smaller. The 16th Group Army is already guarding a relatively large satellite city. In these open areas, the threat of the Prussian armored forces is very great. Generally, when a temporary infantry division encounters an armored force, it will be cut open easily, like a hot knife touching butter. The troops in Wang Zhong's hands also included a large number of temporary infantry divisions. These cobbled together troops were responsible for the defense tasks of the city's second and third lines of defense. Although it is inevitable that the city will mincemeat in the end, Wang Zhong hopes to delay it for as long as possible. Therefore, one can only hope that the naval infantry can guard the beachhead for a while longer. Chapter 533, Fierce Battle. October 28, 0830, Number 1 Beachhead. Nelly was having breakfast when a whistling sound came from the sky. She immediately hid and lay in the trench in a standard anti-artillery posture. This time was completely different from the previous exploratory attack. The enemy used heavy artillery and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. And this time the bombardment lasted for a particularly long time. Nelly felt that her internal organs were shattered, and the bombardment had not stopped. The frozen mud ground became the best vibration transmission medium, and even the anti-artillery posture could not completely resist the vibration. Suddenly, perhaps a shell fell nearby, the hard trench wall was suddenly shaken and a large piece collapsed, and the stone-like soil fell at Nelly's feet and hit her toes. Nelly kicked the soil away, but heard someone crying in the deafening explosion. She raised her head, and as soon as she opened her eyes, mud and sand collapsed into her eyes, so she had to squint her eyes and rub them hard with her hands a few times. The crying and shouting continued. It was a girl's voice, but Nelly couldn't hear it clearly in the explosion of the shells, and couldn't tell whose voice it was. Then the voice stopped abruptly. The shaking continued. After an unknown amount of time, the shelling finally stopped. Nelly looked up and first glanced at her watch, then found that the watch was broken and the second hand was completely stopped. Someone in the distance was shouting, "Enter the position. The attack is coming. Enter the position quickly." Nelly picked up the rifle next to her, skillfully cleaned the mud and sand in the barrel, and pushed the bullet in. A team of infantry ran past Nelly and ran to the firing trench at the forefront of the position. Nelly waited for them to run over, followed the team quietly, and walked at the back. She didn't belong to anyone yet, and was currently considered a free person in the entire position, maybe even a mascot. The team passed a section of the destroyed trench. The shells fell directly into the trench and exploded, directly opening a crater in the trench. The people who were hiding in the trench were lying in the crater in a twisted manner. Nelly was looking straight ahead, ready to cry and pass through the crater quickly, but at that moment she felt something in her heart and looked down. The little nurse who had a nightmare the night before and cried to Nelly was lying at the bottom of the crater, her lower body was gone, and her beautiful eyes were looking at the sky. Nelly frowned, stretched out her right hand and gently closed her eyes, then held the rifle tightly and followed the fast-moving male soldiers. When she entered the shooting trench, the roar of the engine came from the west. Malov led his squad into the shooting trench, and the old sergeant loudly encouraged morale, "Don't panic. We repelled an attack, and Prussia's armored forces are nothing big. If we can repel it once, we can repel it a second time. Little girl, you are in the position I am responsible for again." Nelly replied, "My bunker is close to here." As she said that, she found a shooting position and looked out to observe the Prussian people's assault line. Dozens of tanks were deployed in a row on the front of the beach, and there were more tank echelons behind them. The Prussian people set up 2 rows of tanks in a staggered formation, so from the front, the number of tanks doubled. Engine sounds were heard in the sky, and the Prussian people's Bf-109 fighters were strafing at low altitude, trying to clear the people in the trenches along the trenches. Nelly looked up at the sky, and sure enough, she saw black spots in higher places, which should be the Stuka bombers on standby. Malov also looked at the sky, and he sneered, "It seems that the rain in the past few days has made the Prosan Air Force depressed, so there is such a big battle right at the beginning." As soon as the voice fell, the anti-aircraft artillery position on the beach opened fire. Malov was very happy. Good, the anti-aircraft artillery unit was not paralyzed by the artillery fire, so the enemy planes can't be reckless. At this time, the anti-aircraft artillery on the opposite bank also opened fire, but because the distance was too far, the artillery fire could only create black clouds in the sky further east of the beachhead position. Nelly thought of Ludmila, who was defending the air on the opposite bank, so she turned her head and looked east. The weather had cleared up at this moment, and visibility was excellent. The east bank of the Valdai River could be clearly seen. Nelly saw several ferries loaded with soldiers moving towards the number 1 beachhead. At this moment, the characteristic sharp buzzer of the Stuka dived. The experienced guys on the position were all shot in the head and hid. The 1,000-kilogram bomb of the Stuka is much more powerful than ordinary heavy artillery. Nelly did not lie down, but stared at the ferry on the river and the densely packed people on the boat. In a flash, a thick splash of water rose from the port side of the leading ferry. The Stuka that dropped the bomb quickly leveled and fled quickly close to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't hit. Zaitsev also looked at the situation on the river with a tone of relief. "Malov, this is called a near miss, you idiot. This kind of near miss can also damage or even sink the boat." As soon as he finished speaking, more Stukas swooped down, and the ferry carrying the infantry was surrounded by high water splashes. The largest water splashes were even 7 or 8 times as high as the ferry, making the boat look like a toy. The people on the ferry were shooting into the air with machine guns, but it had no effect. Suddenly, the people on the ferry number 271 began to jump off the boat frantically. After a few dozen seconds, the ferry number 271 tilted over and turned upside down on the river under Nelly's gaze. The people who jumped off the boat fled the ferry frantically. Nelly and Zaitsev were both looking at the river, and Malov suddenly grabbed their shoulders. "Don't look, the enemy tanks are approaching. We wish those who are swimming good luck, and now there is a tough battle to fight, soldiers." Nelly then turned back to look at the approaching Prosan tank matrix. This military appearance can really scare some new recruits. No wonder those temporary infantry divisions immediately collapsed when they encountered the Prosan armored forces. The temporary troops did not have enough combat backbones to guarantee the morale during the battle, and at the same time, almost all members of the temporary troops were new recruits who had not seen the cruelty of the Prosan people. If the temporary troops came to defend the beach, all the anti-troops would be driven into the river today. However, the naval infantry, the Black Death, were now defending the beach. Nelly saw Prosan's tanks pass the first target. The anti-tank guns on the position immediately opened fire, and the projectiles hit Prosan's tanks one after another. Unfortunately, there were too few anti-tank guns that survived the enemy's artillery attack just now, only 3 in total, which was indeed not enough to face the enemy's overwhelming offensive. Nelly saw a long-barreled Type 4 tank stop and turn the turret towards the naval infantry anti-tank position. She hurriedly adjusted the scale and hurriedly aimed at the commander of the Type 4 turret. She pulled the trigger, but the hastily aimed shot only hit the commander's hat. The commander hurriedly retreated into the turret and closed the hatch. At the same time, the Prosans opened fire. The high explosive shell directly hit the gun shield of the firing ZIS-3 anti-tank gun, and the smoke from the explosion engulfed the gun position. Nelly gritted her teeth and stopped looking in the direction of the anti-tank position. The remaining anti-tank guns were still resisting, but the bombing just now had almost destroyed the bunkers of the gun positions, and the camouflage was almost completely blown up. The Prosans used their superb artillery skills to call out the names one by one, and soon the anti-tank guns were completely silent. "You can only pull it yourself," Malov shouted. "Prepare your incendiary bombs, explosive packs and cluster grenades. Of course, if you want to use the Prosan's strange things, you can do it at will. Just stick to them and pull the wire. Remember the key points: first block the infantry, then stick to them and throw things." Nelly ignored Malov and others. The weather was very good today, and the visibility was excellent. Nelly squinted her eyes and looked for officers and non-commissioned officers in the enemy's skirmish line. She soon saw a Prosan man with a big cap. Only officers in the Prosan troops would wear big caps, and ordinary infantry basically wore steel helmets. So Nelly glanced at the target, roughly estimated the distance, adjusted the scale, and then carefully aimed. After the gun went off, Nelly stretched her neck slightly to observe, just in time to see the moment when the big cap flew up. She immediately looked for the second target. At this time, the enemy's skirmish line crossed the target, and the machine guns on the position opened fire. In just a few seconds, the skirmish line was all lying down. At this distance, Nelly could not see the enemy infantry crawling forward. Malov patted Nelly on the shoulder. "There is an anti-tank gun over there, maybe it is not broken, How about you use it to shoot the tank's observation window? Nelly nodded and ran a few steps in the direction pointed by Malov. Sure enough, she saw an anti-tank gun next to the corpse. The bag of anti-tank gun ammunition was still on the ground, and the ammunition was scattered in the trench. Nelly picked up the gun and checked it. No obvious problems were found, so she pulled the barrel open and stuffed a round of ammunition into it. She raised the gun and aimed at the observation window of the Proton tank. At the moment of firing, Nelly felt that her shoulder was broken. She lowered her head to confirm and found that it was her illusion, but the huge recoil of the anti-tank gun still left a deep impression on her. Because of the pain in her shoulder, Nelly did not even confirm the hit effect in the first time. When she looked up again, she saw the Proton tank continue to move forward, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. But then, Nelly discovered that only the coaxial machine gun in the turret of the tank was firing, and the hull machine gun was not firing. It seems that Nelly's shot killed the hull machine gunner through the observation window. This position in the Proton tank crew should be the electromechanical operator, who, in addition to firing the machine gun, is also responsible for maintaining the radio and other equipment on the vehicle. Nelly pulled the bolt, but found that the shell did not automatically eject. She could only grab the still hot shell with her hand, forcibly pull it out and throw it away, and then load a new bullet. Nelly chose another tank and aimed at the cockpit. When she pulled the trigger, Nelly really felt that her shoulder was going to break. The Proton tank stopped. However, not long after, it started to move forward again. At the same time, the hull machine gun was completely silent. Apparently, the electromechanical operator of Proton replaced the driver and continued to drive the tank. Nelly pulled the bolt again, pulled out the hot shell and threw it away, and reloaded. If the mechanic was killed again, there should be no member to replace him, right? After all, the three people in the turret had work to do. The gun fired. The Proton tank stopped again. This time it stopped for a little longer, but finally resumed its advance. Nelly was stunned. The coaxial machine gun on the tank turret was still firing, indicating that the gunner was in his original position. Could it be that? Malov's voice suddenly drilled into Nelly's ears, "Go." While the old sergeant shouted, he grabbed Nelly's collar, lifted her up like a rabbit, and threw her on the floor of the trench. The next moment, the high-explosive shell hit the place where Nelly had just been lying, and instantly broke the anti-tank gun into pieces. Malov stiffened and stood looking at Nelly. Nelly turned over and looked at Maloof from below, then noticed the blood dripping from the old sergeant's trousers. Maloof raised his hand, patted his chest pocket lightly, and then fell back with relief. Nelly rushed to his side, but saw the old sergeant's dull eyes. She knew it was too late. After closing his eyes with her hands, Nelly opened the pocket he had just photographed and took out letters, photos, and a booklet. The pamphlet was one of those written by General Rokosov, and the photo showed a middle-aged couple with 3 children. As for the content of the letter, Nelly didn't read it and stuffed it into the pocket of her maid's skirt along with everything else. At this time Zaitsev came over. "Malov. The enemy is approaching, Malov." "Nelly, he died." "Where is the deputy squad leader?" Zaitsev pushed up his military cap. "He died before we came here, Sharif." "Malov died. You are a first-class soldier." The man named Sharif immediately replied, "I know. Don't panic, everyone. Block the infantry first." Chapter 534 The Furnace, Update 2681. Chapter 534 The Furnace, Update 2681. Look at Zaitsev and the others getting ready for battle. Nelly decided to look for something that would allow her to continue to use her shooting skills. She has not received grenade throwing training and cannot guarantee the accuracy of throwing incendiary bombs and cluster grenades onto the tank. She had just walked a few steps along the trench when she heard the machine gun fire suddenly stop firing. Nelly looked towards the direction of the firepower point, just in time to see the enemy's high-explosive bomb blasting out a cloud of sand nearly 2 people high. After thinking for a while, Nelly picked up the rifle in the trench and checked the barrel. When she loaded the bullet, the Prosen skirmisher line suppressed by the machine gun appeared again. Without machine gun fire, the crawling enemy stood up again. This time the enemy was closer. Nelly chose the target calmly and knocked him down with one shot. But killing the non-commissioned officer did not stop the Prosens from advancing. They even started to jog and pass the 100-meter target. Sharif shouted, "Hit!" Then dense waves of shooting sounded, and bullets fell on the enemy's skirmish line. Nelly continued to fire, and with each shot a Sergeant Prosen fell holding his chest. Suddenly, an enemy tank blocked Nelly's view. The tank crew didn't even see her in the trench, and just pushed her towards the trench. Nelly lowered her head, got out from under the tracks, touched an incendiary bomb on the fallen naval infantry, pulled the string with unfamiliar movements, and threw it to the back of the tank body. At first, the tank seemed not to feel the incendiary bomb at all, and continued to drive forward for many meters before the engine made an abnormal noise and a large plume of smoke as black as ink was emitted from the exhaust port. The tracks finally stopped rolling, and the entire vehicle slid forward for a second before stopping. The commander was the first to open the turret hatch and get out, holding the MP-40 in his hand. Nelly shot him in the waist, causing him to fall off the tank. Then 4 tank crews got out of the tank, and everyone was holding an MP-40. This crew brought a lot of weapons. Zaitsev suddenly appeared, carrying Babisha and shooting together, knocking down all the tankers who were trying to surround Neely. "Are you okay?" the general's maid Zaitsev asked loudly while reloading. Nelly stood up. "It's okay. Zaitsev, Sharif asked us to restore the firepower of the machine gun. The partner assigned to me just died. Come with me." Nelly said simply, "Let's go." Zaitsev loaded the magazine and picked up a handful of Babisha from the ground and handed it to Neely. "This is better for hand-to-hand combat. I think you can handle it." Neely hesitated for a moment, then dropped Mosin Nagant and took Babisha. "I haven't used it before. Just pull the trigger, and then switch to another one. Look, there are so many ownerless Babasas in the trenches." Zaitsev's voice suddenly became deeper. "There are so many ownerless Babasas, damn it. Let's go." Bar. He held down his helmet and ran along the trench with his body bent, Nelly following close behind. The shooting trench was dug into a standard W shape. After the two men turned a few turns one after another, they met 3 Plosin soldiers head-on. The Prosin held his rifle, raised his hand and fired a shot that missed Zaitsev, and then Babisha rang. 3 Prosens fell, and Zaitsev shouted excitedly, "Did you see that I knocked down 3? Nelly, go forward quickly. If we don't restore the machine gun fire, more Prosens will enter the trenches." "Okay." Zaitsev then continued to move forward. When he turned the next corner, he saw only 3 naval infantry shooting. The bodies of 4 Prosin soldiers were already lying in the trench. The corporal leading the team turned around and said, "Zaitsev? Help us block the enemy. I'm going to restore the machine gun." Zaitsev replied. "Why send you a private? Where's Maloof?" "Sacrificed," Zaitsev said as he walked forward. The corporal who asked the question cursed, "Sukabu." He stretched out his upper body and fired towards the outside of the trench, as if venting the endless anger in his heart. Turning another corner, the machine gun bunker was right in front. You could clearly see that a corner of the bunker made of sandbags had been blown open. The machine gun was still in its original position, but there was no shooter left. "Zaitsev, come on, you shoot, and I will be the assistant shooter and hold the ammunition belt for you." At this time, a fire net of green tracer bullets swept over, and the bullets made a chirping sound as they hit the edge of the trench. Zaitsev got down in time to avoid the wave of shots. But Nelly was not hit at all because she was too short. "Damn it," Zaitsev cursed, "the enemy tanks are targeting us, the machine guns won't fire, and we can't concentrate on attacking the tanks when the enemy infantry comes up." As he spoke, he was about to run towards the nearby machine gun position, and a grenade was thrown into the trench. The grenade had obviously been pinched in his hand, and it exploded the moment it fell in. Most of Neely's body was blocked by Zaitsev, with only the side of her face exposed. A shrapnel hit her above the right eye, and blood immediately obscured half of her vision. Zaitsev fell to the left, leaning against the trench wall with his shoulder. A Prosen soldier appeared on the right side of the trench, holding up the rifle in his hand. The moment he saw Nelly, the soldier was stunned. Nelly pulled the trigger, and the Prosen fell backwards. Then Nelly stood up on tiptoes, poked the muzzle of the gun out of the trench, and fired at the outside. "Zaitsev, nurse. I'm a little cold." He seemed to mistake Nelly for a nurse. Neely took one look at Zaitsev's wound and immediately decided not to waste time on first aid. Instead, she took out the bloody letter from his pocket and pulled him into it, then pulled him up and let him lie down on the trench on the right. Head stuck out. Then Nelly picked up a handful of popsha and put it into Zaitsev's hand. "Cover me." Zaitsev could not raise his upper body. He was almost lying on the gun. He could only use his last strength to grab the gun and pull the trigger with his finger. Babisha opened fire, even though he was not aiming, still able to intimidate the enemy near the trench. Neely patted Zaitsev on the shoulder and ran towards the machine gun bunker. Zaitsev leaned on the gun and continued shooting. He even remembered to fire in short bursts to make the firepower last longer. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, dripping onto the gun and sliding down the steel. The drum was finally empty, and Zaitsev still pressed the trigger mechanically. Nelly came to the machine gun bunker and quickly checked the Maxim machine gun and found that this antique design decades ago was still working well. So she opened the pressure plate, took away the empty ammunition belt, kicked open the lid of the ammunition box, took out a new ammunition belt and stuffed it into the gun chamber. After the loading was completed, Nelly held the ammunition belt in one hand and the handle of the machine gun in the other, and began to fire. The enemy is right under your nose. There is no need to worry about the ruler or aiming. As long as you spread the firepower, the enemy will fall. While the enemy was suppressed, naval infantry rushed out of the trenches and threw various anti-tank weapons at the tanks. At this time, the enemy who had invaded the position was at the end of its strength, and the entire position was full of burning Prasen tanks. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. Support artillery fire from the other side arrived. Katyusha rockets fell one after another in the enemy's attack formation, blowing up the infantry accompanying the tanks. In just an instant, the enemy's attack front was completely covered by artillery fire. Finally, Nelly saw the Prasen infantry stand up and run backwards. At the same time, the surviving enemy tanks also began to reverse. Nelly continued to shoot, reaping the lives of the retreating enemies. Suddenly, someone grabbed Nelly's shoulder. "That's enough. Little girl. You should get bandaged and then cross the river with the next ferry." Nelly finally released the firing button of the machine gun and looked at the person who persuaded her. It was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and he scolded, "Saint Andrew, you look as old as my daughter. Come across the river, little girl, you have behaved well enough." Neely shook her head. "No, I have to be here. I represent General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov and Ludmila Vasilievna Rokosovna. Ladies here, I will be with you." The Marine lieutenant commander hesitated for a moment and finally gave in. "Well, there is no reason to refuse a brave and capable female soldier to represent the general and fight side by side with everyone. But you have to explode. The wound on the eye is prone to suppuration. If not treated in time, the eye may be damaged. It's gone." Only then did Nelly realize that half of her vision was blurred. She raised her hand and touched the sticky blood. "Go and bandage it," said the major. "Nelly, wait a minute, the anti-tank firepower is gone. How can we block the enemy's next attack?" The major pointed to the Valdecho River. "The warship is here. Although it is just a river gunboat modified with a tank turret, it is still no problem to hit tanks. New anti-tank artillery units should be transported tonight." Nelly glanced at the ships on the river before moving away from the machine gun. "Major, do you know where the field ambulance is?" "Yes." Nelly nodded, picked up her Mosin Nagant, and walked along the trench. The Navy lieutenant colonel greeted loudly, "Here are two people who can operate machine guns. It's time to change the position of the machine guns. Move more quickly. The enemy may attack again at any time." At this time, a roaring sound came from the sky. "Hidden!" shouted the major. The enemy's artillery fire fell again, as if venting their dissatisfaction at being repulsed. On the evening of October 28, on the east bank of the Valdecho River, Captain Alexander Nikolaev directed the soldiers to push his ZIS-3 anti-tank gun onto the boat. On the ferry next to him, countless cannon-equipped boats were lined up, waiting for dark to set off. The sun was setting near the horizon, and night was coming soon. Captain Alexander Nikolaev took a deep breath, when his loader nudged his waist with his elbow. "Look." Captain Alexander Nikolaev turned around and saw long silver hair dancing in the sunset next to the divine arrow launcher. "Did I see an angel?" he murmured. "It is said that she is General Rokosov's wife," the loader whispered. "Really? The general's wife actually serves as a praying hand in such a dangerous place." Alexander Nikolov sighed. "It seems that we are going to win this time. Of course, the general is the star of victory." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 535 Quenching. October 29, 915, 0700 hours, Ababahan Front Army Headquarters. When Pavlov heard the phone ringing, he said to Wang Zhong, "It's probably that the front line has been shelled." Without waiting for Wang Zhong to answer, he picked up the receiver and said, "Front Army Headquarters, okay, I understand. Hold on." After putting down the receiver, Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, is the artillery fire ready to begin?" "Right." "Wang Zhong, according to Prasen's intelligence, this means that their troops are already at the assembly point. We also started to prepare for counter-artillery fire. Let's fire." They had previously moved the assembly point forward and escaped our counterattack. Preparing for artillery fire, I bet they will set the assembly point according to the standards last time. "Popov, actually, it doesn't matter if we miss. We have enough shells now, so we can waste them as we like." Wang Zhong nodded. "Yes, our current situation is that if wasting artillery shells can reduce the loss of troops, then waste them as much as possible. The Prasen people broke through too quickly before, and the previous front commander was incompetent, which resulted in our current military strength being limited. But as long as we can hold on, we will have sufficient troops, and we will always have sufficient troops. Yakov, and General Winter." Wang Zhong nodded. "There is also General Dong. 2 kilometers west of the train dispatching yard, the starting position of the Pioneer Company of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 29th Infantry Division of the 4th Infantry Corps of Preußen. The company commander, Captain Hansen, could tell something was wrong with the whistling sound flying overhead. He raised his head in confusion. Many veterans in the company also heard that something was wrong, and they all looked up at the sky. The deputy company commander ran over and said to Captain Hansen, "Isn't this right? It sounds like there were artillery shells fired back at us. Did the Enders fire on us in turn?" Captain Hansen looked at the rear of the army. "The one behind us may be the regiment's supply center, or the assembly point for the 2nd and 3rd attack waves?" Deputy company commander, "Then we still attack. Will there be follow-up echelons after we attack?" Captain Hansen, "We will attack if the order does not change. We have captured it before, but it was taken back by the ants because we ran out of ammunition. Now that we have enough ammunition, it will be easy to get it back." The deputy company commander nodded. "Then I'll go inspect the departure queue, and I'll set off when the firepower preparations are completed, so as to be ready in one go." Captain Hansen nodded and watched the deputy company commander run away along the skirmish line. He looked at his watch. The artillery preparations should last for another 20 minutes, so he took out his diary from his pocket and opened the page with the bookmark. On the bookmark is a portrait of his wife, which he copied from a photograph. Captain Hansen stared at his wife for a few seconds before writing down in the diary, "Dear, I don't know if the diary will pass strict review and be sent to the rear after I write these contents. The ant people's will to fight is getting stronger and stronger. While fighting with them, I felt their determination to regain their homeland. Maybe the propaganda of the Imperial Propaganda Department that they are inferior people is wrong. At least on our front lines, we will not look down upon these warriors who are as strong as cattle and look down upon death. After so many years since the war began, they are the most terrifying opponents I have ever seen. Honestly, honey, I don't know if I can ever come back to you, and I don't know if this war can really be won. Last year they said they would end it, but as you can see, I'm still on the front lines, the ant people are still resisting. They said it again this year and asked the military police to keep an eye on everyone who suspected this, which gave me a very bad feeling. My dear, I feel more and more that this diary will never be returned to you, but I have to write it down. Maybe some kind-hearted ant officer will bring the diary to you in the future. I wrote our home address on the title page, my dear. 5 years ago, I believed that we needed a living space, so I joined the army with passion, but now, I just want to come back to you." After writing the last letter, Captain Hansen raised his head and looked at the city retaken by the Enders in the distance. Because of the shelling, the city was burning, and at least 5 huge smoke pillars were slowly rising. It can be seen that the shells are still falling. It is said that this time a 210 mm heavy artillery was invested, and one shell can collapse the entire 3-story building with masonry structure. Hansen heard the messenger next to him whisper, "No one will have the will to resist under this kind of artillery fire." Captain Hansen glanced at the messenger, "Don't underestimate the enemy." At this time, the whistling sound above the head gradually decreased, and finally only the whistling sound flying from the enemy's side remained. The enemy's counter-artillery preparations continued, as if the artillery shells were free of charge. Captain Hansen's expression was serious. He knew that this meant that his company, or the entire battalion, would not be able to receive follow-up echelon support for a period of time after it went up. If possible, he also hopes to pause the offense. But the whistle still sounded. Captain Hansen also took out his whistle, held it in his mouth and blew a long sound, then turned back and waved to his men, "Forward." After saying that, he took the submachine gun and left the starting position first. His men followed him, skirmish lines emerging over the land that had been blackened by cannon fire. Ahead, the city was burning, with thick smoke rising everywhere. Hansen's company encountered no resistance at all, and they passed through the open land and into the burning city without incident. The ruins blocked the defenders' firing line. According to Captain Hansen's military common sense, the ants had lost their best chance of defense. Captain Hansen was relieved. However, he always felt that something was watching him. His infantrymen began to clear the rooms one by one, looking for the figures of the ants, and the entire company was divided into countless groups. Suddenly, the guns rang. The sound of Babish's shooting tickled Captain Hansen's nerves. Someone was yelling and cursing, and I don't know which sergeant was shouting, "Grenade! He's hiding in the corner, grenade!" The explosion of the grenade made Babish silent. The street was quiet all of a sudden, with only the crackling sound of burning branches. Someone shouted, "Sanita, medic! Sanita!" Captain Hansen patted the messenger on the shoulder, "Go and see who died, and search the bodies of the ants who died in the battle to find out which unit he was from, whether he was a straggler or..." Babish's voice sounded again, and there was the sound of a grenade exploding. This time, there was a counter-attack from the squad machine gun, and the sound of tearing canvas suppressed the PPSH. After a few seconds, everything was quiet. "Captain Hansen, where is the exchange of fire? Where is the enemy?" The deputy company commander answered from a distance, "It seems to be 2 stragglers. The enemy probably retreated, and there are only a few left." The PPSH sounded again, this time there were 2, coming from 2 directions at the same time. Captain Hansen's scalp numbed, "They have been broken up? They are hiding in the ruins. What are they doing? They are using their lives to exchange for the lives of the Prosan soldiers. These are the death squads. The moment they hid in the ruins, they didn't want to go back alive. Their only goal is to kill more Prosan people. These people will not collapse, they will not be afraid. As long as they have bullets, as long as they have a breath, they will fire at the Prosan people." Captain Hansen was breathing very fast. He had heard that in the fortress that was captured in the first week of the war, there was an ant who fought until the beginning of this year. Before he was shot, he killed a Prosan with a knife. He looked at the burning city in front of him. This was purgatory, the nightmare of every Prosan. In shock, the captain heard the sound of a manhole cover being pushed open next to him. He turned his head and saw an ant soldier half sticking out of the sewer, holding a PPS. The PPS opened fire, and the ant soldier fired freely, hitting Captain Hansen, his messenger, and the Prosan soldiers who were caught off guard. The well-trained Prosans immediately fought back, and the MP-40 bullets penetrated the body of the ant soldier, but could not stop his shooting. The bullet penetrated the ant's head, killing him completely, but the tense muscles allowed the PPS to continue firing, and the flying bullets hit the shoulder of a Prosan sergeant. Finally, the PPSH ran out of bullets, and the anti-soldier fell back into the sewer. A Placer sergeant ran to the body of Captain Hansen, touched his nose, and then closed his eyes. The sergeant wanted to touch the captain's pocket, but a PPSH across the street opened fire. The shooter was a newcomer, and the bullets fell aimlessly within a few meters square. The sergeant half crouched in the hail of bullets, picked up the MP-40, and fired a few bursts at the shooter. The shooter was shot, rolled down from the second floor, and fell on the road. The sergeant stood up, forgot to take the captain's diary, and gestured to the surviving Placer soldiers. There was another sound of PPSH shooting. It seemed that the battle would not stop until one side was completely dead. A literal meat-mincing battle. Now every Placer soldier knew that he was in hell. In the evening of the 29th, a Babakan front command. Pavlov, today's battle situation has been summarized. The nameless hill was defended, the agricultural machinery station that was in a corner with the nameless hill was defended, and the train dispatching yard was also defended. Except for these 3 places, the whole line was defeated. The enemy has embedded in our second line of defense, and some of the offensive troops have reached the third line of defense. Wang Zhong, the temporary infantry division can hold out for a day, which is not bad. Yakov, should we let the temporary troops stop resisting on the periphery? They are indeed a bit weak in the face of the enemy's armored forces. It is better to withdraw into the city. Wang Zhong, do you think they can beat them in the city? No, close combat requires too much morale and fighting spirit, so let the elite troops do it. Pavlov, the good news is that the 225th Division and Melania's 1st Division are already in place. They are deployed from the nameless highland to the city center, responsible for guarding the river beach. When the river freezes, the troops on the other side can come directly. Wang Zhong, weather forecast. I want to know how many days it will take to freeze. November 20th at the latest. Yakov reported. Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds and cursed, Sukabuli. Chapter 536 Forged Steel. At nightfall on October 29th, on the east bank of the Valdai River, at the dock opposite the No. 1 landing site. Ludmila was next to the aero launch group, watching the soldiers boarding the ship. After sending the soldiers with healthy hands and feet over, these ships would bring back the wounded with missing arms and legs. Since yesterday, there have been no lightly wounded soldiers on the return ship. Ludmila asked and found out that the lightly wounded soldiers were unwilling to leave their comrades behind and return. As for the bodies, there was simply not enough transport capacity to transport so many bodies. The soldiers who returned said that the bodies on the battlefield had been blown to pieces by the enemy's artillery fire and mixed with the soil, and the entire beach could only smell blood. Ludmila also specifically asked the wounded soldiers who returned if they had seen Neely. As a result, every wounded soldier was like a chicken blood when he heard Neely's name, and began to talk incoherently about the goddess of battle, the angel of the general, and a lot of things that Ludmila didn't understand. As a clergyman, Ludmila even wanted to perform a ritual to exorcise these people, but unfortunately the secular sect did not talk about exorcism. Instead, a special psychologist treated the symptoms that were previously considered to be possessed by evil spirits. In the end, Ludmila only knew that Nelly was still alive. It was good to be alive. These days Ludmila asked when the pontoon bridge could be restored, and the answer she got was that there were too many ships on the river and there was no time to build the bridge again. The entire shipping department was working overtime to send troops to Ababa Han. During the day on the 29th, Ludmila saw 2 ships sunk by Prussian bombers. At that time, the entire river was full of soldiers who fell into the water, and it was unknown how many people were stuffed on the ship. Prussian's bombers seemed to have specially avoided the river section guarded by Ludmila's aero group, and frantically attacked ships on the river upstream and downstream. The anti-air force was also fighting bravely. The latest modification of the Yak-1 was fighting with Prussian's aircraft in the air all day and night. Ludmila had seen several Yak-1s trying to fly to the east bank after catching fire. The east bank was all controlled by anti. After parachuting, they would be sent back to the base by ground troops, and the survival rate was relatively high. The Prussians on the other side had already controlled the river bank outside the beachhead, but they had not yet deployed artillery on the shore. If they parachuted to the west bank, they would most likely be captured. Ludmila heard the whistle, which meant that the transportation tonight was about to begin. She looked out at the river and prayed in a low voice for the soldiers who were rushing to the danger. At this time, several flares were launched from the river beach controlled by the enemy on the other side, illuminating the river surface. The enemy's machine guns began to fire at a very long distance, and tracer bullets cut through the night sky. The artillery on this side of the river immediately opened fire, covering the enemy positions and the crossing troops. The originally quiet night was immediately filled with blood and fire. Number 1 beachhead on the west bank of the Valdai River. Nelly heard someone talking outside the shelter, so she stood up, lifted the curtain and went outside, looking at the infantry officer who was talking. "Officer, we need to organize a night suicide squad to clear the river beach that is being bombed. Can you naval infantry send someone?" "I'll go." Nelly raised her hand. The officer glanced at the gauze covering Nelly's right eye. "No, Ms. Nelly, you can't go. We are counting on you to boost morale tomorrow. And this kind of close combat may require hand-to-hand combat, which is not suitable for you." Nelly silently picked up the engineer's shovel. "I am short, but sometimes it is an advantage." The officer sighed. "Let us do it. You really can't stay idle. You can go to the river to greet the newcomers. They lost their companions during the crossing of the river. They must be very sad." Nelly turned her head and looked at the Valdai River. "Officer, they need encouragement. Leave the night attack to us." Nelly could only nod, turn around and climb out of the trench and run towards the river. When she reached the river, she shouted to the first group of boats that came ashore, "Welcome to hell. We must hold the beach, otherwise there will be no place for the ants to stand on the west bank of the Valdai River. Welcome to join us." "Oh my God," she heard a soldier exclaim, "girls as old as my sister are on the battlefield." Nelly held a shovel in one hand and a bopsa in the other. "Ant's mother is in danger, everyone should fight for her." The soldiers, who were covered in dust by the enemy's firepower and the sudden casualties, looked at each other in bewilderment. The priest who accompanied the army took the lead in responding, "Are your courage worse than that of little girls? Are you still men? Run, these boats still have to transport the wounded back. Don't occupy the boats." I don't know who started shouting first, and all of a sudden, all the recruits on the beach roared, jumped off the boat, and waded onto the beach. Nelly stood on the destroyed tank on the shore and encouraged the soldiers loudly, "Can you imagine your mothers and sisters fighting on the battlefield like me? If not, then go to the position." At this time, the nanny who crossed the river with Nelly appeared holding the anti-flag high and stood behind Nelly. Nelly's head was also wrapped in bandages, and the bandages had lost their original color due to blood, and were black and red. The flag in the nanny's hand was also dirty, full of bullet holes. But it still flew in the wind. Plausen, the commander of the 41st Armored Corps, looked at the division commanders in front of him. "It's just a flat beach. Because it's a beach, there's no way to build a solid offensive. As a result, you attacked for 2 days and couldn't take it down." Josette, commander of the 5th Armored Division of the Asgard Knights, replied, "They are replenished from across the river every night. If we cannot organize artillery bombardments to block the enemy's transportation operations, the beachhead will never be taken." The commander laughed angrily. "You, the Armored Division of the Knights of Asgard, told me that you can't defeat a position with only mud offensive, and you have to cut off reinforcements. Are you really an armored division?" "We are really an armored division, but the enemy's desire to fight is stronger than imagined, and the accompanying infantry suffered heavy losses. Without infantry support, tanks are just meat on the enemy's position to be slaughtered." Josette argued, "I believe we achieved a huge battle loss ratio, at least 1 for 3, but if the enemy adds 4 people every day, we will never be able to occupy the position." The commander shook his head. "The enemy's T-34 can force us to pay huge casualties when it attacks our infantry. Our tanks enter the enemy's position and become human beings." At this time, The infantry division commander who was watching the show spoke, "That's not the case. In fact, we destroyed a large number of T-34 tanks last year and the first half of this year. Tanks are very vulnerable when they lose infantry cover on preset positions. But the Ant people have a crazy fighting method. Their infantry charges in tanks and only comes down in front of the position. The overall impact speed is faster and the integration is tighter. And our infantry got off the half-track when they were 2 kilometers away from the enemy, and followed the tank in a skirmish line. Even in the best-case scenario, there is a distance of about 25 meters between our tank and the infantry." The commander of the 41st Army was silent for a few seconds. "It's too late to change the combat method. I'm here to call the Army headquarters to see if the enemy's transportation problem can be solved. You guys can go. I hope to make progress tomorrow, not let the command suspect that we are a bunch of losers who can't even take the beachhead." "You mean shelling the other side?" The Chief of Staff of Prasen's 9th Army frowned and shouted into the phone, "We have lost the artillery deployed on the shore, all of them. Do you know all of them? Now the artillery of the group army needs to be used to break through the enemy's defense line. We are less than 5 kilometers away from the urban area of Ababahan. We cannot take risks by deploying artillery units at this time." At this time, Admiral Frederick spoke, "Give me the phone." The Chief of Staff immediately handed the receiver to the general. "I'm Frederick, what did you do?" "I expected you to quickly occupy the beach, and then turn around and attack Ababahan." The voice of the commander of the 41st Army on the phone sounded very awkward. "The enemy's resistance is unimaginably fierce, and the enemy has a steady stream of support. My division commander said that if reinforcements are not cut off, it will never be possible to capture the beachhead." "Frederick, but that's a position on the river beach. Once the shell explodes, it will be smashed to pieces. You can't take it down, and you still want me to block the enemy's reinforcements. This is outrageous." "But this is the situation now, Admiral. We need to shell the other side to prevent them from reinforcing." Admiral Frederick sighed, "Okay, I'll think of a way, I mean, if you can't take the position tomorrow." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. "Chief of Staff, if we want to bombard the other side, we have to push the artillery position towards the river again. Maybe the previous situation will happen again." "Frederick, no, this time we have armored troops on the beach. The enemy tanks can't avoid our armor this time. You make a plan. If the beach is not captured tomorrow, let the artillery troops go forward in the afternoon. Move and prepare to bombard the other side to prevent transportation." At this time, the logistics staff came to report to Frederick, "General, reinforcements have arrived." Frederick was overjoyed. "How many?" "2 armies plus 1 army. There are hundreds of thousands of people." Frederick's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yes, 1 army of the National Defense Force, and 2 Moravia army groups." Frederick's smile froze on his face. "What? Why do you want to give me the Moravian troops?" The Chief of Staff seemed to have known this for a long time, and now he said, "These Moravian troops have the same equipment as ours, or even better. And they have been training for a long time, and they are at least better than Ant's temporary infantry divisions." Frederick frowned. "Really?" The Chief of Staff suggested, "You can try putting them into the beachhead position. According to the losses reported by the 41st Armored Corps today, they should be short of infantry. Oh, by the way, the Moravians have artillery units, which can be used to suppress the other side. Blocking transportation." Frederick was silent for a few seconds and nodded, "Okay, it's better than letting them eat food here for free. Let them go." Chapter 537 Cranes. October 30th, 0900, Beach Number 1. After the bombardment by the Prasens ended, Nelly crawled out of the soil and looked around. The benefit of the lower temperature is that the ground was frozen hard, so the unreliable anti-artillery bunkers on the beach suddenly became reliable. The troops guarding the beach also took the initiative to draw water from the Valdai River and sprinkled it around the bunkers they dug. It won't be long before the bunkers are frozen hard. As long as the heavy artillery doesn't happen to fall nearby, there will be no problem. As for the heavy artillery falling nearby, the overpressure can seriously injure people, and the bunker is actually not important. This is a pure probability problem, and no one can influence it, so most of the anti-soldiers just go for it and don't care. Nelly climbed up and ran along the frozen trench, shouting as she ran, "The enemy is coming. Get ready." As if in response to her shouting, the ground began to tremble, and the roar of tanks came from afar. Nelly saw a new soldier with shaking hands, so she stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Don't be afraid, look at me, I've been on the battlefield since the first day, and I'm still alive." The new soldier widened his eyes and looked at the dirty gauze on Nelly's right eye. I've always wanted to ask, your eye has. It should be gone, but I'm still alive, and the attacking enemies are all dead." The new soldier nodded and tightened his grip on the babisha again. Nelly continued to move forward, boosting morale like an old sergeant. Just then, someone shouted, "Look!" The Proson uniform seemed to be a little different. Nelly frowned, found a helmet to stand on, stepped on the helmet and looked out. After looking for a few seconds, she took out the scope seized from the enemy sniper from the dirty maid outfit, stuck it on the remaining eye and looked into the distance. After the scope magnified, Nelly saw that the enemy's uniforms were indeed different from ordinary Proson uniforms. But Nelly didn't recognize this kind of uniform, and she didn't have a very detailed understanding of the Proson army, even though she had always been with General Rokosov. At this time, an officer walked along the trench, shouting as he walked, "This is the Moravian vassal army, an army composed of second-class citizens of the Proson Empire. You see, if we lose the war, we will also wear this kind of uniform and be driven to the battlefield to die." Nelly thought for a moment and shouted loudly, "We killed all the Proson people. They have no infantry to accompany them, so they can only use the vassal army." The patrolling officer was stunned, and after a short pause, he also shouted, "We killed all the Proson infantry. They were forced to join the vassal army." After shouting a few times, the officer spoke again, "We scared the Proson infantry and refused to fight. We can only join the vassal army." After just a few dozen seconds, the whole position was saying, "We scared the Proson infantry and were forced to join the vassal army." The truth is not important, what is important is that the Proson people really joined the vassal army. The entire beachhead was boiling with excitement. If the genuine Plossen infantry can't even defeat them, how can the vassal army win? Although the enemy looks numerous, they are just a mob. Take care of them. At this time, the new attackers passed the 500-meter mark. The anti-tank artillery unit that had just crossed the river yesterday opened fire, and the platoon hit several tanks in the blink of an eye. Although the tanks were hit, some of the vassal army's skirmishers actually lay down. It seems that the morale and courage of this vassal army are far different from those of the genuine Plossen troops. Plossen's tank unit fought back, and was still as accurate as ever, and soon the exposed artillery positions were blown up. Nelly no longer encouraged morale, but lay on the shooting position, using her Mosin Nagant to shoot at the Plossen tank commanders who dared to stick their heads out to find the anti-tank gun positions. She had discovered that although the sighting of the Proson tanks was much better than that of the T-34, it was still difficult to find the well-camouflaged anti-tank gun position as long as the Proson commander did not stick his head out. The key was to prevent the Proson commander from sticking his head out. Nelly aimed at a commander who had completely retracted his body into the commander's cupola, with only half of his head and eyes exposed. After pulling the trigger, the bullet hit the edge of the cupola, then bounced up and brushed over the commander's head, breaking the earphone beam. The commander was so scared that he went directly into the tank and did not even dare to reach out to cover the hatch. Nelly pulled the bolt and turned the gun to aim at another tank. The commander of this tank had his entire head exposed and was still observing with a telescope. As soon as Nelly pulled the trigger, the commander fell backwards, with a bullet hole in his left eye, bleeding, and his right hand holding the half-broken telescope dangling outside the commander's cupola. Nelly pulled the bolt, and the smoking shell flew out of the barrel, drawing an arc in front of Nelly's one eye. Nelly continued to shoot. At this time, the enemy passed the 300-meter mark. The machine gun was about to fire. The enemy's tank commanders also retreated into the tank turret at this time, no one would show their heads at this distance. Nelly turned her target to the Moravian vassal army. She immediately discovered that as long as one of the sergeants in these vassal army was knocked down by a sniper, the squad led by the sergeant would lie down. Nelly's single-shot burst had the effect of a machine gun. Killing a sergeant, a squad lay on the ground for dozens of seconds or even minutes without daring to move. Then the officers waving pistols would run over, pull up the soldiers lying on the ground one by one, and urge them to move forward. If Nelly had knocked down the officers, this row of people might have been lying on the ground motionless. Unfortunately, there were too many Moravians, they were in a surprisingly dense formation, and the non-commissioned officers seemed to be endless. The tank passed the 200-meter mark. The heavy machine guns opened fire. At the same time, the Moravians also began to charge. Countless Moravians were knocked down by machine guns, but more Moravians rushed to the position shouting as if they were on stimulants. The PPSH on the position opened fire. The Moravians seemed numb, watching their comrades being knocked down in large numbers by the PPSH, but they continued to rush forward. This was not the tactic that the Proson army would adopt at all. The Prosons would lie down, leap forward, and throw grenades when they were at a distance. The Moravians were completely using their lives to consume the bullets of the anti-soldiers. The key point was that they succeeded. About 1/10 of the Moravians rushed into the trenches, and a fierce hand-to-hand fight began. Nelly shot down a Moravian who rushed to her face, then pulled out a sapper from her back, cut off the wrist of the Moravian who rushed up, making him scream, and then cut off his head with another sapper. The edge of Nelly's sapper had long been sharpened to be as sharp as a knife. She used this thing to kill another Moravian with a shovel, then rolled past him and hit the Moravian who was fighting with his comrade on the back of his head. Then she kicked the Moravian's body away and pulled up his comrade, the recruit she had just encouraged. Nelly, don't use a bayonet, a sapper is useful in the trenches. A hammer will work too. Hammer, hammer. The recruit was still confused. Nelly, take the Molotov cocktails and follow me. We'll blow up the tanks. Oh, okay. The recruit quickly found a few Molotov cocktails on the ground and followed Nelly, who was moving swiftly in the trench. He was shot after following her for a few steps. He half knelt in the trench and wanted to call Nelly, but he couldn't make a sound. When he opened his mouth, blood was pouring out of his throat. He could only watch Nelly's figure go away along the trench. He fell forward and buried his face in the soil. The battle on the beach lasted until noon. The enemy retreated. When the voice entered Nelly's ears, she was stepping on the enemy's chest and pulling the engineer shovel out of the enemy's throat. The spurted blood covered her legs and the black skirt of the maid's skirt. There were uneven Ura sounds on the battlefield, and it was unclear whether it was celebrating another victory or celebrating that she was still alive. Nelly didn't shout. She turned around and thought that she seemed to have forgotten something. However, in the end, she did not remember what she had forgotten. She raised her head and looked at the warm winter sun, thinking that it was this damn sun that kept the temperature low enough to freeze the enemy. Suddenly, she saw migratory birds flying across the sky in a line. It was almost November, and migratory birds were starting to migrate at this time. The soldier next to Nelly wanted to come over and say hello to her, but when he saw her looking up, he also looked up, and soon, everyone at the scene looked up. Is it a wild goose? Someone said. No, maybe it's a crane. I've seen it. It's a very beautiful bird with delicious meat. Nelly looked at the cranes and felt like crying for some reason. Wang Zhong stood outside the headquarters and looked up at the sky. Why isn't it snowing yet? General Dong, please help. At this time, he saw migratory birds lined up in a row and appeared in the blue sky. A crane in the clear sky above the clouds. But is it time to bring poetry to the blue sky? At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that there was a famous Soviet song in another time and space, called Crane Group. Because he liked the lyrics very much, he memorized it specially. Sometimes I always feel that those soldiers have not returned from the bloody battlefield. They are not buried in our land. They have become white cranes flying. They flew from the distant war years, sending their calls to our ears. Because of this, we often look up, miss silently, and look into the distance. The tired cranes fly in the sky, fly in the dusk, and the twilight is vast. There is a small gap in the queue, maybe it is a place reserved for me. After he finished reciting silently, Yakov's voice came into his ears. What a good poem. General, they said you are an unlearned dandy, I knew it must be in the dark. Wang Zhong turned his head to look at Yakov and found that the adjutant was writing furiously. I wrote it down. Yakov said excitedly, I must publish this poem. Wang Zhong, whatever, I just wrote it down. He raised his head again and looked at the cranes. Sometimes I always feel that those soldiers have not returned from the bloody battlefield. They are not buried in our land. They have turned into white cranes and are flying. At this time, Pavlov came out of the headquarters. Okay, don't stand here anymore, move to the new headquarters quickly, the artillery fire of the Prasen people may fall at any time. Wang Zhong, I know, let's go, Vasily, no, Yakov. Once you think about something, you will call the wrong thing. Yakov complained, I have been your adjutant for half a year, and I may continue to serve in the future. Wang Zhong smiled and patted Yakov on the shoulder. Yakov, by the way, if I have a child, can you be the godfather of the child? Of course, Yakov, of course. Chapter 538 In the Underground Tunnel. The new headquarters of the Ababahan Front was set up in a maintenance shaft on the side of the Cross River Tunnel. The Cross River Tunnel itself has become an important transportation channel for the front army. Transport vehicles shuttle through the tunnel almost day and night. As long as you open the door of the maintenance shaft leading to the main tunnel, you can hear the continuous sound of car engines. At first, Wang Zhong was worried that the tunnel maintenance shaft would be stuffy. After entering, he realized that the maintenance shaft was also a ventilation shaft with good air circulation. He even felt a little cold. But with so many people gathering in a confined space, there is a risk of danger if ventilation is not maintained. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the headquarters, Guard Gregory said, I'm going to check the defense of the headquarters. After speaking, the sergeant major grabbed the clerk who was passing by, show me the blueprint of the tunnel. I want to know every exit. Wang Zhong, the enemies have all reached here, so Abawahan has almost been lost, at least this side of the river has been lost. It shouldn't be possible. Be prepared, my general. Gregory said and saluted Wang Zhong, this is my duty, just like your duty is to lead us to victory. Wang Zhong, Okay, I'll leave it to you. After seeing off Grigory, Wang Zhong said to Yakov, it's too cold here. Go to my dormitory and get my thickest coat. Yakov, your clothes have been delivered to the lounge. I'll get them. After that, he got into the narrow side door and ran away along the small passage. Wang Zhong turned to Pavlov, how long will it take for the headquarters relocation to be completed? I mean, how long will it take for the headquarters functions to be restored? It has been restored now. Because the place is small, it can only accommodate some staff officers and clerks. I asked those who have received combat training to stay, and the others are sent to the East Coast to maintain the operation of the entire headquarters through telephone lines. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, this is good. All the people in the city who have not received combat training will be sent to the East Coast. I have been doing this since I arrived here, but many people refuse to go to the East Coast. They want to maintain production in the city. Currently, a babahan can produce hundreds of babasha and 10 T-34s a day. Wang Zhong, production of 300 vehicles a month? Is it that high? Pavlov, this is the output achieved under the current difficult supply of raw materials. The local church has found a way to maintain the supply of the factory. I don't know where they got so much steel and non-ferrous metals from. It may be from local sources. Got it from the residents. Wang Zhong sighed, with people like this, we will definitely win. Yes. Wang Zhong, but women and children must make sure they leave the city. You have to convince them. Popov, this is my job. In fact, I have tried my best to persuade the women and children. But most of the women in the city have joined the labor camps and are currently building fortifications and anti-tank piles across the city. Their children are not willing to leave, and they are all helping to lay landmines, divert traffic, and do other transportation work within their capabilities. Nonsense, let the children leave. If you can't do it, you are derelict in your duty. Wang Zhong raised his voice and glared at Popov. Popov, I'll deal with this. With that said, he quickly left the headquarters. Yakov happened to come in with his coat, glanced at Popov and asked doubtfully, what's wrong? The military bishop looks very serious. Pavlov, His Excellency the commander gave him the difficult task of convincing the children to leave their mother, and indeed their entire family. Wang Zhong, this is his job. Do you understand his job? Yakov, okay, your coat. Wang Zhong put on his coat and let out a sigh of relief. He came to the map posted on the wall and watched the staff update the status of the divisions in the city. Pavlov, each division is divided into countless combat groups according to your orders, hiding in buildings and ruins. They will kill the enemy as much as possible until they die on the battlefield. Wang Zhong nodded. Pavlov, this is just a simple exchange of lives, without any strategy or tactics at all. Wang Zhong, but it can help us win. At this time, a staff officer ran over, report from beachhead number 1, the enemy has begun to invest Moravia servant troops. Wang Zhong, really? How many servants were invested? How many numbers appeared? The numbers of the two armies. The staff officer replied. Wang Zhong smiled happily, okay. Great. The servant army has low combat effectiveness and needs supplies. Two group armies are so many more mouths. This will be the last straw to bring down the other side. As long as we can withstand it, the enemy's final offensive was won. Pavlov looked at the map seriously, withstand the final offensive. Prasen, the headquarters of the 6th Army, General Frederick pointed at the map, we have advanced to the urban area of Ababahan. As long as we push the artillery position forward, our artillery can even bombard Rokosov's headquarters. And your army will directly engage in the attack on the city. He looked at the face of the commander of the Prasen 30th Infantry Corps who arrived with the Moravians. The commander of the 30th Infantry Corps held his head high and said, leave it to me. My corps happens to be equipped with a considerable number of Bison self-propelled infantry cannons, which can be effective in the city and destroy the buildings guarded by the enemy with precise and powerful shelling. General Frederick, very good. I will send the 6th Asgard Panzer Grenadier Division to assist you. This division has not yet been put into combat. It not only has elite armored grenadiers, but also an armored battalion. These tanks are all designed for urban combat. Special armor is welded on the vehicle to protect against enemy Molotov cocktails. The commander of the 30 Infantry Corps saluted, thank you General for your support. We will definitely complete the mission and completely capture the port within 3 days. 3 days. General Frederick shook his head, 3 days is too slow, my general, 3 days is too slow. The strength of the Enders is increasing every day, and it is the same as last year. I hope you can reach the port in 1 day without delay. The commander of the 30th Army looked embarrassed, this is an urban battle, and it is all reinforced concrete buildings. According to our experience in Melania's capital, such a city is not so easy to attack. Admiral Frederick sighed, seeking truth from facts is a good quality of a Plusan soldier. You are right. Let's take 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see the waves of the inland sea. At this time, Admiral Frederick's adjutant reminded, as an inland sea, the inland sea is calm most of the time. I know, damn, I know. It's just a metaphor. Admiral Frederick said angrily. Unnamed highlands. Yegorov came out of the division headquarters, climbed to the high ground, and observed the direction of the city with a telescope. The city is burning, his lieutenant said. Yegorov, yes, although we held our position, other troops were still penetrated and the enemy has entered the city. As he spoke, he turned the telescope and looked in the direction of the train dispatching yard. I don't know the situation over there. After the shelling this morning, the phone call with the 16th Army was blocked. Adjutant, in the afternoon, the enemy fired a rapid fire in the direction of the train dispatching yard, so there should be still people resisting. It's just that the phone line couldn't be reached because the phone line was cut off. I hope so. Yegorov put down the telescope. Today the enemy's attack on our position was much more ferocious. Fortunately, we have vortices to prevent the enemy's tanks from making too many mistakes. The adjutant sighed, how long will this battle last? Isn't it natural to continue until victory? Yegorov said with a firm expression, or we will all die in battle. Train dispatch yard. The fierce fighting in the satellite city has lasted for 2 days, and it has never stopped from morning to night. In accordance with General Rokosov's instructions, the soldiers of the 16th Army were divided into parts, and in the form of a 3-person combat team, they dealt with the Prosan people throughout the city. Each combat group fought independently, decided its own actions in the ruins, and actively killed and wounded the Prosans. Generally, such a fighting group will have 1 or 2 core members of the secular sect as the core. During the battle, the 2 attrited groups will even spontaneously join together to form a new group to continue fighting against the Prosans. They couldn't contact their superiors and couldn't get supplies. They ate only the dry food they carried or found in the cellars of fellow villagers, and the bullets they fired were all captured from dead enemies. Except for wearing khaki and military uniforms, their equipment is exactly the same as that of the Prosans. There are countless such troops attacking the Prosan people day and night. As long as there is still one such combat group alive, the 16th Army will not be destroyed and the train dispatching yard will not be completely lost. Although the headquarters of the 16th Army has been occupied by elite Prosan soldiers. A Major Prosan stepped on the unburned documents on the ground, walked all the way to the general who fell on the ground, leaned over and took out the documents from him. General Penfilov. The major, who obviously understood the ant language, read out the name on the certificate, turned around and yelled, "You shouldn't have beaten him to death." The sergeant at the door said awkwardly, "He was fighting with a submachine gun and already killed 3 of us, Major. We can't afford any more casualties." The major scolded, "Won't you wait until he runs out of bullets? There are so many ways to capture him alive, why don't you think about it? Now that he is dead, no one can order him to stop resisting." The sergeant hesitated for a moment and said, "Major, I don't think these ants will stop resisting, even if ordered by the commander. I have fought with them, and they will not stop resisting, Major, not. Major, you can't decide. Hang the general's body in front of the tank and parade it through the city to let the ant people know that they are defeated." "Sergeant, I refuse to do such a thing. It will only boost the enemy's morale and make the enemy angrier and resist to the end. Are you teaching me how to do things?" The major turned around and pointed to his badge, "I am a military police major, the eyes and ears of His Majesty the Emperor." The sergeant gritted his teeth and nodded to his subordinates, then 2 privates stepped forward, grabbed Penfilov's arm, and dragged him out. "You are always worried about the little maid, so you can only release the sketch first." Chapter 539 The Winter When I Was 17 Years Old, Update 2781. Chapter 539 The Winter When I Was 17 Years Old, Update 2781. On October 31, 915, the 30th Infantry Corps of Prosan attacked the forward. The Buffalo self-propelled infantry gun roared, and the shell hit the building 800 meters ahead. The violent explosion caused the side where it was hit to collapse, and the floors inside were exposed like the internal skeleton of the human body. The smoke from the collapse suddenly covered most of the street. Infantry Commander Paul Clay observed the street ahead from the roof of a bungalow and muttered, "Even if a building was blown down, the enemy did not fire. Why? This building should be their support point, will it? There were machine guns and maybe an anti-tank gun hidden in the shop window downstairs. This is how we will defend. But there is nothing now, and it is eerily quiet. Are we here to seize an empty city?" His deputy shook his head, "I don't know. I heard from troops who have been involved in the battle for a while that the Anters no longer hold the strongholds at all. Instead, they attack us as a combat group and fight a pure war of attrition with us." Paul Clay frowned, What's the point of that? Are you going to bleed out first? I don't know. The deputy spread his hands. Paul thought for a while and ordered, "Infantry advance, let us see if this is what happened." As the order was given, the infantrymen who had been squatting in a row in front of the Buffalo infantry cannon stood up and strode forward. Although the 30 Infantry Army is an infantry army, it is highly mechanized and equipped with a considerable number of half-track vehicles and assault guns. These armored vehicles move along with the infantry at walking speed. They crossed the last open space and entered the city. Suddenly, a machine gun rang out. Paul immediately raised his binoculars, but could not see the position of the machine gun at all. It's strange that the machine gun is not placed in an open area. Paul muttered softly. "Deputy, it looks like the enemy is really planning to fight us and fight for blood in a meaningless way. The machine gunner probably thinks he can make a profit by replacing the three of us." Countless waves of shooting sounded, as if echoing the sounds of machine guns and grenades exploding. Paul put down the telescope and kept fiddling with the focus adjustment knob with his fingers. His brows twisted into knots. How could they do this? Spreading into combat groups to fight independently requires soldiers to have extremely high subjective initiative and determination. Will to fight. Our troops can't do this. Or are there so many ant sergeants that there can be 1 in 3 people? Is this still the ant army I'm familiar with? The young soldier Alexei hid alone behind a destroyed low wall, holding Bobosha and pointing it at the alley outside the wall. The alley was wide enough to accommodate at least 3 Prosan soldiers. Alexei hoped that the enemies would not come one by one, and the denser the formation, the better. He also kept 4 grenades on hand. These old-fashioned grenades must be installed with a fuse first, and once the fuse is installed, there is a certain probability that the thing will explode on its own. Yes, this kind of grenade is so unreliable. Alexei is a soldier in the militia battalion. He was only issued this unreliable grenade, and the babisha in his hand was obtained from a fallen regular army soldier. He was not very good at operating this weapon. After all, the militia battalion only trained them to use Mosin Nagant rifles. Alexei is 17 years old and can enlist in the army next year and become a glorious ant warrior. But the war had already arrived in his hometown. The girl he likes, Tatyana, took part in a field nurse training class as early as June this year, and now she doesn't know where she is saving lives? Alexei was not going to lose to a girl. There was gunfire all around, and the militiamen and the regular troops guarding the same area were fighting with the Prosens. But Alexei's surroundings were as quiet as the eye of a typhoon. He even got a little bored and started looking at the spider webs on the wall. The spider was not affected by the war at all, and was still weaving unhurriedly. After watching it for a while, Alexei felt bored and took out Tatyana's photo from his arms. This was taken when Tatyana set out, as a souvenir for her family, but Alexei managed to convince Uncle Eugene at the photo studio to develop a copy for him. When Uncle Eugene gave the photo to Alexei, his expression was filled with sadness. "Hold it, boy, hold it. Remember her appearance. Even if she comes back in the future, she may not look like this." Alexei understood why Uncle Eugene was so sad. From the beginning of the war to now, many good people have not been able to come back. It was Uncle Stepan who lived opposite Alexei. That day, 2 officers took out a letter from their briefcases. When Stepan's wife saw these 2 people, her legs gave out. She sat down on the doorframe, held the door and started crying. Seeing this scene, Alexei ran back to his room and took out the wooden gun that Uncle Stepan made for him when he was a child. This children's toy had been sleeping in the cupboard for a long time, but Alexei held it as if he had received it from Uncle Stepan only yesterday. Thinking of this, Alexei tightened his grip on Babisha. At this time, he heard someone speaking in an unfamiliar language in the alleyway outside. "It's Prosen." He checked Papasa to make sure the safety was on and the gun was loaded. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed as if it would jump out of my throat the next moment. Alexei waited. The Prosons were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a gray uniform appeared. Alexei suppressed his desire to fire and waited for the lone scout to come over. He remembered that when his grandfather upstairs told him about fighting the Petliura gang when he was a child, he taught him that when ambushing, he must let go of the scouts in order to hit the enemy's main force. Alexei took deep breaths repeatedly, and his chest felt like it was burning and hurt badly. Finally, the Proson soldier holding a submachine gun appeared, followed by 2 with rifles. Alexei shouted and pulled the trigger, and the PPSH opened fire. Although he had not received any training, at this distance, even a monkey who could only pull the trigger could splash water and kill the Prosons who entered the shooting range. The Proson holding the submachine gun was shot first. He staggered forward and half knelt on the ground. He was still struggling to pick up the submachine gun to fight back, but he was hit by 3 consecutive bullets and could only fall sideways. Alexei held the drum of the PPSH and turned the muzzle of the gun towards the 2 riflemen. The Proson fired first, but missed Alexei. The bullet hit the wall above his head and made a bio sound. Then the Proson was shot while pulling the bolt. The other rifleman didn't have time to fire at all. He just stared at Alexei with wide eyes. For a moment, Alexei felt that this Proson was a child like himself. But he didn't stop shooting. The bullets of the PPSH hit the wall of the alley with a crackling sound, creating a small cloud of smoke. All three Prosons fell down. Alexei heard the Proson people shouting in his blind spot, something like Alao Pain, Sani Iron Tower. He couldn't understand what they were saying at all. He grabbed the grenade and pulled the string and threw it out immediately as the militia battalion commander taught him. This old-fashioned grenade was too unreliable, and the explosion time ranged from 2 seconds to 7 seconds, so it couldn't be held in the hand to warm before throwing like the new grenade. The one thrown by Alexei was quite respectful, and it exploded immediately after flying out of his field of vision. The screams of the Proson people came from outside. The next moment, something flew in from outside and landed not far in front of Alexei with a snap. It was a wooden-handled grenade, and white smoke was still coming out of its buttocks. Alexei immediately fell to the side, and the grenade exploded at the same time. The impact made Alexei's head buzz. He got up, picked up a grenade, pulled the string and threw it out. The explosion happened again. Alexei was very excited. He pulled the string of the third grenade and threw it with all his strength. As a result, the grenade flew a short distance and fell to the ground just after it flew out of the alley. Alexei was very strange. His hands seemed to be powerless. He looked down curiously and found that there was a large pool of blood under him. It turned out that the shrapnel of the grenade just now injured him, but the adrenaline made him feel no pain. He didn't even know where he was injured. He could only watch the pool of blood under him getting bigger and bigger. He felt cold and his lips couldn't help shivering. Another grenade was thrown in, this time right next to Alexei. He was too lazy to care about the grenade or dodge. Instead, he used his last strength to pick up Tatyana's photo and wanted to kiss his beloved girl. But as soon as he raised his hand, the photo slipped to the ground. He stretched out his hand and tried to reach the photo, and at this moment the grenade exploded. Alexei stopped all his movements and leaned against the wall, his eyes still on the photo on the ground. Then Proson leaned out and fired several shots at Alexei's body. After making sure that the 17-year-old soldier was dead, he bravely entered the room where he was ambushed and stepped on the photo with his military boots. The Proson man spat and hit Alexei's face with the butt of his gun as if he was not satisfied. Then the Proson soldier suddenly found that Alexei seemed to have a gold necklace on him. He reached out, grabbed the necklace, pulled it hard, and then raised the trophy high. Only then did he notice that there was a pull ring on the necklace. Yes, the young soldier Alexei kept the only good grenade he got from the sacrificed soldiers on himself and set it as a booby trap. The Proson man cursed and turned around, but the explosion caught up with him. The few Proson devils who entered the room were all blown to the ground. The only Proson man who escaped seemed to hear a mocking voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a flock of cranes in the sky that were accustomed to artillery fire flying south. Chapter 540 Walking in Ashes. Little Griff witnessed Alexei's final battle. He hid in the attic, looking down through the broken floor. After the Prosons left, he quietly opened the attic door and nimbly jumped to the ground. He quickly came to Alexei and picked up the photo of Tatyana on the ground. Alexei's body had been blown to pieces by his own glorious bullet. But Little Griff still plucked up his courage and closed his eyes with his hands. Rest in peace, Alyosha, I will tell Tatyana about your last heroic appearance. Little Griff said, taking a grenade from the dead Proson soldier, twisting the lid, inserting the grenade between two floor tiles, and fixing the pull rope to the belt of the corpse. In this way, he set up crude booby traps under the bodies of every Proson soldier, and then inserted more grenades on his waist, and then came to the door, carefully listening to the sounds outside. Proson's first attack wave had already passed this block, so it was quite quiet outside. Little Griff got out of the room, looked around alertly, and then crouched and quickly passed through the alley, like a real anti-soldier. When he reached the street, he looked out and saw several Proson soldiers cleaning the battlefield. They seemed to think that this area had been cleared and was a safe zone, so they talked and laughed loudly, and looted property from the dead anti-soldiers. Suddenly, a submachine gun sounded. Little Griff turned his head and looked for a few seconds before he saw the window on the second floor that was spewing smoke and fire. 3 of the Proson people who came up were knocked down at once, and the last one wanted to run into the bunker, but was caught up by bullets. Because the next block was still in fierce fighting, the sound of the shooting of the PPSH did not seem abrupt at all, and it did not even attract more Proson soldiers. The shooter who shot and killed 4 Proson people stuck his head out, observed the street, and then met Little Griff's eyes. The shooter said something with his mouth and waved desperately. Little Griff gave a thumbs up. In fact, he didn't know what the soldier said, he just wanted to encourage him for his beautiful victory. Then Little Griff lifted the manhole cover and crawled in. Little Griff's father is a plumber, who often inspects the sewers. The children of these plumbers often wander in the sewers. Before, the church wanted to send all the children across the river, and Little Grip and his friends hid in the sewers. Now, Little Grip moved quickly in the sewers with ease. After running for more than 10 minutes, he stopped and carefully checked the number on the ladder going up. 517, it's here. He whispered, jumped up the ladder, and pushed open the manhole cover. The street outside was quiet. You can see that the windows of the building opposite are sealed with bricks. But Little Grip knew that these houses that seemed to be heavily fortified were actually empty, just to consume the enemy's ammunition. All the defensive forces have been scattered on every street and are fighting freely. Of course, there are still some important support points in the city, such as the school that Little Grip hates the most. It is said that the main teaching building of the school with terrifyingly thick walls was built as a fortress when it was built. Now it is the support point of that area and is heavily guarded. There is also Little Grip's favorite movie theater. Now it is said that a regiment is defending it. Little Grip was about to climb out of the tunnel when suddenly a big hand grabbed him and pulled him out. Why are you still running around? The person asking the question was the parish priest of the church in Little Grip's neighborhood. Now he has taken off his priest's clothes and is wearing a khaki military uniform. However, unlike the regular army, he has no rank marks or military emblems. Most soldiers in the militia battalion are dressed like this. Little Grip, Rip Street has been lost, but we still have our men fighting, and Elisha has died. I'll take back his relics. The priest sighed, that good boy has died, may Saint Andrew be with him. You are not allowed to run around, cross the river. Little Grip, I have buried a lot of booby traps, maybe I have killed more devils than you, priest. You. Little Grip slapped the priest's hand and ran east along the street. Where are you going? The priest shouted. Little Grip answered without looking back, go to the May 5th factory and give Elisha's relics to his father. Be careful of the prosons, no one knows where they have infiltrated. The priest continued to shout. I know. Little Grip ran around the corner and suddenly stopped because he heard the roar of the engine. I don't know if it was Proson's tank or Ant's T-34. Little Grip hid in the shadow of the building and looked at the direction where the sound came from. He took out the grenade he had just seized and unscrewed the lid. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. This is brave, really. However, no matter how deep he breathed, his heartbeat could not calm down, and the excessive secretion of adrenaline made his fingers tremble. It seems that for a child under 10 years old, facing the enemy tanks is still too difficult. At this time, the source of the noise appeared in the distance of the street. It was a T-34. The tank was completely unpainted and had no tactical number. It was obviously just driven off the production line. The tank driver leaned out his upper body on the turret with a serious expression. Little Grip jumped out from his hiding place, waving a grenade, kill more Prosen people. The tank commander raised his right hand, don't worry, kid. As if inspired by Little Grip, the tank drove faster, and when it passed by Little Grip, it splashed mud on his face. Little Grip didn't know why, his feet automatically followed the tank, but the T-34 running at full speed was not something a 9-year-old child could catch up with. After being left behind for more than 10 meters, Little Grip stopped and shouted to the tank, kill them. At this time, the roadside shop suddenly opened its door, and the lady called Little Grip, child. Come in. Little Grip looked at the lady, please take the children across the river, you can get on the church bus over there. The lady was stunned, huh? Little Grip, the priest said that the women who are still at home must have children to take care of, so let us tell them when we see them, tell you. The lady looked very moved, I don't have children to take care of. I'm still at home because the labor camp doesn't want aunties of my age. They want young and strong people. Then you should cross the river too. No, the lady smiled, I have to eat the soldiers' food to cross the river. I can take care of myself. I have a lot of pickled vegetables at home. Little Grip saluted the lady, then I have a mission, so I'm leaving first. After that, he ran towards the direction where the T-34 just came. The lady leaned against the doorframe and watched him go away. When Little Grip arrived at the May 5th factory, he saw a tanker with a bandage on his head saying to the factory workshop director, when will the next tank be off the production line? Look for yourself, tanker Davarish. We are not magicians and cannot conjure up tanks. If you are in a hurry, you can tell us where your tank is broken, and we will send a tractor to tow it back. It is faster to repair it than to build a new tank. The tanker sighed, it's no use. The block has been occupied by the Prosen people. The tractor may not come back after going there. We need a new tank. Do you have enough tankers? Tanker, there are still 3 people in my crew, but I am missing a loader. The machine gunner can replace it. Then you might as well find a machine gunner while we build the next tank. I hope that every tank that arrives at the front line can use all its firepower to kill the enemy. Little Griff, I can shoot a machine gun. Everyone turned to look at him. Being watched by so many adults, Little Griff was a little scared, but he still insisted, I can shoot a machine gun. Come on, kid, a tanker laughed, you are sitting in your seat and can't see the machine gunner's periscope. What can you shoot? You can only shoot blindly. Little Griff, I can shoot while standing. The tankers all laughed, and at this time someone else came in through the small door that Griff came in. Is this the May 5th factory? The person who came in shouted, I heard that tankers are gathering here. The commander who had just asked the workshop director for a tank immediately asked, can you shoot a machine gun? Yes, I can do any position. Okay. The commander turned to the workshop director and said, our crew is fully equipped. When will the tank be ready? As he was talking, the factory door opened, and a brand new T-34 drove out and stopped in front of the tankers. The worker who was driving the tank jumped out, it was built in a hurry, so you guys make do with it? We will try to make the front armor reliable. As long as it's a tank, it'll be fine. The commander waved his hand, quick, load ammunition and fuel. Be ready in 20 minutes. The workshop director looked at Little Griff as if he had let go of a big stone in his heart, what are you doing here? Elisha died, I'll tell his father. Which Elisha? The director asked. Panjala Evikas. The director pointed to the door of workshop number 2, look for him on the assembly line, and tell him that he has an hour's break. Little Griff nodded and ran to the workshop. Wait a minute. The workshop director shouted, put away the grenade, don't blow it up by mistake. Little Griff hurriedly put away the grenade and then entered the workshop. He soon found Elisha's father, Uncle, Elisha died. The sturdy worker paused for a moment. The line leader shouted, take a break first, don't make the mistake in the process. No, leave it to me. The worker continued his work, saying, my cabinet is number 301, put the relics in it. Little Griff nodded and turned to leave. The worker suddenly asked again, is he brave? Brave, killed at least 5% people. Is that so? The worker tightened the screws and added, good job, good job. He took a step back, and the production line moved with him, and the workpieces that had completed his process moved forward. He stepped forward and started to process the new workpiece. In the factory, the sound of air hammers or punching machines sounded regularly, like thunder and drums. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 541, The Open Card. At 2330 hours on October 30th, the headquarters of the 30th Army in Plosen. The commander of the 30th Army was reprimanding his subordinates when suddenly the sound of submachine gunfire rang out in front of the military department. The army commander was indeed a veteran. He immediately fell to the ground and shouted, find out the situation, quickly. Then there was the sound of machine gunfire and explosions outside. After a flurry of excitement, the nearby gunfire finally subsided, and the head of the guard regiment came in personally to report, it's ants broken troops who wandered nearby. They have all been killed. The military commander stood up, dusted himself off and asked, will the defeated troops attack the military headquarters with an entire guard regiment? This is their combat group. What are the casualties of the guard regiment? The regiment leader reported truthfully, 5 people were killed and 5 were injured. Commander, they are a 3-person team, right? Then they have made a profit. A simple mathematical game, they have no intention of leaving the city alive, they only care about how many of us they can exchange for their lives. This combat team does not know that they have already how many of our people have been killed. Everyone in the headquarters had tense faces, and the chief of staff cursed on behalf of everyone, what a disgusting tactics. There is no honor at all. How come there is no honor? A soldier who regards death as his own is worthy of admiration at all times. The commander put his hands on the table. When I accepted the mission from General Frederick, I didn't expect such a bad battle to be waiting for me. He stared at the city map on the table for a few seconds and asked, do we have enough poison gas? Faced with this kind of resistance that breaks into pieces and fires everywhere, only poison gas can deal with it? The military chief of staff shook his head, no. Is it possible to poison the water source? The military commander asked again. The chief of staff reminded with some embarrassment, the Valdecho River is a freshwater river, General. Sorry, I shouldn't ask this question. The commander stared at the map of the city and was silent for a long time before sighing, it's over, unless we have much more troops than the ant people, we won't be able to defeat the city. Everyone in the headquarters looked at each other. Everyone knows that it is impossible to have more troops than anti. The enemy is getting stronger every day. They have railway lines on the east coast and ships on the river to transport troops. After the silence lasted for a full 5 minutes, the commander spoke again, unless we can defeat the enemy's will to fight. Where is Rokosov's headquarters? Is it on the other side? The army chief of staff replied, "We did not capture any complete city defense plans, and most of the prisoners regarded death as home. So we don't know where Rokosov's headquarters is. This is impossible." The army commander shook his head. "If he is here, on the west bank, he will definitely let his soldiers know that he is here, so as to boost morale. You just happened to capture a braver prisoner, so you must some coward will reveal the location of Rokosov's headquarters." At this time, the corps commander's adjutant said, "In fact, it is not necessary to attack Rokosov's headquarters. The artillery fire of the group army has been blocking the ferry on the other side. The ant people can continue to receive supplies and reinforcements because there are tunnels under the river. We can attack the entrance of the tunnel and seal the supply artery, and the enemy will be completely restricted. Our spies have already collected relevant information about this river tunnel and even took photos of the blueprint. Its west bank exit is at this location." The adjutant pointed to the points on the map with his finger. "Look, there are also marks on the city defense map." The military commander nodded. "Make a plan immediately, form a battle group, and launch an attack with the tunnel entrance as the target. Ignore the enemy's stragglers and casualties, and rush directly to the target." As he said that, he looked up and looked at the time. "Complete the formation tonight and set off early tomorrow morning." At the same time, Wang Zhong was also looking at the map. Popov's voice was full of joy. "The enemy's attack speed is much slower than we thought. It seems that the tactic of breaking up into parts is very effective." Wang Zhong: "No, it is the credit of the soldiers uniting as one. They do not have such a strong will to fight and cannot support this kind of tactics. If they had the fighting will of the Moravian troops attacking beach number 1, the soldiers would have run away the moment the leading non-commissioned officer died." Pavlov: "Yes, there is no such method of warfare in Ant's military textbooks, probably because we have not had an army in the past where the soldiers would continue to fight even if all non-commissioned officers and officers were killed." Wang Zhong stood up, slapped the map on the map, and looked back at everyone. "This war is tempering our army into steel. One day this army will crush the evil Prasen Empire." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 senior officers and a chaplain were brought into the headquarters. They saw Wang Zhong at a glance and saluted in unison. "General Rokosov." "We are the commander, chief of staff and army bishop of the 62nd Army." Wang Zhong responded, "Hello everyone, if you want to understand the current situation, you can look at this map. If you don't understand, you can ask Chief of Staff Pavlov. There is nothing we don't understand. We studied the situation before coming here. Commander Rokosov, please give the order." Wang Zhong: "How is the morale of your troops? Can it support each soldier to deal with the enemy alone in the city?" The commander and chief of staff of the 62nd Army looked at each other, and then looked at the accompanying bishop together. The bishop replied, "I think so. They are all staunch warriors. Many of them have relatives who died in the war. They will fight with the Plozans until the end." Wang Zhong: "Very good, I order you to split the entire army into combat groups. Each company is responsible for one block. The only goal is to kill as many Prosens as possible before you sacrifice yourself." The senior officers of the group army exchanged glances again, and then the commander replied, "Yes, I promise to complete the mission." Wang Zhong turned to Yakov and asked, "Can the kitchen still make hot meals now?" "No, didn't you just eat canned food yesterday?" Wang Zhong: "Then bring the vodka, and I'll have a drink with some of the commanders." "Yes." Yakov turned around and started running. After sending away 62 senior officers, Wang Zhong sat down and said, "How many more outstanding commanders do I have to send away? Has Panfilov's headquarters been contacted?" "The headquarters of the 16th Group Army has lost contact since yesterday. No matter how many communication troops Wang Zhong sent to check the line, telephone contact has not been restored. They also did not respond to radio calls from front headquarters, and the radio went completely silent." In fact, Wang Zhong vaguely realized that at least the headquarters had been destroyed in episode 16. However, aerial reconnaissance showed that the train dispatching yard was still under fire, and the enemy did not control the support point of this first line of defense. Therefore, Wang Zhong still holds a little hope in his heart. But this flower of hope is gradually withering. "Pavlov, we have not contacted them. But the train dispatch yard is still fighting." Wang Zhong nodded. Pavlov continued, looking at the enemy's advancing speed, "I think we can stop filling the city with troops. The enemy can't push it anymore. It's time for us to gather strength for counterattack. In fact, I have ordered that the troops not suitable for the city be strangled. The heavy tank troops and cavalry troops stayed on the other side of the river to prepare for the subsequent counterattack." Wang Zhong: "You are right. There is no point in filling more tanks into the urban area. What is the attrition situation of the 41st Armored Corps that the enemy is besieging Beachhead No. 1? Pavlov, using the most conservative calculation, we believe they lost 70% of their tanks and armored vehicles and 80% of their troops. Wang Zhong, can they block our attack? If you have enough artillery, you can't stop it, Pavlov said. Wang Zhong crossed his arms and stared at the war zone map for a while, then asked, how many troops do you estimate will be needed to completely surround the 6th Army in front of us? At least 600,000. Pavlov replied instantly, obviously he had already considered it. Wang Zhong, how long will it take to gather 1 million troops on the other side? Pavlov, it can be completed in 10 days by just gathering the troops, but I think it is safer to set the counterattack date on November 20th. At this time, the enemy will be more exhausted, the supply situation will be worse, and there may be general winter to help. And we will be better prepared, with more artillery and more ammunition. Wang Zhong maintained a meditative posture, and after a long time he sighed and said, set it as November 20th, and formulate a battle plan based on this. We are going to take a big bite and let out a bad breath. Pavlov turned to his staff and said, you all heard it, take action. Popov patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, although I don't think the headquarters will block our troops, but should we make a call? To your god sister. Wang Zhong thought for a while, then walked directly to the phone and picked up the receiver, talked to the Summer Palace, His Majesty the Tsar's office. Okay. The operator replied immediately. What followed was a series of transfers, and finally Olga's voice appeared on the other end. Her Majesty the Queen actually answered the phone in person. Wang Zhong, Olga. Elisha? What happened? The front line was defeated? What do you need me to do? Olga's voice was a little panicked. Wang Zhong, no, the front line seems to be stable now. I am going to plan a counterattack. Listen carefully, I need about 1 million troops. Okay. Olga replied immediately, is 1 million enough? I have just approved reinforcements for 4 armies to General Gorky of the Western Front. Do I want to come back? No, they are attacking over there and they also need troops. If the reserve army still has troops, just send them over. Can the cavalry be used? Olga asked again. Wang Zhong, okay, the situation here is really suitable for the cavalry. Oh, by the way, Olga suddenly remembered something, you were not on the committee, and they couldn't find anyone to review the new equipment, so I went to have a look. They made the kind of things you wanted for urban warfare and destruction. Come out, can I drop it off for you? It's just a matter of a few carriages anyway. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment, okay. Chapter 542 The Final Struggle. In the early morning of November 1st, at 0800 hours, the Abawahan Front Army Headquarters. Wang Zhong had already sat in the headquarters and drank half a cup of tea. I don't know what Chef Series, who was brought back from the United States, thought of. Anyway, Wang Zhong ate hot snacks this morning, so he was in a good mood. The depressed mood caused by the heavy sacrifices in recent days seemed to be lifted by the hot snacks. Sweep away. Wang Zhong even seriously considered catching up on his sleep. Just then, the phone rang. Pavlov frowned while holding the half-eaten snack. What's going on? It's not time for the daily report. Although he said this, he still picked up the receiver. Front Army Headquarters. What? How many troops rushed through your defense area? Why were they not blocked? Okay, I understand. We must close the breach and block the following troops. After saying that, Pavlov put down the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. A heavy enemy group took advantage of the pre-dawn time when our soldiers were most tired to blow up the roadblocks set up by the 277th Division in Episode 62 and passed through the division's defense area from St. Andrew Avenue. Wang Zhong immediately stuffed the snack into his mouth, and while chewing it, he came to the city defense map, St. Andrews Avenue. This road is connected to Tsar Avenue and can go directly to the tunnel entrance. Pavlov did not answer, he was on the phone. Hello? 161st Division Headquarters? Call your division commander over. This is the front headquarters, and a heavy enemy group is advancing along St. Andrew Avenue. Yes, you have to stop them at all costs. Wang Zhong looked at the defense area of the 161st Division on the map. Pavlov skipped the defense area of a division and directly issued orders to the division guarding the intersection of St. Andrew Avenue and Tsar Avenue. Just as the chief of staff put down the phone rang again. He picked up the receiver and said, Headquarters. I know you are under attack. Block the enemy's heavy troop group at all costs, and at least buy time for the 161st Division behind you. What? The troops have been broken into pieces. There is no large-scale organized troops to stop the attack for the time being? What is your guard battalion for? At this time, Wang Zhong had figured out the situation with the help of a plug-in. When Pavlov was talking to the divisions below, Wang Zhong could gain their vision. The person Pavlov was talking to was the 186th Division of the 62nd Group Army. The Prosens concentrated a combined force roughly equivalent to a reinforced brigade and used a dozen fire-breathing tanks to clear the way, trying to break out along the wide St. Andrews Avenue. It should be said that this tactic effectively countered Wang Zhong's tactic of breaking things into parts. However, there was a strong defensive stronghold at the intersection of St. Andrews Avenue and Tsars Avenue. The supporting point was originally the Abawahan Grand Theatre, a solid building made of reinforced concrete and marble. After half a month of reinforcement, it has now become a fortress that cannot be easily destroyed even by Proson's heaviest 210 mm heavy artillery. In the Grand Theatre, a reinforced regiment of defenders was deployed, equipped with more than 10 76 mm anti-tank guns and dozens of machine guns. Even for an elite Prosan battle group, it would be difficult to pass through such a solidly fortified fortress. Wang Zhong paid attention to the movements of the Prosan battle group. As expected, the 186th Division was unable to stop the organized Plosan battle group in a hurry. Although the fragmented ant soldiers were able to kill and injure the Plosans and obtain a good exchange ratio, they could not stop the enemy's breakthrough. Although all the ant warriors along the way were firing and fighting, the Prosens were still moving forward resolutely. The roadblocks across the road blocked the enemy a little. Unfortunately, the enemy's combat engineers quickly completed the demolition of the obstacles. The 186th Division did not have enough troops to prevent the obstacle-breaking operation. Just when the Prosens were about to break through, a battalion of ant warriors appeared. From Wang Zhong's perspective, he could immediately tell who these people were. In addition to the division's security forces, there were also staff officers, clerks, and other miscellaneous personnel. The entire division was here. He even saw the commander of the 186th Division leading the way, holding a submachine gun in one hand and a pistol in the other, standing on the roadside flower bed and shouting something. The Prosens reacted quickly and immediately launched a crossfire network. The fire-breathing tank advanced towards the 186th Division headquarters group, and the flames from the muzzle swept out the fan. Even the most determined warrior will forget about fighting in the severe pain and roll on the ground when his body is on fire. Wang Zhong couldn't bear to watch anymore and raised his viewing angle. At that moment, Pavlov hung up the phone, which meant that Wang Zhong would lose his field of vision in a few dozen seconds. He directly switched the screen and began to check the defense at the entrance of the tunnel. Pavlov, he said, the defense of the Colosseum should be able to resist the enemy's advance. But I think they are very determined. Maybe they will use smoke bombs to block the line of sight, and then quickly pass through the Colosseum. Pavlov, it is indeed possible. The defenders of the Colosseum should be ordered to adopt the fire zone tactics. This is the tactics Wang Zhong used in Luchtwaffe. Regardless of the shooting range, all firepower is directly fired according to the calibrated parameters. The machine gunner just shakes the crank of the machine gun mindlessly, and the gunner just shoots with his eyes closed. On Earth, this is a tactic used by the United States to deal with small-time night attacks. It is very effective and has no shortcomings except a waste of ammunition. And Wang Zhong has no shortage of ammunition now. While Pavlov was on the phone, Wang Zhong continued to look at Tsarist Boulevard from an overhead perspective. Several barriers should be put up with trucks on the Tsar Boulevard as a precaution. He turned around and ordered Yakov, go outside, stop the car group returning through the tunnel, and ask the group leader to come to me. The car groups returning were either empty or full of corpses or seriously injured people. It should be possible to stop empty vehicles and drive them to the highway to strengthen the roadblocks. Pavlov put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, the Grand Theatre has received the order. Even if the enemy uses smoke, it will not be easy to pass. At this time, Yakov came in with the commander of the car regiment. Wang Zhong directly greeted the regiment leader, stop saluting, it's an emergency. An enemy brigade is rushing towards the tunnel. All empty cars in your regiment are now driving to Tsarovic Avenue. We have roadblocks set up here, here, and here, you use trucks to reinforce the roadblocks and try to top them up. Yes. The group leader still saluted, we saw the location of the roadblock on the way to transport, and we immediately put it in place. I wish you good luck. The situation is urgent, so I won't treat you to dinner. Wang Zhong picked up the fried soybeans on the table, come and have some of this. The group leader grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, turned around and left. Pavlov, you actually memorized the location of every roadblock. Wang Zhong, just remember it casually. After a brief silence, Wang Zhong said again, I think this is not enough. We have to mobilize troops to block the enemy in this position. The tunnel entrance cannot be allowed to enter the enemy's firing range. He poked the map with his hand. Pavlov, indeed. The line of sight can be blocked by burning tires, but it is a bit difficult to block the enemy's elite mixed combat group. I still have a tank brigade reserve in hand, which is hidden in the school next to it. Let them attack. Wang Zhong, let them attack, and tell them that the T-34 destroyed on the road is also a roadblock. Let them block the road when they die. Pavlov glanced at Wang Zhong's profile. I thought you would attack in person. Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds and asked, will you allow me to attack if I do? No, because we no longer have the advantage of armored bomb confrontation. The T-34 is a consumable when facing the Prasen armored force. I can't let you die. Pavlov replied. Wang Zhong reached out to touch the soybeans on the table, but failed to touch them. Then he remembered that he had given them to the leader of the car group. Then he recalled the day last year when he left behind the militiamen who rescued him from under the car. He always felt that he would be guilty of his decision for the rest of his life. In order to dilute this guilt, he ordered, bring the radio, I want to hear what the tank crews have to say. It's actually about gaining perspective. Plasenyovman Provisional Battle Group. Brigadier General Hoffman shouted, stop, stop. Yes, stop on the side of the road, I want to see the situation. The command vehicle braked, and the vehicle body and gun barrel swayed back and forth. Brigadier General Hoffman picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. They seem to be using trucks as roadblocks. We can't let them succeed and continue the attack. The Ant people are short of trucks. If they start using trucks as roadblocks, it means we are close to the goal. At this time, Brigadier General Hoffman's earphone came with a report from the wingman. Look in the distance, they lit something on fire to create a black curtain wall to block our view. They may have burned tires. It means there is a tunnel behind. The Brigadier General put down the telescope and turned around and shouted to his troops, go forward. The target is ahead, we will win today. At this time, the wingman's exclamation came from the earphone, T-34. Don't panic, destroy them. The Brigadier General ordered. The wingman opened fire first. The leading T-34 was shot immediately and stopped on the side of the road. The two tanks jumped out of the tank with wave sand in their hands and searched for cover while strafing. The long-barreled number 4 of the battle group continued to fire, and the T-34s rushing along the road exploded one after another. Humph, it's a pointless death. Brigadier General Hoffman said contemptuously, but he immediately realized something. Wait a minute, they are blocking the street with debris. Damn it! They are blocking the road with debris. However, we can only destroy them. Their main guns can penetrate us. If they don't die, we will die. Damn it! Brigadier General Hoffman cursed, looking down at the city's road map. Wait a minute, there is a road next to it. Let's turn to the road next to it. Although it is narrower and does not hit the tunnel entrance directly, it can still lead to the destination. Everyone obey the order and turn right. Enter. Fork in the road. Wang Zhong stood next to the radio, pretending to listen, but actually watched the enemy turn into a fork in the road from an overhead perspective. There are roadblocks on the bifurcated road, but they all seem to be able to be blasted by combat engineers. And because of Wang Zhong's strategy, there were only more than 100 ant soldiers divided into groups of 3 on the fork in the road. He immediately ordered Pavlov, let the anti-aircraft artillery regiment and guard regiment of the front army headquarters move to Potemkin Street to prepare to block the enemy. Pavlov immediately took the microphone, and then remembered that these orders did not require a microphone, just shouted loudly, and the orderer could convey them when he went out. So he shouted. Nelly's progress. Originally the artist wanted to paint scars like balalaikas, but I stopped him. Chapter 543 Farewell. Wang Zhong watched as all the active people in the front army headquarters took their guns and rushed towards Potemkin Street together with the personnel of the logistics department deployed near the tunnel. Fortunately, even if the enemy passes through Potemkin Street, as long as they don't turn the corner, they still can't see the tunnel entrance. The good news is that there are roadblocks and barricades on Potemkin Street. These things block the advance of enemy tanks and require enemy combat engineers to clear them with explosives. The bad news is that these things provide a lot of cover, making the machine guns that block the roads much less effective. Wang Zhong saw that the Pulosan people were skillfully performing leapfrog advancement. They didn't even bother to throw away smoke. Moreover, Prosan's tanks quickly took out the machine gun points. In this open area, the advantage of the Prasen tank is greatly amplified. Tank guns kept knocking away machine gun bunkers, and the battle lines on the street gradually retreated. Wang Zhong saw it clearly from the bird's eye view. Suddenly, he saw an ant soldier releasing smoke in front of his machine gun. At the same time, the machine gun was still firing according to the calibrated parameters, blocking the advancement of the Prosenians on the street. This idea is a good idea, but this kind of unaimed shooting requires intensive firepower to hit people. If the firepower is not enough, the machine gun shooter still needs to aim at the enemy. While the smoke covered the muzzle of the machine gun, the Prasen stood up and jumped forward, ignoring the bullets that flew indiscriminately. The next moment, the Prasen tank opened fire, and the shell passed through the smoke and hit the second floor of the machine gun fire point. Although the shot missed, The violent explosion caused the second floor to collapse, and cement blocks fell on the machine gunner's head. At the same time, the Proson combat engineer pressed the lever of the fuse, and the explosives mounted on the anti-tank cement piles were detonated one after another, just like setting off firecrackers. After the blasting was completed, a fire-breathing tank drove forward from the road opened by the engineers, spraying dazzling flames at the smoke-covered building. The building was immediately set on fire, and the ant warriors hiding in the building rushed out howling and rolling on the ground. A Proson submachine gunner held an MP-40 and ended the suffering of all Prussian soldiers with skillful short bursts of fire. Wang Zhong switched his perspective and looked at Pavlov. With the current group of makeshift troops, they cannot stop the Prosens. Pavlov, yes, so you should quickly retreat to the east coast and continue to direct the battle there. We cannot let the Prosens' death struggle take away our victory. Wang Zhong, no, my soldiers need me now. Don't worry, I won't go to the front line. I'm just trying to boost morale a little. Pavlov, no, I object. Wang Zhong, Pavlov, I just appear where the soldiers can see me. You know what a huge boost to morale this is. Pavlov looked so helpless. Well, the commander's appearance in front of the soldiers at this time can indeed greatly improve morale. I ask Sergeant Major Grigory and Yakov to follow you every step of the way. When Grigory heard that Wang Zhong was about to go out, he had already come over to get ready. At this time, he patted his chest. As long as I am alive, the general's life will not be in danger. Yakov also imitated Grigory's gesture and patted his chest. Me too. Wang Zhong, Grigory, take my red flag. Without the red flag, how will the soldiers know where I am? I've already asked someone to take it. This is the flag bearer Nicholas. Grigory patted the flag bearer on the shoulder. Wang Zhong's eyes were entirely on the flag. This is the flag given to him by the textile workers of Shepatovka. It has been with him for a whole year of fighting. It has bullet holes and traces of gunpowder smoke on it. Wang Zhong stretched out his hand and gently touched the surface of the flag, recalling the year when this flag accompanied him in battle. I wonder how the workers in Shepatovka are doing and whether they have been evacuated to the rear. Wang Zhong let go of the red flag and said to Pavlov, order the artillery group on the other side of the river to fire smoke bombs on Potemkin Street. Pavlov nodded, but suddenly remembered something and grinned. Remember in Ranas a year and a half ago? You ordered the artillery regiment to fire the final smoke grenade, and then asked Igorov to launch an assault. The attacking enemy troops were defeated in hand-to-hand combat, and they finally escaped by breaking out in reverse. Wang Zhong, how could I forget? That was the starting point of my resistance. Let's try again today. Remember to make sure the smoke bombs cover the entire Potemkin Street. Okay. Wang Zhong turned around and was about to walk out the door. Suddenly he remembered something and turned around and said to Pavlov, if I die, please ask the headquarters for General Gorky of the Western Front to command the troops. Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong. I originally had a lot to say, but if I think about it carefully, you have been involved in danger too many times. Maybe hell is already afraid of you. Wang Zhong, so this is just in case. After saying that, he strode out of the room, followed closely by Grigory, Yakov, and Nikolai carrying the red flag. Pavlov sighed and picked up the receiver. Operator, pick up the Western Front. While waiting for the call to be connected, Pavlov shouted to the communications staff, send a report to the headquarters. If Rokosov dies, please let General Gorky take over the command. After completing the report, destroy the code book and all archive the message and prepare for battle. General Gorky put down the receiver and stared at the table solemnly. The chief of staff asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Does the Tsar ask why the attack has not made progress for so long? General Gorky looked up and looked at the chief of staff. No, it was the chief of staff of the Ababakan front who called and said that General Rokosov hoped that if anything happened to him, he would let me take over the command. Chief of staff, this. Did the enemy reach the front headquarters? Shouldn't the headquarters choose to retreat? General Gorky took a deep breath, took off his hat and put it on the table. Rokosov likes to go to the front himself. I guess the situation there is quite critical. Rokosov will go to the front to boost morale in person, so he asked Pavlov to call me so that I can prepare in advance. When the plane of the command arrives, we can set off immediately. Western Front staff, he stared with wide eyes, is the situation in Ababakan so dangerous? It's just a temporary difficulty. General Gorky picked up the intelligence on the table. Look, there are so many numbers on our front, which means that a considerable part of the enemy's troops that can be deployed to the front line have been assigned to our front. We have tied up so many Proson troops, and his side, I mean Rokosov's side, should be easier. Chief of Staff, but the battle has reached the stage where close combat is required, which means that the enemy has also put great pressure on the Ababakan front. I think the enemy is already at the end of its strength and has a last gasp. General Gorky said firmly. After a short silence, General Gorky muttered, I am still considering leaving a name in the military history of Anti, and I want to compete with Rokosov for the naming rights of the new tactics, but he only considers victory and personally appears on the front line to boost morale. He stood up, walked to the large-scale map of the entire battlefield, and stared at the name of the city at the mouth of the Valdai River. Compared with Rokosov's behavior, I am really far behind. General Gorky had an admiring expression on his face. As soon as Wang Zhong walked out of the tunnel, he smelled the smell of burnt flesh and blood. The guards at the entrance of the tunnel were obviously much fewer than when they were stationed before, because the guard regiment of the front headquarters had been pulled to the front line. The remaining guards saw Wang Zhong coming out of the tunnel with the red flag behind him, and immediately stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong waved his hand, "You guard the entrance. If we can't repel the enemy's attack, you are the last line of defense here, at least until the documents are burned down." The platoon leader of the guard platoon and the soldiers at the scene looked at each other, and then said, "General, shouldn't you retreat to the other side? Let us do the dangerous work. If you die, it will have a huge impact on the progress of the war. Wang Zhong, if I die, there will be thousands of me standing up. And will not lose the war because of someone missing." As he said this, Wang Zhong walked towards Potemkin Street. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.